around the world, wherever you're tuning in from, and welcome to the European Cricket Network. It's our last day here in Cyprus, but we're going to go out with a bang with 3 T20 international matches featuring the men and the women from Cyprus and Estonia. I'm Rico Full, you're watching the European Cricket Network T20 Internationals, and the action starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Galimera, we've had a wonderful time here in Cyprus. First, of course, at the Ipsonas Cricket Ground, and then at this beautiful Happy Valley Ground. But it all comes to an end today, and what a big day it is as well. We will see the women play one match later on in the day, but we know that that series has already been won by the women of Cyprus. They've been dominating in that series. But with the men, it's a different story. This is match number 5 coming up, and at the moment, it's Estonia that have the upper hand with a 3-1 record against Cyprus. So this is a match that Cyprus definitely have to win. I can tell you the news from the coin toss is that Cyprus have won the toss and elected to take the field. What that tells me is that Cyprus, they're not very happy with their batting at the moment. Is one part of their game that hasn't really clicked here at the Happy Valley Ground, and that surprises a lot of people because they had some very good players in their side. Estonia, on the other hand, they will also know that their batting hasn't been at its best. The only time that they really dominated and got a win as a result of their batting was when Sahil Chauhan scored that fantastic 144. Other than that, both teams, who are very evenly balanced in my mind on paper, have struggled a little with the bat. Let's talk a little bit about the batting then of Estonia, who are going to be batting first. Sahil Chauhan has been the star for them. Of course, he's become a star overnight with the fastest 100 that we've ever seen on the T20 international circuit. That 100 came off just 27 balls. So he is in good form. Something like Ali Masood has been performing at times as well, as has Ahsan Amjad. But what we've seen, certainly for the first 10 to 15 overs, that batting and batters haven't gone big. They've struggled. Teams have gone at around 7 and over. And if the acceleration has come, it's come at the end of their innings. So teams here, I think both teams are looking to change that batting order slightly so that they can get more consistent runs all the way through. I honestly do believe that both these two sides are capable of posting scores above 250 on this pitch. I wonder if we're going to see that on the final day. So Ali Masood is going to be key here, Ahsan Amjad and Sahil Chauhan, and maybe some of that Stefan Gooch, the left-hander, can come in and give them some stability towards the end of the innings as well. On the bowling front, I think yesterday they did the same thing that we saw from Cyprus. Took a bit of pace off the ball and it worked wonders for them. But one thing that Cyprus haven't been able to adjust to is the bowling from the left-hander, Dave Robson. He's been very key opening the bowling. And also Stefan Gooch, who coming on from the Derbyshire end, is getting that ball to pop up and also move away. So they've got to find a way, Will Cyprus, to get those two openers sorted out. Cyprus themselves, they're a team with big hitters. We know that Akila Kalugala, the left-hander, the man who was the MVP in the European Cricket Series here, just hasn't clicked with the bat at all. In fact, nobody at the top order has. Mangala Gunasakara hasn't been able to go big as well. Scott Burdekin has scored a half century, but he's batting very slowly, nowhere near the sort of force that we would expect to see from him. And in all fairness, most of the runs from Cyprus have come at the end of the order, something like Taranjit Singh or also Arjun Shahi. So they've got to make some changes as well when it comes to their batting order. I would like to see someone like Scott Austin used more, and maybe Jane Charlufas as well. These two, maybe at the top of the order with some big hitters around them, would probably work well. One thing they did sort out was their bowling yesterday. We were surprised that someone like Niraj Tiwari was not used more. He came into play yesterday and he proved what a match winner he could be with some fantastic bowling. Scott Burdekin took the pace of the ball as well and bowled very well. And then the likes of Arjun Shahi and also Taranjit Singh will always pick up some wickets for their side, but they do bowl a few too many extras. It comes down to this match really for Cyprus. Cyprus have to win it to stay in this T20 International Series. If not, then it will be Estonia that will be victorious with a match to go. So a very important match coming up here. A quick update on the weather. Well, we are in Cyprus, over 300 days of sunshine, that's what they say, and they ain't wrong. It's been absolutely scorching during our time here, and today is going to be another scorcher. We're going to have highs around about 35 degrees. So once again, the players will be taking on drinks at least 3 times during those 20 overs. Nishay Butt is in the commentary box. I've loved my time with Nishay and loving what he brings to the commentary, and he also has a lot of experience about the players here in Cyprus, and he knows his stats as well. And Nishay, over to you, and Nishay will tell us a little bit more about the 2 squads that are going to be battling out in this all-important match number 5 between the men, and also take you back to what happened yesterday. Nishay, the news from the middle here is that Cyprus will start off with the ball.
Very much for that. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that update. So here's a chance to, of course, recap what happened yesterday before we move on to today's games. As we can see, of course, Cyprus-Estonia, these 2 sides have battled it out. The first T20I we had here on the European Cricket Network yesterday, and Cyprus, of course, came up with a big win there against Estonia. We thought that total was well below par because we saw 2 scores in the 190s on day 1, but then during those middle overs, Cyprus really took control of the game thanks to that brilliant spell of bowling by Neeraj Tiwari, and then Scott Burdekin and Arjun Shahi rounded out at the end. Cyprus clawed their way back into the series, but their joy would only be temporary as Estonia would rebound with a big win in the 4th T20I to take a huge lead, a 3-1 lead with a very big net run rate difference with Cyprus as well. This was a massive victory for this Estonia side. I mean, they posted just 144 runs on the board in the first innings, and many of us thought Cyprus might cruise to victory, but they kept getting wickets, the Estonian side. Cyprus failed to build partnerships, and in the end, they got bowled out for 118, a real shocker. Here's a look at the standings for this series so far. As you can see, Estonia with that 4-point lead and also a huge net run rate advantage. So Cyprus are probably going to need 2 wins, but a couple of big wins today to try to make up for that net run rate difference so they can go on and lift this T20I series crown. That's what we're ready to go. First ball is coming up. It's going to be Burdekin coming in from the Derbyshire Road end, bowling to the captain of Estonia. So the 2 captains going at it. Arslan Amjad against Scott Burdekin. And just a bit short to start off. He's going to launch this towards square leg, and Shahi's not able to get there. 4 runs to start off for Estonia. Yeah, not the best ball there by Burdekin to start off, especially against somebody of Arslan Amjad's quality and talent. He just rocks back, uses those long levers, and hits this one away for 4. Even Shahi, who's a very quick fielder, can never get to that. And Burdekin had quite a bit of success bowling yesterday, in particular when he took some pace off the ball. Let's fire this one in. Oh, he's gone! He's got him! What a comeback by the bowler! Fired that one in a lot quicker, and it seems like he's done him for pace. And the first wicket falls here for Estonia. What a start for Cyprus, and that's the way you rebound after getting struck for 4. They get the all-important Arslan Amjad out, and the Cyprus captain is the one who ends up having the last laugh in this battle. Oh, it's always hard to just tell if it's an LBW from this angle, isn't it? Just have to go back to the original one. Let's have a look here. Is height a question mark? Oh, it's hard to see. You can't even see the ball over there. Yeah, I think height might have been a question mark there, and maybe that explains why Arslan Amjad was a little bit surprised. Big, tall man as well. Arslan Amjad, if it's striking him that high, well, there might be a question mark or 2 about height. What a start here. Now it's the two Masouds out in the middle, Ali Masoud and Bilal Masoud. Yeah, Bilal Masoud, he's had a pretty rough series so far, struggling to make runs. You know, in particular, he had some big issues over the T20I weekend. On Saturday, he had a pair, was out for a duck a couple of times, then had another duck on Sunday, and scored 1 and 6 in his other 2 innings. So just 7 runs over the weekend in the T10 action. And so far in this T20I, it hasn't quite clicked for Bilal Masoud. You know, keep in mind, the last time Estonia were on a T20I tour in Gibraltar, he was their leading run getter, and they were so happy to have him in the squad because they weren't sure he'd be able to tour Cyprus. And unfortunately for them, he hasn't been able to make the impact, but you know, the captain's been more than eager to give him plenty of opportunities. I mean, despite this poor run of form, he's batted right at the top of the order, match after match, even ahead of sometimes the likes of Sahil Chauhan, who've done superbly throughout this series. Well fielded there by Rajwinder Brar, fielder at square leg, captain of Sher Punjab, who made it to the European Cricket Series final here in Cyprus. That one is a wide. Just take a look at this, whether this would be a profile wide. Yeah, it would be. I think it's a good call there by the umpire, Paul. Shorter delivery. Played away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single, just holds up in this slow outfield. Very spongy grass over here in Happy Valley. You know, I think it's nice to be playing out here. You know, it just brings the bowlers back into the game. I mean, in particular in Ipsanas, we saw an absolutely rapid outfield. I mean, the minute you beat an infielder there, it's just racing away to the boundary rope. Not the case here at Happy Valley, though. You can run your 2s and 3s. This is struck firmly out to Shahi at mid-wicket. And it's going to be a single to end the over. So Estonia, 8 for 1 at the end of the first. Burdikin gets rid of the Estonian skipper. Mangala Gunasekara is going to be coming in from the tower end here. He's very effective as a bowler during the ECS, but hasn't quite been able to capture that form here in the T20I. He's had a couple of economical performances. At times, maybe not used the right way at times. Got a slip in place here as well. James Hialufas is currently standing at first slip. He's just owns that position really for the Cyprus side. You often see him over there in that slip corner. Not too many catches have gone his way so far, though. They've got a fielder at long on and another one at deep third for Bilal Masoud. Mid-off in place. You got a fairly short cover, a point, and also a backward pointer. Well, a fielder just a little bit deeper than Gully, and then mid-wicket inside the ring as we're a square leg. It's a full toss there by Bilal Masoud, and he's just going to play this straight to Tivari at long on. I probably feel he's missed out, and I think if he had that T10 mindset, I think heading into this, he probably hits that one away for 6. But yeah, it's a good chance to, of course, welcome Rico Full back into the commentary box.
Good to be here. Kalimera, everyone, and good start for Cyprus. Once again, it's Scott Burdikin, the battle of the two captains, getting Arslan Amjad. Similarly, Arslan out early like he was in that the last match yesterday. And just being caught in front, umpire deciding the ball is going to go and hit the stumps. Of course, very difficult for us to see it any better with the angle that we got. But still, it's a good start here for Cyprus in a must-win match for them. Gunasekara. It starts well. And Scott, well, that's... I think I spoke to Scott earlier today, and he said to me, he said, this is a 27-year-old man. He said, I am. He said, but I'm in the body of a 70-year-old man. He said, I'm struggling. I think there's a few people that are struggling. He just couldn't get down there, Scott, could he? Good comeback from Gunasekara. Yeah, Cyprus, no. They're playing to stay alive here. They can't afford to lose any matches here today. They play 2. They've got to win 2. And when we have a look at the standings, they might come up after this over. Just keep an eye on the net run rate as well. So I don't think it's just they've got to win 2 matches, but because of the manner that they lost the one last night, and of course the one a couple of matches before, the second match that they played, the way they lost that match, they were thumped, weren't they, when Estonia got to the target, the 190 score with 7 overs to go. The net run rate is very favourable at the moment for Estonia. A little bit too wide, Gunasekara this time. It's nice to see that umpire Tim Smith is back after a little bug that he picked up on his first day here. And Tom Smith, beg your pardon.
Oh, that was a good delivery there by Gunasekara. Keeper, but not quite able to get to it. And they'll scamper across here for a bye.
So Tom Smith is out there with umpire Paul as well. So, all our umpires. And doing a wonderful job in this heat. And I can tell you now, if you were able to see my shirt, it is soaked. It is stuck to me back. It's stuck to me front. It is hot. And it's again because at the beginning of the day, this ground gets well watered, because otherwise all the grass, the lush grass that you see, would no longer be here. And if you looked around this complex, this Happy Valley complex, if you were to look at it from the aerial view, where we are, it's nice and lush and green, because there's a number of 2 cricket grounds here, an athletics track and a few other sporting facilities, but all around it is just dry and burnt. And I'm not kidding when I say burnt. A lot of the foliage has literally caught fire at times here. We've seen a lot of the emergency services around. There's warnings around as well about be careful. I think a bit like Spain, this part of Cyprus would they'll prohibit any barbecues because of the chance of fires being ignited by that. People who smoke are reminded to be very careful. It's a very dangerous, very high risk at the moment. So it's very, very hot is what I'm trying to say. And players will feel it, the umpires will feel it, ECN crew, and players though, and the umpiring panel as well as our ECN crew have dealt with it very well. That's nicely played. This one just darted in, just stays a little bit lower. So that over comes to an end from Gunasekara. It's not the worst. 3 wides in there, though, that he'd be disappointed about. But keeping it at around about the score at the 8s at the moment. Gunasekara gets through his first. But yeah, I mean, talking to some of the players, and I'm talking both teams, Estonia and Cyprus, a lot of the players struggling. You'll see that in this match, there's no Stefan Gooch. I was just speaking to some of the players, and they said, yes, Stefan is struggling with a few little niggles. And as a result of that, I think what the decision made, it's a good decision that he'll be rested this match. But of course, if it doesn't go the way that Estonia would like, i.e. if they don't pick up a win, then of course the last match becomes very key, and I think he certainly would play a part in that match. And as I said, the likes of Scott, who's coming on to bowl here now, that's not a good delivery. It's down the leg side, it's a Gundy ball, and that'd be muscled to the boundary. 4 runs, long boundaries here, especially the point and the square leg boundary at Happy Valley. And also with this very lush and thick grass, the ball doesn't always go to the boundary smoothly or quickly. It holds up sometimes, but that's hit well by Ali Masood. And no doubt that wasn't going to the boundary, so Scott just got to get this back out on the off stump. And yeah, he does. No run this time, as that one goes to Roshan Sriwadana, who comes back into the side. Now, the way the matches have gone so far, if you haven't followed, is that Cyprus got to 195 in the first, but it was chased by Estonia with 3 balls to go. That one just too wide from Scott. And that was the close game. And then the second time they met straight after that one, it was a similar sort of score from Cyprus. They struggled to get into the 190s. Once again, most of those runs coming at the end of their 20 overs in the last 5. Hesitation, but the fielder doesn't get the throw in straight away. That's Rajinder Brar. I wonder if Rajinder Brar would get a chance to have a bowl this time. And didn't really get use yesterday, though he was in the side in that final match. So, yeah, 191. This one, Roshan Sriwadana, I think, gets drawn into maybe going for the catch and then gets beaten. So they will take the single. But that was the match I talked about in my intro when Sahar Chauhan went ballistic, 144 world record T20, the fastest 100 in 27 balls, and Estonia won that one with 42 balls to go. So that was the only real big win. And then what we saw yesterday was a comeback by Cyprus. They had to win. They didn't score big runs against Scott Burger King. It was a long, painful innings. Painful that he was injured while he was playing that knock. 59 he made of 49. It's a better delivery. Getting the batter on the back foot. Bilal Masood is really trying hard to try and get his tournament started on this final day. He hasn't really lived up to the expectation, really, that a lot of people were hyping him up a lot, but he hasn't yet delivered. Maybe this is his time. End of the over. It's 22 for 1 after 3. Yeah, yesterday, Cyprus 166 for 7. Scott Burger King, as I mentioned, that to 59. James Charlufas, a very fine 37 from him. And Estonia, though, it was their turn to have the shackles with the bat. They were well on course, and then it all fell away with them scoring just 93 of the last 13 overs and losing 9 wickets. So it's a win for Cyprus, but Estonia came back well, didn't they, in the next? Again, not batting well, only getting 144 all out with 2 balls to go, but defending. Cyprus were 118 all out. No batters really clicked at all. Taranjit, the highest scorer, scoring 24, but again coming in too low. So maybe that's one thing, perhaps, that Cyprus with the bat might do differently. And I'd like to see that actually from them. I'd like to see them splitting the likes of Taranjit Singh, Ajin Shahi, and maybe even something like Roshan Sriwadana up a little bit, sort of have them up the top of the order. That one's hit away, going towards third, but doesn't carry. That's well handled there by the fielder. You can see he charges in to try and make it into a catcher. When he realizes that it's not going to be, he drops the anchor and makes the save. So let's see if some of those changes are made here by Cyprus. But first thing they've got to do is try to contain and keep it to a score that they believe they can chase. And remember, they had those issues yesterday, getting to 144. Batting first, they got 166. So batting not clicking for them. And to be fair, with Estonia, apart from that one match, the run chase match number 2, when Chauhan made the runs, they haven't really clicked either. So 2 teams, very similar players, similar strengths with the bat, and similar weaknesses with the ball, are doing battle. And it's Cyprus that has to win that battle here today. This has to be Cyprus's day, and they're going to have to win with a good win. They've got to win by a fair number of runs or wickets. I mean, ideally, they like to get this run chase done with plenty of overs to go. Nice little shot up and over. This will test the outfield, but as soon as it hits the ground, it slows down. A number of reasons for that. I mentioned about the thickness of the grass. The other thing is, early this morning, it's being well watered, and that will mean that the first maybe 10 overs, it will be a little bit slower than it will be for the rest of the day. And that watering also means that the humidity at the moment around the ground is crazy. Very, very warm at the moment. Well bowled. That slightly quicker delivery. Mangala, he is varying his pace nicely. Oh, to say good morning to everybody in the chat. Hello to a lot of people on there nice and early. Rob Thompson, Stephen Kelk is with us as I speak as well. Hello to Tajan. Hello to Sahil Akhtar, who was saying good luck to the Cyprus boys.
Of course, that's Sahil Akhtar from the Everest Cricket Club. So he's out there just rooting for Arjun Shahi. So great to have him on the chat. Hope you're enjoying the game. And also big congratulations to Everest for making it to the elimination round. Of course, I'm sure you guys wanted to go further, but yeah, certainly one of the finest teams, one of the most loved teams on the island.
Yeah, very much so. Christopher Ward, Jules also saying hi. So a lot of people on the chat bright and early this morning. Love to have you all with us, as well as Ghulam Mustafa, Terry Richmond, Jeffrey Mobbs there as well as this one gets played away. But again, it's going to be a long chase. The batters will come back and make it into just a couple. So Ali Masood and Bilal Masood just trying to stay focused, switched on, and get a nice partnership going here. Got plenty of batting to come. I would have guessed probably Stuart Hook will come in. Well, either Stuart Hook or Sehel Chauhan, actually. Probably more Chauhan, you would think. But Hook has come up before him sometimes. And then after that is when you start to think you might be into that batting order. So that's why I think these two are taking a bit of time to get themselves in. They've got that time. That's a nice shot. And this one, once again, starts to slow up, but will get over the rope. Second time that Masood has played this shot. I wonder if Scott Burdeking is now starting to have a think about that. He's the man doing the bowling. And every time he strays just a little bit too straight, Masood gets that leg out and plays that lovely sweep shot behind square. And looks like Scott is trying to address that area. I think he's leaving Rajinder Brar now slightly behind square.
Just gets on one knee there, plays that beautiful sweep shot. So good at it, Ali Masood.
This gets muscled over to the onside boundary, but to Arjun Shahi, as you'd expect. Oh, great little fielder, gets there quickly, and he loves to fire in the throw, doesn't he? Anyway, how was your evening? What did you get up to? Anything much, or was it back to base and crash out?
Yeah, I think it was more of the latter. Probably just sat in and think I wanted to watch. I've not even had a chance to watch any of the Euros. Okay, they've been on as well. Usually the last match is on right after we get to the hotel. This one is played out towards mid-wicket, but I'm honestly so tired at that point that I'm just like, I'd rather hit the sack.
Yeah, I think by the time we get back, we just want to get into that very cold shower. And what I did yesterday, cold shower, and then I just sat out on the terrace for about. The plan was to sit out there for about 10 minutes and say, right, I better get cracking with things I've got to do. 10 minutes ended up being about half an hour, 45 minutes, because I did have a nice cold drink out there with me. And then I thought, right, I better get the things I wanted to plan to do done, because it was by that time, it was already almost midnight. So I didn't quite, the plan of getting to bed early didn't quite work. But it's been a lovely journey, though, hasn't it, here in Cyprus, as we get to the end of the fifth over there. So 35 for one. We've had a great European cricket series. And now, of course, it's the first time that I've been to this wonderful, wonderful Happy Valley complex. It's beautiful. It's so different, of course, to the Cyprus cricket ground. But also, I was thinking to myself last night, when it was, funny enough, when it was sat on the terrace cooling down, I thought, isn't it amazing how much change in just a period of 6 months, say, that we've seen in one country with cricket. We were here, of course, in January, and we had a very good series. We saw just the one century. It was the first century for 2024 season from Akila Kalugala. Yet this time round, how it's changed. More teams, new teams, even though we didn't see some of the older teams that we used to seeing. So still more teams, new players, and the excitement and a frenzy of cricket as well, with over 16 centuries. And then, of course, coming here and seeing the ECIs, how well they were contested, the T20 International, and also then the performances of some of the women. And that match yesterday, I went back and I looked at some of the highlights of that women's match yesterday. What a match it was, where Estonia came within 5 runs of a fantastic victory. The cricket here has just been absolutely sensational. Up in the air, and Austin chasing it, and oh well, only Austin, the bionic man, could have made a play on that. It's a great effort, chases it hard, and then he says, you know what, I'll dive, I might get lucky. It just still about a metre away from him. A brilliant effort there from Scott Austin.
Yeah, the fact only Austin could even get close to that one. He's running towards the boundary row, puts in a great effort. And in the end, it lands beyond him. Yeah, absolutely. The growth in Cypriot cricket has been absolutely incredible. Over just a short period of time. Oh, this ball's just taken off. It's just taken off a lens. I think there must be a spot on the pitch that has landed on, because you can just see it's hit. So Ali Masood's sticker, we'll have a look at this. Look how high. Yeah, just literally hits him on the sticker of the bat. Just takes off a length. And that's what Shai can do when he's at his best. He just gets that extra bit of bounce where, as a batter, if you're looking to come on the front foot, it's always hitting you a lot higher than you would like.
Hey look, have a look at this. This tells you how hot it is. I know that people can't see this because, unfortunately, we've had issues with our comms camera. That's a solar calculator. And you're supposed to leave it in the sun so it works. It's been cooked. It's been cooked because it's too hot. Oh well, so if that's burning out, what can you imagine what's happening to us? I'm gonna have to put my solar calculator in the shade so it starts to work again. Boy, oh boy, where's Mr. Whippy? we need Mr. Whippy now. We need him to make an early call to the ground, as that one nicely worked away off the pad for a single.
Yeah, single to end the over. Yeah, the heat has been quite something, hasn't it? I mean, we've had a lot of tech overheating. I think yesterday a few tablets were overheating over here, and it was hard to use them during the course of the game. We'll have a look here at the scorecard. So far, Arslan Amjad dismissed in the first over off the bowling of Scott Burdick, and he was caught LBW. And since then, Ali Masood and Bill Al Masood have put together a partnership to try to dig their side out of a hole. Of course, Bilal Masood really owes Estonia one big innings. He's struggled mightily throughout these 5 days of international cricket, but they still have the faith in him, Estonia, and they have been batting him in that top order. So you feel he really owes them one for all their faith in him.
Yeah, once again, I touched on this a little bit in my intro, but the run rate early on is pretty low, isn't it? They're 6.5, and it's low because we know what these batters are really like. We know how these batters like to play. They're all aggressive players. And that's sort of been the pattern. It's been around about this 7 to 8 mark all the way through to more or less the last few overs when a bit of acceleration comes into play. And that's one thing that I've been pretty surprised about from both teams, knowing that I've been to both Estonia and, of course, here in Cyprus this time around, and I've seen some good cricket, and batters have dominated both those series, the ECI and also the European Cricket International Series there in Estonia was dominated by batters. I think we saw, off the top of my memory, about 14 centuries there in Estonia. Batters was going big and going ballistic. We were starting to call that the new Barcelona. Then, of course, I came here and thought, this is the new Barcelona, because we had more centuries here. But those batters just not playing the same way. They're not playing the natural game. And scores of 250 pluses that I was sort of expecting to see, just not happening.
Yeah, they're not, and I think there's a few factors, of course. First of all, the Ipsanas playing field itself, very, very quick outfield. I mean, we've seen it. It's the grass covering is pretty scant, to say the least. So any ball that beats an infielder tends to race away to the boundary. Ipsanas also has very short, straight boundaries, much shorter than the ones you would typically see on the network. And then you also, I think, you have to put the quality of bowling in as a factor as well. I think, and we've seen this with the Cyprus national team as well. They're a little bit light on bowlers. So, during the European Cricket Series, I think sometimes things were made a little easy for some of the batters. And then the last factor would be the fact that we're also using a different ball for these T20Is, and the ball's just swinging a lot more. I had a word with some of the Cypriot coaching staff yesterday, and they did say that a lot of the players, and they did find the amount of swing that they saw in the first 6 overs to be a bit of a challenge that they didn't have to face during the T10s.
Yeah, that is true. I know that Stefan Gooch's not played this match, being rested, and question marks remain if he'll play the last. I think a lot depends on how this result goes. But yeah, he's certainly getting it to move around a lot. I know Dave Robson, who is playing, also caused tons of problems for the batters of Cyprus when he was bowling. His left-armers, left-arm pace bowling. So they have had issues. This man, though, hasn't had too many issues. Niraj Tiwari, we've liked his introduction yesterday, and he comes in here straight away, and he's on the money straight away. Not wearing his trademark shades at the moment.
Yeah, here's a thing worth noting. Apologies to cut you off, but Scott Burdick, just saw him hobbling off the playing field, and Taranjit Singh has come in instead as the substitute fielder. I mean, yeah, that was a point I didn't have a chance to make this morning, but I was very, very shocked when I saw that Taranjit Singh was in starting in what is an absolute must-win match for Cyprus.
Yeah, I must admit, if Rajinder Brar is in the side, and he's a lovely guy, but between Taranjit and Rajwinder, I don't want to be disrespectful to Rajwinder because he's a lovely guy and he's a good cricketer. But if Taranjit is available and fit, he's always in my side. So the question probably is fitness. Is he fit? I know that Taran probably didn't have his best of games yesterday, but having said that, he did score 20-odd runs, trying to get to that 144. In fact, he was the highest scorer, 24 or 14. Nobody else did score. Scott Whittaker made 22. He's not bowling at his best. He's leaking runs, but he's picking up wickets. So leaving Taranjit out, that is I've got to say, it's a huge surprise. And also, don't forget, Taranjit, though he has, again, to be honest, had a few hiccups in the field, he's a great catcher and a great fielder of the ball. He's a bit like Scott Austin. He'll throw himself around everywhere. So it can't be a fitness thing because he's on as 12th. So that is I've got to say, a huge surprise.
Yeah, it really baffled me, and I think Taranjit Singh is arguably the first name you put on the playing 11. I mean, he's been the highest run getter for Cyprus throughout this series. Yeah, a little bit leaky with runs, but he could get in just as a batter. That's how good he is.
Yeah.
Oh, outside edge there. And slip was in place. That could have been a catching opportunity. And yeah, might be worth considering for Niraj Tiwari. I mean, he's caused these batters tons of issues throughout this series. Just gets one to drift in, and I think it's taken off the pitch as well. An extra bit of bounce. It's caught Masood on the glove. I wonder if he's going to ask for some magic spray here because he's just clutching his right thumb.
Yeah, that's caught him right in the glove. You can see it's sort of jammed the thumb between the ball and the handle of the bat. Now, we just talked about Taranjit, and while there's a little break, let's talk about this. Let's have a look at the top scorers in these T20 internationals. So, Sahil Chauhan, no surprise, he's gone past 200 runs, 202 of the 4 matches he's played in. Next, number 2, Taranjit Singh, 134. So, you tell me why he's been left out, because it doesn't make any sense to me. And in the first 2 matches, when Cyprus got to scores of 190s, he made a half century in rapid time. He scored 40-odd in rapid time. So, yeah, it's but then it goes back to what we were talking about before, that there's been a number of tactical things from Cyprus that haven't made a lot of sense to me. And I think that's where, if you look at the way that this series stands at the moment, 3-1 to Estonia, I think Estonia have won the tactical battle. They've done the homework better. They planned and prepared better. And as a result of that, they sit better in the standings, and they're on the verge, if they can pick up 1 win from the 2 matches here today, on the verge of being victorious in this T20 international series.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of, I'd say, personnel, these teams are very evenly matched. I wouldn't say there's a huge gulf in class between either of these sides. I think, yeah, it's just the fine margins between these 2 teams. It's the tactics, and I think so far Estonia, I think you can just see they're a well-drilled unit. They're tactically very astute. They've made the right adjustments as well. I think whenever they've observed something in a match or 2, they've come out in the next game and made the appropriate adjustments, whether it be to their batting lineup or their bowling and fielding tactics. And yeah, it's been a stellar series so far for Estonia. They're looking to close it out on this final day. This is just pushed towards long on, but Ali Masoodi will pick up a single.
I was talking about those. I'll give you the top 5 batters, and then we'll go to the bowlers as well, as we were talking about the stats. So that's a nice looking shot, and that one will go to the boundary. As beautifully played. Excellent hit from Bilal Masood. Arjun Shahi just goes a little bit short and wide and gets worked away. So Sahil Chauhan top, Taranjit Singh third, Aslan Amjad 108. Of course, he's been and gone already. Bit unlucky, I think, with that LB. Scott Burdekin is 4th with 100, and then Scott Austin is 5th with 85. And on the bowling side, it's Niraj Tiwari. No surprise there after his good performances yesterday. He's a joint top with Arjun Shahi with 7. Interesting that it's Cyprus that are in the top 2. Then Stefan Gooch is 3rd with 5 wickets. Having said that, he has played a match, and now it'll be 2 matches less than those 2. Scott Burdekin is in 4th with 4 wickets. And then Prinay Giwala has got 3 wickets, along with a hatful of other players. Ali Masood is there, Taranjit Singh. So Taranjit also, if you like, in the top 5 wicket takers, and Aditya Panua.
Let's go very lucky right now. A great breeze just going through the commentary position, which will bring us a lot of relief, as I'm sure to the players as well. Let's go across here, Masood, and he plays this way towards square leg. Is he going to come back for a second run? He will. And Mazumdar will fire in the throw, but it's a good running between the wickets, and they'll pick up a couple of runs.
Yeah, Mazumdar, I suppose his role is to ease maybe the replacement for Taranjit, perhaps, Rahman Mazumdar. We were sort of questioning whether, again, when Rajinder Brar played yesterday, and these are why we come back to the tactics there, maybe after this ball, if that one will get under, and that's disappointing for Nalin Patharani. He should be stopping these, gets through him, they're going to take a bite. But yeah, yesterday in that last match, match number 4, Rajinder Brar plays, and we know he's not a batter, we know he's a bowler, and that was highlighted when he came in, I think, at number 10, but he didn't bowl, and Rahman Mazumdar was the 12th. So if your team is having issues with batting, Rahman Mazumdar surely comes in, and what a difference that could have made when you think about how that match went. If he comes in, and Rajinder Brar, if he's in the side, you've got to bowl him. So you've got to then question, well, why was Rajinder Brar in the side as a bowler and not used? And you got the 12th is Rahman Mazumdar, who is a batter, and you could have desperately done with him. Gandhi ball, and that's been smashed away. That might even go all the way. It will. Shaba, shaba, bolle, 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 ginna sona, shaka lagya. And it takes us the 8 overs, but that is the first 6 of this morning's play. Ali Masood has just been in pretty good form all the way through. Make starts, but can this time he make that start and keep going and get to a high score? We're starting to see the acceleration here now. I talked when we had drinks at 6 that they were going at around about 6.5. They've accelerated that now to around about 7.5. So this is what I would expect to see, not just from Estonia, but from both of these sides. After the early start, after you see the openers off, you start to get the acceleration in and look to get beyond that 220 score, between 220 and 250.
Yeah, Arjun Shahi, an expensive over there, 18 runs for him. And yeah, just going back to that point, I also don't think Rohan Mazumdar is a like-for-like replacement for Taranjit Singh. Just because Rohan Mazumdar is a top-order batter, he's not someone who could just come in and start hitting the ball in the middle overs. We'll continue that point after this ball. Oh, wow, how close was that? That looks like it was very, very close. Yeah, good bowling here by Tiwari, but we saw Mazumdar during the ECS. He struggled a fair bit, usually had some very slow starts. He's a top-order batter, and he's currently listed to come in lower down the order. So, Taranjit Singh's the sort of guy you can bring in overs 8 to 10, and then he can just tee off right from the get-go, I think.
And in all of the 4 matches that we've had so far, as much as we said it after match number 1, Taranjit never came up higher up the order, which is baffling when you think he is the second highest scorer in this T20 International. He never got higher than, well, what was it, number 6 or something? I forget when he came in, as in number, but he always came in when they ran out of time, which was really no good when other batters were just plodding around, and Taranjit was just sitting there. Well, cheeky little bit of work there. I don't think the umpire here, Tom, is going to be too happy about that little bit of work there from Nalipathirana, because he's going to have to come and sort the stumps out. And also, speaking of those tactics, I mean, let's move away from the batting just for a moment here. See this delivery first from Niraj Tiwari. Up in the air, it's a miscue. Yesterday, when Cyprus won that match, they took the pace off the ball. These two batters also succumbed to it. Niraj Tiwari once again is showing how they struggle with pace off. So why is Arjun Shahi bowling at the other end? Why are they not trying another slow bowler? Why is James Shufflers not bowling?
Yeah, not only, obviously, we spoke about James, who's a very good leg spin bowler, but Mazumdar is a spin option as well. I think if you're going to insert him into the lineup and he's batting lower down the order, he's probably not going to make a big impact with a bat in hand unless, you know, this goes down to a really close game right at the end. But if he's going to be playing, then you might as well bowl him as well, because he is a spinner.
Yeah, and that last over from Arjun Shahi, he looked tired, Nish. He looked tired. He wasn't bowling anywhere near the same amount of pace that you see him bowling with. He wasn't getting the same sort of carry through. So he is tired, and he's feeling it. You know, definitely feeling it. That over comes to an end. Another good over there from Niraj Tiwari. He's certainly been in very good form. And bowled beautifully yesterday. Took 3 for 18 in match number 3. And then he, again, took 3 for 18 in match number 4 as well. So 6 wickets he took yesterday. So he certainly is in form. But what that tells you is pace off. Pace off is what's getting the wickets there of the Estonian batters. Scott Burdekin gets the LBW pace off. So they're going to Arjun comes off straight away. I like that decision. He didn't look 100%, but they're going to try Roshan Siriwardana before they go to some of the other options available to them.
Absolutely, and I think they need to look to use their spin attack. I mean, that's where Cyprus has the edge over Estonia. It's the fact that Cyprus has those spinners which Estonia don't possess, and they're just not using their advantage, are they?
Yeah, we highlighted that also before, is that they've got the options that Estonia don't have. And the spin options. Estonia were very clever yesterday, though, in that victory when they were defending just 144. Clever in the way that they introduced a bowler that we hadn't seen before. I mean, I'd seen him outside of Cyprus, and that was Sahil Chauhan. And that worked an absolute treat when he picked up 4 for 19. Down the leg side from Roshan Siriwardana. Again, what I'll be saying here to Roshan is maybe take a leaf out of Mangala Gunasakara's book and also that of Scott Burdekin. Take some of that pace off and just concentrate in taking the pace off and getting the ball in the right areas, because perhaps when the pace is off, the ball is moving around just a little bit more.
Yeah. And I think just going back to that point about Taranjit Singh, I think, you know, the word from sort of the Cyprus camp is that they don't really want him in those first 6 overs, just when the ball's hooping around a little bit, and they'd rather have him batting lower down the order and have some more technically correct batters, is the way they described it in, you know, someone like Austin or James Kialufas.
This is close.
Higher up the order, but yeah, maybe not Taranjit Singh, but you could have someone else who's willing to accelerate. This is a throw at the stumps. I just wonder if there was a chance here for a run out. No, it wasn't. Comes back safely.
Yeah, that's close. Direct hit would have been interesting, I think, on that one, as Roshan up in the air, but it's not going to go anywhere. So just a single. So after that expensive over, went for 18. Good comeback by Tiwari. Just a 3 off it. But the thing is, Tiwari, they're probably keen to hold him back. They might give him one more to see if they can break this partnership. Partnership that's going well at the moment. Was this going down the leg side? Roshan gets into the appeal, but I think possibly made it pitched outside leg. The umpire, Tom, not too interested. Yeah, probably does pitch outside leg, and also the height comes into play as well. Hello to Emmanuel Robbins, who's making some good observations while he's watching. Right, this is the chance. And it's taken. No mistakes whatsoever there from the fielder, Akila Kalugala. He's one man that needs to try and find his form again. taking that catch. I know he's not batting, but it's confidence. That's what you need, confidence. Takes the catch and gets the wicket of Bilal Masood. So once again, Bilal stuck around, gets to 20, but gets out, and that's going to be a problem for him. And also, I think, for the Estonian setup and also their coaching staff, because they'll probably be saying, you've done the hard work, you've got out there early, you've got a partnership going, you get into the 20s, why are you giving your wicket away?
Yeah, how many more opportunities are they going to give to Bilal Masood, I think? They've been very generous to him, batting him high up the order despite some of those scores over the weekend. And certainly in these first few matches, Bilal Masood just hasn't been able to pay his team back yet for these opportunities. Sahil Chauhan, the fastest T20I Centurion, is coming in at number 4. Yeah, personally, I'd have him batting at 3 if I was in charge of that Estonian team.
Okay, let's see how things go here. First of all, nice to see the Sri Lankan lines of Limassol combination coming together there. The bowling of Roshan and the catch of Akila Kalugala. Chauhan, great batter. Beautiful strike of the ball, but always gives a chance. Always gives a chance early before he gets to a 25. So, are they going to get him early, or will he punish them?
He's always a bit tentative at the start of his innings, isn't he? Somebody who takes a while to settle in, but once he settles in, he can certainly make you pay for it. Of course, I'm going to come to the end of the over. Or should there be? Is there a ball to come? We'll just have a word. We'll confirm that for you as soon as we can, but continuing the point.
The umpires are staring at each other, and it's almost like time saying, what do you mean it's not over? What do you mean I have to go back? And he will have to go back. He's not happy about it. He's given a good long look there at umpire Paul. So there's still one to go in the over. Siri Wardana was pretty quick to walk off because it was a good over up until that point, 1 for 3. He wouldn't want to spoil that. Chauhan has to face another. This could be that magical moment. That could be the magical ball. And it's not. No harm done. The scores stay as they were. I don't have to use the Tipex on my sheets. They will stay 66 for 2 at the end of the 10. Good comeback from Niraj Tiwari and Roshan Siriwardana, getting 2 good overs in. Just 6 runs coming off the last 2 overs after that expensive one from Arjun Shahi. Now, will they stick with Tiwari here? This is going to be the question. Or is this an opportunity, Nish, for the captain, Scott, to say, all right, I've just got 2 big wins. I've just taken a wicket. If I want to do something here different, now's probably a good time. Rajinder Brar, he's in your side. Give him an over. You've just taken a wicket. You've got a new batter out there. The last 2 overs have only gone for 6. Why not? If he bowls a good one, he comes back. If he doesn't, you go back to your original plan. You've got to use him. He's in the side. You've got to use him. He could be the key. He could have the Midas touch for you, take 2 or 3 wickets, and then you can keep Estonia to once again score under 150.
I think I'd be going for James here. We did see Brar bowl a little bit during the ECS, and he was very expensive in the end. He didn't even bowl for Shere Punjab by the end of the series, so I think bowling him for Cyprus might be a bit of a stretch. I think I'd be going for James here because they're going to start to settle in here and get used to facing Niraj Tiwari too. So
Nish,
I just want to mix things up.
I hear you because I was there in that European cricket series, and every time Rajinder Brar came in the bowl, he got mashed for over 20 runs. I hear you, but my question is, if not to you, then to the selectors, why is he playing this? Why is he playing? Why did he play yesterday? Why is he playing and Taranjit Singh not playing? Somebody give me an answer to that, and then I won't speak about it again. So if he's on the squad, he has to bowl. Otherwise, why have him in the side? That's all I'm going to say. What are your views in the chat, people? So Taranjit Singh not playing. Rajinder Brar is playing. Rajinder Brar played yesterday. He's a bowler more than a batter. We know that. In the air, fielder coming across. Catch taken. So Tiwari gets another. Tiwari gets another. Beautiful ball. Gets the wicket. And that is, well, they're taking drinks here now. It's not the end of the over, but because the wicket has fallen, the umpire says, let's take drinks. So Niraj Tiwari does it again. And Ali Masood now departs. So this is a good moment. And that drinks break coming is at a good moment as well. They've just taken a wicket. They'll come together. Yeah, look at them, all the Cyprus boys come together, have a drink. It's an opportunity for the captain, Scott, to say, hey, guys, we have got the 2 set batters out. Now there's 1 man to work on. Let's see if we can see the back of Sahil Chauhan. Stuart Hook, we know that he can bat. We know he's a good player. Hasn't really done it at the international level just yet. But Sahil Chauhan, if he gets to a big score, then, you know, it could be again over the 150 plus. Get him early. They could keep it to under 150. But yeah, people in the chat while they're having drinks, that's what myself and Nish are talking about here. So yesterday, Rajinder Brar plays in the game. He's a bowler. He's not a batter. He doesn't bowl. He comes in at number 10 when really it was an impossible task for him to try and get them to win. Taranjit Singh not playing in this match. It's a must-win match as well. It's not like Stefan Gooch with Estonia, where Stefan Gooch being rested because they're saying, hey, if we don't win this match, then we've got 1 more chance, then we'll have you in. Because, you know, you're a little bit sensitive in some areas. You're a little bit sore. But for Cyprus, this is a must-win match. Lose this match, Estonia win this T20 international series. So why isn't Taranjit Singh playing? And if he's not playing and Rajinder Brar is playing, why is Rajinder Brar not going to bowl? And also, I suppose we could ask the question, and you touched on this as well, Nish. Roman Mazumdar is a top order batter. He's not a big hitter. So when it comes to the batting, Roman Mazumdar has to bat surely in the top 3. Otherwise, why are they picking him?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Roman, it's a puzzling selection choice. You do have to comment on it. I think Taranjit Singh, of course, there's a number of players he could be ahead of in this team. I think he should be ahead of most players in this team. For me, he's the first name that goes down the team list after the captain. That's how good he's been throughout this series. And it's thanks to him that Cyprus have even had a chance of winning any of these games and have actually managed to win one. So, yeah, I was very, very baffled when I saw the team list and saw that Taranjit Singh wasn't playing. I think you just assume he's a surefire selection for this side. And
I then said at one point earlier, I said, well, if he's not playing, then there must be an issue with some fitness. And then he came on as a sub. So obviously there's not. Otherwise, you don't have an injured man come onto the field for Scott. Scott, who is back on the field now. And good. This is a good phase here, good moment. Haven't they come back well after that over from Arjun? They went for 18. So Niraj Tiwari picks up a wicket, the important wicket there of Masood, who also, a little bit like Bilal Masood, gets going, then gets out. That's going to be a concern for Estonia. Batters doing the hard work, seeing off the ball moving around, seeing off the openers, and then getting their wickets, or giving away their wickets. Niraj Tiwari, 1 for 6. It's been a fabulous spell.
I mean, we've seen spinners have so much success these last couple of days, including Scott, who's not the biggest turner of the ball. You know, I don't know how you can keep James out. Now you have to throw him the ball. A couple of right-handers out in the middle as well. You want to get the leggy in.
And over does come to an end. Let's just talk about Niraj Tiwari here for a moment. We were very surprised in the defeat in match number 2 when Cyprus looked like they could have got a win, and then they went for some weird options with the ball. When Tiwari was in the side, he never got a bowl. And you can just see how important that was, because if Tiwari bowled, it could be a different story. In fact, we're talking about match number 1, wasn't it? When Cyprus lost, scoring 195. Estonia won with 3 balls to go, and Tiwari didn't bowl. And that was a match where Scott came on to bowl a second over when he was expensive in his first. And the man bowling here now, Roshan Siwadana, went for 23, and Scott gave him the ball again straight away, and he went for another magical over, and they lost the match. And Tiwari didn't bowl. So that tells me something else. That tells me that the captain doesn't really know some of these players as well. He knows about Tiwari now, though, because Tiwari certainly is playing like a match winner.
He's just going to push this one towards cover and pick up a single here, Chauhan. Yeah, a couple new batters out in the middle now, so a chance for Cyprus to really put the squeeze on.
Yeah, by the way, it's worth mentioning, definitely worth mentioning, that last over from Tiwari was a wicket maiden. And that's how good he's been. His spell so far is 1 wicket, only conceded 6 runs in his 3 overs. Do you bowl him out?
Absolutely. I think especially with 2 new batters out there, I mean, these guys have not faced too many deliveries against Tiwari. I think if he feels fine, if he's not too tired, You bowl him out now and look to get some more wickets. Especially if you can get rid of someone like Chauhan here. I mean, that would be match-changing. That would be absolutely match-changing.
Yeah, little tentative start from Chauhan, probably to do with the 3 wickets that have fallen. He also knows that after Hook, in terms of out and out batters, he's a bit limited to who's there. Well, that's that big swing. Oh, the fielder just loses this, starts to come in, and whether that ball bobbles away and deviates, but taking some risky chances. Hook gets back on strike, and he'll have to plonk the lid back on his head to face the ball. He carries it around like a handbag, doesn't he, Stuart Hook? Some changes in the field to Hook. And I like the way that already backward point going back. So starting to show that they have done some homework, and that's why Stuart Hook does like to go back and try and play in that backward point area, and they've got it covered. And remember, Hook was caught by Arjun Shahi in that point area yesterday.
I wonder if he boards aircrafts holding his helmet on one hand. Played away towards square leg. Yeah, he's going to pick up a single there.
Cyprus playing to stay alive in this T20 International Series. They need a win here. And apart from one over that didn't go their way, it's been a good, solid effort from them. Good areas again there from Roshan. So he hasn't been guilty of bowling too short, which sometimes he can do. So that over comes to an end. And they're getting through their overs pretty quickly as well. That's important as well, because when you got a batting team who are in a little phase where they're not scoring runs quickly, if those overs are bowled quickly at them, before they know it, 5, 8, 10 overs go by, and then you look at the scoreboard and think, oh my, we've only got 6 overs to go, and we really need to accelerate. So it's good that they're getting through these overs really quickly. That one from Roshan, only the 5 runs coming off it, all in singles. He'll take that at the moment. It's 71 for 3 after 12.
And the run rate's gone down a bit here for Estonia as well. It was just above 7 after that big 18-run Arjun Shahi over. So they've done a good job here, Cyprus, just to contain them. But the key here is Chauhan. Have to get rid of him. I mean, if he's still there in 3 or 4 overs time, you know he's going to start hitting some big ones. Yeah, this is a huge battle here. Neeraj Tiwari, who's been incredible against Sahil Chauhan. I just wonder if Estonia looked to play him a little bit more defensively and try to attack some of the other bowlers.
Yeah. I wonder what Richard Cox's opinion is on on Stuart Hook running with a helmet in one hand, because as Tiwari comes in again here, it's well bowled. Tiwari now is bowling with his trademark trades on, but it's got to affect you. I mean, if you're holding your bat in one hand, your helmet in the other, and you've got to really go for a quick single, it's got to slow you down. So what if he has to dive? So it's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I did comment. That was my first observation when I saw him doing that on Saturday, because I'd never seen that before in a cricket match. Surely it will slow you down. And you can just tell, I mean, when he's running between the wickets, I mean, it does slow him down, and certainly something that hampers Estonia.
I wonder if he keeps his car keys in there and stuff like that, you know. I wonder. Car keys, some alcohol wipes, a bit of ice. Good bowling from Tiwari. That's the one that's been floated up. That's been well struck, but they do have a sweeper out there to cover that area. I like that ball from Tiwari. And when you got batters at the moment that are not really going after you, yeah, that gives you the confidence to flight the ball up a bit more and see if you can get them to make a mistake.
Yeah, this is smart batting by Estonia. Not taking too many risks here against Tiwari. They know it's his final over. They negotiate his overs. Another terrific one for Neeraj Tiwari. Just a couple of runs coming off that over. What a spell. 1 for 8 in the 4 overs you bowled. It's just been incredible the way Tabari has performed over these last couple of days here in this European Cricket T20I series.
That's that's fantastic bowling figures. It really, I mean, that's superb. I mean, never mind about the wickets. I mean, he has picked one wicket up, but just 8 off your 4 overs. That's amazing. Now, you just said just recently there was some history made. Who was the bowler who got the 4 maidens in?
I believe it was Ferguson, Lockie Ferguson for New Zealand. 4 maidens in a.
Yeah, I mean, that is amazing. You think of that, say, really? But I mean, that 1 for 8. There was a wicket maiden in there as well. Tiwari, very, very well bowled. Very well bowled.
Yeah, Lockie Ferguson making a bit of history over at the T20 World Cup. Still find that amazing how someone's able to bowl 4 straight maidens in a T20 cricket. That is played away very nice. But Hook, we know he looks to target that boundary, and Cyprus, generally speaking, have done a good job of plugging those gaps, and looks like they've just learned their lesson now. They've actually waited for him to hit that 4 before they've done it. But this is something you keep saying. Why did they wait for that?
Exactly. Don't like it.
They've been watching Hook for 5 days now.
I don't like it. That's an error, because when he came into bat, they automatically put the fielder back there. They had point back and backward point back. And then they forgot. And now it could be a wicket, will be a wicket. And, well, is that out? It's got to be out. That's out. Stuart Hook, just his reaction, he just stood there like he just finished a stage act and was waiting for the applause from the crowd. But he's not going to get applause. He's going to get booed off, because after getting a boundary, he just totally loses this. I don't know what's happened with this. He just chipped it up in the air. It's the easiest of catches. Stuart Hook goes. Now Estonia, they're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, rather ugly looking shot there, in all honesty, by Hook. I wonder if he's trying to just work that one towards mid-wicket, just looking to flick it, but the face of his bat is far too open. It just sits up nicely for Shahi.
Yeah, that is a real soft dismissal for a batter of the class of Stuart Hook. He just hasn't had things go his way. Arjun Shahi picked up one of the easiest of catches that he's going to take. Roshan Siriwardana, well done to him. He's come on after not playing yesterday, after he did get a bit of a battering the last time we saw him with the ball, but he's come back well here. He's bowling sensibly. He's picked up 2 for 12 as Estonia in this crunch match against Cyprus are now 77 for 4.
Yeah, so they get the big wicket they needed there, Cyprus, and as we mentioned, Estonia, they don't have the same batting depth Cyprus does. And Robson's a handy batter, but it's certainly not as accomplished as some people in the top 4 or 5 for Estonia. But Chauhan is still there, and we know he's the sort of player who can single-handedly take the game away from a side.
Yeah, Robson, I hope he plays his normal, natural game here. When he was in that European Cricket Series in Estonia, he was a very unselfish captain. He often gave other batters the opportunity before himself, but when he was called upon and when he did have to perform, he did. He scored a couple of half centuries. He also got a score of 70 in one day. And when he does play well and he plays aggressively, he plays his normal game, he does score runs pretty quickly. So this is a huge opportunity for him with so much time still to go to get a good knock in. And also the left and right combination, I like that. So an opportunity for him to get a good partnership going here with Sahur Chauhan.
Pushes this one towards mid-off, and Austin is there to field that one. Yeah, Robson here, I think he'll just want to play a sort of a facilitator role for Chauhan. I mean, he certainly is capable of hitting a few big shots. Saw him hit some strokes during the weekend, and of course you had a chance to see him up close in person over in Estonia as well. Yeah, obviously the key here, you feel, lies in the hands of that man right at the top of your screen, Sahil Chauhan, the fastest T20I Centurion.
Yeah, he's got to be thinking about batting out the 20 overs. It's one thing that they weren't able to do, and that's what he does. I mean, that is a Sahil Chauhan shot, and he's obviously, I reckon there's a little flick that he has that he says, right, okay, it's time, and he just hits that switch, and he's on. This shot is just incredible. And it's come from nowhere. And that's the beauty of a guy like Sahil Chauhan. So, it's all been tiki-taka, just been labouring away. And then all of a sudden, a massive shot like that comes out. So they'll finish with a boundary. It started with a boundary, and not the worst of overs though. Once again from Roshan Siriwardana, 11 come off it, but he's bowled pretty well. And with that 6 at the end of that, the 14th over, it takes Estonia to 84 for 4. So be interesting what they get up to. But this is the play of the day here at this Happy Valley Cricket Ground.
Yes, of course, the men will be playing out a double header. We've got a match between them right now, and then as soon as this one concludes, they'll be playing another game. And of course, the women, match 5, the women's matches of the women's series is not being telecast; it's being played at a playing field right next to us. But we'll have match 6 for you, and well, if match 6 is anywhere near as good as match 4, we'll be in for an absolute treat to round out the day.
Yeah, it certainly will be. And what a great match that was yesterday. For those, I know that a lot of people were tuning into it. It was incredible. And Estonia came so close, within 5 runs of chasing that 109 target that they needed, restricted the Cyprus women to 108 and got to 103. It really was a great match. It was a great exhibition of cricket for anyone that was a novice. And it's those sort of matches that get people into the game, doesn't it? And yeah, well done to both sets of players. They probably, I know that they went back pretty exhausted. They would had a bit of time to freshen up, and let's see if they can once again provide us with a fantastic finish to this T20 International Series here. They will play the last match, but before that we have this one to see, and it's a very important one.
This is an interesting change. So of course, we were talking about how it would be a good idea to introduce some spin options. We've been mentioning James Khalufas quite a bit.
Yeah.
But they've gone for Kalugala here now. Kalugala didn't bowl too much for the Sri Lankan Lions, but he's a left-arm spinner. Has plenty of experience playing cricket both here in Cyprus and, of course, back in his native country in Sri Lanka as well. Played at a very decent level. And looks to fire this one in, but that one just sits up nicely. And Sahil Chauhan, he's going to deposit that for a 6. Easy pickings.
Yeah, I mean, this arm comes down so early from Kalugala. It's a Gandhi ball, really. It's a hit-me ball. Everything's wrong about it, the length, the direction. And Sahil Chauhan, who muscled one humongous 6 at the end of the last over from Roshan Siriwardana, says, thank you very much. Now, you've got to be careful here. It's not the time to experiment. It's the time to execute your plans. You've got Estonia on the back foot. You're needing 1 wicket. It makes a difference. And what's going on here? What was that all about? Sahil Chauhan says, hey, Humps, let me have a look at the ball. I don't think Sahil Chauhan makes the decision on the ball. And all right, so Akila Kalugala has got to get this a little bit fuller. That's a better delivery. This time you can see he doesn't try and bang the ball in. He gets gently rolled back to him.
This is just nudged towards the fielder. A good comeback here by Kalugala, and he's taking some pace off the ball here. That's why he's been much more effective. The one he got hit for 6, but just looked to fire that one into the pitch, and it just sat up nicely for Chauhan. And he was able to muscle that away for a 6. Last ball of the over coming up.
Well, there's a ball came from somewhere. Well, what's going on here? Well, I'm not sure what that. Or maybe that's the match ball that comes back. Obviously, they have different rulings to what we have on the when we're playing the European Cricket Network T10s. When the ball comes back, we tend not to use it. We just stick with the one we've started with, but goes for it, hits it well, but there is a fielder that's sweeping out the offside. It'll be a single, so Kalugala did get pelted for 1 big 6 on a Gandhi ball, but you're right, he finishes the over pretty well. It will just be the 8 that come from it, and Estonia getting to that 100 mark. But this is exactly the pattern. There's been no change really in the pattern when we've seen teams bat first. They've gone at this sort of rate, and they're relying on the main acceleration to come in the last 5 overs. And I know that they've got a very good batter in Sahil Chauhan that can do that, and he's going to have to do it to make this a competitive score. I know that yesterday in the final match, in match number 4, when these two played, 144 from Estonia was enough. They didn't even bat their 20 overs. There was 2 balls to go. It was enough. They restricted Cyprus to 118 all out. So, but still, I don't think, there's a couple of changes there. There's no Stefan Gut, so they won't want to just get to a 140 score. They still know they need to be getting big. Right, up in the air. Does he get it? Yeah, he does. Plenty. That's going to get over the hedges. It's going to be 6 runs. So Sahil Chauhan is understanding the need to go big here now. And Roshan Siriwardana, he's 4th over. His last starts with a big 6.
Sorry, so the huge 6 here. It's misses the length over there. It's slightly over pitched. It sits up nicely, and it has gone the distance. But yeah, just going back to the point about balls. So generally in T20Is, I was told that they obviously would like to use the same ball throughout the duration of the match. And of course, we're not in Ipsana, so yeah, when these balls do go for 6, they're a lot easier to locate than when they're sent into those olive groves, or even a horse stable, which is nearby. I think not too many people are keen to go out to that stable. Here's a chance to catch it for Kalugala, and it's just going to strike the top of our 10. We know where that one lands, just above us, and back-to-back 6s here for Chauhan. So yeah, they look to use the same ball. In the event they're unable to locate a ball, they will usually take a ball of similar condition from their store of used balls and then throw that onto the playing field. But generally speaking, they'll use the same ball. This one's gone up in the air. Could be a chance. No, it isn't. It goes well beyond the boundary ropes. It's 3 consecutive 6s. Now this is the Chauhan we're used to seeing.
Yeah, Sahil Chauhan, just I told you before, he flicked the switch, and now that switch is turned on. There's no coming back. 3 big 6s. I thought I had worries about this over from Roshan. When that last ball of his over was smashed for a big 6, I thought the last time Roshan Siriwardana ball to Sahil Chauhan, Chauhan tore him apart, and he's looking to do the same here again. Smashed hard. Kalugala holds on to the catch to get the big wicket. Roshan Siriwardana gets hit for 3 6s on the spin. It was a little bit of shaka, but now he comes back with the wicket. Akila Kalugala takes the most important catch that he probably will for Cyprus in this series so far. The big, hard hitting of Sahil Chauhan comes to an end. He's back in the shed, and it is Roshan Siriwardana who picks up the wicket. He's 3rd, and Sahil Chauhan, 35 of 16, 5 6s to his name. He's out, and Estonia, 110 for 5.
He's got hands like buckets, Akila Kalugala. He never puts them down, does he? Huge catch. It was racing straight at him. Sahil Chauhan had crunched this ball, but he just hadn't quite managed to get the elevation it was hoping to get. Goes straight to Kalugala, and that's a wicket. So a little bit of respite there for Siriwardana after getting struck for 3 big 6s, already the tied most expensive over of this innings. And now we got Giwala, who's going to be coming on. And so Robson and Giwala, well, they've got about 4.2 overs here. I mean, how do they bat this out? They're going to have to, it's going to have to be controlled aggression, you feel, because particularly if Robson loses a wicket here, then Estonia could be in quite a bit of trouble. We know they've got a pretty long tail.
Yeah, I mean, these two, they probably want to go at 10s from here on in to try and get to that 150 score. Robson now knows that he becomes the main run getter. He's the main batter here now. The likes of Giwala and the others to come in. Giwala is one, Savio is another, Richard Parkin, you could say, and Kale Vespalu. These are Makavike. These are guys that, they can hit the ball. They might get to a boundary. They might get you a couple of boundaries, but they're not a Sahil Chauhan. They're not a Ali Masood. So that was a huge moment, wasn't it? Because Sahil Chauhan, he just looked like he was going to get into that rhythm of hitting boundaries. And when he does, he's so difficult to get out. And when he hit that one straight down the ground, I thought, well, okay, the one before that landed on the top here only just beat Akila Gala. But this one was not struck as well. He went more flat than height. And Akila Kalugala takes the catch, a very important catch. Estonia, 110 for 5. And you got now the likes of Giwala and Savio, the bowler stroke batters coming out now. So this is a big moment here. And this is a big over as well. Roshan finishes well. Then you got the likes of Gunasekara, who's still got 2 overs left to come on and bowl. I wonder even if they'd take a gamble and go back to Arjun. I wouldn't, to be honest. I think Arjun looked very tired. But Akila Kulagala will probably still want another over or 2 as well. Well bowled. It gets pushed. Robson slow to go. And, well, Roshan gets right in the way there of, I think that's Arjun Shahi. Luckily, the 2 of them don't collide. But they've got to have their tails up here now, Cyprus. I mean, they just took some drinks on with that wicket falling, so a good opportunity to take drinks early. So now they're fired up, they're pumped. They've got to really try and keep this as low as possible and try and get the runs quickly, because that's the other thing. Net run rate is so key here as well. It's worked away. It's not the best of deliveries, but fielder should come across, and they're only running the single here, so I'm quite surprised there. I know maybe Robson's not the quickest, but you've got to be going for 2 there. It's the end of the over. And what an over it was. It started off with a hat-trick of 6s, but then Roshan Sriwardana, with the help of Akila Kulagala, gets the wicket of Sahil Chauhan, and now it becomes a very different match.
Yeah, I wonder if Robson just wants to keep the strike here heading into the next over. That over, despite the wicket of Chauhan, is the most expensive one, goes for 20 runs. Yeah, big opportunity here for Cyprus. I mean, they really, really bowl well. They could even get Estonia to under 140.
Yeah.
And then give themselves 10 to 12 overs to try to chase this down.
Yeah, I mean, more realistically, you'd think with the batters that are out there, let's say they go at 8s here. So they've got a real opportunity to restrict Estonia to a similar sort of score yesterday when Cyprus did extremely well to do that, but they let themselves down with the batting. I don't think they're in the mood to make the same mistake. I just see a different buzz about Akila Kulagala here today. There seems to be a bit more about him. He seems to be more focused. That one's let down really. He gets through the fielder, and that's the Tiwari. And they are taking the 2 on now, so that mistake allows the... Well, it could be... there should be, but there ain't. As Mangala Gunasekara tries to put a foot on this, it gets past him. It was probably an opportunity to get 3.
Now that's poor from Cyprus's perspective. I mean, they let them run a couple of runs inside the ring when they've got a fielder right there on the 1. Should have been a dot ball and ends up being 2 runs, but this is much better by Tiwari. That's what he's there to do.
Yeah, doesn't get past him this time, so this kind of makes an amends. Dot ball. Robson wants to go big. He knows that those 2 players straight are wide. If he can hit it straight, he'll beat them. He hits it straight. Will he beat them? No. As Shafalus comes across and keeps it to 1. All right, now this is where really they've got the chance to put the squeeze on. And Giwala has a look around. Looks like he wants the boundary. He's checking where the fielders are. Long on. Square leg and behind square are back. You can see Nalin Patarana is moving the sweeper to come squarer, going more towards that sort of between extra cover and point. Scott Burdekin then moves around. So chase is on. Now, once again, you will probably want to fancy yourself to come back for 2. They will. A little flick back from Roshan to Gunasekara. So 2 more. So, yeah, this is the battle we're going to have to see here now from Estonia. I said that I see them going at around about 8s. So that's 5 off this over so far with a couple of balls to go. Tossed up. Hit well. But we'll just go gently there to Austin. I can always tell it's Austin from the reflection of his sort of burgundy tinted shades. And this becomes a big ball now. Can they get past that sort of 8 and over mark, or will it finish with a dot? Robson just plays it out for a dot, so that's a good over in the end for Kulagala. He'll take that. Only the 6 runs come from it. 118 for 5 after 17.
Yeah, we've been calling for spinners to bowl throughout this series, and in comes Caligula, who, let's be honest, he's sort of more of a part-time spinner, and look what a great job he's done. Look what an incredible job he's done, and this is why we've been calling to just slow down the pace, use spinners on this wicket.
Yeah.
And I mean, someone like Neeraj Tiwari, who's an accomplished off-spinner, is having a great time, and even throw in, a part-time spinner like Akila Caligula, and he's done a terrific job here. Absolutely terrific job. And just taking the pace off the ball has worked wonders for Cyprus. I think looking at some of the overs they have, so Burdekin still has an over left. You got a couple more of Caligula. Do you just go spin all the way here until the end?
Well, why not? It's working. Why not? I certainly, I mean, even though Scott might be tempted, I certainly wouldn't go back to Arjun. I like the fact that he's going to Gunasakara here. So, yeah, I think Akila Caligula will bowl another. Gunasakara, if this over goes to plan, will bowl the next 2. That's your bowlers. It's done and dusted. It's sorted.
Yeah, but, obviously, the sort of to play devil's advocate, I mean, I do agree with that. You could say that using spinners in the final couple of overs, isn't that always a risk?
It depends on the batters. I mean, that's not what Gunasakara wants to do, though. I don't know why he's gone for this pace on delivery. It depends on the batters that are out there. And the thing is, though, normally the tail-end batters like Giwala, he's out there to try and hit the ball hard. That's what he practices in nets. That's his job. But if you're taking the pace off it, it's not going to go as far. And that's a good example. It just gets it over Rajinder Brar. Something that I just had a look at here. So the score now moves to 120. So 120 on the board. And 70 runs have been scored in sort of normal overs. So in other words, I could rephrase that better really. We've seen an over of 20 and 18. 18 from Arjun, 20 from Roshan. That's 38. 12 extra. So 50 runs have come from 2 overs and extra. So 70 have come from the rest. That's been a really good performance from Cyprus in terms of when you look at it that way. You're always going to get an over or 2 that go big, but it just goes to show how well the other overs have gone. So if they can maintain that and get a finish like that in here, they really will do well. Robson, that's hit beautifully. It's straight, but he's not going to get the reward that we know that he would have got there at a ground such as Ipsonas. It's just going to be a single here. Mangala, that's better from him. He doesn't want to spoil the over by bowling any more extras. He's just got to try and keep focused on getting that ball nice, full and straight. No run. Straight to the captain, Scott. Good delivery. Little flick off the pads, but yeah, singles they don't mind. They're not being hurt by singles. They want to protect the boundaries, and so far they're doing just that. So comes down to a good finish here now from Gunasakara. He'd be disappointed that he started with a wide, so he's going to have to bowl that extra ball. Let's see if it costs them. Let's see if it costs him. Let's just make that change now here to Robson. And, this one again will be just an easy pickup from Scott Austin, who's always looking a bit like Arjun Shahi, always looking for an opportunity to fire the ball in.
That's where he was rather smart, wasn't he? I think he didn't look to fire that one in, looked to hold the ball up.
Speaking of fire, all right, chipped up in the air, catching opportunity. Should be an easy catch. Will be an easy catch from Arjun Shahi, though he's probably got a bit of an injury to his finger or something there, because even though he takes that catch, he then makes a bit of a meal of it, doesn't he, afterwards? But he holds on to it as Giwala will go. Interesting shot this from Giwala, because he's not actually hitting it, is he? He's just gone for timing. He sort of strokes it, but unfortunately for him, he stroked it straight into the hands of the waiting Arjun. Yeah, just going to say, speaking of fire, we just saw that Derbyshire Road at the Derbyshire Road end, named after the road that goes sort of halfway up that mountain there. We saw a number of fire engines and of fire department vehicles, so there could be some issues nearby somewhere.
Yeah, I think this time of year you do tend to see lots of wildfires. So I think, certainly for people who are living here, it's a pretty common sight. I think even these last couple of days, I believe over the weekend as well, there were a number of fire engines going by. So yeah, you can just see the fire trucks now. You can just see them going to the top of the hill. So there might be some wildfires they'll have to put out. We also had, I believe on Monday, we had some helicopters flying overhead as well.
Yeah.
Just the pails of water. So yeah, wildfires. Pretty common this time of year in Cyprus. You know, it's very hot, it's very dry.
Mangala gets the wicket. Ogiwala for 6 of the 7 balls he faces. It's the wicket keeper of Estonia now, Marko Veik, that comes out to join Robson. These two know each other well, of course, playing for the Tallinn Hippos back in Estonia. It starts with another dot, and Robson has been the problem really here. Just look at the dots that are mounted out up against the neighbour Robson. It's too many, really. He hasn't been able to get anything away. Worked away. They'll take a single. Okay, Marco gets on strike. Has he got a bit of firepower? Can he bring some cheer to Estonia? It's been a long time since they had something to cheer about. The 3 sixes from Sahio Chauhan. After that, they've gone very quiet as Cyprus once again have taken control of this innings. But you've got to finish it off. You've got to see it through to the end. Akila Kalugala, well bowled. He keeps the batter back in his crease. That doesn't want to tempt going down the track. Touched on this yesterday. One thing I thought we saw it attempted once, only once in this T20 International Series so far. Batters haven't been prepared to go with the ramp or the reverse. When you look at the way the field always has been set, they're blocking all of the key areas up front. So the batters haven't been able to ramp or play the reverse shot. So that's certainly something that we could see them do more of. Now this one's not going to be a good delivery. It could be a massive, and yeah, it's going to be a minimum 5 wides. Well, I said they haven't had something to cheer. Well, it's not coming from anybody's bat, but it comes in the form of 5 wides. That takes the score to 130. That's the last thing that Cyprus wanted to do. They've just given 5 away from nothing. Akila Kalugala getting that all wrong.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of containing Estonia, and they have a chance here to really put the pressure on this lower order, and they just gift them 5 runs. Yeah, going back to the point about some of these unorthodox shots that a lot of players have been unwilling to play. Only Scott Austin has been looking to play that ramp shot. I haven't seen anyone else try to go for it.
Yeah, he tried it once, didn't he, yesterday? He didn't execute it well. I think he played it on Sunday when they were playing the final ECI match. Edge, and doesn't get to it. It's an outstretched hand from Roshan. It's a very gentle stroll towards the ball from Mangala Gunasakara.
I think Roshan Siwardana could have had a chance to catch that if Mangala wasn't on the way. You've got to put a name on it. I heard no calling between the two of them.
This over, 10 from it so far. So they're making up for the couple of overs beforehand that went for 6 and 5. Pitched up, but Marco not able to get a good hit on this. So it will be a single to finish. Takes them to the 134 mark with now the last over to come. 134 for 6. So looks at the moment here, unless they get another 10 of this over, looks like there might even be less than the 144 that they got to yesterday. But the encouraging thing for Estonia, though they won't want to reflect on that really, because it is a disappointing batting display from them. The encouraging thing is that they did still manage to bowl Cyprus out for 118, so it's going to have to be another top performance from them. I don't think Robson's going to appreciate this much because he's been out there for a long time, and they'll probably be very keen to give the first over, and maybe they'll want probably 2 very good overs from Robson to start off with, maybe even 3. So he's going to have to really show how much stamina he has. So we get to the last over. Gunasakara to bowl it. So no changes in what we expected to see. Kilakulugala, not a bad spell from him. His 3 overs of 25. He'd be very disappointed though about the 5 wides he gave away. And the extra ball he had to bowl in the over went for a single. So he gave away 6 unnecessary runs. That's the way I like to look at it.
You take those 6 runs away, and Estonia right now be on 129, I think. That just makes a world of difference, especially psychologically.
Yeah, well, especially in a low-scoring 20 overs. Let's face it. All right, goes for the big shot. There's a fielder out there. There may just be one. He's got a very good arm. In comes the throw. But Robson will get back. So Robson looking to try and really cash in this last over. But only the 2.
Just a nice change up there by Mangala Gunasakara.
Yeah, nicely bowled. He just takes the pace off it as well. But you can see that Robson sees it's coming and he thinks, yeah, but the pace isn't there, so he beats him. Good comeback from Mangala. I said this before, for me, he's far better when he's not bowling with any pace. Hit hard. This one may go all the way. It will go all the way. And just goes into the hedge.
It just lands inside our 10, bounces over the hedge. That was a very good strike there. Good shot by Robson. I think Kalugla, which is momentarily interested out at long on, wondering if he had a chance to catch this, but ultimately it goes over his head, and it's gone for 6 runs. So some good strokes played here by Robson right at the end of his innings, giving his Estonian side a chance here. A couple more balls to go. Can he strike 1 or 2 more boundaries? And maybe even get Estonia to those 150s. Nice, just straight to Burdikin. Burdikin's going to have a shy at the stumps, and yeah, direct hit was needed there to even have a chance of getting rid of Robson. So it's a single, and Marko Vake will face the final ball of the innings.
Yeah, just try to get that ball out that hedge, but I found more spiders than I did the ball, and covered in webs now, so that wasn't the best of moves. Anyway, how will they finish? Good strike. Get stopped. Will they go for the second that's not on? No, they won't. So they're going to finish just above the 144 that they got to yesterday. It'll be 145 for 6. So that acceleration started to happen, didn't it? When the Arjun Shahi went for 18 of that 8th over. But then Niraj Tiwari came on, and between him and Roshan Siriwardana, they got a period of 4 overs in that only went for around about 12 runs. That made a huge difference. And then tried to get the acceleration back going with Saho Chauhan, who smashed a couple of big 6s, 5 6s on his way to 35. But then when he was caught on the boundary of the bowling of Roshan by Kulugala, it was a very different story.
We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Of course, the thing started off pretty great for Cyprus when Amjad was dismissed in that first over. Scott Burdikin getting rid of a nice LBW there. And the umpire, Paul, would raise his finger. Then Masood, the 2 Masoods, would put on a great partnership of 62 runs just to get their side into a good position. They both batted pretty steadily, went along just a shade over a run of ball. We'll have a look at some of the moments of their partnership, maybe just going a bit too slow at times. But they were starting to accelerate when they had that big Arjun Shahi over, but the nearest Tiwari came in, just contained them in that 9th over when he gave just 3 runs. And eventually Roshan Siriwardana would get rid of Bilal Masood, and that would open the floodgates for Cyprus. After that, they put the squeeze on this Estonian side. Run rate would continue to dip, and they would also pick up some very important wickets along the way. Attila Kalugala was terrific. out in his usual position of long off, taking some good catches out of the deep. Held on to everything that came his way. That was Mangala Gunasegor taking out the catch to get rid of Ali Masood. Sahil Chauhan came into bat at number 4. He batted his usual way, looked to hit some big shots, hit 5 sixes in the 16 balls he faced, made 35 runs of 16 delivers. One over in particular against the Roshan City Wardana, where he hit 3 consecutive sixes until he was dismissed. And from that point on, Estonia just slowed down massively, and it came down to the lower order to try to turn things around. And in those final 4 overs, they end up making 33 runs, which is certainly something that Cyprus will be pretty pleased with.
Yeah, Cyprus did really well. You know, the other thing that's worth pointing out here, and I think probably for the first time in all the matches that we've seen so far, especially not just from Cyprus, I think the first time when we look at the stats from both teams, no catches dropped. I don't think there was any catch that was dropped there. They took the chances that came their way, and Akila Kolugala took some good catches. Mangala there as well. So Arjun Chali, a simple catch from him. So much better in the field. And this time also, when they were put under pressure a couple of times, the way they came back, Cyprus, was good. Quite often we've seen in the past when a bowler's been taken and been hammered, then they don't make the right changes. But this time round, Scott Burdekin, credit to him, seemed to make those changes. They'll be very happy with that bowling scorecard. And of course, on the batting side, the only man really worth talking about was Sahil Chauhan. But there was that period, and this is what Estonia will really go back to again, and we talked about it at the time. Bilal Masood once again gets out when he gets into the 20s, 20 over 27, and then that's when Ali Masood, who was the other set better in the 20s at the time, has to then take control and say, right, okay, I've lost a partner, I've got to now build with the next batter. He got out pretty soon after that on 29 or 33. Those 2 wickets going at the wrong time for Estonia. That's why Cyprus come back into this. And now they've got a really good chance. If they bat the way we know they can, they've got a good chance not just to win this match, but to win it well, which could change the dynamics of the standings.
It certainly could, and of course it's an absolute must-win for Cyprus. They need to win this game to stay alive in this series. 146 runs is what they're going to need in this second innings. Join us in 15 minutes when we'll bring you The Chase.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome to the Happy Valley Cricket Ground here in Cyprus, a place that's known for its sunshine. 300 days of sunshine they say in Cyprus, and you can take it from me, it's a fact and it's true because it is. It's scorching hot here at the moment with the humidity. There's very little breeze, you can see. That's a beautiful picturesque ground it is, but no wind, nothing is moving apart from the umpires very slowly as they make their way to the middle. That's umpire Tom and Paul getting ready now for the reply from Cyprus. Cyprus will not on any blips in the reply today, not like yesterday when trying to get to a similar score of 145. They were bowled out for 118. Only Taranjit Singh getting in the 20s and Scott Burkin, the captain, also getting to 20. But it wasn't a good reply, and we've said this all along that Cyprus, they have good, powerful batters. And it's time that we saw them. It's time that we saw what some of those centurions of the European Cricket Series that we had here about a couple of weeks ago, what they can do. So let's see if Cyprus can go out there in a positive frame of mind and get not just the win, but a good win, because that's important as well. Because I do get the feeling that the way things are here, these teams have played 6 matches. It's 3-1. At the moment to Estonia. Cyprus win this, they make it just 1 behind with 1 to play. Win the last one, 3-3. Net run rate could be the decider, so you've got to try and win well as well. The players join the umpires out there in the middle. And, I'll give you the batters as and when I know them, but I'll be very surprised if Akila Kalugala is not one of them. He's got to turn up, hasn't he? So much has been said about him. He's got to turn up. It will be Akila Kalugala. There he is, 35 on his back. That will be facing the first ball. Are we going to see the real Akila Kalugala? As they say, will the real Akila Kalugala please stand up? Well, we did see a bit of him when he was bowling, when he was fielding, took some catches. And also another interesting move. It's Niraj Tiwari is opening there with him. I didn't see that happening. I have to admit, I did not see Tiwari. I would have thought they would have, my plan would have been if to maybe go with someone like an Austin or maybe a James Shafulus to be out there with a bit of an aggressor, and then depending on how the wicket falls, who comes out next, you know what I mean, you know, a hitter for somebody who's more a stroke player, but they've gone with Tiwari. Here's the first ball from Robson. It's just into the pads there of Tiwari, so we'll have a leg bye to start. And Robson has bowled very well to Akila Kalugala, and he's hoping to keep the upper hand against him. All right, Niraj Tiwari, we have seen it. Look, he does open for his club side. He's played some nice opening partnerships with, normally he's out there with Pawandeep for Sher Punjab. So he normally is a bit of a slow starter. He dabs it around, gets to about, well, what we saw from the European Cricket Series, for me, gets to about 10 or 12 off the same kind of number of balls, and then he goes big, but this time he's going to go very first ball. Thank you very much. And that is just very similar to the way he got out yesterday, in fairness. When we saw him come out, we thought, well, this guy can stick around, he'll play a few shots and get out. He did the same thing yesterday. He is just, after warming up and playing a few practice shots, the first ball he gets, he just chipped it into the hands of Ahsan Amjad, who wasn't even on the boundary. He was standing there just around the 30-yard circle. Look at that. It's a nothing shot. A very poor shot, really. He's just pushing that straight into that. You're going to play a shot. I've always said this. If you're going to play a shot, hit it. Don't just stroke the ball into the hands of the captain. So it's going to be a golden duck. So a golden duck is going to be for Niraj Tiwari as a new batter comes out. And this is the way that he gets out. Oh, that's such a poor shot. Straight into the hands of Arslan Amjad. You see Arslan didn't even have to move. So, well, quacked off the field, isn't he? First wicket goes to score on 1. And it was a surprise to me. I know the man who's joining me in the commentary box as the new batter comes out. And this is more like it. This is the opening that the opening partnership I would have liked to have seen. I suppose Nish, you got to say, at least he doesn't chew up any deliveries.
Yeah, that's you can't say that. I think, yeah, very surprised by the way Tivari gets out. Extremely soft dismissal. We know he's a quality player. You obviously saw him enjoy a lot of success with his club, Shere Punjab, alongside Pavandeep. When the two of them were opening the batting, you know, generally the kind of role Tivari plays is that he looks to rotate the strike, and then he allows the aggressor to really tee off at the other end. I thought it would work with him and Kalugala. We know Kalugala is a very aggressive batter, and you know James is looking for a single here. I think maybe it wasn't on, but you need to understand Kalugala is not an eager runner.
Yeah, as when you said he's an aggressive hitter, but he's not a runner, and he doesn't run this. That's an easy single. Schiffer's got to be careful here because he'll want to be running. Kalugala will want to be standing. This time he does like it. Maybe Kalugala just thought, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do, and I'm supposed to run a few as well. And mind you, fair play to Charlufas, because afterwards he did have a look at him and saying, hey, use your head. There's a single there. We've got to take it.
Yeah, they're smart there by Charlufas. And, yeah, I think Kalugala, someone who prefers to hit the boundaries and needs to realize this is an Ipsonas. He's going to have to run hard between the wickets. I mean, over in Ipsonas, anytime he beats the infield, it races away for 4. Oh, nicely played by Kalugala. He's going to have to run this one hard. It's going to just slow up on the pitch, and they should be able to make it back pretty comfortable for a couple of runs.
Some of these guys, especially the batters, Kalugala must be thinking, please, you know, all the fielders and all the bowlers are loving it here, but I think the batters are saying, please take us back to Ipsonas. At least we're not having to run these, because that's going to be easy for any day at that Ipsonas cricket ground. But yeah, just staying on the legs here to Kalugala, puts it away. Now he plays this one away nice defensively. That's been the problem with Kalugala for me, is that first over comes to an end. It's going to be 4 for 1 at the end of the first over. Yeah, the problem's been for me is a lot of balls that he should be playing straight to, he's playing across the line to. So I think in his mind, what he has to say to himself, yeah, down the leg tie, I'll play the pull shot. If it's short, I'll play the hook shot. But if it's straight at me, if it's going to be hitting the stumps, I don't want to be playing across the line. I'm better than that. If I have to defend it, I defend it. It's, you know, I've got plenty of time. That's the thing. You got time, and they've got to use that. But once again, I mean, you weren't in here with me, so we haven't talked too much about it. Niraj Tiwari opening. What's that about?
Maybe they looked at some of the success he enjoyed when he was with Shere Punjab, and you know, obviously did well alongside Pavandeep, and they thought Kalugala could play a similar role to what Pavandeep does for Shere Punjab, and then Niraj Tiwari can look to rotate the strike and then hit the odd bad ball for a boundary. You know, I can see the thinking they had there, but yeah, I think Charlufas, he's a quality cricketer, very technically proper. You can see he's a true cricketer, and I think yeah, he's the sort of person you want to have right up the order, don't you?
Yeah, I like him. I'm going to call it early. I think we're going to see a good knock from him in one of these, as long as he doesn't get run out, because that's the one thing I'm noticing here, that he's not batted with Kalugala before. He's probably not batted with a few of these players before. They're not good runners, and there could be a run out happening here. But I just got a good feeling about him here today. I think he's going to score some big runs. I like what I saw from him yesterday. I like the 37 he made yesterday as well. I think if he gets a good partner out there, this is the sort of score that a batter like him should relish the opportunity to guide his team to a victory, because it's not a big score. So let's see how it goes. Giwana now has to get the boundary sorted out here to the left-hander. I have to admit, I don't know if you noticed, but in the break there, it's whipped away. This one is going to just slow up, is it? No, it gets over the rope. It's going to be 4 runs. Not a good delivery from Giwala. Straight under the pads. And good batters like Kalugala, when the ball is not directed well, should be putting it away and getting runs from it. And that's what Kalugala does. Yeah, but as I took a stroll, I went to see our production partners there in their engine room. But a lot of smoke that's been blowing around. So I know we saw those fire engines that earlier. So there obviously are some random fire sparking up around with this heat. Asking the question, not out. Good call, full delivery. This is, we always don't get the best of angles on this because of the way our cameras are, but it's worth having a look at again. It would give us an idea. So let's have a look. It's coming in, probably, yeah, impact outside the line. A good call there from the umpire. Yeah, so there does seem to be some issues maybe here around this area because a lot of smoke around this way. I think there might also be issues with the women's T20I match, because I still see the women here not playing, and I don't know if we can get some info on that from somebody or from some source, but there could be an issue there because they should be playing now, I get a feeling. We'll give you that when we get it. So remember, the women probably would have started, perhaps I reckon, an hour or an hour and a half after we started here at the other ground where they've been playing their first match. But I'm still seeing a lot of them still sat there. They've got the very proudly sat under the Estonian flag, some of the Estonian women, and the Cyprus women are sat in the shade as well, huddled together. Oh, just outside the reach of Stuart Hook, who, well, they're taking him on. This could be close. Oh, direct hit, it would have been out, you know. Let's have a look at this side on. I'm pretty sure that is Stuart Hook. Great bit of fielding. Look at the slide. Gets the slide in, and then he gets that throw in. And look how close this is. I wonder if we can have a quick look on the side on this, if we've got a camera side on. This would have been really close. Watch the throw come in. I think he would have been really good. Looking at that, it would have been very, very tight. Going to be a wide. Good bit of movement. At the end where, of course, if Stefan Gooch was 100% fit, probably would have been bowling for him. Stefan, of course, gets that ball to come in and move away. So Giwala trying to do the same. It just goes a little bit wider there, but I think that's the corridor that you want to be in.
So it's just going to be tucked off the pads. Yeah, I just had a quick look at the local news as well to hear about it, and it does seem there have been quite a few wildfires in the area, in particular out in Paphos, which is a 15 to 20 minute drive from here, probably half an hour in all honesty. And so, yeah, wildfires in the area. I think a number of European Union officials as well are around in the area for some of these wildfires. So, yeah, it has been a concern. We very briefly just caught a glimpse of the standings over there. As you can see, Estonia are 4 points ahead of Cyprus right now. So 2 matches left in this series. Cyprus have to win both these games and hope things work out in favor for them in terms of net run rate. Yeah, look at the net run rate there. So it's quite interesting, those numbers, looking at those. So need to win. Win, you stay alive. But need a couple of good wins as well to help them out on the net run rate as well. Robson will continue. They got the wicket of Niraj Tiwari cheaply. Just waiting for the fielder to go back on the point boundary to shuffle us. Hits it well, but too well. There won't be any run there as Aslan Amjad does the fielding. Aslan's been quality, hasn't he, with his catching. He's been very good in these key areas. He's at long or mid-off at the moment. Well bowled, heavy delivery. Heavy length bowl this time, just gets pushed out into the offside. Yeah, how Cyprus negotiate Robson's overs is going to be such a crucial part of this match. You'd expect they'd be a little bit more defensive against him, but you'd still want to at least try to get 5 or 6 runs per over against him. Yeah, I mean, Robson is going to be pretty key. That's a nice looking shot. Again, this might just hold up. They're going to have to run hard. Will Kalugala be made to run 3? No. Kalugala is not running 3. Remember, we saw yesterday, earlier on, when I think it was Austin. Can't remember who Austin was batting with. I think it might have been with James. They ran 3 on 2 occasions, but Kalugala, I think halfway through the first, he's already saying, "Many bapas area, many area." That's nicely played and a good early call. I'm liking that. That's good cricket because he's hit that well. He knows that the fielder might stop it, but there's no way he's stopping it and throwing it with his diving. So there's always one early call. Kalugala gets the message. They take the single. Left and right combination, Nish, very key. It's very key. I think it just makes it that much more challenging for both the fielding side and, of course, the bowler as well, having to constantly adjust his line. Now that's the delivery that Kalugala has been suspect to. Short of a length into his body. He's gone often to play the wrong shot. This time he's quite happy just to drop the bat on it. Robson will be keen to just keep it in that area. Maybe see if he can get one to just nip away that he can get Kalugala swinging at.
He plays that nicely in control. Well, now this time it's Kalugala that wants the single, and it's James that puts the stop sign up. So, surprised that James doesn't fancy taking that one. The two batters will come together and have a little bit of a chat. That over comes to its conclusion. Another good one. Just the 3 from that one from Robson. Score at the end of 3, 17 for 1.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the scorecard here for this Cyprus side so far. Neeraj Tavares departed for a golden duck when he just presented a catch to Arslan Amjad. Really, it was a bit of catching practice. A soft dismissal for a guy who is a quality player and will be disappointed with the manner he was dismissed. Meanwhile, the Kalugala is batting on 3 of 8 and the Chalufas on 8 of 9. So the two of them going along nicely here. They'll be looking to pick up the run rate a little bit right now for Cyprus. Try to, end this power play with somewhere around 36 to 40 runs.
Any information coming through to you on the women's T20I? Because obviously there has to be an issue, because I'm pretty sure they should be playing now. I don't think anybody's come back to me on the chat with anything. I might have to go over there and find out this, because there's got to be an update. I've got to be playing. I would have thought they would have started as we finished our first innings here, and I'm not seeing that. So might have to have a venture over there perhaps when we have a drinks break at 6 and find out.
Yeah, so unfortunately the match has been abandoned.
Oh, what's happened there?
Now, I'll try to get some more information regarding that, but unfortunately the match has been called off. Yeah, I was very puzzled, because usually they tend to be sitting on the other playing field, and when I came in this morning I saw a number of team members over there. This one is down the leg side, and then they walked towards our playing field, and we're starting to spectate the match from the 14th over, and I was a little bit surprised why they weren't playing. But yeah, I think some of the women just having a bit of nets practice right now, as I can see. I'll make sure to get some more information across to you as soon as it's made available to me.
Up and over. Good shot. Nice shot. And you know what's nice about this shot? For the first time, we see Akila Kalugala not trying to hit a ball that's on the offside to the leg side. He actually goes over the offside. He's trying to get the attention of some of his teammates. He's asking for something. I'm not sure what it is. It might be some new gloves maybe, but that's a nice shot. So this is what Akila Kalugala can do with his own form. So these are good signs, encouraging signs here at the moment for Cyprus, especially when it concerns one of their key players, Kalugala. And now he goes up, and he fancies himself to get it over that fielder, and he's going to get another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries. Akila Kalugala, he's starting to come good for Cyprus when it matters, when it counts. Again, a nice shot. He's not going across the line. He's playing his shot. I like the way he holds the post there. But the difference between that shot and the one that we saw Neeraj Tavares play is he's getting the oomph into it. So the weight is going into the shot, and he's actually hitting it. Whereas Neeraj Tavares sort of got to the pitch of the ball and just stopped with the bat and just allowed the ball to ping into the hands of Arslan. Now it's a Gundy ball going for it, and that will go all the way. That one goes for 6. So 3 boundaries on the spin. 4, 4, and now 6. And I think the last time that we probably saw that from Cyprus was all the way back in match number 1 when Taranjit Singh made that half-century.
Yeah, this just reminds me of the Kalugala we saw over the last couple of weeks with the Sri Lankan Lions jersey on. The ECS MVP is turning it on here in a big moment for his country.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a run rate in the 10s so early on. So, and then change of angle from Giwala. And Kalugala, I'm pleased to see that it hasn't got to his head. He just defends that one out. Yeah, he's done the damage in the over. It doesn't have to go crazy here now. Straight down the leg side, and the umpire will call a wide. So a couple of wides here could prove vital. That by now should have been the end of the over. But because of the wides, he's having to bowl these extra deliveries. Works his way. Big shout of no. Good shout there from James Chalufas. It's straight to the fielder. So they don't get any extras from the white. Now that's the fielder who's coming on now. And let's see what it was that Akila wanted. He is swapping his gloves, so obviously he's sweating inside. He's not wearing any inners there, so the sweat is meaning that maybe the bat or the hands are just sliding around a little. So he takes the opportunity to take on a sip of water as well. 4 overs complete, 34 for 1.
Yeah, very good over there for Cyprus. I think just before this over, I said that Cyprus should look to get 36 to 40 runs in this power play, and now you'd feel they'd get there quite comfortably. So yeah, unfortunately the women's match has been abandoned due to unsafe playing conditions. There was a bit of a sprinkler malfunction, or
you're kidding
that's putting it
me.
quite kindly. I think someone's forgot to turn it off, and the pitch was soaked and simply too unsafe to play in. So unfortunately, yeah, playing conditions simply aren't safe to play in. So a huge shame for them. That's an error that could have been avoided, of course. But yeah, I think your heart goes out to them. I mean, they're going to have to wait quite a while for their next match.
That's so disappointing. Why can't we order a coach and get them to go, take them down to the beach not far from here, go to the beach, play a bit of beach cricket, freshen up a bit, and then come back a bit later. So, yeah, right. It's a long wait, isn't it, for them? Hopefully they can organise something. But yeah, the heart goes out to them, because I know I was speaking to some of the Estonian women that's been coming in here today. They were so excited to get on the field of play straight away after the magnificent performance from them yesterday. And of course, the girls from Cyprus will be disappointed as well. Gandhi ball parking and as delivered that full toss delivery, which gets smashed away by James Shafulus. One little thing here, I think I touched on this yesterday with Richard Parkin. He bowled a magnificent spell from the Derbyshire Road end. I don't know why they're not going back to him from that end. There's obviously, there's something. I know some people say, no, Rick, it's not a big thing. If you bowl from one end. No, I remember his opening bowler, whenever I got to the ground, the captain would go to me and the other opener and say, right, which end do you want? We'll have a look. You just have a little run from both ends. Say, yeah, I feel good on this end. I want this end. Parkin bowled very well from the Derbyshire Road end. I don't know why he's coming from the Tower end here. I think he's much better from the other end. He just seems to have got a bit more response from his action and from his bowling from the other end. So, no run this time as he angles the sort of leg side Yorker in. So Parkin seeing if he can get a breakthrough, see if he can keep this line right and avoid the dirty balls or the Gundy balls. Nice shot though, that from James. It just goes to show that if he gets given the opportunity, he'll put it away. This one also just falls over a little bit here. Just have a look at his balance here. So he just seems to go a little bit too far across, I think. Yeah, just getting his footwork a little bit wrong. So once again, we have a chance to look at that. So starts to get into position. And yeah, doesn't miss that leg stump by much, does it? And that's not a good delivery. And that's a good take behind the stumps there by Marco Vaik. And Marco diving to his left. In the air, miscue, opportunity. James gives a chance and he gets taken. Really good catch there. Wonderfully done by, I think that's Adita Savio. Holds on to it. Really good catch. And James Shafulus will be very disappointed. He lets himself down. He lets me down a little bit as well. I had a feeling that James Lufus was going to get a good innings in here. And it's the one error that he makes. You see, he's sort of leaning for it. The ball isn't quite where he wants it. So he has to lean at it to get the shot in. That means no power going into the shot. Not able to get it over Savio. But Savio, Adita Savio, takes a very good catch when he comes down like a sack of potatoes, doesn't he? Just watch that. See, he's leaning. And what Savio gets into position. And, well, it spuds anybody. Because there's a sack load of them over there. But the most important one stays into the hands of Savio. Good catch. good moment for him. Good time to get a wicket, but I like the change. I like the change. There's some thinking behind this. So you're losing somebody like Charlofus, but somebody who's very similar, as in Scott Austin, comes out. So they're just thinking a little bit, apart from Niraj Tiwari, because I didn't like that call at all. Tiwari being out there as the opener. But apart from him, I'm liking the way Cyprus are thinking. So, Charlofus, it's just a double unlucky. 13 definitely isn't his number. 13 runs and 13 balls. There's the unlucky 13 for James Charlofus. But a great catch there from Savio. Fantastic. So, well done to Parkin. Picks up the wicket after he started with that boundary delivery. Scott just allows this one to go past. Parkin gets this to go right across the right-hander. Obviously very disappointed there for the women, with that match being abandoned because of some issues with the ground. No is the shout there. Of course, not just cricket coming from here. We also have plenty of matches coming and starting in Prague. The current one in play is United CC up against Morivan. And Morivan getting 90, and United CC well on the way to getting that win there. They have lost 2 wickets, but they're going at a good rate, 47 for 2 currently and they're in that 4th over. So should be a straightforward victory there for the very strong United side. I know Vinny Sandhu will be back there today with Danny Hudicek. Couple of wides here. Bangs this in a little bit short. I think he just holds the ball sort of across the seam there just to dig that one in and stop it swinging too much. So end of the over, he does pick up the wicket, and a good wicket, gets the breakthrough. A partnership that was looking to establish itself. Austin has played out 3 deliveries there. Hasn't managed to get off the mark yet. 41 for 2 at the 5 over stage. And that over goes for 7. But it does reward Parkin with a wicket of Charlofus. And it looks like Bilal Masood is getting ready to bowl over number 6. So Masood bowled well yesterday. He gets the ball to come through quite nicely. He'll relish the opportunity to come from the Derbyshire end. So just checking the field now. So I think it's important that Cyprus, to get through this over, then take on some drinks. They'll huddle together briefly. The 12th man will probably run on some instructions for them as well. And important also for Estonia. Just a little dab at this, they'll take the wicket. Nice start though from Masood. It's a good full length delivery.
Yeah, nice delivery there on Masood. Ragnar Halleck joining us in the chat as well, integral member of the Estonian team. And she's just talking about the first match which got abandoned. We just mentioned that in the broadcast. And yeah, apparently a number of players slipped, a couple of batters slipped, bowlers slipped as well. So conditions were just not safe to play in. And in the end, I think for the sake of player safety, the match was indeed called off. We've got Pritij Deol as well, joining us from the Cyprus team and Shere Punjab.
Hello, Pritij. Hope you're well. Austin just going for the motions, just getting his eye in here, just stroking the ball around. So they actually did start then. So they actually made a start, and then the match officials must have deemed the conditions to be too unsafe. So Yeah, that's a real shame. And Austin, good pick up and throw. Yeah, Austin starts to go a couple of steps there, and Kalugala then also commits, and then Austin decides it's not a good idea. So just got to get this calling right. Kalugala's got a new partner now in James, so these two just need to gather their composure. Key thing though is get through this over, get through the drinks. So 3 more balls, get through to drinks, and then start again and set the next landmark to get to. That probably will be the next drinks break. Not a good delivery. This one comes out in the hand wrong. I think he was trying to get that big in-swinger going. But just goes straight down leg side. So Markovic makes the stop. Yeah, so the next landmark from here would be sort of at that 11 over mark, and the 2 batters should be saying, okay, this is what we want to go at there. We want to be at this score, so we need to go at this. You know, if we do better, it's fine, but you don't want to lose any unnecessary wickets in the next phase of play. That's over pitched, gets hit away, and there's nobody out there, and that's going to be 4 runs. So that's where Austin can be very good, and that's why I also like James Chuddlefuss as well. If you do put a bad ball in there, though, it doesn't, you know, they look pretty harmless, don't they? But when they get a bad ball like that, that's over pitch, and he's onto it pretty quickly. You can see there that some of the women are making the most of the opportunity. You can see that the wicketkeeper there, that is maybe Therma de Silva, is just getting some keeping practice there from Terry O'Connor. Oh, that stays low. That one stays a little bit low. It has to be dug out. I wonder if they'll take it in shifts just to get the bits of coaching in. You don't want to be spending too much time out in the sun unnecessarily. So Austin has to really dig that one out from Masood. Right, 1 more ball will take us to drinks. And it's carefully played and negotiated well by Austin. So drinks it will be. Well, the 6 overs now have been completed. That one goes for just 6 runs. 48 for 2 at the end of the over. So going okay at the moment. They're scoring at a better rate than what Estonia did. They'll be slightly concerned with the wickets that have fallen though. So they need to get a good partnership, a steady partnership in between this drinks breaks and the next.
Yeah, we're a little bit disappointed that they lost Kalufas. He was looking pretty good. There was the first 12 deliveries before he ultimately got dismissed. A good catch by Aditya Savio. Yeah, dismissed on unlucky 13 in the Yen Kalufas. But going along at a good rate here. Just a shade under 8. Cyprus. And I think out in the middle right now, Austin, you know, he's a very technically proper batter. T20 format suits him quite nicely, and I think he will look to rotate the strike, minimize dot balls, and then Kalugala at the other end, well, he's going to play the only way he knows, which is to hit the big ones, hit the big shots. The required run rate now is just above 7. There you go. So the drinks break has come to an end. We're ready to resume play. So the fielding restrictions have been lifted. Let's just see what bowling move they're going to go with here. Are they going to continue with Parkin? You would expect them to. Right now, I've just seen Sahil Chauhan pick up the ball. So Parkin, after picking up a wicket in his 5th over, will not continue. A little bit interesting here. I thought you'd assume that a wicket-taking bowler would continue from the same end, but yeah, I just wonder if they'd like to bring him in from the Derbyshire Road end, because he does seem to get just an extra bit of bounce bowling from that end. But it's going to be Sahil Chauhan bowling over here.
Yeah, well, Chauhan, he don't mind coming from this end. He took 4 wickets from it, from 19, but it wasn't the best display of batting, let's say, from Cyprus when the way they handled him. He took his first 2 balls resulted in a wicket. So he's now setting his field. Yeah, I think with Parkin, that might be the reason. They might just say, you know what, maybe Parkin himself said, even though he picked up wickets, said, look, I think I'm getting a bit more out of the pitch when I'm coming from the other end. So whether they'll just rest him for a moment and let Bilal Masood maybe bowl 1 or 2 more and then go from Parkin at that end. So Parkin's being parked for the moment. Let's just put it that way. Not sure what the two umpires had a conversation about there, but definitely talked about something. And I reckon, am I seeing this? Is there an umpire change? I think there might be an umpire change here because that's not umpire Paul who's out there. So don't tell me we've lost another umpire to the heat. Well, that's hit well, and it's going to be a long, hard chase for the fielder. We'll get a foot on this, and the batters will get 2. So Kalugala starts with a nice shot, lofted hit. It gets this over Stuart Hook, and there's a lot of work to be done there by the fielder. So yeah, it looks like we have got an umpire change there. Not sure who that's gone out there now, but umpire Paul is not out in the middle. Good delivery, good comeback. That's an in-swinging delivery from Sahil Chauhan.
It could be umpire Pankaj Parvesh. Not entirely sure though, but as soon as we were made aware of that, we will inform you. But yeah, it is worth noting that Pankaj Parvesh has been doing the women's games in the morning. And of course, with that match ban, you just wonder if he's going to umpire the remainder of this innings.
Works this away. There's a fielder out there, but fortunately for Kalugala, he doesn't get too much of this. So it's just going to be a single. Scott Austin played a fine shot for 4. Now it's time for him to face up Sahil Chauhan. He'll know about Chauhan being dangerous. They'll want to negotiate this over without losing a wicket. And now field gets set to the right-hander. We'll talk about the field in a moment. So Asad Amjad is making some changes. Looks like the one sweeper stays out on the off. And this will be Robson that will make the stop. Robson's certainly moving around the field a bit. He was just in front of us here a moment ago. And now that field, of course, will change to the left-hander where 2 will go. 3 on the leg side now. So Aslan Amjad, the captain, long on, mid-wicket and square leg back. But he still goes for it now. Has he found the fielder? No, he's cleared him. It's a risky shot, isn't it? It's a risky shot which you have to get right. And he goes after Sahil Chauhan. He gets it out the middle, and he'll finish the over with a big 6. A 10 will come off the first over there from Sahil Chauhan. Takes on the fielder, but he gets it out the middle, clears him, and he gets 6 runs.
Yeah, this is what these power hitters like Kalugala do. They're not too concerned by where the fielders are. They back themselves to clear the fielder. And Kalugala, teams always have the same plan to him, don't they? But he's confident enough where he knows he can clear the rope. And over there, clears the longer boundary as well. So a good shot by Kalugala. Sahil Chauhan's over ends up going for 10 runs. A good one for Cyprus. Now I need 89 of the next 78 deliveries. So let's see how these next 4 or 5 overs go here for Cyprus. I think if they can knock off another, let's say 40 to 50 runs in these next 4 or 5 overs, then I think they might start looking at just getting that big net run rate advantage, and then they'll really, really accelerate.
Yeah, I think, again, it comes down to this next phase of play, if you like, between this over and the 11th when the next break is. They don't want to lose any wickets, but at the same time, you don't want to go into a shell where you start going at 3 and 4s and over, because I don't think that helps your course, really. You want to try and still keep going at around about between the 8 and 10. And then if you don't lose any further wickets, you then say, right, okay, come on, let's go for this big win. Right, that's a short delivery, which is not very clever. This one is slowing up. It's going to fall short of the boundary. That's so unlucky because it's a nice shot from Austin, but it's not a clever delivery. Bangs it in short. And I have nothing about the ball. If you as a bowler want to try something like that, but you've got to set the field, set the trap. And when they were doing this yesterday to Charanjit Singh, they set the trap. They had a man back there. It's a good leave, and it will be called a wide by the umpire.
That one just sliding down the leg side. Austin does well to just get out of the way. Plays this with soft hands, but it's going to be a dot ball. Good feeling there by Bilal Masood. Beg your pardon, Ali Masood, who was on it in a flash. That's just push towards mid-off, a little bit short, a little bit wide. And they'll pick up a single over here, Cyprus.
Yeah, looking like he's trying to get himself set to play a nice long innings. Not really looking to attack the ball, though, as we've seen, if a bad ball is dished up to him, he will put it away. Akila Kalugala, though, I think he starting to feel that he wants to try and take control a little, but he doesn't want to do and make the same mistake that the batters of Estonia did, particularly Bilal Masood, who's bowling here now, and also Ali Masood. He's in the 20s. Now he should be thinking about staying there and taking his team to victory. And he's got to still put in a big effort here now. If he can get to a 60 or a 70 here, then that definitely is a victory that is on. And they can do it pretty quickly. It's a rash shot, really. Doesn't use his feet at all. Now this one might go to the... Oh, it just stops. Does it stop? Does it hit the rope? No, it has caught the rope. It sits on the rope. Well, I tell you what, the batters have been hitting it out in the middle and it hasn't gone to the rope. So Marco Vike, I don't know what he's made of, because this hits him and it pings to the boundary. That's unfortunate. That's a lovely shot of that from Spring Media and from that's Oleg, who is in the tower and sees that ball kissing the rope. So that's valuable buys, 4 buys. That ball comes off Marco. Well, Marco must be made of steel. And just a chat there between the two batters. Probably, I think once again, that's Austin saying to Kalugula, hey, don't lose your shape. Don't lose your shape. Hit firmly. Is the fielder out there? Noted a couple of times now, whether it's the length that's being bowled or whether the bowler just holding the ball back up. Batters haven't really been able to get the cut shot going. So even those shorter balls there, they've been sort of straight. It's been a straight back pull as opposed to they haven't been able to rock back and get the cut in play. I've seen that from Austin and from Akila Kalugala. So it might be just the length that's being bowled. It might be a few cutters being bowled out there. So Bilal Masood comes back. Oh, well, that was a spicy delivery. And too spicy for Scott Austin, the bowling man. He takes evasive action and gets a good spicy shot. If you want to bowl a short ball, that's the perfect short ball. Full and straight at the batter. And then Austin has to take defensive measures to get out of the way. It's the end of the over. 8 overs complete, 66 for 2.
That buy really helped Cyprus quite a bit. The over would have gone 5 runs if you would take that buy away. You could just see that slower ball deceived the keeper as well as the batter. You can still see Marco Vake is very disappointed about it. He just needs to get it out of his mind here. So as a cricketer, you've got to have that goldfish memory and forget the last error and just move on to the next one.
Yeah, you were right about the umpire. Just coming through here now. It is Pankaj Pravesh is the umpire that's out there now with Tom Smith. See Estonia saying, we need a wicket. Come on, we need a wicket. Let's get a wicket. Yeah, they could do with breaking this partnership, especially this one of Caligula. Full toss. Just out of the reach of Stuart Hook. It goes to Ali Masood, who must be eyeing up and over pretty soon as well. So Chauhan will continue. Now, fielders start to come in. on the offside. Just that one sweeper left. Aslan Amjad very straight. Bilal Masood also long off and got a man down on the leg side boundary as well. Gets into position very early, doesn't he, Scott Austin here? Just gets into position and just a little push outside the off. And, this will be a single, nicely played as once again Ali Masood comes across. So they got, just looking at this field at the moment, to Austin had two men straight, one on the leg side, a sweeper out on the offside. And that changes, of course, to three on the leg side boundary and two out on the off to Kalugala. Stuart Hook is in that sort of short cover position for anything that gets hit flat or miscued. It's going to be a wide as this one goes down the leg side, just strays down the legs. But Kalugala once again going for the shot and not picking it. He's got to be careful because Robson is hovering on the 45. That's unlucky. It's an edge which will go to not to the boundary. They're going to have to run as that one just pulls up. This is where the outfield is the bowler's friend, even though he gets a little bit lucky. Hay suerte, mucha suerte ahí por Aquila Kalugala, pero solo tienes dos carreras, only the two there.
Yeah, that boundary out there is about 55 meters from the center of the pitch, so yeah, the edge doesn't quite carry to the rope. Kalugala will pick up a single here, and that will bring Austin back on strike, who's been happy to rotate the strike and let Kalugala face as many deliveries as possible so far.
Another over comes to an end. It's a nice quick one from Sahil Chauhan. 16 off his 2 overs. That one goes for 6. His first 10 from it. And there was a big hit, a big 6 hit from that one from Kalugala. So Kalugala just looking to, he doesn't want to be intimidated, does he? He wants to take the fight to the bowlers. He wants to take the lead here. He doesn't want the bowlers to have the upper hand. So he's having a few goes. He's now changes his bat. Well, he's changed his gloves earlier. Now he changes the bat. So just keep an eye on this. Sometimes we see batters, they change a bit of wood in their hand and it doesn't always go to plan. So let's see how this works. I wonder if he's gone for the heavier bat or the lighter bat here, Nish.
He does go for a change in bat. Be interesting to see. I mean, I wonder if he's now just going to look to accelerate a little bit. Might have that net run rate advantage Estonia have in mind as well.
They're sort of halfway there. Got wickets in hand. They've got time. The rate they need to go at is just over a run a ball. So there's no pressure on them. And I think rather than thinking, this is what I would be saying, rather than thinking about the net run rate, I'd be thinking about just winning the match. Because I think the way that they're going, they will, and you know, if they keep going the way they are and don't lose these wickets, they should get there with overs to go. So they will make some inroads. But don't focus on the net run rate and then end up not winning the match. That could be a huge problem. That maybe is something what perhaps they did yesterday. Edita Savio took a fantastic catch earlier to remove James. So just nicely pushed onto the offside. They'll take the single. Richard Parkin, who bowled a very good over, just one over, took the wicket actually to remove Charlofus, but they're just keeping him back now. I'm expecting to see him. I thought maybe he would have come on here from the Derbyshire end once Masood was done, but for some reason, holding him back. Dita Savio came into his own on that final day of the ECIs when he and Aditya Panwar bowled very well. Panwar, of course, remember, took a knock yesterday when the batter and he collided and he then went off the pitch. We never saw him come back and he's not listed in this match here, so we hope he's okay. Maybe he too, like Stefan Cooch, might be just being rested and will come into play if needed for the last. That's dabbed away, wants to. Austin certainly will get there. We know he's quick and he will. 2-2 was a shout there from Kalugala because he knows he's not running to the danger end. A little glance off the pads for a couple.
They're going along nicely here, Cyprus. They're ticking off the runs from the scoreboard, getting between 6 to 9 runs of each of these last 3 or 4 overs.
That's the first time that Austin has gone for a big shot from a ball that's not particularly deserved of it. He's once again, he's probably a little bit fortunate that he doesn't hit that any better because there is a fielder out there.
Austin, he's definitely someone who can hit the big shots. We've seen him do it in the past during the night series in 2021 when he played for the Mouflons, but this might be something our European cricket viewers are less accustomed to. We'll just comment on that after this delivery. Kaluga goes for the big shot. Does he have enough to find the rope? He'll take a bounce. He'll take one more, and it will go over the rope. The fielder gave it a good chase, Sahil Chauhan, but he was unable to stop it as Akila Kalugala looks to continue to accelerate. Great shot there. Gets underneath the ball. I can see Chauhan just trying to get across, but he's unable to stop it from going over the rope. But Scott Austin actually used to play much of his cricket here in Cyprus with Eastern Cyprus.
Sorry, I'm laughing here because Akila Kalugala is pointing at Richard Cox there and saying, hey, sit down, sit down. You can. I mean, it's a fair point because Cox is wearing the blue as well, the Estonian blue. He's sort of thinking, hey, while you're there, I'm thinking you're a fielder. But just going back to that shot, it's a much better shot from Akila Kalugala because he's hitting it. He's not taking on the fielder. He's actually putting it in a gap. And whereas the one he went for, Sahil Chauhan, he only just managed to get over the fielder. It was a risky one, but no risk involved in that one.
Oh, beautifully bowled over there. Good ball. Just pulled his length back a little bit when he saw Kalugala advancing. Yeah, I mean, Austin, obviously we never had a chance to see this on the European Cricket Network since this was in our local matches, but he used to play his cricket in Cyprus for Eastern Cyprus, and he was a big, dangerous player during a lot of the local matches. A feared batter, made some real quick-fire innings over his time with Eastern Cyprus. We'll have a look at the standings. Of course, Cyprus need to win both of their matches today to if they want to win this series, and also hope things work out in favor of them in terms of net run rate. They're going along very well right now. They're well ahead of the required rate. They need 65 runs to win from here, so you know, if they get a couple of good overs here, at that point, do you start thinking, hey, let's chase this down another 3 or 4 overs. Let's try to win this with 3 to 4 overs to spare. I mean, if you want to be really ambitious, I mean, 65 runs in 5 overs, knowing what modern batters are like, that's going at 13 and over. It's certainly doable.
Yeah, I think, let's see this ball first. So that's a good start. Oh, well, it's called wide by the umpire. Didn't look that wide to me. I wonder if we get another look at this. So, oh, well, okay, fair enough. They're obviously going with anything that catches any part of the line. Oh, that one just gets pushed away. Yeah, going back to that, I think these two go to, so we're getting up to another, so the first plan was get to the next drink stage, don't lose any wickets. They've done that. Then I think you're saying get it down to 30 runs. So you want to put another 30 runs together, going that the way they are. Because they're not exactly going slow. If we look at the last 4 overs after drinks, Sergio Horn went for 10. Then we saw Masood go for 9. Chauhan 6. The last one was Aditya Savi go 9. That's a good rate. That's okay. So if they keep going at that rate, get it to about 30 to go, and then if you still got Kalugala there and Austin, then one of them say, right, okay, now let's think about putting a dent in the net run rate. So I think you want to get another 30 odd runs first before you start thinking that.
Yeah, it would be maybe a good time to just get the old net run rate calculator out here and see if it'd be possible for Cyprus to get a big enough win in this match that any win in the next match would see them pick up this trophy, and then we'd be really set up for what would be a grand finale.
I think to do that, they would have to probably, I'm guessing, but to do that, they would probably have to do that win in the next 2 overs, because I'm just going by the way they lost in their second match, how quickly that was done. So I think they've still, that's a great save, great bit of fielding from Hook. So, yeah, I think they would certainly be relying on a good win here. Let's say they could win this one with, say, even 4 overs to go. That was a missed opportunity, really. That's going to be another wide. So, say 4 overs to go. Sahil Chauhan, maybe he's just flaking a little bit here in the heat. It's at the moment, in terms of his line, not his best of overs. But the key thing is he wants to try and avoid going to the boundary. Kila Kalugala, now he's got the highest run scored in this match so far. Oh, that one he doesn't quite get right, does he? He's a better delivery, though. Kalugala, not quite sure where he's trying to work that out. And you can see Scott Austin is talking to him. What, Scott? Yeah, look at Scott there saying, hey, calm down. Play straight. Play straight. Scott Austin knows it's important. They also know drinks come up after this ball. You don't want to lose a wicket. You want to stick around and get the drinks. Played away. And it's going to be a long, hard chase. Wicket keepers, Michael Voigt's going after this quickly. So it comes off the pad, actually. So leg by to finish the over. The players and the umpires will take on some more drinks. So score 88 after a couple of 3 wides in that over. So still only goes just for the 6 runs come off it. It was that leg by there at the end there as well. So 88 for 2. The next drinks break will be at that 16th over mark. So now I think this is where I would say, like, there are 58 runs required. So I stick with my original plan. Get 28 the way that you're going. I mean, unless you get an opportunity to go big. And then when you get to that 30 required, that's when you can say, look, okay, from the batting we should be able to get there. You still got the likes of Arjun Shahi. You still have Scott Burdekin to come out. You still got the likes of, even if you wanted to, Roman Mazumdar, there's Gunasakara, there's Siriwardana. You know, I can reel off those names, and every one of them has scored big runs. But let's face it, we've been doing that all the way through, and Cyprus have, you know, though those players are there, they've never really done the job. So you don't want to leave it a chance. And I think those 2 batters out there, I think Scott Austin, his attitude is probably the right one. He's going up. He's 14 of 19. Kalugala 38-33. I think his attitude at the moment is the right one to Kalugala. He keeps saying to Kalugala, stay there. Nothing silly. Don't get carried away. Just let's get it down to the last 30. That's when one of us can say, right, go for it. He might even turn around and say to Kalugala, look, we need you to finish off the innings. We need you to be here. If you stay here, we win the match. So, you know what? I'm the one who's going to go for it. I'll go for it, because if I get out and you're still here, you can still take us to the victory. And if I get out, if Gunasakara comes in next maybe, or Arjun Shahi, they can take over going for the big hitting. You got to stay here, because if we do lose 2 or 3 quick wickets because we're trying to improve our net rate, if you're still here, you still get us the win. And Rob Thompson is just saying that we want Derek to make a guest appearance like he did in Prague when a wicket fell. Well, Rob, we're you know, T20 internationals, we thought it may not be appropriate to have the Dutch. Shall we have a vote? People on the chat, is there enough people in the chat to have a vote? And maybe the ECN robot wants to put that in to say, do we have Derek's for T20 internationals or not? There you go. I don't know if the robot is up and about.
So I crunched some of the numbers, and if Cyprus want to take a net run rate advantage in this match, get ahead of Estonia, they would have to chase this down in about 17.3 overs. So that's certainly possible. That would mean they need to get these remaining runs in 6.3 overs, another 39 deliveries. It's certainly possible.
Definitely is.
If they can win it before that 17.3 over mark, they will move ahead of Estonia just ever so slightly, by the bare minimum. And then the last match would be a final.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be set up just the same way it was on Sunday. We'd have a deciding match right at the end of this series to determine who wins the trophy.
Yeah, still a long way to go there. Yeah, I'm with you, but I still think the batters probably at the moment are thinking, let's not focus too much on the net run rate. Let's focus on just doing what, I mean, as I've said, and I'll repeat, keep going the way that you're going. The last few overs haven't been bad at all. We're scoring at an okay rate. It's not like the other days when it's been 4, 3, the odd 5. It's not like that. They're actually going above 6 every over. So keep going at that rate and see where it goes. So, and once again, you've had drinks. I think the first important thing here is straight after drinks to get yourself back in the game. So Kalugala, don't go wild with this very first ball. See a couple of balls, get yourself back in and say, right, okay, we're back now, back where it was before drinks. Let's carry on. Often do see wickets that go straight after a drinks break. And it is Aditya Savio who will continue. His first over went for 9. Worked away. Should just be a single. Now this is where, they're taking it on. And Austin, he's quick, and he had to be quick to get there. These two batters obviously decided when they ran that first one, hey, we're going to. Austin said, yeah, I'm going to get there. No worries. So they turned and they went straight away. So very good running.
He's very quick between the wickets, Austin, and I think Kalugala, having run a little bit with Chalufas, and Austin is being pushed a bit as well.
Taking this on, looking to get it past that fielder. Once again, they're going to be looking to run 2 again here. They come back and they will get to Austin. I mentioned his strike rate, 14 of 19. But I think you've got to give him credit for a lot of the runs that Kalugala has got as well, because he's making the 2s possible. So though he's not being credited for those runs, I think he's worth a lot more than the 14 that you see on the board.
Yeah, most certainly. I think knowing Kalugala, he's a sort of batter who would generally settle for singles over here. We've seen him a lot with the Sri Lankan Lions.
Look at Scott will straight away be back at Kalugala and say, hey, remember what we talked about?
Yeah, it's just a shade above a run a ball right now for Cyprus, as you can see. 54 runs needed of 51 deliveries. And if they want to just get that net run rate advantage heading into the final match, it's 54 from the next 6 overs.
In the air, chance. Gone. So Kalugala is going to lose his wicket after drinks. He goes for the big shot. Arslan Amjad doesn't drop him. So Akila Kalugala is going to make his coach furious and his captain, because he loses his wicket when he shouldn't have done. And they should, and maybe, if they don't, they'll be kicking themselves there. They should still go on and win the match. But when you're set, when you're in the 40s, you don't give your wicket away. And that, could just start a bit of a mini collapse. So Killer will go. It gets 42 to his name. It's a lot better, of course, than he's managed to do so far in these T20 internationals. But when it's been so difficult for batters to get going out there, when you do get a guy that's going, you want to be saying to him, look, you've got to bring this home. And I think that's exactly probably what would have been said to him at the drinks break, to say, hey, stay there. I want to see you out here when we come out for drinks in the 16th over as well. The only reason I don't want to see you out here is if you win us the match before that. So that's going to be disappointing. And it's going to be Mangala Gunasakara, who in his normal trademark way takes a long, lonely walk out there. And these two guys, let's just say, they've had a few issues when it comes to running between the wickets.
Yeah, Mangala, another player who likes to hit the big ones, and obviously the big moment between these two was when Mangala was out for a diamond duck yesterday off the very first ball of the innings.
This time it's Mangala who's on strike, though.
Look how open his stance is. Really looking to hit this one.
Oh, there's that hesitation again. Oh, well, what is it with these two? Mangala just pushes his out, starts to go. Austin stops, pauses, goes. And, well, this is the case of, yaar, tu hai, main hai. ਜਦੋਂ ਨਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਨੀ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣੇ ਨੇ ਸਰ ਜਾਣਾ. Oh, well, if he hit the stumps, he would have been out. Look, if Savio hit the stumps, that would have been the end, and it would have been another golden duck for him. Oh, well, gets a little bit fortunate there, Gunasakara. He's come out there, he's looking a bit cagey, looks a bit nervy. Savio just wants to test him with a good ball, full and straight, I'd say. Yeah, I think everybody around the ground heard that call from Scott Austin. A big shout of no.
Yeah, it's a low full toss, and it's just been pushed towards point. there by goodness sake. A little bit tentative to start off. I think early in his innings, he had a scare on his first ball. I feel if he was more settled into his innings, he'd really be looking to play a big shot on that delivery. We'll have a look at the bowling card here for Estonia. David Robson, absolutely terrific. I'd be tempted to bring him back for a third over here now that Cyprus have just lost the wicket of Kalugala, and see if he can maybe get rid of someone else and put some real pressure on Cyprus.
Well, they're going to go with same action but different bowler. So Parkin, after he got parked after bowling just the one over where he took a wicket and went for 7, now does come back into the attack. I don't think Scott will play in the same way. I tell you who might like this is Gunasekara, because if Parkin doesn't get the line right to him, Gunasekara can go big. Austin will give his wicket away here to Savio. So he's going to depart. There's that little mini collapse, and Austin, poor shot from him as well, and he knows it. They lose Akila Kulugala, and then that was Austin's cue to say, right, now I have to make sure I don't give my wicket away. He throws his wicket away for 14. He seems to have been on 14 forever, by the way. So he now goes, and just now, just like that, Estonia is sensing that maybe once again they're going to pull off another dramatic defense.
He'll be disappointed with that stroke, Austin. He knows he can do better than that. He batted so well until then. That's a false stroke in the end. Goes up in the air, well taken at cover. And Cyprus lose their 4th wicket, so he got a couple of wickets here in the space of 4 deliveries. I was very surprised when Parkin was pulled after that first over where he picked up a wicket. You would have thought that you'd continue with the wicket taker. My initial thought was that maybe they just wanted him to change ends and come in from the Derbyshire Road end, where we know he's enjoyed a lot of success, but he does continue from the Tower end. And, well, a couple of new batters out there. I mean, this is a dream situation for any bowling side. And, you know, obviously I was talking a little bit about whether Cyprus would look to really chase that net run rate advantage. Then they'd have to get this in 5.2 overs, and that's going to be a slight challenge now that they've lost a couple of wickets.
Yeah, captain now comes in to look to see if he can play a captain's innings. Still needing 54 or 47. It's just over a run of ball. They'll be bitterly disappointed if they don't get this win. But once again, that's why you don't focus on things like net run rate. You focus on getting the match won first. Well bowled from Parkin, and straight away, we saw this a lot from Scott Birkin yesterday. We know that he's having a few issues with his leg, and as soon as he plays that defensive shot, he feels the pain go up that leg. And yeah, he's definitely walking wounded. We saw that when he was in the field, when he was not able to be as agile as he normally would be. Misses out on this one, you know. That's all about him not getting his footwork right. And those of you that were watching yesterday would have heard myself and Nish talking about Scott Birkin, though. If you bowl to his strength, which is giving him width outside the off, it can be pretty devastating. But he bowl at his legs, he can be very suspect. He likes to give himself a little bit of room by going down the leg side and opening himself up, but it gets him into trouble as well. Wait on is the key. Would you, I mean, I mentioned some of the batters that Cyprus do have, and with Scott not being 100%, would you have been tempted to go maybe for someone like Roman Mazumdar or even Arjun Shahi at this point?
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded that option. I mean, Mazumdar, we mentioned he's a top-order batter, so you would have thought that he'd be pretty well suited to a situation where his side needs to get about 7 and over. Just gets enough bat on that one there, Burdikin. It's going to hold up on the playing field. Are they going to come back for a second run? They will, and they should make it back quite comfortably. Yeah, I mean, if you are going to play Roman Mazumdar, and they certainly didn't use him for his bowling, then you'd probably want him batting further up the order. That's usually where he tends to bat for the Nicosia Tigers. He's somebody who takes a bit of time to settle into his innings as well. He's another very correct player, a stroke player that plays a lot of straight bat shots. You know, you'd feel the T20 format would suit him quite well.
It is high in the air. The fielder's got a lot of work to do. I think that's just going to be one because, yeah, that's a good call actually. Because Gunasekara is not the quickest. He knows that Scott is also struggling a bit. And he just says, no, let's not take it on. Let's not risk it. I don't mind that shout because the fielder gets to it pretty quickly. It's a big, quick, early throw. So this is the sort of pace that early on in the innings Cyprus had trouble with. Today's been different, so that over also just goes for 3. There's a wicket in that one. There was a wicket in the over before from Aditya Savia that went for 4. So they're now, it's the best phase of play, the best 2 back-to-back overs that Estonia have had, and it comes at a time when they're trying to really get back in this match with 51 needed. So 51 needed with, see, there's 7 overs to go. They don't want to, you as the batting side, you don't want too many overs like this, because just a couple of overs there has taken the rate from a runner ball to approaching now about 7.5. So that's what happens when you lose wickets. And both Akila Kalugala and I'd have to say also Scott Austin have just put their side in a little bit of bother, which they didn't have to do. Both have really thrown their wickets away. That's the best way to describe it, because the team's on top. You're set. You're not in trouble. Kalugala goes for the big shot down the ground and finds the safe hands, of course, of Arslan Amjad. And then a very soft dismissal also from Scott Burdekin. I think you need to manage those situations better. I think, as I was saying, when drinks came up, you got to say, right, okay, couple of overs, keep it going the same way, because we're doing well. We're getting over 7 and over. And then when we think we're set again after drinks, we get going. Now, this is in the air. I don't think Fury's going to get to it. I don't think it goes to the boundary either. It'll just be a couple. So, yeah, they just managed that badly, I think. And I would have been the one who would have, I would have been the one saying to Kilagala, you got to bat all the way through it. You don't give your wicket away. Scott, he'd be the one to say, right, I'm the one who's going to go for it. If I go, then another batter comes in, but you got to stay. They obviously didn't manage that very well, and they've just put themselves under a bit of unnecessary pressure here. Into the pads. This is where Burdekin is. That's his weakness. Ball coming into him. He sort of, if you follow him as a bowler, you're going to keep him tucked up. And that's what the bowlers have to do. You don't give Burdekin any width. If you give him width, if you bowl him a ball that he can cut, he'll clobber it. He plays that nicely. This might have the legs to go to the boundary. It's going to go to the boundary, and it's a good shot. Now you can see Savio wanting to make a change on that side. Well, first of all, it's not where he should be bowling. That was like a 2 full on the legs. But fair play to Burdekin. It's a shot that he's had trouble playing, and he actually gets his right and he gets a boundary. That could be a big shot.
It could be a big shot, because they've been looking to target him around the pads, and it's good to see Burdekin has made some adjustments. I'm sure he was expecting some balls around there, because that's been Estonia's plan.
It's a bit too full, though. It needs to be on the bounce. It needs to be bouncing and into the body.
Out of good length, sort of hip height, you would say. That's a much better ball there. Very good comeback there by Savio.
A good comeback. And that's the ball I'm talking about. So it's bouncing and going to him. It's following him on the bounce. And if Scott doesn't stay still, then he's in trouble. Now, Savio trying to make amends with that one that goes to the boundary. He just give himself extra protection on the leg side. What's Scott talking about here? I think he's saying that the fielder behind the bowler's arm is too straight. That's firmly hit. Well, it goes to the fielder he was talking about. I suppose if that fielder is there, he's got to make sure he's perfectly still, and i.e. not walking in or anything when the bowler's running in. They're just starting to once again get moving again. 44 now in 37. Have 6 wickets in hand, 2 of which you would say would be still useful batters. Sakara hasn't yet got off the mark. He's only faced 2 balls. Oh, he's just not a good shot. Not a good shot. Look where this ball is, and with the field set the way it is, why isn't he thinking of playing this on the offside? Just look at this. Look where this ball is. And look what he's trying to play there. It's not a good shot at all. He's all over the place, and well, Sakara, he's come in at number 5, but I think there's there's a few number 11s that'll be proud of the way he's attempted to go after that one. And this is the call I wanted to see. Robson back into the attack.
Yeah, it's good to see Robson come back. I think this is an important phase for Estonia. If he can get another good over here, or maybe even get a wicket, then Cyprus are suddenly on the back foot. You just have a look at that scorecard. Still plenty of batting in there. I'd say at least another 4 recognized batters, and then Rajwinder Brar, he can certainly hit the odd shot as well.
Rajwinder Brar is a batter now. I mean, not using him as a bowler. He's got to be a batter. I mean, he's obviously more valuable than Taranjit Singh. Wouldn't they like to have Taranjit in the side right now? Robson. Good start. That's the eeriest. Only one thing I'll say about Robson, and it's Robson and Scott Burdigan battle. Scott might prefer it if Robson gives him a few more of that area. Where Scott has to be careful is the leg stump Yorker. That's what you're going for, leg stick Yorker. Beats him again outside the off, so a couple of balls outside the off.
I will say one thing, though. There's no third man inside the ring or outside, so if Scott Burdigan can just throw the kitchen sink at this, if he catches an edge, he's going to go for runs.
Just will take the single, so... All right, here we go, Mangala. Is he going to prove his worth in this batting lineup? Or is it going to be more of the same, just some swinging and missing? Should favour himself, perhaps, against the left-hander.
This is a plan you would often see players use against Mangala quite a bit in the ECS we had in Cyprus back in 2021, and a little bit in the one we had last spring as well, where they look to target his pads because they know that Mangala likes to free his arms and target this straight boundary. Mind you, it's 50 meters, so towards the tower end, so it is the shortest boundary.
Well, Mangala not helping the team's cause. 5 balls, no runs, swinging and missing. Now, look how far he is outside of his crease here, by the way. Now you will feel he's got to try and get hold of one. And he goes for it, and he'll get it. Ooh, finally. Well, that 6 only takes him to run a ball 6, but it's an important shot because otherwise that over would have gone just for 1 with the Maximo. It means that 7 have come off that over as well. And he only just got this over the fielder. So big finish for Mangala. 37 or 30. And what did they do here now? Are they... Looks like Ali Masood. So I thought maybe, will they make a little swap here? Would they go Richard Parkin from that end? Richard Parkin sort of bowled. I mean, don't forget, that last over he just bowled. 3 runs came from it and took a wicket. So I know, I like the fact Robson coming back because he's a wicket taker. But Parkin, every time he's bowled, he's taken a wicket. So
yeah, I'm very puzzled at why Parkin isn't bowling his 3rd over here. I thought maybe they just want to change ends for him, and then he would come in from the Derbyshire Road end.
But he's taking wickets from this end,
yeah.
So, all right, here we go. It is Ali Masood who's going to bowl. And he'll be looking to jam in those Yorkers. Gets played out, and straight away he's coming around the wicket. So he's using that angle to try and jam this into the pads of Burdigan. Scott will know that. And he'll be looking to see if he can get it over square leg. Well, that part of the boundary is not covered. That's the one he's got to go for. Doesn't get it out the middle, gets it over square. And I think they might just settle for the 1 here. So there's a big gap on the boundary front behind square and the man at mid-wicket. All right, so now back to Mangala. The left-hander field has to change here. Hassan Amjad will come out. They'll leave, I'm sure, the offside boundary unprotected. The 2 men straight that you want. You might even be tempted to have 3 out there.
Yep.
A very straight long on and a wide long on, because that's the areas Mangala will go for.
Look how far he's batting outside his crease. He's going to look to come forward here, try to make these over-pitch deliveries. So anything that is over-pitched outside the off stump is going to go for 6 here. So this needs to look to tuck him up. I wouldn't even mind going round the wicket here and looking to bowl into his pads.
Edge. And this one will come through to us. Well fielded by Nisha, but puts down the long barrier. A little bit of good fortune here for Mangala. It's a streaky boundary, gets the edge. And you were saying this when Scotty was at the other end, saying, look, you might as well have a big swing. If you get a bit of an edge with no third back, it could work in your favour. And this one, even though it's going up the hill, it still goes to the boundary. So a big slice of luck there for Cyprus.
They just moved Parkin a little finer in response to that. He's out at deep third. This is just played towards square leg, towards Giwala.
32 of 26. The rate still around that 7 mark. So another boundary would come in handy. And that's well watched this time for Mangala. I'd rather see him do that than just swing wildly and make no contact. So get bat on ball. I mean, if you're not playing any dot balls out, then you shouldn't really lose the match. It's just when you're swinging and missing. Remember, it took him 5 balls to get off the mark. Ball number 6 was his first scoring shot, which he hit for 6.
That last ball stayed a little bit low. Goes short again. Has Burdikin got hold of it? There's a fielder coming underneath it, and he will take the catch. So Masood, with what is a pretty poor delivery, a half tracker, Burdikin goes for the big shot. Well, he's just not quite able to middle it, and he picks out the fielder in the deep. That's the end of the innings for the Cyprus captain, and half the team has been sent back to the shed.
Yeah, it's a good catch taken there by, I think that's Bilal who's out there, but that's the way, that's the place to be, isn't it? Bang it in short to Scott Burdikin. He's not very strong. That part of the ground, he's not very strong on the short ball that's coming into him. So to get the wicket, Burdikin will go. Mangala isn't really impressing me at the moment while he's out there. Burdikin goes for 12 of 16. And, well, this is now, we'll have those drinks here. And this is what I was saying to you before, that remember when Scott Austin and Akila Kalugala were there, I'd say, right, you should be saying to yourself now, we take it through to the drinks. But they haven't done that, have they? They both have lost their wickets. And now we've also seen Scott Burdikin has fallen as well. So they lost 3 wickets in that period between the 11th and the 16th over. So it is Estonia that are coming back into this. Arjun Shahi has come out. Now Shahi, interesting to see which way he will play. He's another one that can be quite guilty of just coming out and swinging big and not really delivering. It's all about handling and dealing the pressure as well, isn't it? That's the other thing. So Arjun Shahi comes out. Mangala Gunasakara is struggling a little bit as well. You do have Rahman Mazumdar still to come. Probably you would have to call him as one of your recognised batters. Then after that, really, especially the fact that they used Niraj Tiwari early and it didn't really work, then you get to Nalin Patharana maybe come out and do something for you. Rajendra Brar once again could find himself going out there in a key moment. So these two, you have to feel, need to try and get the bulk of these 31 runs for victory. That was the end of the over. It's 115 for 5. Were bowled out for 118, trying to chase 144 yesterday. So they haven't got a good record with the bat, have Cyprus. It's been a big struggle, but it goes back to those wickets, that partnership of Akila and also Scott going within balls of each other at that important phase straight after drinks.
Robson coming back here for the 4th over. Good move by Estonia. Cyprus just lost the wicket. Then get another one here. Then he really turned the screws on this Cypriot side. But originally the stat I mentioned was that Cyprus would have to, for Cyprus to chase this down in time to get that net run rate boost, have to do it in 9 deliveries. I don't think that's going to happen here. Now the focus is just on winning the match. And then they can think about net run rate in the next game.
Arjun Shahi, they know all about him, and that's why you can see the field already set. Long on back, mid-wicket back. I mean, you may even want to put a square leg back out there as well, because he's going to normally go to, yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. So Arslan Amjad is going across as well. 3-man on the leg side, and because he hits it in the V, there's no doubt about it. He's going to try and hit it in the V. Robson is going to try and skittle him. Hits it fairly nice. It will go to Aditya Savia, who's been a gun in the field as Savia. Arslan Amjad, it's really, I mentioned this yesterday, he's impressed me so much, the way he's come on as the captain. We saw him captaining there in Estonia, the ECIs, and just the way he's captain here, the way he's learnt about his players. That's been hit really hard. I don't think anybody's stopping this. Oh, that is a fantastic shot. I think that's the shot of the day so far. We see this from Gunasakara. This is your HCL software shot of the day. That's a beautiful strike. It really is. And Mangala Gunasakara playing the Hollywood shot.
That's the stroke he's looking for, isn't he? He's so far outside his crease. He's looking to come forward, make these good length deliveries over pitch, and he hits that straight down the ground. Yeah, good cricket there by Mangala Gunasakara. He's looking for that shot, and next time Robson sees him walk out, I'm sure he's going to look to maybe just dig it in short.
Yeah.
Let's try to dig it in short, maybe look to aim it around that rib cage or armpit area. He stays inside his crease there, Mangala.
Oh, he lets the side down a little bit here, does Marco Vakey. Shouldn't be letting this one go as by. I'm not sure what's happened there. We've seen it a bit late, but he goes down too early. Yeah, he knows it. He goes down too early, doesn't use his gloves, sticks the pads in the way, and it rebounds away from him. 23 required in 20. Hit well to Stewart. Well, that's a nice moment. Stewart gets hit by the Grizzly, and it's almost like it hit the button, and it's like the ejector button where the cap comes flying off. This match has got a twist in it, you know. I feel there's still a twist in this match. Hit firmly. And brilliantly picked up. Savio mentioned how he's a gun. Oh, no. They could get overthrows here, but they're not looking. They're not looking. It's well backed up. Good alertness from Richard Parkin. Otherwise, that could have been 2. But what a great bit of fielding that is from Aditya Savio. Remember, he took a great catch to start things off. Good pickup, good throw, hits the stunts, but Parkin does very well to back it up. It's the end of the over. Robson's spell comes to an end. 4 overs, 1 for 21. Economic as always, 124 for 5 at the end of 17.
Yeah, so it'll be Ali Masood continuing here. His previous over went for 6 runs, and he picked up a wicket off the last ball. Yeah, big matchup between him and Shahi here. I think Masood is just the kind of bowler who mixes up his lines and lengths a little bit. So how's he going to battle Shahi over here? This is going to be an interesting battle.
A real battle happening here. And hey, this is going into the last over for me. This is going into the last over. And anybody tingling super over? Anybody tingling super over? This partnership is so key. These two have to be thinking about finishing this job off. Oh, and no, he doesn't sneak it in. I thought he was going to sneak this one in. It goes to try and sneak a dot ball in there, but he goes a little bit too wide. Yeah, well, more than a little bit too wide. A lot wider than I thought, actually. Not spoilt by Arjun Shahi. Oh. Just looking at this from Marco, I'm not sure why he's not getting his gloves to these balls. He's going side on. He's either standing too far back. Arjun misses out. Mangala's got to be ready to run. He's hit firmly, but straight to the field. There's another wicket. Arjun Shahi, what a soft dismissal. Stuart Hook takes a catch. Shahi will go. There's that twist. Hook, he's praying to the gods of cricket, saying thank you. Thank you, Lord, that I've caught this one. But Shahi, oh dear. He goes. He doesn't get it over hook. The twist I was talking about is there. Now, maybe, it got to be Mazumda, right? No, Roshan. Roshan Siriwardana is coming out. Now, Roshan, if he does what he did yesterday in his first 4 balls, when he hit 3 of them to the boundary, that'll serve them well. That'll mean that they win the match. But he also has phases where he doesn't click. Arjun, things for him going downhill pretty rapidly as he's caught there by hook. Falls and leaves his team in a not the best of positions here. Only scores 2 from 5. Masood gets another wicket to his name. Now bowling to Roshan, who plays only one way. Goes for the shot, could be 2-2. Oh, just over hook. And this one might even go all the way to the boundary, will it? No, he just falls short. Stuart Hook, well, he was praying to the cricket gods after taking the last catch. This time he's praying again and saying, why couldn't you make me 2 inches taller?
Yeah, if Richard Parkin was there, he might have had a chance to get to that one. Stuart Hook leaps up, and it's just beyond his fingertips.
Oh no. And it's another, he's standing too far back. How many byes are we going to see? That was so close to the helmet. I wonder if we can see this again. I mean, Marko Vike is not using his gloves. I'm not sure why he's not using his gloves. He's probably too far back. Go side, look, oh, how close is that to the lid? How close? Why is the lid there? You're not going to have a spinner. Get it off the field of play. Cyprus learned that the hard way. Byes. Gunasekara. Now let's see how important those byes could be. Look how tense it's getting. Well, there's the lid now. They're getting rid of it. How tense this is getting. Because just think, if this ball gets smashed to the boundary, that bye becomes so vital. So vital. 18 off 14.
Yeah, byes have been a bit of an issue here for Estonia in this match. I'll give you the exact number after this ball.
Gets played away, gets down. No run. Early, good bit of fielding. Also see that a change there because hook goes to the boundary. All right, dot ball. So it's not hurt him that much. Not yet anyway. There's still a couple of deliveries, 2 balls to come. Short ball down the leg side. Is it going to be called a wide? Yes, it is. Wide gets bowled. They get another one on the board. Still 2 balls to go. Gunasekara would like to hit one of these to the boundary just to take a little bit of that tension off. Gets a bit of something on this, but again, it's that heavy ball into his body. They're not giving him the room to maneuver. It'll be a bye, a leg bye. And is that the over? Looks like it's being called over. Yeah, it is the over, so they don't get that boundary that they want. 16 of 2 overs here, folks. Oh, we're going down to the wire here. We are going down to the wire. 130 for 6 after the 18th over.
Yeah, so just a couple of stats to point out here. Of course, extras, big issue for Estonia so far. 11 more extras they've given than Cyprus. They're already on 29 runs of extras. They've given 6 runs of bye, so they've gifted Cyprus a boundary because of that. The other important thing to note, though, is regardless of the results of this game, even if Estonia lose, they'll still be ahead on net run rate heading into that final match. So Cyprus, for them to lift this crown, going to have to wrap this game up as soon as they can. And then they're going to need to win by a little margin in that final match.
Yeah, I mean, whatever happens here, it's an opportunity kind of lost. But the last match doesn't mean anything if they don't win this one. So that's the important thing. Net run rate, that's something they could possibly start talking about the next match. But they've got to try and win this one first. If they don't, who knows? They don't go back to parking. Masood comes on, bowling from an end he hasn't bowled from. This is a weird decision. But can it be a masterclass one? Whipped away, got to get down. Fielder does. Keeps it just to a single. He had to get down. Had to make the stop. Not the best of deliveries there from Masood to Gunasekara. But Gunasekara, for some reason, hasn't been able to put away the balls on his legs. Yeah, I mean, if this works out for Arslan, he's made some brave calls here with his bowlers and how he's used them. It really has, especially with Richard Parkin. I mean, Parkin's come, taken a wicket, gone. Come, taking a wicket, gone. Masood now bowling from a different end. A lot of tension here. Even the coach, Richard Cox, is on his feet. He's, I think, barking a few orders and a few instructions. All right. Roshan Siriwardana. He is going to be swinging. He's going to be swinging. We know what he does. He's going to be swinging and swinging for glory, but no dot balls. You've got to remember that. You don't want dot balls here. You don't want to go into the last needing too many. Short. Hit firmly. It'll just be a single. No issues in the field. Now, the batter's got to be looking to run whenever the ball doesn't go straight to hand. So this is now important. Masood has just been a little bit short here. Gunasakara will probably be expecting a shorter ball.
There's a big gap out at mid-wicket if he can look to elevate one of these shorter balls there. I think that's where Gunasakara will be looking to go if he digs one in short.
High. Oh, well. Who's this under this? He's gone a long way up. They're leaving it. Nobody's going for it. Oh, that's shocking. Nobody goes for it. I think that's Sahil Chauhan who sees it up in the air. He decides it's too good for him. And then they just watch it while the batters take two. How crucial a moment could that be?
A massive moment. I mean, it's between Vislapu and Sahil Chauhan. Nobody calls for it. I mean, we see how much catching practice Estonia do every morning. And the coach's message is clear. Put a name on it. Don't say mine. Say your name. In the end, well, no one's called for that one. And
two hits
safely. Huge let off.
2 hits could finish this match off. 2 hits. Gunasakara. He's hasn't got one cleanly out of the middle of the bat yet. Can he do it when it matters? Masood, will he pitch up? No, he goes short. It gets worked away. They've got to run hard here. They've got to run hard. Gunasakara is like he's on a stroll on a Sunday morning. There's 2 runs there. You've got to go hard. You've got to get the basics right here. Gunasakara just running like he's having a stroll on a Sunday afternoon. All right, Roshan Siriwardana now gets back on strike.
He's got to get this one right here, Bill Al-Masood. We know Siriwardana, if he gets hold of one, he can send it a long way. I think with Siriwardana, he's got those really fast hands. He's looking to dig out those fuller deliveries and hit them towards that long on mid-wicket area.
Masood
can't give anything over pitched here.
Takes his time. Short. Gets scuffed by Roshan. They'll get just a single. So it goes back to Gunasakara. I just feel that they need a boundary of this ball to take a lot of the pressure off going to the last. So they're needing here 10 runs only on 1, 2, 3 occasions. 3 times have they gone over 10 in an over in all the overs we've seen so far. Wanting a boundary. Hits it firmly. Won't get the boundary. Will get a single. Will go on strike to the last over. And that's what we're going down to. I felt this was going to go to the wire. It does go to the wire. Another very good over there from Masood. I think he played with fire a little bit there, you know. But he gets away with it. So I think they will probably go back to Ali Masood, who's bowled so well so far. That one from Masood goes for 7. 137 for 6. 9 off the last. And this is what it comes down to. Even Mr. Whippy can't stay away. Even he wants to know how this one finishes. Maybe there's going to be ice creams for the winning side. It comes down to this. Estonia, if they can defend 9 runs here, they will win this T20 International Series between them and the home side, Cyprus. Cyprus, if they want to stay alive, they've got to win this one because they are 3-1 down. They're needing 9 to keep their series alive. And it will be Masood to bowl the last, will it? Looks like Ali Masood. Richard Cox, the coach. What's going through his mind? We saw him at the touchline there having some discussions with Arslan, maybe giving him some tips about. I could hear him saying, he's going to hit it there, you know, he's going to hit it there. And then when the batter's changed over, he's going to hit it here. 2 hits will do it. 2 hits will do it. Get ready for a real scramble. They've got to run hard here. They've got to get the basics right here.
I just brought third man into the ring here, so yeah, if there's an edge here and he just looks to flash at one outside the off stump, there's a chance that it could beat that fielder and go away for a couple of runs.
Oh, Ghulam Mustafa saying golden ball. No golden ball, but we could have a super over. Who knows? Here we go. Magical moment. Yeah, magical moment. Magical match. Gunnar Sakara still looking to get one out of the middle. Gets on the pads. They're running. Marco Vike gets there, but you can hear them say easy, easy, easy. Leg by gets taken. So we get down to 8 off 5.
He just struggles to play them on his pads, doesn't he, Mangala Gunnesekara? It was a weapon which a lot of bowlers figured out here in Cyprus a couple of years ago. And Estonia figured it out as well here on this final day of what has been an excellent 5 days of cricket here in Cyprus between Cyprus and Estonia. Now, Siddhi Wardana, the key here for him is you can't bowl it over pitch to him. He's a very bottom-handed player. Looks to get those fast hands and just whip it away for a 6. I think got a ball in a good length, keep it around that hip height.
Siddhi Wardana, the thing about him is they're not putting anybody on this fine leg 45. He does hit in this area. He's quite clever in hitting this area. So if he feels the ball's at the right length, he'll go for it. There's no doubt about it. Look at the offside field. Nobody on the offside. So they've got, look at the field set here. They've got 1, 2, 3 on the leg side. A long off makes it the 4th fielder. Where's the 5th? Goes for it. Is he got enough of it? Yeah, he does have enough of it. Exactly what I was talking about. There's nobody on the 45. And Siddhi Wardana likes to go in this area. And he puts it away. It's not done yet. But they're almost there. It's not done yet. Now need run a ball. Surely here now, Cyprus can't lose this. Surely these two batters will be thinking, run a ball. No dot ball, run a ball, whatever happens, you've got to take it on. Look at the field. The field is set for it. Just dab it and go. Run a ball required. Roshan hits it well. They do run. They take the single. Listen to, well, the women, they haven't been able to play because of, well, some hiccups at their ground, but they're all getting involved here. Making lots of noise. 3 off 3. Gunnar Sakara, again, doesn't want to be swinging wild. Got to get bat on the ball. Got to be running. Do they move any fielders in? Not too many just yet. Oh, it's a terrible shot. Gunnar Sakara, what is he doing? All the experience that he has. Goes for the big shot. Doesn't get it right. And that means we go down to now 3 off 2. 3 off 2. 2 would take us to a super over. Gunnar Sakara's got to get bat onto ball. He's got to play the right game. He's got to play the right shot to the right ball outside the off. He's got to be prepared to cut or just get bat on it to take a single. Can't afford another dot here. Trying to do it with a big hit. Doesn't have to. And, well, he's going to get the right ball. That's going to be it. It is done. It is done and dusted with a ball to go. Gunnar Sakara forces the bowler to bang it in short, and he will get the win for Cyprus with a ball to go. Cyprus get there. 147 for 6. Oh, what a match. Goes all the way down to the wire, and it needed the 2 men from the Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol to get them to the victory. Gunnar Sakara, it was by nowhere means one of his best innings, it has to be said, and I want to underline that. But still, the 25 that he manages to get off the 21 deliveries is enough to get them a win. They get out of jail there, Nish. They get out of jail.
What a dramatic win here. Cyprus keep themselves alive in this series. They had to win this one, and that's exactly what they did. The 2 Sri Lankan Lions right at the end, guiding Cyprus over the finishing line. But what an effort by Estonia. I mean, we looked at the score. We thought it was well below par. At one point, we were even talking about whether Cyprus could do this in 17.3 overs, but they took it to the final over. It was hanging in the balance right at the end, and Siddhi Wardana hits the winning runs. Great stroke as well by Gunnesekera, I should say, right at the end. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Tivari was dismissed on his first ball, gave a bit of catching practice there to Arslan Amjad. Of course, correction, it was Gunnesekera who hit that final ball for a boundary. Siddhi meant to say that he hit the good shot early in the over. We'll have a look at some of these other strokes here. Lufas, of course, hitting that 4 over there. He played a run of ball 13. Kalugala was superb at the top of the order. 42 runs and 37 deliveries for him. He struck 5 boundaries and was also forced to run quite a bit between the wickets by the likes of Lufas and Austin. Of course, you just saw James's wicket right there. Good catch by Aditya Savio off the bowling of Parkin. Parkin, well, we thought maybe he was slightly underused as a bowler, but I think the captain will say, well, you know, most of my moves worked out pretty well in hindsight. And we did a good job to take Cyprus all the way to the end with a total of just 145. This was a big moment, a chance for a potential run out. But Gunnesekera would just make it back in time. Gunnesekera scratched and clawed and somehow managed to get 25 runs and 21 deliveries. It was by no means a Gunnesekera classic, but he hung around, rode his luck a little bit as well with edges like that, and managed to get a boundary in that key moment. Burdikin, well, he'll be disappointed with the way he got out. It was a shorted ball by Ali Masood. He couldn't get it away, and Bilal Masood, the two Masoods combining, would take a catch out in the deep. Shahi, well, you'll see his dismissal in just a couple of moments. He was out in a pretty soft manner as well, giving Stuart Hook a fairly simple catch at cover. And all of a sudden, it was game on, and Estonia certainly felt like maybe they could go on and pull this one off. But then right there at the end, the two Sri Lankan Lions batters, Burdikin and Siddhi would guide Cyprus over the finishing line. There's our very own Jared Newton. And there it was, the winning stroke. Gunnesekera hitting it away.
Yeah, he gets the ball that he likes in the end, doesn't he? And he creates the opportunity after swinging and missing at the ball before. He had all the Cyprus supporters and his teammates had their heart in their mouths, but then he came up with the big shot to get the win. What a match that was. But one thing that I said at the start of this T20 International Series, I remember talking to you about this, and saying I do believe that scores between 140 and 150 are going to create some really good matches, and that we're going to see scores like that defended. We did see 144 defended yesterday by Estonia. They almost defend 145. The difference, quite simple, extras. Extras are the difference. 30 extras given away by Estonia compared to just 18 from Cyprus. That hurts you. And some of those buys, particularly there behind the stumps, I mean, you know, they came at the wrong time. It meant that batters were able to change over, the key batters coming on at the key point, and that hurts you. And that, in the end, I think is what cost them too many extras. But what a great game. I suppose to the neutral is a result that they wanted, because it means that when it comes to the next match coming up here in about 20 minutes' time, then this tournament is still alive. This T20 International Series is still alive, and it could be winner takes all.
And of course, we'll be bringing up that match in just about 27 minutes time. It's winner takes all to decider once again. Cyprus and Estonia, much like their T10 series, are going to take this one down to the final match.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Well, that last match between the men of Cyprus and Estonia was exactly the result that all the neutrals would have wanted, because that means that this next match coming up, the sixth one that they're playing, becomes the vital one. It's basically winner takes all. Two teams that are struggling to find form with their bat. We know from the cricket that we've seen from Estonia and also from Cyprus that when their batters get clicking, they can really go on to score big runs. But it just doesn't seem to be happening. Batters are getting in, then getting out, getting into the 20s, then getting out. We saw Akila Kulugala finally in that last match show some of the class that he has about him, but he also gets out at the wrong time for his team. But fortunately though, Cyprus, thanks to Mangala Gunasakara, again, not the perfect knock from him, but managing to get a win for his side with a ball to go. So that means that this becomes a really key match. I've taken the opportunity to speak to some of the batters and they're all saying the same thing, whether they're from Estonia or Cyprus, that they're getting out there, they're starting to feel good, but then the heat really takes a toll. And then it makes them make mistakes. They're not hitting the ball as well as they think they're doing. So I think the heat definitely is going to be a factor in this one. We are now at the hottest part of the day. Temperatures with no breeze here at all, around about 35 degrees already, but it is very, very hot. So if you're out there in the middle with all the protective equipment on, including the helmet, of course, it's going to get hot. It's going to be an interesting one. I wonder what the captains will decide to do, whoever wins the coin toss. I get the feeling that whoever wins the toss will want to take the field again first to try and put the pressure on the batting side. So if it's Cyprus, they'll be hoping that maybe this time around they change it slightly. Maybe Scott Burdekin does return to the top of the order for this final match. I know he's struggling with injury, but he'll want to go through the pain barrier to give his team a good start. Akila Kulugala, he starts to come good. We start to see him play some shots out on the offside, so that'll be key as well. Gunasakara, can he go up to the top of the order? Maybe that's a possibility. Will they get Taranjit Singh playing in this match, having rested him in the last? A lot of question marks about who will play. The same thing could be said there about Estonia as well. Will they go to Stefan Gooch? We know Stefan Gooch also been struggling with some injuries. Will they go back to him in this crunch match to see if they can get the victory that they need? Robson has been fantastic with the ball. With the bowling front for Estonia there, it was interesting to see how Aslan Amjad actually used his bowlers. He was, because of the heat again, he was using them in 2 over spells. Richard Parkin came on frequently and picked up wickets. Ali Masood bowled well there towards the end. Even Bilal Masood bowled very well to support Robson. But Stefan Gooch coming in, getting that ball to nip away, and also he's got a very good record against Akila Kulugala. So a lot of changes could be made in this match with the personnel and with who bowls and when they bowl, who bats and when they bat. But it could come down to whoever has that master stroke, whoever can come up with a piece of action that can make a difference. I think that's what we're going to see here. I think that one player is going to go out there and put a marvellous performance in the field, or maybe with the ball or with the bat. That could be the difference, because what we have seen is both these two teams are so close to each other in the way they perform with the bat and with the ball and in the field, that whatever it is, whether it's in the field or with the bat or with the ball, it could make the difference the way this one goes. I'm very excited to see how this one finishes. So is Nishay Bhatt. Nishay Bhatt is in the commentary box, and Nishay will tell you what happens at the coin toss and also give the information on the two teams.
Well, thank you very much for that lovely introduction. So Estonia have won the toss of this all-important final match of this series and decided to bat first. We'll have a few updates for you about the lineups coming up shortly. Still waiting for a confirmation here. The information hasn't just come our way just yet. And as soon as those team sheets are available to us, we'll definitely pass on that information. But yeah, big match here between two quality sides. And once again, these two teams, they've been so even throughout these 5 days of international cricket. And it's going to come down to a final match between the two of them once again, just as it came down to the deciding match over the weekend. It's going to be the case here as well. Here we go. So the teams are set to take the field. And of course, Estonia, as I mentioned earlier, won the toss, and they're going to have a bat first. We'll just take you through these team sheets. Now, the big news from Cyprus' point of view is still no Taranjit Singh. No Taranjit Singh playing this match, and the big addition for Cyprus in this game is Kamal Reis. Meanwhile, for Estonia, Marko Vake has been dropped for this match. You just wonder if some of those buys that he gave up played a factor here, and the coach and the captain have said, you know what, that's enough. We're going with Rudesh Sekaran for this all-important deciding match between these two teams. Of course, Cyprus still behind on net run rate, so Estonia could lose this game and still mathematically go on to win this ECI. But yeah, what a great way to round out this series. These two teams, they just love to give us dramatic matches. It's been a real joy to watch Cyprus and Estonia do battle these last 5 days in the T10s and in the T20s. And this epic war between these two is going to come down to its last battle, the last chapter of what has been a great saga. So Sri Lankan Lions bowler Kamal Reis, who has been inserted into the lineup for this match, is going to bowl this over. So, yeah, big change here for Cyprus. Of course, Arjun Shahi is out, and Kamal Reis comes in his place. Yeah, obviously with Shahi, you also miss out on his batting. So here we go. First ball of the 60-20I. Oh, it's a close one. Has he got the wicket here? Yes, he has. The finger goes up, and it's back-to-back LBW dismissals early in his innings for Amjad here. He's out on the very first ball. Oh, golden duck here for Amjad. It's a first baller, and Kamal Reis inserted into the attack for this match. And wow, what an impact. First ball, he gets rid of the opposition skipper, just looking to play that one across the line. And he has to depart. Oh, should he just look to play that with a straight bat on the first ball? Well, I don't know. And he's been struck, and he's going to be gone. So, early wicket here for Cyprus. What a start, dream start for this Cyprus side. Umpire raised the finger, and that is going to be the end for the captain, who's had a difficult day so far with the bat in hand. Was dismissed on 4 in the first innings, hit his first ball of the innings for a 4, and then got out the very next one. But this time around, he's out on the first ball. Stefan Guc just gives the batsman coming in a fist bump. So yeah, we just need to have a look at some of the changes for both these sides. So, as I mentioned, changing wicketkeeper, Sikaran playing this match. But the other big bit of news is that, of course, Stefan Guc will be playing this game as well. So Estonia coming into this match with a deeper batting lineup. So Guc comes in to replace Giwala. So a couple of changes here for Estonia. Vake out, Giwala out. Kale Vislup, who played the last match but didn't bowl at all. I wonder if they will give him the ball in the second innings, as that's a full toss, and he's just lucky to get away with that one. Wasn't a good delivery. Ali Masood, more often than not, will be belting that one away to the boundary rope. Not the case over here. Oh, this is good bowling. Yeah, Reis is looking to really attack. I mean, even you look at that low full toss. He's really looking to jam those Yorkers in. Ball nice and full and straight. Oh, is there a chance there? Could it be 2 wickets in this over? The umpire is unmoved. My word, what a start here for Kamal Reyes. So we haven't seen him bowl throughout these 5 days. He comes here in this first over. Oh, that looks close to me. Let's have a look at this. Well, maybe just the impact outside the off stump could have saved him. Well, that was a real tight one. We'll take another look at this. And where is that impact? Oh, yeah, the impact is just outside the off stump. Maybe just. What a call there by the umpire. What a call. I think maybe, just maybe, that's what is working against the bowler. But come on, Reyes, this is exceptional bowling by him. Yeah, watches that one well, gets behind it nicely, Gooch, and blocks it out. Sensational first over for Kamal Reyes. He gets a wicket. Was very close to getting a second one as well. And Estonia are 1 for 1. Got a few people joining us here in the chat. Ragnaholic saying it's great to see Gucci back at the crease. Well, great to have you back in the chat, Ragna. How are things going? Of course, heard you're recovering from an injury, so would be good to see you playing for Estonian cricket whenever you're fit to play again. Vinay Kumar saying Cyprus, Cyprus, Cyprus. Any chance you're the Vinay Kumar who played in an ECS here in Cyprus a long while back? I do recall there was a Vinay Kumar. And Emmanuel Robbins wishing everyone a good evening. Good afternoon to you, Emmanuel. Of course, it's 1 o'clock local time here, just 1:02 to be exact. So then, we're going to see Chalufas bowl over here. And we've been waiting for him to bowl. We really have been. I think I mentioned a few times I'd love to see him bowl. He's a great leg spinner. I think certainly from the small portion where I got to see him bowl, that little cameo he had, you can tell he's a good leggy. And yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I would have thought that they'd bring him on to bowl maybe after the power play. You know, when as a spinner he has the extra protection, but he comes in here in the second over. Oh, well. Batter not ready. Oh, there's a chance, and he's done it. James gets a wicket on his very first ball. We've been calling for him to bowl for quite a while. That probably wasn't the best delivery, but he's hit it straight. It's a Kamal Reyes who can do no wrong in his first appearance here for Cyprus in this T20I. What a catch. And Chalufas gets his first T20I wicket. A huge moment for him. Very proud, of course, representing his country here. And he's done Cyprus proud by getting that wicket. Oh, great one there. Well caught by Kamal Reyes. And Estonia lose a couple of early wickets here. Oh, my word. Yeah, not the best ball there, you have to be honest, by Chalufas. I think he took if you looked at that first ball he bowled as well, where the batter wasn't ready, he's taken a couple of balls maybe just to settle in, but yeah, he gets a wicket off that delivery. That is amazing. What a moment. What a moment. His first series for his country, and he gets a wicket here. So it's Bilal Masood coming in here at number 4. Yeah, Bilal Masood, he's had plenty of opportunities throughout this series, but hasn't always been able to make the runs. And maybe this is a time to just repay his side for all the faith they've had in him. On a couple of occasions, he's managed to get starts, but he's been a bit bogged down early in his innings on most occasions. He's struggling to put his helmet on here, and he's going to get some help from Akila Kalugala. This is pushed towards cover. That's a dot ball here. That's a good ball there by Yalufas. Yeah, that's not an Australian score you're looking at. It's 1 run and 2 wickets. More wickets than runs so far. Oh, this is lovely. And that just takes a... Oh, it takes a nasty bounce. And this might be the second time this has happened to Bilal Masood, isn't it? That he's caught one on the gloves. Oh, and it looks like it's on the right hand again. Okay, this is concerning. I mean, we know he copped a blow there earlier. And this is a great ball. He's landed it on a sixpence. It's just taken up off the pitch. And oh, my word. Okay, this is a little bit concerning. Some first aid kit is being brought on. A couple of players are going to have a lie down. Yeah, let's have a look at them. That's a couple of players just having a... Well, just looking like they're at the beach right now, aren't they, as they're relaxing? Looks like a Sabrina Carpenter music video. I think, yeah, but attention, of course, being given here to Masood. Yeah, I think it's a nasty play to take a blow like that, isn't it? On his right hand as well. Of course, we know Masood's a very important bowler as well for this Estonia team. So, yeah, this could certainly be something that could have an impact in the second innings as well. They continue to examine him here. Just had a swig of water and yeah, it looks like he should be able to continue. I don't see any other batter getting ready, so. It looks like Masood will just really look to brave through the pain, fight through the pain barriers, and continue to play. Gets a pat on the back from his partner, Stefan Gooch. Oh, this is beautiful bowling. This is a proper leg spinner bowling. And this is why we've been calling for him to bowl for this entire series. What an over he's had so far. Oh, this looks to bowl with a little bit more pace there. Darted that one in. Gets enough bat on it, Masood. And oh, that's a fast bowler's arm, isn't it? I mean, look at that for a throw. A really strong throw there by Kamal Reyes. And Masood will pick up a couple of runs here. He's looking to sweep that one around the corner. And it's a couple of runs. So the over comes to an end. It's another good over for Cyprus. There actually should be a ball in this over. There's still one ball left. Beg your pardon. I don't know why they've... yeah, the umpire made a mistake there calling over. So, yeah, Yalufas will be brought back to bowl one more ball. They've also got a catcher in place. A very wide leg slip. Oh, that is a... Looks to cut that one away, and it's actually just fallen short of Rajwinder Brar at points. It didn't quite carry to him, otherwise that might have been a chance over there as well. So yeah, excellent bowling there by Yalufas, and Kamal Reyes with a terrific first over. So Estonia are 3 for 2 at the end of the second over. Here's a reminder of the standings. Of course, Cyprus winning that game earlier today, a game they absolutely had to win to stay alive in this series. I think they would have probably liked to get a a bit more of a net run rate advantage. Tried to wrap that game up earlier. But they started this game off extremely well. And if they can win this match with the right margin, make up for that little net run rate gap, then they should go on and they'll win this series. It's been amazing, hasn't it, between these two teams? Of course, the T10 series came right down to the wire. It came down to that final match in which Estonia prevailed, and now Cyprus are looking to do the same over here, win this decider. Plays this one into the pitch here. Stefan Guc, of course, I'm the Shavat, and joining me in the commentary box is Rico Full.
It's good to be back. What a good start Cyprus are making. They've obviously got their tails up at the moment after getting that very tense win in the last match. So everything to play for here for the home side.
This is some good fielding there. They're really on it here, Cyprus. They've got their energy. Their tails are up. Yeah, Kamal Reis bowling a superb first over. Picked up a wicket off the very first ball he bowled. And then he came very close to getting a second wicket as well. And this was ever so close. Well, just have a look at that ball in a bit. This is played towards long off, and it's going to be a single.
Come on, Rice. It's really got his act together. I saw him playing in the ECIs, and I spoke to him and said, look.
Yes, this was the moment I wanted to just show you. I mean, this was an LBW decision there, and Estonia could have been 0 for 2 if this one had been called. What do you think of that one?
I mean, if it's caught the pad, then, and looking at that, it has. I'm thinking that's out, if I'm honest. Because I don't think that was that far outside the line, and that's a nice looking shot, beautifully whipped away by Bilal Masood. But yeah, I was actually watching that on the monitors there in the production, and I had a look at it and I thought that looks really close to me, because I don't think the ball was going over the stumps. I think it was going to hit the top of the barrel, so it was a very close decision. But what a start! Come on, Rice. Remember we were watching him in the European Cricket Series, and I kept saying, why is he coming around the wicket? And we had some talks about it, and he then made the change, and he was telling me about the way he's holding the ball is slightly different as well, and at the moment it seems to be suiting him well. He just looks like a different player. He seems to be running in better, getting through, following through better, no issues about trying to run in front of the umpire. So he certainly made an immediate impact. First of all, he gets the wicket of Arsan Amjad for that royal duck. And then, of course, takes the catch to remove another dangerous player, Ali Masood.
Goes a straight drive, and Austin, while he's flying in the air, turns into Superman mode. And nobody else would even have had a chance at that other than him. He saved his side plenty of runs over here. Let's take a look at this. Going for the off drive. And Austin, well, he's given himself a chance by flying at that one. What a sensational effort.
Oh, that would have been one of the catches of the year already. It really would have been, and I think you're right. A lot of players wouldn't have come close. God, Austin, I think the way to look at that is say he saved 3 runs. He really does. That was a fantastic save from Austin.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I think just going back to the LBW decision, though, I think maybe the impact was just outside the off stump, and I think that could have played a role. Maybe, just maybe.
I think definitely a talking point. Definitely a talking point. I was watching it a couple of times. I don't know. I thought it was pretty close.
Yeah, of course, we were at the end of the third over. Estonia 9 for 2. They get 6 runs off that previous over. They're continuing here with Yalufas. Yeah, obviously, we were talking quite a bit about inserting him into the bowling attack, and they brought him on here very early inside the power play, and he certainly delivered the goods so far for Cyprus. Yes, just some changes, of course. A chance to remind you. I mentioned this right at the start of the broadcast, but one change for Cyprus. Shahi is out. Kamal Reis is in. No Taranjit Singh still in the lineup, which is very surprising. And meanwhile for Estonia, of course, Marko Vake, no surprise that he's not participating in this game after having A bit of a disappointing match in the previous game where he allowed a few too many buys to go past him. He's out, as is Giwala. And Radesh Sekharan is in to replace him with the keeper. And, of course, Stefan Guc, who is currently on strike.
Yeah, speaking to the Cyprus team, Taranjit Singh, it is an injury. It's his legs. He's got a lot of pain in his legs. I know it's something that he talked to me about when the European Cricket Series came to an end at Ipsonas, and I was speaking to him, and he went at length at telling me how much pain he's getting in his legs. And I think just playing that series, playing the ECIs here over the weekend, and now the T20s, I think that what I'm being told is that he's in a lot of pain. So that's not a tactical decision. That's all down to him not being fit enough to play. They were going to assess how he was going into this match, and it's still the same. So that's why he's not playing. But one thing I'm really happy to see is this man bowling. Well, me and you went on about this for how long? And Chalufas finally gets an opportunity. And one of the things that I said in my intro was that I reckon it just could be some subtle changes, you know, a bit of skill, something different, thinking outside the box that can make the difference about what happens in this match. And with Kamal coming in and also Chalufas bowling, maybe that could be the changes that is good for Cyprus, because he's bowling a beautiful length here at the moment, just getting that ball to just, do its bit. And remember, you still got Tiwari, who hopefully will come on and do the same for Cyprus. So they're looking pretty good here at the moment. Stefan Guc, he also, remember, was rested for the last. They're thinking about the overthrows here, and you can see Masood said no, stay there. He also, I know, is really struggling out there. He didn't play the first match. I know he's issue with a groin, issue with some of his knees as well. So you got players walking wounded out there. And a few comments coming in the chat. And all I would say to sports comments is watch the game. Watch the game. Enjoy. It'll all fold out in front of you. We don't really need to have any predictions. Just enjoy watching the game. And I think we are all going to enjoy watching this game as that over comes to the end. 4 overs now completed. The score, 13 for 2.
Yeah, just to comment on that thing, of course, it's impossible to say how many overs Cyprus have to chase down the target in because the target has not been set. It's just that simple.
All right. The ice cream van is doing good business. Let's just say that as it goes round and provides everybody with the energy that they need. That Kamal Rise will continue.
Yeah, but just to give a sample for the audience to know, if Estonia were to score 150, then Cyprus would have to chase it in 18 overs, so with 2 overs to spare. So that might just help some of our viewers gauge what sort of a challenge faces Cyprus here.
Interesting, isn't it, this change? I think it's worked out so well. It's a clever change because Estonia are facing 2 guys they don't know too much about, so they haven't been able to do any homework on these guys. Stefan Guc still looking for that big shot. Plays that nicely, but the fielders will come across. Austin picks it up, gets a good throw in, and really is putting a top effort in the field. Scott Austin, you'd expect that. And I also said in the intro, it could be a magnificent bit of bowling. Kamal Rice, maybe. Or Chalufas, a brilliant bit of fielding. Austin almost pulled off a miracle catch. Cyprus, certainly the upper hand here. I think they also probably have the upper hand a little bit by winning that toss. I think it was a big toss to win. I think both teams, both captains would have put each other in. I'm pretty sure of it. So it gets played out. Masood, I heard you saying before I came back in the box that he's had opportunities, hasn't taken them. So this is key for him. He wants to make his name at the international level. He wants the coach and his teammates to know that he is a man that can do a job for them. And he's trying to get himself in a position to do that. And he's got to do it really, because Ali Masood has stuck around for them and always scored runs. Arsen Amjad is pretty key. And I suppose this partnership's so key because after this, I guess it will be Sahal Chauhan that comes in. And then after that, really, they could be struggling in the air. That's a nice looking shot. It's a controlled shot. He gets the wrist play in this. He knows there's nobody out there. All he's got to do is get it over the infield. So gets to the pitch of that and just flicks that over. In that break there as well, I also spent a bit of time talking to some of the women of Cyprus and Estonia. Of course, they were very disappointed about the way that their match went earlier. They did start to play, but bowlers were slipping around. Batters were always having trouble keeping their footing. And then in the end, I think the match officials had no option but to abandon that match because of unfit pitch. So that is disappointing. But they will be playing here later. Miscue, but he'll get lucky this time. Roshan Sriwardana is the man who runs there and gets there. Now I just wonder, with a couple of balls going in that area, whether they might think just to have a fielder, just like a sweeper, maybe not on the boundary because it's going to take a big hit to get it over the boundary there, but just in a catching position, a little tactical change there in the field as the fifth over comes to an end, and they really are struggling to get going here. 17 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, struggling early here, Estonia. It's been top bowling by Yalufas and Reyes to really restrict this Estonian side. As for Bilal Masood, absolutely. They need a big innings from him here. You know, they've given him plenty of faith. He's had the opportunities, just hasn't been able to click. And that's a bit surprising because we, of course, saw him do so well last autumn for Estonia against Gibraltar. He was the top run getter when Estonia toured Gibraltar. And if he could do so well against what is a very good Gibraltar attack, now he's certainly got the quality. Just something's not working for him in the Cyprus tour. He'll look to play this one out towards mid-wicket. And he'll pick up a single here. So Yalufa's coming on for his third over.
Yeah, you were mentioning about some of the players, so about Taranjit, I said that he's fitness. Arjun Shahi, yeah, I think he just let himself down a little bit when it comes to the T20 game. I think they might have made a decision that going forward that Arjun Shahi is somebody that plays a big part in the T20, and he's got a bit of progress to be made in the T20. I think he's bowling. He's been a little bit wayward. Too many X's. That is a delightful shot, by the way, from Stefan Gooch. That is Gucci at his best. Look at the footwork here. When Stefan Gooch, well, there's Sergeant Valna that'll take the opportunity to rush out to get to this here. But when Stefan starts to use his feet and starts to dance down the wicket, that's when you know he's starting to get himself in. That's a wonderful shot. Through extra cover, 4 runs. Yeah, so Arjun, also with the bat, you know, the way he's been getting himself out, I think teams, especially good teams with a good coach, have sussed him out. So I don't think he was going to be too productive here. But they have still stuck with... The only thing I would say there is if I'm being 100% honest, though I would agree with the decision of not having Arjun Shahi in the side, who would be the replacement be? It certainly wouldn't be Rajinder Brar. That's the only thing I'm going to say. So, does he just get this foot down? And Gucci has a little agonizing look here at the umpire. And Shalafus is saying, come on, umpire, use the system. I reckon Gucci just manages to keep his foot in here. We'll have a good look at this. He does get drawn forward, but that foot stays firmly down. So I don't think any doubt about it. And Gucci is probably saying here to somebody he knows really well, Nali Patarana, probably saying, nah, forget it. My foot was down. You're not going to get me that easy, says Gucci. So, yeah, that's the only thing I would say. I understand a decision for not going with him. Oh, that's a gundy ball. And that gets put away. Stefan Gooch says, thank you very much. Are you going to bowl it short? I'll have that. And James Shafalus has probably not seen too much of Stefan Gooch, so decides to go with a shorter delivery. I know why he does. He thinks he's going to draw him out of his crease. But Stefan fakes the initial early movement, rocks back, and hooks this beautifully for 4. So, lovely shot. So, 2 nice boundaries in this over from Stefan.
Yeah, some good shot play here by Gooch.
So, the thing about this is, though, for me, and I'll ask you the question because obviously, you know, Cyprus is a club or a country close to your heart. are you surprised the depth of the squad? For example, the women, so many players, right? So many. The men here, very limited. So even the 12th man is somebody who's injured. So I'm a little bit surprised that there is not more depth in this squad. So you've got a 12th man who's injured, who might be called upon to come out there. He's got some work to do, the fielder. Will sweep it up, and they'll only take, very surprisingly, just a single. And that has to reflect probably on the fitness of Stefan, not able to dash back and take two, because normally he's very quick running in between the wickets. End of the over, a much better over that one, as 10 runs come from it, from Charlotte, and they finally get a bit of acceleration going, 27 for 2. So that for me is pretty disappointing. You're the home. So if they were the travelling side, you understand it, because you're limited to budgets and etc. But as the home side, I expect it to be a much wider pool of players available.
Yeah, a number of players, of course, eligibility issues for Cyprus as well, which is can be a concern. So a lot of people who you might have seen during the ECS are, of course, not going to be taking part for the national side. So, yeah, I think Cyprus have always kind of had these issues with the men's team, haven't they? I mean, in depth, and this gets particularly challenging when they have to travel on away tours and often struggle to take as many players as they would like. I mean, these concerns were obviously seen when Cyprus toured Malta and were really struggling to get reserves or substitutes in general. I think someone like Vimal Kunduri, Pritesh Deol, they're unfortunately for Cyprus unavailable today. They would be eligible for the national team, but they could take part in the weekend action, but unable to play in any of these T20Is.
Players take on those drinks, and an opportunity for us to say hello to a lot of people that are enjoying the action, watching from wherever you are. And if there's anybody new out there, we always like to say this. If there is anyone new, do say who you are and where you're looking from. Emmanuel Robbins says, ice cream, please, Rico. I'd like one first. I said I'd fancy a cherry one today, but the Mr. Whippy, he's whipped off again. He's not very reliable, that Mr. Whippy. I'd like him to be able to drive this way as well. Or maybe just to the top of the road over there. We can dash down there and get an ice cream and get back here before it melts. And hello to Pritesh Deol as well. Cyprus gonna win this match with a margin to retain the top spot, says Pritesh Deol. Well, Pritesh, it's possible, but I still feel it's 3 wickets that need to be taken before you can get too confident. And I know Stefan Gooch, he's got a big innings in him. He's a stellar player. If he can get going here, he can get the big runs that Estonia need to probably bat. And that's the thing for Estonia, and that's the other thing to think about here. Estonia, if they can get to a decent score, maybe a score 190, 200, they may still, by doing that, even though if they lose the match, they may still end up being the winners, because to improve on Cyprus' net run rate, as you said, they've got to try and get there with, 2, maybe 3 overs to go. So they're going to have to really go some. So the more runs that Estonia score, the harder it will be for Cyprus, not just to win the match, but also to try and improve on their net run rate. Now, that's really something. If there's one thing that they did miss out in that last match, was improving on the net run rate. I mean, I always kept saying through that match, I know there's talk about the net run rate, but focus on winning the match first. And unfortunately, they left it. They got it down to the wire. But at least they got that win, so that we can actually talk about the possibility of them winning the series here. If they didn't lose, if they lost that match, we wouldn't be having this debate.
Yeah, I mean, just with that expected score of 146, Cyprus would have to win this match with 9 balls to spare, just to put it into perspective, the kind of challenge that faces Cyprus.
Yeah, don't worry, Helix. We are talking about getting Nishay in the nets. We'll work on him. Nishay hasn't played that much cricket, but I think we've got to get you playing, buddy. We've got to get you playing.
Yeah, I think I'm better suited to the Cardiff Cavaliers. I'll stick to the Cardiff Cavaliers and playing village cricket. Also got Pritesh Deol joining us over here. Of course, he's cheering the Cyprus team on.
Well bowled again. Kamal Rise is really rising to the occasion, isn't he? He's playing his first matches. We've always seen him around the ground. He's been doing all kinds of other duties, helping the side. It's good to see him wearing that that national jersey and putting in a good shift with the ball. Good in-swinger there. Stefan plays this one out. He's keen to go for two this time. And in comes the throw, and they will get there.
Yeah, good looking drive here by Stefan Gooch. The ball just slightly overpitched. Plays a beautiful looking cover drive. And he comes back for the second run.
A little bit shorter. No. Wait. It's a call because Stefan's on the back foot there. The two then adjust from that to go. And you know what also, come on, Rise is showing here is that you don't automatically have to go around the wicket if it's a left-hander. If you're bowling well over the wicket and he's still getting that ball to swing around, just stay as you are.
Yeah, I think as a right-hander, you're actually going over the wickets often better against the left-hander. If you just get that ball to shape back in,
yeah,
it really cause all sorts of issues for the left-hander. End of the 7th over, Estonia, 31 for 2.
Yeah, well bowled, really well bowled. What a spell from Kamar Reis. It's the first time he's played, and he's put 4 overs in here and only conceded 15 runs. That's exceptional bowling.
Oh, come on. He deserves to be subbed off. He deserves a good sit down on the bench, doesn't he?
He probably doesn't want to. He says, hang on, I've been waiting all this time to play. Now I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Yeah, really good over there again. His economy's been fantastic. Just the 4 runs conceded. And he's certainly helping his team to be in a good position here now. I was thinking for a moment whether they're going to finish with James as well. But with that last over just going for 10 and a couple of boundaries coming off, it looks like they aren't going to make a change. But I was surprised, very surprised with the change. Well, I've been calling for it. He's played 2 matches. He's had to come into bat at number 10 yesterday when they lost and were bowled out for 118. He's played the match early today. He's not had a bowl. He's not had a bat. He's in the side as a bowler. If you're a bowler, then bowl. So here he is. Rajwinder Brar is going to come on and bowl. And maybe he too is going to put in a performance in like Kamar Reis. Why I'm surprised? Niraj Tiwari for me has to bowl this over. But they just want to try something. I've said this before and they haven't done it. But now they're doing it. So it makes sense. You're on top of a match. If you want to take a bit of a bold move to see if it works, you do it when you're on top. They're on top, 31 for 2. If you're going to try something different, now's the time. Brar starts, and he starts down the leg side, so wide to start off with.
Yeah, Rajwinder Brar, obviously he's going to be used as a bowler here for the first time in this series. Having seen him bowled a little bit in the ECS, all I have to say is this could be a risky move for Cyprus, but yeah, if you're going to have him in the lineup, you might as well use him for something.
That's not the worst of deliveries. I think Rajwinder Brar, when I've seen him bowl, I mean, it's probably also fair to say, though, he has gone for a lot of runs. It's playing in a different format, which isn't really the bowler's format, T10. The batter's after you. And in some of those overs he's bowled, though he may have gone for 20-odd, he has taken a wicket. So if he can come on to bowl here, even if he goes for 20 runs and gets, for example, the wicket of either Stefan Gooch or Bilal Masood, I think Cyprus should take it, but you don't give him another over. That's all I'm saying. Firmly hit. It will just be a single. So you see Rajwinder Brar, without even trying, comes around the wicket straight away to the left-hander.
It's been a good over so far by Rajwinder Brar. Good lines and lengths here. Once again, I think he's bowling to his field. That's what I really like so far by Rajwinder Brar. Pretty simple plan for him, just pitching it on a good length around that channel.
I can see Gucci going for him here. I can see Gucci just taking a little step forward and hitting him straight down the ground. Well, he hits it, but he hits it controlled. He doesn't go for the out-and-out big shot. He's probably just thinking, I could do, But let me just watch of him a few more times. Yeah, that sort of line is one that Stefan Gooch can just get out there and really hit it hard over the top. But just biding his time. He also knows that that boundary there is a few meters longer than the one at this end. Well, it goes right across. And I think it sounded like he may have got a bit of bat on this. Tries to get funky. Does Bilal Masood. Tries to take advantage of this vacant boundary here. But yeah, he's well outside the line anyway there, isn't he? So I think the umpire, Tom Smith, probably had a little giggle to himself there and said, not out. And, well, Rajinder Brar. You see, this is exactly what I was talking about in the last match. You got guys like Rajinder Brar in the side, and especially relates to what we were talking about yesterday. If he's there, then use him. Now, Scott Burdekin just wants to have a chat with him about something here. Just keeping an eye on this. So Scott is coming to him here and probably talking about his next over. He's probably saying, hey, look, I want to do this and this and this. And, well, Rajinder Brar is getting a few pats on the back from a number of people. And so he should. It's not a bad over at all. Just 5 runs from it. And that's what I was talking about. When you're on top, if you've got an opportunity to make a change that could be risky, do it when you're on top. So if it doesn't go to plan, you haven't lost anything. But doing it when something is at stake, that's when it gets difficult. And a few people are saying, finally, Bra is here. And, well, Bra is getting a lot of support from all the people in the chat. No pun meant there. Rajinder Brar getting some support. He's a very supporting man. Supports his team very well in their play. And, of course, he played very well for Sherry Punjab. Kudasakara has bowled well the last few times that we've seen him.
Yeah, Mangala Gunasekara, I think, just a good medium pacer. Pulls on a good line and length. Gooch is going to go for the big shot. That outside edge is just going to go over Burdekin's head. And it's going to fall short of the boundary ropes. Oh, they will get a couple of runs here, but yeah, streaky shot.
I know that when I was speaking to some of the Estonia players, they were saying that the plan was to use Gooch early because they feel that he's better getting into an innings, and they want him to try and get going early because coming in towards the end when they might have to push and he has to push and trying to run really hard, that might take too much of a toll on his knees, on his legs, on his injury. They also want him fit, of course, to bowl as well. That's why sometimes we're seeing Gucci not running too hard for the twos. He's there mainly to play dangerous shots. And that one's gone through Scotty. Scotty just moved himself, by the way, because he had to chase that ball. He really struggled. He's another one really struggling hard. And so he's come in where he doesn't have to chase, and he can't even get down. And maybe he's right. It is a 27-year-old in a 70-year-old body. He's feeling every little bit of movement that he's having to make at the moment. And, okay, what's Scott doing here now? He's making another move. He's trying to hide himself wherever he can. Is Scott. There's no hiding place out there, Scotty. I bet you Scott is going to be chasing this ball all the way down to the side screen.
Just blocks this one out, pushes it towards mid-on. It's going to be single. The ball just staying a little bit low over there. Didn't quite bounce as much as the batter would have expected.
That field changes again, so they're making these little subtle changes depending on who the batters are. Stefan Gooch will see that they are leaving that fine leg open to him. I wonder if he'll try and expose that. Oh, this one goes straight through. It's one that gets through Gucci, and it's so close to catching some of the stumps. I wonder if you have a chance to look at this again, please, Dennis. It's not very far away. Dennis, of course, along with Martha Maria and Oleg, doing a wonderful job. Our production partners. That one only just goes over the stumps. And one's played out into cover area. So it's just going to be another single. So single starts that have hurt, and the way this field seems to be set at the moment, Nish, is almost like Cyprus are saying, let's push deep, let's be very defensive with our field so we can stop the boundaries, because that's the one thing they know that Estonia certainly will be hunting for now. The way this score is, they need to try and go for the boundaries, and Cyprus are putting the defense in here, trying to defend and not allow too many of those boundaries to go through. So basically saying to the batters, if you want those boundaries, you're going to have to try and go over the top of us.
Yeah, forcing Estonia to take some risks here, and that's where those wicket-taking opportunities will come.
And that's exactly what they need to do. And Bilal Masood says, all right, if you want me to go over the top, I will go over the top. And he's going to get 6 runs here. And that is the first Maximo, the first XE of this innings. And it's a big, nice, firm, solid strike from Bilal Masood at the end of that over from Gunasekara. 11 come from it. And Estonia at the 9 over mark moves to 47 for 2.
That goes all the way. Big hit there for Bilal Masood. We're talking about how he needs a big innings. He's had the opportunities for Estonia, and now here's a chance for him to show his class. His dig us out of a situation when they were in a huge, huge deal of trouble. This partnership already worth 46 runs.
Yeah, they obviously got a plan here that, whereas rather than go straight to Niraj Tiwari, I mean, I suppose they will see how this over goes from Rajinder Brar, and if it doesn't go as well as the last one, they might plug him and pull him from the attack and say, right, we will now go to Tiwari. But it's I'm fascinated to see that that Scott is not in a hurry to bring Niraj Tiwari on. But if Tiwari comes on, he has to come from this Derbyshire Road end. Rajinder Brar. That's firmly struck. But again, the length is good. As long as Stefan Gooch is not coming down the pitch, he's not going to be able to get underneath this to hit it big down the ground. So once again, Rajwinder, as you said earlier, bowling to his field.
Yeah, he knows what the plan is here, Rajwinder Brar. Very experienced campaigner. Someone who's a captain, the Black Caps, and of course Sher Punjab in the European Cricket Series here in Cyprus. Keeping things simple so far, bowling to his field. They've struggled to get him away so far, the Estonians.
Now this one is struck well, too well. That's a wonderful strike. And they have got a fielder out there, but this one has cleared James by a good measure. Good, flat, batted hit for 6.
Now are we just starting to see Bilal Masood flick the switch and begin to show his class? And it's a couple of good boundaries he's hit on the last 2 balls he's faced. 2 consecutive 6s for Bilal Masood. 1 at the end of the previous over and 1 as soon as he gets on strike in this over. So
yeah, let's see if he can get out of the 20s into the 30s. That shot also brings the 50 up for Estonia. So if you have a look, that last, we've seen 2 overs go into double figures. The over number 6 from Chalufas, that's why I think they didn't go back to him to bowl his 4th. And then we saw over from Gunasekara at the last over. Went for 11, so certainly definitely keen to put an effort in to try and accelerate here, because they know that getting to a good score, a score in that, I mean, it's saying 150 at the moment, but I reckon they need to push on to be aiming to get to 180, 190. That one gets worked away, gets well fielded. But getting to that score means that Cyprus is going to have to bat at a good rate. They're going to have to bat again in around 8 or 9 and over to try and get the win that they need in the amount of time to improve the net run rate. So it's key that they do go at a good pace. This one is going to just slowly double to Mangala, who's out there in the deep. So again, 1 boundary, but other than that, singles. But 10 has come off the over, so far it's the 3rd in double figures. But how many more come off the last ball? Asking the question, Stefan Gooch does go across, but once again, this is probably outside the line of off stump, so it will be a dot to finish. It's the 10th over, and 10 come off it. The score moves to 57 for 2.
Yeah, they just picked it up a bit, haven't they, these last couple of overs? 21 runs coming off these last 2 overs, thanks to those 2 big sixes by Bilal Masood. We'll have a look at the bowling figures here for Cyprus. Incredible spell by Kamal Reis to start this match off. 1 for 15 in the 4 overs he bowled. Kalufas picking up the other wicket as well. His 3rd over was a touch expensive. That just spoiled his figures a little bit. It went for 10 runs. But he's still got an over left.
Good Sakara gets given the ball back. And Scott Burdekin probably still thinking, probably trying to think, right, if I bring Tiwari on and he bowls well, you know, how do I manage him? Do I get him to bowl the 14th, 16th, 18th and 20th? That's a plan that he could have in his mind. So he might go with Rajendra Brar, 1 more over from that end. And so plenty of things to think about when you're a captain, especially with this slightly longer T20 format. It's not like a lot of the T10 that we look at where really the match or the innings is over before you have time to think about it. Top ball.
Keeping a nice and wide line there and trying to force Masood to hit it towards that longer square boundary. It's a good plan here by Mangala.
Good shot. There's going to be another, just bouncy short. There's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. So Bilal Masood is definitely starting to open up. Definitely start to play some nice shots. One of the other reasons where I'm a little bit surprised we haven't seen Tiwari on just yet, because Tiwari has caused Masood some problems. And when the spin comes on, he doesn't play spin as freely because the wicketkeeper's standing up. He's not able to come out of his crease.
Towards mid-wicket, that's going to be a single. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm very surprised Tiwari hasn't been inserted in yet. I mean, he's generally been bowling, starting to bowl from the 7th over at least. So you would have thought with the success he's enjoyed these last 2 or 3 matches, he would be inserted into the attack here, particularly with a left-hander at the crease as well. So as an off-spinner, you'd think he'd fancy that matchup. I think, yeah, would love to see Tiwari against Gooch. And we know Gooch is very good at using his feet. So it'll be interesting to see if Gooch will really look to attack him and try to just smack him out of the attack.
And this one could be a great catch, but he won't get there and he's going to get past him. The ball will go for 4. 4 carreras. That's an opportunity. I reckon this is a good opportunity. You know, it wouldn't have been the easy of catches, but Austin just can't get his hands to it. It gets through him. And that's a big opportunity, I think, that goes down. It was not an easy catch, but I think Austin there just tries to take this differently. I think he needed to be diving forward. He tries to take it sort of arched and crouched up around the knee length. If he'd gone forward, he would have taken that. Great effort, but the ball also goes for 4. There you can see Stefan definitely trying to get going here now. It will come back for 2. So Stefan Gooch getting alive there in the 20s.
Yeah, I think Austin, he knows he's a great athlete. I think a lot of fielders might have just looked to stay back and save the boundary, but Austin knows he has a chance to get to that, so he looks to make the attempt, but unfortunately for him, just sneaks underneath him and goes for 4. This one is tucked off his hip away by Gooch, and he'll pick up a single.
Yeah, Gooch, you can see he's the longer he's out there, he starts to be moving better and better. So we do get to the end of the 11th over. It's time for players to take on some more drinks. Thank you everybody in the chat about having some conversation with us. See Nish is involved in there. And how about talking about some events that have happened back in time. Now this I remember very well, of course, yesterday I was talking about Couple Dev, and I gave you a tip to watch that the movie 83, which is all about India winning the World Cup and how they did it, and the sort of pressures that they were under, not just as players, but as individuals as well during that time. But one other player who was around, a great player at that time, was also Ian Botham, or I should say Sir Ian Botham. Back on this day in 1978, the finest all-round performances from Sir Ian Botham's career. Not content with the first innings century, Botham took 8 for 34 in the second innings as Pakistan were demolished by an innings in the second test at Lord's. So yeah, Ian Botham, he's the love old beefy.
It's actually not even Sir now. It should be Lord Botham or Baron Botham. I believe now, of course, he's a member of the House of Lords. So yeah, of course, Ian Botham, one of the greatest all-rounders in the history of the sport.
Yeah, loved his performances. And also Ian Botham, as all the lot of work that he did for charity as well. So, yeah, fair play to him. And who's your favourite cricketer at the moment then around? I mean, obviously whereas a lot of my favourite cricketers at the time when I was learning the game and watching them play. I mentioned some West Indian players the other day like Curtly Ambrose and Joel Garner. You touched on with something like Michael Holding as well with the batting from Vivian Richards, Ian Botham, Couple Dev. They were sort of extraordinary. What about yourself?
I think this is an interesting question because I've never really thought about who is my favorite in particular. I mean, there have always been a number of cricketers that I've really liked to watch. I mean, obviously, one of the most obvious answers would be Kohli.
Yeah.
Virat Kohli. I mean, obviously one of the finest players of his generation, an all-time great player. I mean, I remember when he first made his debut, I think it was against Sri Lanka in an ODI match. I immediately just loved the way he played and thought that he was certainly going to go on to become a great cricketer for India. I think Kane Williamson, another for New Zealand. Devon Conway, someone I'm a huge fan of. I just love the way he hits the ball. Of course, our own Jared Newton from the Blue Crew knows Devon Conway really well, and it was interesting when Jared was on the broadcast. He spoke a lot about Devon Conway and said that he was always one of the most humble cricketers he'd ever met. Like somebody who was so successful, but he was always down to earth, very helpful guy, a real gentleman. And he said that there was nobody who worked as hard as him. And yeah, I would certainly, those are certainly some of the first names that come to my head. I think if you had to sort of go back to when I was a lot younger, I used to love Dravid, really loved him.
Yeah.
I think a great cricket mind as well.
Yeah, I used to admire and still do MS Dhoni.
Yeah.
Because
he's my parent's favorite player.
Yeah, I just think that, the changes that came about, especially with the Indian team when he came into the setup, the way that he changed things around, especially from the point of view of they're taking this on. That's a very good single, and Tiwari does come into the attack. I think a lot of people were calling from him, me and you, including Princess Doyle as well. So let's see how Tiwari, who has been fantastic in the last 3 times that we've seen him with the ball, let's see if he can continue his good form here. Bilal Masood will be looking to go after him straight away. I think Tiwari is the sort of bowler where at this stage you'd like somebody like maybe Masood's guy to go after him, take him out of the attack. So if you really go big here in this over, let's say they get 16 or so from him, then the captain may think, I may not give him another. So rather than let him dictate, I think you've got to go after him. It might be a gamble, but I think that's important because if you don't go after him and you let him settle in, then he's going to be going after you. So it'll be interesting to see how these two get to play here because they're well set. Gooch on 32, Masood on 37. I think they could take him out of the attack if they go after him.
The first 2 or 3 balls of an over is so important against a spinner because if they go well for him, he can just dictate the rest of the over. So this time he just bowls a little bit short. Rajwinder Brar is going to have to get down and put in the dive, but they'll come back for a couple of runs.
Yeah, well done, Rajwinder. Doesn't let this ball go for him. Yeah, so go back to Estonia, just like his style as a wicketkeeper. I think he was an amazing batter. Of course, helicopter shots and things like that came into play when he was around. But he was a great leader. He was a great leader, great captain. And he got the best out of that India side. And he, as a result of that, some really good players came from it.
Yeah, I think, in my opinion, easily the greatest limited overs captain of all time, you could say. I mean, you could argue that the current Indian team on paper is much better than some of the teams he had. But MS Dhoni, the amount of success he had in white ball cricket, the trophies he won, That was incredible. I think it'd be great to see how he'd fare if he was captaining this side. Got some input coming in from the chat as well. Gregor Galloway saying that he had the honor of getting one of Sir Ian Botham's autographs. And of course, Githma Mundanayaka of the Estonian national team saying her favorite play growing up was Kumar Sangakkara.
Yeah, but, no argument there. And so, Emmanuel Robbins saying Waka Yunis. Well, yeah, I mean, now you're really talking about some great players. All right, high in the air. This is the option. James, can he get there? No, he can't. It goes high as the mountain behind James. I thought that was destined to go into Derbyshire Road, but it doesn't. It comes back down. But unfortunately, for Tiwari, who creates an opportunity, it doesn't go to hand. And it's a good over because just remember those last few overs, the last three, for over number 9, 10, 11, went 11, 10, and 12. So the acceleration came, and now Niraj Tiwari has been asked to once again try to just slow down that run rate a little. So 6 come off that one, 75. But 2, yeah, a lot of Wakas Yunis, of course, was great when he came into the scene. Shoaib Akhtar, you know, what about him? And really charged in and getting those Yorker balls coming. But I still think, you know, when you talk about all of the fast bowlers, you know, and you see, you know, them talking about the fast bowlers and coming in and the Yorker, I still think for me, it was just watching that West Indies attack, you know, when they had the likes of the Big Bird, Michael Holding out, Marshall, and then of course it went to Walsh and Ambrose. Not a good delivery, smashed. That's a Gundy ball, and I'm not sure why they've done this. This is a real peculiar move, a really peculiar move. Why would you switch Rajwinder Brar from one end to another? You either use him and keep him going at the end he's settled in. Why would you make this change? This makes very little sense to me.
Yeah, interesting move here for Cyprus for sure. I think he obviously enjoyed a lot of success coming in from the Derbyshire Road end, but now he's come in from the Tower end here. But the big story here is just the way Bilal Masood has shifted up the gears. He's starting to accelerate here. And all of a sudden now you have to say Estonia in a really good position. That expected score is 157. You've still got Sahil Chauhan to come as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, some alarm bells will be ringing. And that Cyprus dugout, this one hasn't quite middled. There's going to be quite a chase for Austin. And thanks to his extremely brilliant athleticism, he will get to that ball. I mean, not too many players have been able to get to it. This is going to be overthrows.
They're going to come back again. This is going to be 3. There's nobody at the stumps. There's nobody at the stumps. What are they doing here? Cyprus, I mean, why is this not being stopped by the keeper? First of all, they only run 1 for the initial shot, and I thought, how bad is that? There had to be 2 there. And then what happens here? Why isn't this taken by Lily Patarani? So here comes a brilliant stop. So the batter's expecting the boundary, don't run 2. And then the throw comes in. So what's happened here? Well, let's see the throw coming in. So in comes the throw. Oh, we don't get this time to see it. And obviously it's been lost, but there should never have been 3 there. That's bad from Cyprus. It really is. And then when the keeper's chasing it, nobody gets to the stumps. So they get 3. Stefan Gooch now goes on strike. I suppose he was on strike anyway because they only had the single first time round. But that's not good. That's nicely bowled. Just takes the pace off this one a little bit. That's Rajwinder. Yeah, little things now and then. This is where they're going to have to work really hard. Going to have to work really hard now. Cyprus going into the last 8 overs or so. They've got to put a big effort in. Okay, well bowled. That's the length. It's full. It's straight. Can't get underneath it. Can't get the boundary shot. In the Bras. They start off with a bad delivery down the leg side. Then, of course, you can't blame him for the 3 runs that got given away after that. But he's got 2 batters that are in good form, going well. Now, here's a question for you. I mean, would you... So let's say they continue to go at an average of 8 overs here for the rest of the innings and they don't get a wicket. Would you take that rather than take a wicket and somebody like Sahil Chauhan come out and maybe get the acceleration in? So, because if you have a look at some of these shots, I know there have been some boundaries, but not that many. So it's a question there. I'll put that to the chat as well. So we come to 13 overs complete, you're on 87. So there's 7 overs to go here. You go at 7 at 8, so there's another 56. Put that to the 87. Score 143. I take that.
No,
I'd leave these two in there and say, hey guys, don't say anything. Leave them in there. Let them go at 8s and over, at average off. Keep them under 150. Keep Sahil Chauhan on the bench, and hey, they might not get to a 180, 190 score, and that leaves us an opportunity to win the match, and maybe also, if we win it quickly, win this series.
Yeah, but you would feel these two will start to accelerate, though, in these next 2 or 3 overs. They've certainly shown that they have other gears to their batting. I mean, we've seen so far Masood, he started to accelerate a little bit. I think Gooch, and provided he's not struggling with injuries, you'd assume that he'd also be able to just get the strike rate up.
Yeah, well chased, and keep it to a single, so they're going to have to push themselves hard here, aren't they? Push themselves hard. Look, they'll be saying, look, let's get these next 2 overs in quickly. We'll get some more drinks coming in as well. But at the moment, they're just applying the pressure well. Masood, though, he's the one set, 48-34.
But Estonia have demonstrated they're a smart team, so I feel like if either one of them is being too slow, then they'll retire one of them, bring Chauhan in.
I don't think this case of being too slow. I think in the the way that they're going. Look at Scott really struggling. Do you really think he's going to have a bat, Scott? I can't see him batting the way he is, but I mean that's another matter. But I don't think they're batting slowly. If you look at what they're going at, they've gone the last 5 overs 11, 10, 12, 6, and 12. It's not going slowly. But what I'm saying is that Sahil Chauhan can come out and go much, much quicker. So you wouldn't pull them for going at the pace that they're going. I'm just saying that if you're the captain here, Scott Burdekin, and you're noticing the pace that it's going at around about this 8/9 and over on average, you're quite happy. You'll take that. You'll take a score or a target of around 150, because with shots like this, like Stefan Gooch, very good player, doing his job here for his side. But yeah, Sahil Chauhan, he could be smashing and banging those for 6s and boundaries. So yeah, I think at the moment, you say, we'll take this. All right, we're not getting wickets, but economy is everything here. Get the bowlers to bowl you a nice economic rate. So even Masood, he's probably at a point now that he should be. That's his 50. He's 50, I think it is his 50. He gets applause. So 50 comes up for Bilal Masood. So Masood, he's had to wait a long time. It didn't come in the internationals. We had a nightmare, the ECIs that is, but in the T20s, he gets a T20 international half century. So well done to Bilal Masood. It's taken him 36 balls to do it in. So in the final knock that he'll be having in Cyprus, he does show what he can do. He's a quality player. Stefan Gooch. Gucci just nurdling the ball around. See that one there, rather than go super aggressive and go for the big shot, he's quite happy just to use his wrist, put it in the gap and get Masood back on strike. Thing is though, Masood is not banging the ball, not banging every ball to the boundary. So if they're just rotating the strike and it's single after single, Cyprus are happy. Oh, well bowled. What a lovely delivery this is. What a lovely ball. It ties Masood in a knot. It finishes with a dot. And at the end of 14, it's at 92 for 2.
Yeah, nice way to end the over there for Neeraj Tiwari. A great ball right at the end. 5 runs coming off that over. Certainly very good at this stage of the innings for Cyprus-Estonia. Their expected score is currently at 153, so yeah, this is, keep in mind, Cyprus, they're most if they stay around that range, they'll probably have to chase it in about 18 overs. Here's a look at the upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, today's our final day here in Cyprus, but running alongside us is the European Cricket Series over in Czechia. And then we'll continue our tour of Central and Eastern Europe with a great series over in Romania, Hungary, and then follow it up with Bulgaria at the end of July. And they'll be heading down south to the Adriatic Sea. Croatia is where we'll be playing a great weekend of cricket for, and then we return to the eternal city of Rome. So a big summer coming up here on the European Cricket Network.
Looking at that graphic just reminds me I better get my packing done tonight, Nish, as I also will make my way to Czechia to join Vidi Sandu and Danny Hudacek. So it's a early morning start for me to make my way over there, but looking forward to it. It will be my first time in Czechia, in Prague. Works this away. Fielders have to make the stop and should make the stop. They will. Rajinder Bra. Well, Lamape. That's not Rajinder Bra, is it? No, he's been moved from there.
It's Roshan City, isn't it?
Yeah, Roshan. He does well. He does it in Rajinder Bra fashion. Let's just say that he just makes sure that there's nothing, no space going to be left underneath him as he makes the block here. Here we go. So, yeah, well done. Good stop. That one's going to go the distance, gets right underneath it. And that's 6 runs. Beautiful shot. Of course, it can't be Rajinder Bra doing the fielding of the man. He's doing the bowling, and that's just in the slot. So just goes a little bit too short. And, well, watch out in the tower. And that certainly had a Marta Maria shaking as that comes through. Marta, you okay? Show us some love. Show us those nails, Marta Maria, a part of the Spring Media Group. Show us some love, Marta. Come on. Don't be shy. Show us some love. We still want Marta. Maybe she's been knocked. Maybe she's been knocked out by the ball here. Okay, come on. Let's say to Rajinder Bra. Come on, get it right, Rajinder. And into the pads, comes back with the dot ball. 100 came up with that that 6 down the ground, by the way.
This is a very interesting phase of the match we're entering now here with Estonia at 101. The predictor has them probably getting about 156, but there's a chance for Austin. Is he going to take this catch? Oh, he almost had it, I think. Well, he might have he was just about a foot in front of the boundary rope. I think if he was all the way back, he would have had a better chance. But yeah, he's disappointed. He's really disappointed. He knows he should have taken that. He spent a lot of time working on his catching. Well, just take a look at this opportunity there. Yeah, you can just see there's quite a bit of grass between him and the boundary rope. If he was all the way back, it's probably an easier catch. And as you can see, it ends up being a 4 as well.
Oh, that's
I think he just needed to judge where he was a little bit better there. Very unfortunate for Austin. 2
difficult opportunities. One to remove Stefan when Gucci was on 22. Now that one, Masood getting dropped there on 58, and then the ball going to the boundary as well. It's sort of, he actually gets it. It actually gets in there, and then unfortunately gets away. And Rajinder Bra, this over is the most expensive so far, as that one will add to it. That's going to be 4 more. And that's the perfect over they needed. So you can see the acceleration is definitely in there. So the over goes for 18. So that acceleration is starting. Bilal Masood is making the most of that opportunity. And Rajinder Bra, who did get brought back on from this end. I thought there was a weird move to make as the batters will take on some water here. And I thought they were going to have drinks at the end of the next over, but I think if there's time and it doesn't waste any time, I know the umpires won't mind that at all. But yeah, Rajinder Bra, I was a little bit surprised that he did come back on, especially from this end. I'm not saying that it's all down to him. There were chances there that perhaps could have been taken as well. But he'll go for 18 in that over, and the score accelerates up to 110 for 2. So this partnership certainly been very, very productive. They came together with their score just on 1. So great partnership so far. This partnership worth over 100. Tiwari is going to come around the wicket to Stefan Gooch. Gucci says, hang on a minute. We're not quite ready. So here he comes. We'll be looking to try and jam in that Yorker length delivery. Shot. Gone. And that has gone all the way. So now it's Gucci's turn. That one is a lovely hit. It's right in the slot. I get the feeling Tiwari's far better off sticking over the wicket. I think when he's coming around the wicket is what Gucci wants. He's comes down the wicket, even though the wicket keeper Patirana is waiting for it and smashes that away. Tiwari might try and get a quicker delivery in here if he thinks Gucci's going to do the same. But that's a wonderful shot. So Stefan Gooch on his way to a fine half century here as well.
Yeah, lovely use of the feet there by Gooch. Gets to the pitch of the ball and smacks that for 6. That's why I was looking forward to this battle so much, because obviously Tiwari, the off spinner against a batter of Gooch's class, should be real fun.
Just drops the bat on this. He'll take a single, and that's why Gucci is so good as well, Stefan Gooch. He knows which balls he can go after, and if it's not one he can go after, he's not going to spoil it. He's still going to get something for it, so he gets a single. So 117 for 2. They're looking to go at around 10s now for the last 5. So looking at maybe a 170 score. Well bowled. So Musad was looking to shape up for it, and Tiwari gets a good ball in there. A few people say, come on, Bilal, let's go, Bilal. He's trying. 66 to his name. And that one is going to be, well, was that a, did I see, what was that? Now, was that a bump?
Might have been, yeah.
Was that a bump? Now, let's have a look if we can see any more of this. So, I think the umpire is giving the run out, but I wonder if we can see the whole thing again. So, the run out is out. So, that looks like that's going to be, oh, what's going on here?
So the umpire has given Bilal Masood out, so he's saying it's not a bump. I wonder if there was a run out on over there as well, but yeah, Bilal Masood's been given out, so yeah, initially we were wondering if it was a bump, not according to the umpire. In the end, it's a catch straight to Roman Mazumdar. Good catch, well held onto.
Yeah, I don't actually see it as a bump, if I'm honest. And then I think Stefan Gooch, well, one of them had to be out. Masood reckons it wasn't a bump. Then the umpire here, I don't know, the umpire starts to have a little conversation, but it will be caught out. Bilal Masood, he's the one who's going. So it was a good game. It's interesting, even the fielder's reaction. There was no celebration. He throws it back to the bowler as well. So he obviously thought it might have been a bump as well. But it will be Bilal Masood, 66. He makes off 44 deliveries. Who's going to be the 3rd wicket to go. So Bilal Masood gets caught there on 66. And it's Tiwari who picks up another wicket.
Yeah, so an important wicket. They just needed that, Cyprus. I think Bilal Masood just getting out at the wrong time from Estonia's perspective. But the danger man, Sahil Chauhan, comes on. And, well, if this guy can get going, you know he's more than capable of helping his side go at 15 to 17 and over. Rajwinder Brar, though, he's just hobbling off. He's struggling. He looked like he was about to go off. He had the bib on, but now he's making his way back onto the playing field.
Yeah, Rajwinder Brar. Ends up being a little bit expensive, doesn't he? I think he's gone for 40-something from his spell of bowling. Yeah, 45 of his 4. He was a little bit unlucky as well. There was a few catches off his bowling that didn't go to plan. One was to Gooch on 22 and one Masood 58. Well, at least that doesn't cost them too much. So Scott Austin won't be that disappointed now that Masood has only added another, 8 runs before he's departed. So Tiwari to continue. He'd be bowling to Sahil Chauhan. Now this is when somebody like Sahil could be so dangerous, because with the amount of time left, he doesn't have to think about what sort of innings he needs to play. He just needs to think about, right, I've got to go into smashing it mode straight away. Look at the win predictor, by the way, 50-50.
Yeah, the game hanging finally in the balance according to win predictor. It's a coin flip. And here comes Sahil Chauhan. Oh, and good ball there by Neeraj Tiwari.
It's a clever delivery, isn't it? Because whereas to a lot of batters, he's just been floating it up. This one, he pushes it through a little bit quicker to Chauhan, because he knows that Chauhan is probably wanting to try and go after him. It's a good start for Tuari too. And same areas again. This one gets dragged, and it's an incredible effort there by the fielder in short. What a great effort this is. I'm not sure if that's a catching chance is along the ground, but it's a great effort. I think that's Roman Muzumdar, is it?
Yeah, Roman Muzumdar there with the effort. Diving effort, trying to get to it. And he's out at mid-wicket. He's already taken one catch to get rid of Bilal Masood, who's trying to take an even more special one. Estonia, 118 for 3 at the end of the 16th over.
Yeah, so Tuari, they went after him. He did go for a boundary off the very first ball. It was a huge 6, wasn't it, from Stefan? But then after that, he comes back and he gets the wicket off Masood. So not the worst of overs. The 8 come from it, but he gets up the wicket. So 4 overs here to go. 118. So Sahut Chauhan does come out. He's out there now with Stefan Gooch, who's also seen the ball very well. So now what's the plan here as they do go back to Gunasakara? Interesting that this time round they haven't gone back to Roshan Sriwadana, who got the player of the match in the last one for his 3 for 39. So interesting how Scott's thinking about his bowlers here. So he's decided high in the air, catching opportunity. Down it goes. And now they're not even getting the ball. They've gone to, oh, come on, boys. I'd say boys because it is like boys. That's just, like, you're going to be disappointed you dropped the catch. Of course you are, but you got to still get the ball in. So the catch has been dropped. And then watch what happens next. So you drop the catch, oh dear, I've dropped the catch. Never mind, the batter's coming back for 2. And because they have, you now have allowed the same batter to get that salt and really rub it in to your fingers that are hurting and saying, thank you very much for allowing me to get on strike, and whacking the next ball over your head.
Very unfortunate here for Cyprus. I mean, Chauhan's been quite lucky throughout this series. A number of catches have been put down. He played in an innings yesterday where he was dropped 3 times in that match which Cyprus won. And here was a big chance there for Shahi. I mean, Shahi's such a good fielder. He's normally someone who doesn't put those kind of chances down. He charged in, covered a lot of ground, but it's just his hands were too hard. You know, he needed to take it nicely and cleanly with soft hands. Spills that one, and Chauhan, well, not only does he get a couple of runs on the previous ball, but he punishes them by hitting a big 6.
Yeah, it's Arjun Shahi, of course, in as a sub because he's not playing the match, so he's a sub that's on. But really lets his side down. It's just poor cricket. It's poor cricket. I mean, if you drop a catch, everybody knows you don't mean to drop it. It's not an easy one. You're running in from the boundary. I mean, somebody like him you'd expect to take, but you don't then react like that where you don't get the ball and get it back in. So the batters think, well, okay, while he's having a cry about it, we'll take a second. And then the next ball gets smashed for a big 6. Yeah, that's poor cricket. Chauhan gets a life.
Yeah, it's these fine margins that can make a huge difference in how games go. You can see the expected score just jumped up to 164. Keep in mind, Cyprus, they need to win by that margin to pick up this title. Mangala
sticking to around the wicket, and that's the danger with around the wicket. Fantastic take there by Nalin Pasarana. So yeah, just starting to see these last few overs. I mean, they've really upped the rate, especially with Rajinder Brar going for 18. 8 of Tuaris now. They're after Gunasakara here as well. 8 runs already come off this over. It's played beautifully. That one will be 4 runs as well. So this is the dangerous time. And remember, I know he's given a life and it wasn't taken, but I said at one point, would you rather that somebody like Stefan Gooch and Bilal Masood just kept going at the rate they were going at around about that? I suppose they upped it to about 10 and over, say, on average. Would you rather that and let them finish in that sort of 150 to 160 score, or do you want something like Chauhan to come in if you get one of the wickets, and it could be a lot more? And this is what Chauhan can do. So 13 have come off this over. The acceleration is coming pretty quickly. But this is all to do with, and we say and talk about this so many times, it's all to do with that partnership between Bilal Masood and Stefan Gooch. And goes big again. That's going to go over the flags. That's going to be 6 more. So Mangala I think he'll do better just to come over the wicket, coming around the wicket. For a batter who likes to hit in that area, you don't want to be coming around the wicket, and he is making a change, I think. He's got to try over the wicket because Sahil Chauhan, that's his strength, so he's going to step inside and clobber you over cow corner all day long unless you make a change. So let's just have a look at some of the options that they've got left here with the bowler. So you could really be brave and go to a Chailofus, who's got one over to go. Wouldn't have been a bad idea. I mean, they might do it anyway. Roshan Sriwardana might come on to bowl the next over, but Tiwari still has one to go. So you would go with Tiwari, but yeah, you could have gone with Roshan in this one. And now it's Nilan Patarani's turn to let one go through. They're coming back. They're just losing it here now, aren't they? I mean, that's Scott Burdekin. He really is the man that, if there's anybody who probably should be off the field, it's him because of his injuries. He's not able to get to that quickly. So the batters, they'll come back and take two.
Yeah, he's gutting it out here, isn't he, Burdekin, for his side? Obviously, as the captain, he wants to be on there as the leader. Yeah, you can tell he's struggling.
That just gets played nicely. So that Sahil Chauhan shows that he knows how to count to six as he takes a single and he'll stay on strike. Stefan Gooch won't mind that. And the way that Sahil Chauhan is going here at the moment. So that's a very expensive over. That over's the most expensive, probably the most expensive perhaps we might have seen in these T20Is. It goes for 22.
Expensive over. 22 runs off it. Have a look at the scorecard here for so far this innings. Bilal Masood, top scorer, 66 runs, 44 deliveries. Stefan Gooch as well is just 2 runs away from his half century, and Sahil Chauhan is off to a terrific start in his innings.
I would just, if I rewind a little bit, I mean, after Tiwari's over number 14, which went for 5 and the score 92 for 2, Rajwinder Brar came back on from this end after bowling 2 okay overs from the Derbyshire Road end. That's when I would have gone with Roshan Sriwardana. I would have said, all right, Roshan, you were the player of the match in the last. You bowl from this tower end. You bowl this over. Rajwinder, thank you very much. Oh, well, here we go. Well, it is the Euros going on at the moment in football. So it's Tiwari showing that he's got a few footballing skills as well. What a block that is. In the air, nobody there. That one will probably be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Cuatro más. Sahil always does, as we've touched on, gives chance. Might not be an easy one, but there's always a chance before he gets going. If you don't take it, oh, he punishes you, and they didn't take the chance. Shahi could have removed him for 1. And look at him now. 26 of 10 deliveries. High, gone, bye-bye. Adios, pelota. Esa pelota no va. As that one has been mullered. Another monster shot. Bizaway's Super 6. As Chauhan now really looking to put the pressure on. They're getting to a score here now, Nish, which I'm not saying Cyprus can't get to win, but what I'm thinking is, can Cyprus get that win and also improve the net run rate? I don't think so.
Yeah, it's at that point where it's looking really challenging. 180 is the expected score, but the way Chauhan is going, you'd expect them to clear that. It's just, yeah, it's looking grim right now for Cyprus.
Oh, that's just so powerfully hit. That's going to be 4 more. So yeah, if they don't, if he bats all the way through, they're going to get past the 180. They'll get to that 190 something. I'm pretty sure of it. He's hitting this ball so hard. And Tiwari, who has caused trouble to all the other batters so far, has now just gone for a 4, a 6, and a 4. And this is how good this Sahil Chauhan is. This is why he's a special player. And that's up in the air, and it goes over Chofalus, he can't do anything about this as well. That's 6 more. So just have a look at the body language here from Cyprus. After fighting so hard and probably feeling that at least for 14 overs of this match they were on top, they're now starting to feel that this match, and with it, this T20 International Series, is being taken away from them. Oh, that is high up in the air. It's catchable, though. And it's dropped. And that looks like his Mangala out there. The Mangala puts it down. It's another dropped opportunity. Never really got into a good position, trying to make it look too casual. So Chauhan now also dropped on 42.
Yeah, it's starting to unravel here for Cyprus, isn't it? It's really starting to unravel. And they look a very, very demoralized side right now. Still got 2 overs to go, though, so they have to find a way to somehow rally themselves. I think I was a bit surprised Lufas wasn't brought back a little bit earlier. He still has 1 over to go. Would have liked to see how he'd fare against someone like Chauhan.
Yeah, but what they're doing here, Mangala just went for 22. And they're giving him the ball back. He just dropped to catch. His confidence at the moment is rock bottom. He's gone for 22. He's dropped the catch. And the captain says, bowl me another one. Can I shout this out? You have Roshan Siriwardana, player of the match in the last match, 3 for 39, still playing, and you're not going to bowl him. I don't know what is going on here with Cyprus when it comes to their selection and the way they're doing their batting and the bowling. They have lost the plot for me.
Yeah, this is going to be struck down the ground, and Austin's there to field it. Yeah, thank goodness sacred. I mean, we know he's generally throughout the series done a pretty good job, but that previous over was obviously very difficult for him. And, you know, you do wonder how demoralized he might be, especially after dropping that catch. But, yeah, the captain just hoping that he could draw on all that experience and somehow try to get his side through his penultimate over.
The captain might be hoping that this, but why? Tell me what is up with the captain when he doesn't want to bowl the guy who was player of the match in the last match for taking 3 wickets for 39, Roshan Siriwardana. Why have you gone through the whole of your innings here and you're not giving that guy a single ball? You've had Rajendra Brar in your side for 2 matches previously and you've never bowled him, and then straight away in this match you feel the need to bowl him all his 4 overs when his last 2 overs were expensive. You're just not reading the match and you're not using the resources that you have available to you effectively. And they might have got very lucky in the win in the last match, but yeah, they're making too many mistakes here. Too many mistakes, and that's why their good teams have punished them. Stefan Gooch will get the single, and he will get his half-century as well. Well batted, Stefan. That's a really good knock, an international T20 half-century for him. And he's gone through the pain barrier there to get it as well. And he's played the perfect knock for himself as well, 49 of 45. That's the way he plays. He gave a lot of the strike to Bilal Masood. And now he's doing the same here for Sahil Chauhan, who's on the verge of bringing up a half-century. That will be just a single, though. Just remember how it started. The man doing the fielding there, Kamal Raiz. His first 4 overs, he bowled himself out. They were extraordinary. Just 15 runs he gave away. James Shalufus also bowled really well. As this one is going to get past the fielder. Kalugala can't stop it. That's going to be 4 as well. Yeah, James Shalufus. He went for 16. All right, I know his last over went for 10. They didn't go back to him. I know that you're a Cyprus man. Cyprus is your country, but you must be watching what's going on here and thinking, I can't believe it. And there's been a lot of other people saying as well. Jeffrey Mobbs is in the chat saying poor fielding. Yeah, it's a combination of poor fielding and I think some shocking decisions from the captain. And now whether those decisions are decisions that are based on, you know, plans that are in place before the match starts and you're just executing those plans, I don't know. But I mean, they've basically, I think here, shot themselves in the foot here with 1 over to go, 170 on the board. This one could quite easily once again go magical. That last over from Mangala going for 9 in the end, so it's not the worst. There was a boundary off the last ball. So 170 with an over to go. They'll be looking to go as big as possible. We could even see another magical finish here with Chauhan on strike.
Yeah, this is interesting. So we're not going to see Chalufas bowl again after that great opening spell he had, where he picked up a wicket and gone 1 for 16. I would have brought him back at some point in the middle overs just to try to break one of these partnerships. Instead, Akila Kalugala is going to get his first over right at the end. I'm surprised Kalugala didn't bowl earlier because, you know, left arm spinner, we've seen him have some success, and we've seen that slow bowlers have generally done quite well in this series.
Well, that's the thing in this. That's why I don't really understand, because he bowled in the last match. He didn't bowl badly. Roshan Siriwardana bowled very well. So apart from this over, you had 8 overs available to you from 2 guys who did okay in the last match, which incidentally you won, and you're only going to use 1 over from them. It doesn't sit well with me. There's things happening in the thinking tank there from Cyprus that doesn't make a lot of sense. This one's going to be a little bit too wide, says the umpire. So Cyprus, they're going to have to go some here. They're going to have to bat better than they have done in the whole of this series to try and knock off whatever the score ends up being. And you can add this 6 to it as that clears the boundary. And Sahil Chauhan just keeps on going, and he now will get to a half century of his own. So 50 to Sahil Chauhan, and he brings that up in 19 balls. Sahil, as he moves to 52 of 19 balls. Yeah, that's correct. So Sahil proving not just to us, I know, but not just to us, but proving to the world that he's not a one-hit wonder. And that is going to be more punishment, is another big 6. He just makes it look easy. So Kalugala, after going too short and gets pumped for a 6 down the leg side, now goes too full, bowls a full toss, and this gets smashed straight down the ground.
Oh, he's an incredible player. You can't bowl to him there. That's served on a silver platter, and player of Chauhan's class is always going to clear the boundary rope when he bowled to him there. He started off with a good ball for his first delivery, but since then a wide, and now a couple of 6s for Kalugala. And as he just sort things out here.
183. Goes in the same area this time. It will be stopped. They'll be keen to come back. They will come back. Stefan Cooch plays this role superbly, doesn't he? And the thing about it is, he doesn't just play the role, he scores runs himself as well. He's got to a 50 and 1 6 and 4 4s. Miscue should be caught. Will be caught. So they do pick up a wicket. Kalugala will get Sahil Chauhan, but not before he's blasted 60 of just 22 deliveries. 185 for 4 with the ball to go.
Great innings by Sahil Chauhan. Another fine innings by a fine performer. The fastest Centurion in the T20I history. He's played another remarkable innings here. Gets the 60 of just 22 deliveries. This time around, he can't quite get a hold of that one. It's gone up in the air. It's skied. And the catch is taken by Rowan Muzender. His second catch of this innings is going to get a good round of applause here from the rest of his team. We'll have a look at this catch. Well taken by Mazumdar, but he's really put his side in a great position here. Estonia are 185 for 4. They still got a ball to come.
New batter that comes in. He's not a bad guy to be coming in for 1 ball. Is Stuart Hook. He's not had everything go his way in this series. We know that he's a tremendous player, and he's another man that wears that shirt with pride. Goes for the big shot. It gets it past Mazumdar. They might as well have a big run and then come back for 2. They do. In comes the throw. It should be out, and it will be out. So Stefan Gooch doing the team thing being the unselfish player he is, tries to get back for 2. He won't do, so he'll depart. Run out for 54 of the very last ball, 54-47. One more to be added to that total. So 186 will be the score, 5 wickets down, and it ends up being that 190 to the score. I remember saying at the time when Stefan Gooch was out there with Bilal Mustard to say if those two stay in together and the rate they're going at, it could be about a 150 to 160. If Sahil Chauhan comes out, it could be close to the 190, and that's exactly what happens. Sahil did come. He did go back, but in the meantime, while he was out there, he scored 60 very quickly. Cyprus, the only thing they can say to themselves here now is to say, look, let's not talk about the last, I would say the last 5 overs. Let's not talk about what happened there. Let's just think about going forward. We know what we got to do. We need to score 186 runs. Can we do that? We certainly can. So forget everything else for the moment. Forget net run rate. Forget everything. Let's go out there to win this match. And then when we get closer to winning it, let's see if we can win it a little bit quicker than normal and see if we can improve that net run rate. But the thing is, for me, if I'm honest, I think they're pretty demoralised out there at the moment. If they come out and make a fight of this and get to this score, I must admit, I'll be pretty surprised. I think that last 5 overs or so really took their toll on the side. They're really going to have to dig deep to get themselves out of the way they're feeling at the moment. Not that the fact that Estonia have scored a big score, but the way that they allowed Estonia to score at the end and the way that the bowlers were used, etc., etc. I don't think it's a good, happy feeling in the camp at the moment as we turn attention to these highlights. And that was an opportunity, wasn't it, for Austin? He doesn't quite get it right, and that was when it was Gooch who was dropped on 22. It's a good bit of fielding here in the outfield, and that was the other chance. That was a chance to remove Masood on 58. Masood, though, it didn't hurt them too much. He would go for just another 8 runs added when he was caught here. And a lot of talk about whether that was bump or not, but it went straight up into the air. Problem with that was then it meant that you would have the opportunity of Sahil Chauhan come out. Chauhan, first of all, dropped here by Shahi. And when Shahi dropped, then the problem with Shahi dropping him here, dropping the catch is one thing, but they allowed the batters then also to come back for the second. It should never have happened. And then Sahil Chauhan smashes that ball for a big 6. So from that moment on, and that's when Estonia really got on top. And Cyprus, they lost their way a little bit. The catch there towards the end did remove the danger, Sahil Chauhan. But by that time, Nish, I think the damage was done.
You really feel the damage was done at that stage. Sahil Chauhan, brilliant innings at the end, 60 runs of 22 deliveries. It was a top display of batting by him, really put Estonia in a great position. I'll just bring you up to date with the number that Cyprus need to keep in mind right after we have a look at this scorecard. So, as you can see, Cyprus got off to a great start, of course. They had Estonia at 1 for 2. Not saying that in the Australian way. They conceded 1 run and had taken 2 wickets. They got rid of Amjad, won a golden duck, and then Ali Masood departed in the next over. But then Gooch and Masood had a terrific 116-run 3rd wicket partnership that set the platform for someone like Sahil Chauhan to come in at the end and absolutely blast these Cypriot bowlers all over the place. We'll now move on and have a look at the bowling figures. Kamal Reyes was inserted into the lineup for this T20I series. His last match, it was his first bowling appearance. He did a terrific job to open the bowling for Cyprus. Went for just 15 runs, took the wicket of the Estonian skipper, James Khalufas. We waited quite a while to see him bowl. I was surprised he never came back for a 4th over. He did a terrific job. So the target that has been set here for Cyprus is 187, but of course, for Cyprus to lift this T20I title, they have to win this and make sure they end up with a better net run rate than Estonia. And that means Cyprus are going to have to win this in 18.4 overs. That is the equation that Cyprus need to keep in mind. So they've got to chase this down in 18.4 overs. That means with 8 balls to spare. Join us in 15 minutes time when we'll bring you the 2nd innings and also the final innings of this brilliant men's T20I series. Welcome back for the second innings, the final innings of this men's T20I series between Cyprus and Estonia. It's been a real treat to watch over these last 3 days, and of course we had the ECI over the weekend as well. These two teams have treated us to some great cricket, and once again they've brought it down to a dramatic finale. Cyprus have been set a target of 187, and for Cyprus to win this series, they have to chase this down in 18.4 overs with 8 balls to spare. That is the equation for Cyprus if they want to lift this trophy. So they don't just need the win, they need the win with the right net run rate boost. And that great innings right at the end by Sahil Chauhan has really made Cyprus's task so much harder. Estonia set to take the field over here. Of course, one big thing that's worth noting is, of course, that Marko Vake, not wicket keeping for Estonia here. Rudesh Sekaran is in place. And we know that Vake had a few issues in the previous match, gave up a lot of buys that might have cost his side the match. So Sekaran comes in. He's a very good wicket keeper. I think Vake, he's a great player. I love watching him play. Love the enthusiasm. He's very athletic as well, but yeah, sometimes just struggles with a few fundamentals, doesn't he? And they'll be hoping Estonia that Rudesh Sekaran is just a little bit tighter and it doesn't make those same mistakes. Cyprus, well, they've got to go out here. They've got to give it a good go. They've got to play with a T10 mindset. That's how they have to look at this game. Go out there, play your shots, be aggressive. Of course, you need to be a bit careful early in the innings, understandably, with the ball swinging around. I think positivity is going to be key for Cyprus, of course. I mean, they have done it. I mean, on Monday, we saw them post 2 scores in the 190s, 195 and 191. So they're capable of making the runs. They are capable of chasing this down with 8 balls to go. It's just about whether they have the right mindset, whether someone like Kalugala can really click here and win Cyprus this game. This should be a great last innings of this T20I series. And it's going to be Robson bowling the final over. What a 5 days of cricket it's been between those two teams. And now it's coming down to its finale. Starts out with a dot ball here. Robson's in the channel. Kalugala, once again, he's just looking to target that mid-wicket boundary, that area he's so strong through. No fielder at deep mid-wicket. There's a fielder out at a very wide long on. Oh, that one goes right through Chauhan's hands. He really should have taken that. You'd expect a player of his class to take a catch like that. Oh, there was a chance. Sahil Chauhan, I'll be feeling he should have taken that. James Khalufas is getting ready to face his first ball. So I like this opening partnership. You've got someone like Kalugala who will really look to attack, be aggressive, play his shots, and then someone like James who can keep the scoreboard ticking. Oh, that's a wide and the bye over there as well. So yeah, an early mistake here by Sekaran. It just brings Kalugala back on strike. So yeah, 2 fielders outside the ring here for Kalugala. One's a very fine deep third and then a wide long on. Beautifully pushed through cover. And it's just going to be the 1 run. Yeah, Marko Vake is on as a substitute fielder here, currently fielding at point. So even though he's not wicket keeping, he is going to be playing a role in this innings as a substitute fielder. Oh, gets behind that ball. Well, I think he's on for Stefan Gooch, who we know has a few lingering injury issues. Yeah, Gooch usually is not someone you'll miss in the field. He's very lively, very talkative, always encouraging the rest of his teammates, but he's currently sitting outside in the dugout. That also means they're going to lose out on a very important bowler. And Gooch, a big appeal here. Playing across the line, and he's gone. Hjalufas gone for a duck. Robson gets the breakthrough early, and it's an LBW. I'll have another look at this just to confirm. You can see Hjalufas just stepping across, looking to play it off his pads, looking to flick the ball around the corner. We'll have a look at how close this was. Is it straightening enough? Well, again, one thing that is worth considering here is how far Hjalufas might be in front of the stumps, but yeah, does that go on to hit the off stump? The umpire certainly thinks so. And he's going to be given his marching orders here, so early wicket here for Cyprus. This is certainly going to hurt them. Take another look at this. Yeah, the ball just straightening, looking to come back in. Does it come back in enough where it's going to hit the top of that off stump? Now down the leg side, that's going to be a wide there for Robson. Yeah, there's a couple of wides. He just pushed a couple down the leg side, so Scott Austin comes in here at number 3. I think him and Hjalufas, they're very similar players in the sense that they're very technically proper sort of players who look to keep the scoreboard ticking and look to run hard between the wickets, while Kalugala will try to be the real aggressor at the other end. Swipe across the line there by Austin. A very rash stroke, not something you're used to seeing from him. End of the over. Cyprus are 5 for 1. Yeah, good start here for Estonia. I mean, that's what we're so used to seeing from Robson. Always comes in, bowls really well. Gets his side off to a good start, and he's done that here once more. Here's our plan for today. So, of course, we had match 5 earlier today. Cyprus picking up the win over there, winning with a ball to go. Mangala Gunasekara hitting the winning runs right at the end. We're currently watching match 6. Then, of course, the women's match 6 will be coming up right after this, and it'll be our final match of what has been a terrific tour of Cyprus. Of course, the women's 5th match was unfortunately abandoned due to unsafe playing conditions. The playing field, which they were meant to play the first match at, the 5th match, I should say, was simply not up to the mark. So they've had a long wait, and they're going to be playing in about 1 hour and 44 minutes. It's going to look to get the field setting right here for Kalugala. Got a very fine deep third in place and also a wide long on. 4 fielders inside the ring on the offside for Kalugala. 2 inside the ring on the leg side. Just straying down the leg side there, and Kalugala just helps that along, and it goes for 4. That's an on-pace delivery there by Bilal Masood, so all Kalugala has to do is just get a little bit of bat on it and help it along very fine. It's a good shot there. Gets a boundary. First boundary of the innings for Cyprus. They're going to need a lot more of those.
Yeah, nicely played. It was one that strayed down the leg side. I want to just say once out, just talk about Robson a little bit. He's just to a left over here, taking on some fluid, but hasn't he been good? I cannot remember one bad over that he's bowled. I can't remember one bad over where he's probably gone for more than 8 or 9 in the over. He's been oh. Well, you know why I'm saying I want to know. Let's see if we can see how close this is to the lid. This is very close to the helmet. It gets through the current. And I thought, yeah, Robson he reads my mind. He just picks up the helmet and says, I think I'm just going to move this. Watch how close this is. So, gets through the current, through his legs. It's a nutmeg and not that far away. Yeah, Robson has been class. It really has. So, And it could happen to a nicer man as well, because he's somebody that puts a lot of time and a lot of effort into coaching the youngsters back in Estonia. He's helping the sport to grow, so great to see him doing well. And I know there's probably a lot of people that are watching saying, yeah, that's my teacher, that's my coach. Well, hasn't he done one, folks? Short delivery, which Austin is looking to go for that. The pull and hook shot. Gets it wrong. We know that Bilal Masood is not not afraid of banging that ball in short.
Yeah, Masood, he's somebody bowls with a lot of fire, isn't he? Oh, looks to go for the Yorker. I think he just took some pace off that ball. I mean, a lot of these bowlers, they grunt when they're about to bowl that slower delivery. And Austin does well to get his bat down in time. And it's a dot ball.
Yeah, well bowled. And, good start. This one, Austin tries to get this away, and they're keeping him quiet at the moment, aren't they? Scott Austin, he's trying to get off the mark, but he can't. And the frustration probably starting to creep in from Austin. Yeah, this time he makes sure he gets to it. You can see that he felt the need to do something different. He uses his feet this time, gets to a pitch of it, plays that away. So, well, that's going to go right into somebody's laundry that's out there, drying in the sunshine. Yeah, good footwork. It's chased hard there by Xavier. Not going to get there, and right into somebody's dirty laundry. There you go. So, end of the over. That finishes to the 4. 15 for 1 after 2.
A couple of boundaries there, so good over for Cyprus. 10 runs off it. Need a few more of those. I think, yeah, when you're trying to chase this kind of a target, I think they're going to have to look to be aggressive during the power play. I know they want to be watchful with the ball swinging around. The plan probably is to play out this new ball. But in my opinion, they really need to look to attack, try to take advantage of these fielding restrictions, especially with this target they have. One big piece of news here, of course, Marko Vake, the substitute fielder, is off, and Stefan Gooch is back on the playing field. I wonder if he's fit enough to bowl. That's going to be interesting to see. But one thing about him, though, he's always very lively in the field. He's one of the chattiest players, always encouraging everyone else. And he also provides good advice to the captain often about field positioning and a number of other things. He's a very fine cricketing mind, Stefan Gooch.
Yeah, look, he's been off the field just 2 overs, and he's back on now because they are going to use him the bowl. I've got no doubt in my mind about it. That's why he's come back on straight away. If he wasn't going to be bowling, he would have stayed off the field longer. It's been worked away. It's going in the gap, but I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. This will slow up. And the batters will just have to take a comfortable couple. And, he's all over the place here. Here's Sikaran at the moment behind the stumps. But he does manage to get, look, I thought the two were going to have a little bit of dance there, actually. Sikaran and the batter. Kalugala. It's up in the air. Arslan is chasing after it, but he's not going to get there. There's going to be 4 runs. It goes into the cables there. And fortunately, doesn't knock the electricity out. And yeah, I think Kalugala's got the right idea here, Nish. He's got to go for these big shots. He's got to be brave. He's got to just decide, right, we've got to win this game. We've got to win it well. If I can get going, all right, I might need it. I might need a stroke of luck. If I get that stroke of luck and I can go and get a big score here, we could win the game. We could win it with overs to go. A few overs to go, and we could be crowned the champions here. But a lot relies on him. Now he goes down the leg side. That's all the way, I think. Let's have a look. Yeah, manos. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande. Eso es. 6 carreras.
Oh, big hit there by Kalugala. Just picks it up and slogs this away towards square. Like, do those sound like vuvuzelas? I mean, what is that I'm hearing? Feels like we're back in the 2010 World Cup in South Africa or something.
Good pace they're going at here at Cyprus. And this one just gets played out. A good comeback from Robson. A bit of Corey chat happening in the chat. I wonder what that's all about. It's a Helix making some comments about Corey. Once again, no run. To Terry Richmond and Helix and Jeffrey Mobs and everybody else that's tuning in around the world. I hope you're enjoying this third day of T20 international action. That one's whipped away as well, so that's going to be 4 for nicely played, and you can just see that maybe Robson, just after I was saying how economic he's been, this over has been anything but. That's gone for 16. It's the end of the over, and I think that's just sheer tiredness and nothing else. Robson has really done well up to this stage to just keep on going, but that one takes his toll, so that will go to the boundary. So the score 31 for 1 after 3. Now Stefan Gooch coming to the bowl. Can he bowl straight away? I thought if you've been off 2 overs, you have to wait 2 overs. Or am I just not getting that right? He's only just come on, so he came onto the field before the start of that over from Robson. So he's maybe you've got to be once you're off for more than 5 overs, that comes into play. I'm not sure, but we can certainly have a look into that. But yeah, Stefan Gooch wasn't on the field for the first 2 overs, came on for the start of that third, but now he's going to bowl here straight away. Now Gooch has got a fantastic record here, particularly against Kalugala. He's got him out on 2 occasions, and I think that's what they're trying to do here, to see him to intimidate and see if he can get the wicket of Kalugala after this pretty impressive start, despite losing Shalufus without scoring for a 2-ball duck. So just some discussion here now. Yeah, now this is interesting. Discussion between the umpires. Just maybe they're just checking what I'm talking about, whether he can bowl straight away. Now one umpire asking the other. They might now go to the third umpire, which is Paul, just to clarify. And this is what the discussion is. Stefan saying, what's the problem? And I think, I don't know, Nish, I know you were looking this up. What's it say with what you got there?
Yeah, I'm not sure this is entirely up to date, though, but according to this, they are required to spend the period back on the field at least equal to the time that they were absent before they can resume bowling. Now, Gooch was off for 2 overs. That would mean he would need to come back and bowl the 5th over. I'm not sure this is entirely up to date, though.
I don't think he... My mind is telling me I don't think he should be able to bowl here straight away. He was off for 2 overs. So I would say he would have to be on the field for at least 2 overs. So obviously they're allowing him to bowl. So my understanding of that law is obviously not correct, because I'm sure that the umpires know what they're doing here. So I'm not going to get involved. Stefan Gooch was off the first 2 overs, came on, just been on the field for that 1 over Robson, and now he is having a bowl. I thought he may have had to wait a little bit longer. That's why I said to you, I'm sure he's coming straight back on, because they will want to bowl him in about a couple of overs' time, but he's come on straight away. That's a nice looking shot. Fielder's got work to do out there. Does well. It's only going to be just a single. Yeah, because I certainly remember that when I was playing the game, sometimes some players may arrive a little bit late to the ground for whatever reasons, and if they were off the field of play, let's say it was an opening bowler, if he came and 3 overs had been bowled, he had to wait at least the 3 overs before he could bowl. Now, no ball being called here. So no ball. Now, what's this being called for? Stefan Gooch seems surprised. The umpire says you overstretched. And well, that is a surprise, because Gucci, it's the first time we've seen him called for a no ball. I know that we haven't got the cameras or the technology to have a good look at the foot there, but it doesn't normally overstretch. Free hit gets stroked out by Austin just as a single. So once again, this battle between Gooch and Kalugala continues. Kalugala just having a little look at the leg side boundary again. So once again, Ali Masood goes on the 45, where the last shot from him was stopped. Just plays this out, no run. Good bit of fielding there from, looks like that Stuart Hook, is always in that close fielding position. Got some good close fielders as well. Having that Stuart Hook is a good one as well. Parkin is another one that's pretty sharp. That's a nice looking shot. Once again, this will slow down in the outfield. The batters will come back with two. Having to run hard here, Austin, but he'll get home. Nice breeze just comes and caresses us momentarily to give us a respite from the severe heat around the ground. And that's whipped away, but there's a fielder out there. Magical moment. Oh, he doesn't get there. Doesn't get there, and the ball just stops before the boundary. They keep running. So Kalugala almost falls into the trap. Almost falls into that trap. This gets whipped away. And Ali Masood is the man who could have taken this catch here. Comes across. He just needed, that's very similar to the one that Scott Austin tried when he was on the boundary to the left of me here. He had to get the dive forward. And the thing is, this is the ground that you can dive on. It's like jumping onto a nice fluffy mattress. So needed to get the dive in, doesn't. It's the end of the over. It's 39 for 1 after 4. So looks like Marco, not Marco, beg your pardon. Marco's the man who goes past us here. That's how I was saying Marco. Hello, Marco. How are you? Marco's the water boy here. But, yeah, Richard Parkin coming to bowl. Now, he's got a good record so far here today. Every time he bowls, he picks up a wicket. I'm quite surprised in the last match that he never actually got more than the 2 overs. Let's see if he can do the same here. Gets worked away, but to the fielder. So a nice start from him. Tries to go for the Yorker delivery here to Scott Austin.
Yeah, Parkin, we mentioned how he enjoyed a lot of success bowling in from the Derbyshire Road end yesterday, but he's certainly been able to replicate it so far from the Tower end as well. Was very puzzled when he bowled just the 2 overs earlier today in the first match of the day. He started off well here, a couple of dot balls, and yeah, they need a good over from him here because the last 3 a bit expensive for Estonia. 34 runs coming up the previous 3 overs.
Good start from Parkin. 2 balls, 2 dots. I get the feeling that Kalugala is itching to get on strike against Parkin. I think he likes the challenge of Parkin. Austin goes for the big shot, and he's going to get a boundary. I think he's played this shot a couple of times. So 4 runs. Just uses his feet nicely, gets to the pitch and hits this over into that vacant mid-wicket area. It's a nice shot.
Yeah, good-looking shot there. Very well played by Austin. A pretty safe stroke as well. Just plays it towards that vacant boundary. No fielder out there. It's not a risk. Just good power play batting.
Yeah. Nice shot. And Austin just gets ready as Parkin gets ready to go. Parkin's got to try and get this ball to go across Austin. Got to be aiming to get it in the keeper's gloves. Yeah, there. That's the ball. Austin runs hard, takes a single, but much better line to the right hand of that from Richard.
Good length as well. He got it up there. Parkin. Yeah, it's a great bowler, isn't he? I think I've been very impressed by him. I think slightly underused at times.
Been a long day for some people. That's Richard Cox. He said just taking a break from walking around the pit. I reckon he's done some steps today. He's well, there he is. He's barking some orders still, even from there. And nice to see some of the players. Coxie, look, he's still, look, he's having a go at Savio. He's saying, hey, Savio, over there. He's the El Jefe, isn't he? Sitting in the deck chair. I bet he's got a nice cool box there with some nice goodies in it. That gets worked away. And Savio saying, told you, coach, I needed him more this side. You move me that way. And Richard Cox, he'll be extremely pleased with the way that Estonia have come on here. Of course, he was very happy that they were able to come from behind in the T20 ECIs to win that series. 3-2 in the end with a good finish on that finals day. Oh, that one has been mullered And that's going to take some stopping. Savio, oh, he's down and out. It's a crash landing from Savio. Let's hope he's okay. There's going to be 4 runs, and Savio is to the right, to the right, to the left, and now up, down, and all over the place as he says Savio wipeout here. Chasing this after running the other way. It's extremely good effort, and then he loses his balance, and Savio is a crash landing. It's the end of the over. They're continuing to go at a pretty good rate here, going at 10s, 50 for 1 after 5.
Yeah, this is why, I mean, this Austin-Kalugala partnership is really good, and why at the start of the broadcast I said that Khalufas and Kalugala would work as well, because Kalugala, someone who can be an aggressor, and at the other end, you got a stroke player, someone will rotate the strike. You look at Austin just going at a shade under a run and ball. He's making sure that Kalugala faces as many balls as possible, because Kalugala is the kind of guy, if he bats another 7 or 8 overs, Cyprus are going to have a real shot of picking up this title, and I'm not just talking about the win.
Yeah, and Austin, fair play to him. I know it's not a quick rate, but when he gets too far behind, he has come up and put a couple of boundaries in. Stefan Gooch will be trying to keep him tucked up in and on the offside as he continues to keep that ball, or hopefully get that ball moving away from outside the off stump. Nice looking shot. First time I think we've seen Austin play this one away. They are taking him on. In comes the throw. It's a good throw. This could be really close. Oh, it's a good bit of fielding, but Austin has to be quick, and so does Akila Kalugala. And he's really been made to work hard to get back here. A good pick up and throw on the turn there from, looks like they've got another sub on. I'm not sure who that was. We'll get back to that in a moment. Right, shouts and catches, a miscue. Arsan Amjad coming across, can he get there? Oh, just out of his reach. Oh, that's another near opportunity. Amjad trying to get there. Once again, I think Fielder's a little bit reluctant on this surface to get a good lunge diving forward. I know Arslan is a tall guy. He's reaching for this, but I reckon he just needs to set off maybe a little bit earlier. Doesn't get there. It's a little bit of life for Scott. Okay, Kalugala, 33 of 16. He seems to be wanting to take the bowling on, and now he goes over the top. Now he could hoik out. It is a straightforward catch. It is, and that's the wicket that they needed. So Kalugala will go. Savio, who was wiped out earlier, takes the catch, and he's getting a little bit of love now from players around him. And, well, what's that? It was almost like I thought Savio was wearing a wig and it got ripped off his head. It's not. Savio, Richard Parkin gives him the hug. Savio backpedaling, takes the catch. Remember, we saw him going all over the place earlier. So there's the catch, Parkin. And there's subs and people all over the place. You know, I'd love to know. I don't know if there's anybody out there that can give us the view here, because first of all, I'd love to know if there is any criteria in the number of subs that come on and off of various. I mean, maybe there is for special conditions and weather like this, but because there's subs going on here at the moment all over the place, I think I saw maybe Marco Vike out there again. He was walking past us a minute ago. Also, I'd love to know if somebody's out there. Maybe there's an umpire or a referee that can tell us about that thing about Stefan Gooch. I mean, he was off 2 overs. He came on for the start of over number 3. I don't think he should have bowled over number 4. I think you need to be on for at least the same amount of time that you're off, unless it's a particular type of injury. So all sorts of things happening here, which I don't understand. But one thing I do understand is that Stefan Gooch has got the wicket of Akila Kalugala once again. He goes for 33 of 17.
Yeah, Stefan's had his number throughout these five days. He got him on a couple of times, exposed that weakness where he goes across the line. He gets him out here in this crucial match again. I think Kalugala is not going to forget Stefan Gooch for a long time to come.
Yeah. I mean, I like the fact that at least this time Akila Kalugala is trying to play the right shot. So he's not trying to, not trying to fetch it and trying to smack it and hoik it over the leg side. He just try and go out on the offside. He just doesn't get it right. And it's a chance that's offered to Savio, and Savio takes it. Well, he's making Gunasekara run hard, isn't he? I don't think there's any issue about Austin getting there. Mangala Gunasekara, he was the hero for Cyprus in the last match. Didn't play the most handsome of innings from what we know he can play, but that 25 he scored of 21 not out, hitting the boundary of the penultimate ball, get them the win. All right, goes up in the air. There's nobody up in that area. Well, that is Marco Vike, who is once again out there in the field. Well, he has no idea where his ball is. For one moment, if you follow this again, it looks like he thinks the ball is going to fall back on the top of his head. It's not going to. It's nowhere near that. It is the end of the 6th over. Stefan Gooch does get the breakthrough. He removes the dangerous Akila Kalugala on 33 of 17. And after 6 overs, this match is pretty evenly poised, with Cyprus on 57 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, Cyprus will be pretty pleased with the start they've had to this. They're going along at a great rate, of course. Losing Akila Kalugala really has to hurt because, yeah, with that Taranjit Singh injury, there's just not as many hitters in this side. Of course, you know, Scott Burdikin struggling with an injury as well. He is in this lineup, so Cyprus a few batters lighter than what they usually are. Going to be interesting to see if they can just continue to go at this exemplary rate. Mangala Gunasekara, of course, we know he's a big hitter, but in that last innings, he just was kind of scratching and clawing his way to get to that score of 28, which is what he ended up making. Just hasn't quite clicked for him either so far in this T20I.
Just reading some of the messages from the chat. Thank you to Jeffrey Mobbs and 1 or 2 other people. I think the rules clearly state if you are off for 2 overs, you have to be on for 2 before you can bowl. Disappointed that the officials haven't got that right, actually. I mean, at this level, you've got to know what's going on. You have got the 3 good umpires there. It's not a difficult one to work out. It wasn't as if a player left at some point in the field and they were unsure on when he left and nobody made a note of it, and he's come back on and sneaked in through the back door. It was obvious. And I think Stefan Gooch himself, I mean, Stefan, he ain't going to complain. He just used his charm, didn't he? But Stefan Gooch, being that he's done a lot of tournament refereeing and umpiring, of course, in the European Cricket Network. We were very familiar with seeing his lovely smile at the Cardamom Oval when he's umpiring. He probably knows the rules as well. They tried it on. It worked. And I suppose the rest is history. It would have been more of a talking point if he picked up a wicket in that first over. But then a lot of people would say, well, he shouldn't have bowled that first over, and that means that maybe he wouldn't have got the wicket in that next over. I don't know. It's just one of those things that I think the officials need to be aware of. There was obviously discussion about it because I did see the umpires sort of kind of come together, and then in the end, it looked like umpire Tom Smith sort of said, nah, come on, let's get on with the game. So that was that. Right, some changes being made to the field as Sahil Chauhan, a man who's, well, becoming a household name. I know a lot of people from the Indian subcontinent have been in touch with me and via my social media asking me so many questions about Sahil Chauhan. He's become a household name, become a very famous person after he has got the title of getting the fastest T20 international century. Of course, knocking some great players off the top of that list. So Sahil Chauhan, the world record holder at the moment.
Watches that one go past him there. Gunasekara misjudges the line. Yeah, you can't afford to just give up dot balls that way. I mean, this required it. It's going to go to 9.5 now with that dot ball. Oh, great Yorker there. Fantastic length by Chauhan. A couple of good balls by him here. They need big innings from Gunasekara here. Cyprus, they know he's a batter who can really accelerate. And as we said, it's not just about chasing this target down in 20 overs. It's 18.4. It's how many they need if they want to win this tournament. And of course, Cyprus will be keen to pick up a trophy at home. They don't want to give both these trophies to Estonia. Of course, Estonia won the ECI trophy over the weekend as the home side. Don't want to go empty-handed. Austin will play this one towards mid-off. He'll pick up a single.
Austin, the longer this innings goes on, I think he becomes more and more key. He's done this before when he seems to have weathered the early storm. Of course, he gets out there quite early after James Shafoulis only lost 2 deliveries. But what he has to show now is that he can weather that early storm, and then when that ball from the opener stops moving around, he can then accelerate just a little bit to stay at a pace that they need to be. At the moment, currently, they're needing to go, it's just under the 10, isn't it? But, of course, every time you get it over like that one, which only goes for 4, that rate starts to really go up a bit. So they've got to be cautious of that. But one thing they'll be saying to themselves, look, if we can stay in this match and keep going at this rate, we can have a big finish towards the end. And I think that's fair play. If you stay at this rate, don't lose any more wickets. So you stay at this rate for another, say 7 to 8 overs. You're pretty close, and then you say, right, now we know what we have to do with regard to this net run rate. You then change the target, you change the goalpost. You say, right, now this is what we need, and with the wickets in hand, you go for it. That's the way they've got to play this.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I think you have to go for this regardless, you know. I don't think it makes much of a difference. You win this game, but you don't actually win the trophy.
Yeah, very good point. Okay, Stefan Gooch, I wonder, he'll probably bowl this, and they might just hold him back slightly. Little signal there from the wicketkeeper to Stefan. So well played. It's nicely stopped there by Hook. Good full-length delivery into Mangala Gunasekara. Mangala, if he gets the opportunity, won't mind taking a little step down the pitch and trying to put the short ball away. But Stefan probably knows Mangala pretty well as well. That's slashed out towards the man who's at quite a wide long off, makes the stop. Few changes in the field now to the right-hander Austin. I wonder how Austin decides to go here now.
Just looks to step across. That's a smart batting by Austin, but he just gets enough bat on it to pick up a run.
Yeah, Gucci sees the movement and does the right thing. Fires the ball in full Yorker length, but Austin, credit to him. He keeps his eye on the ball, just gets a little nurgle on it. And that's hit pretty hard, it bobbles away, but at the moment, bowling well to his field is Gooch. If you're bowling a good straight line, then batters can only hit you straight, and if you've got 2 men straight, and that'll do. You don't mind the singles, they're needing to go at more than run a ball at the moment. Now that's the loose one, but there's a fielder out there, that's going to be a little bit of luck. It's a Gundy ball that gets a wicket. And Stefan Gooch is celebrating, but it's a Gundy ball. Austin just wants to know about the height, and I wonder if this is high or not. Let's see if we got side on this. And let's have a look. So let's see the height of this one. He drops down, and no, I think that's all right. It's not a good delivery. It's a full toss, and it gets in the wicket, and it's Savio who's out there. Savio's been a gun. I've said this before in the field. So Savio takes the catch. Everybody goes over to reward him. And Gooch has just bought a wicket. He's bought the wicket of Austin, who's asking the questions after he was out. He was looking at the umpires and saying, hey, what about the height? But I must admit, and I know he does go back into his crease, but I think that ball is coming down. I think it's okay. It's below the waist. So Gooch gets another wicket. Remember, got a half century as well. Well, he's on his way to another player of the match performance here, Stefan Gooch, perhaps.
Yeah, he certainly looks like he's on his way to another the match performance. And well, we saw him take some wickets, some beautiful outswinging deliveries earlier in this series. This is probably one of the worst balls he has delivered in this series, and he gets a wicket off it. I mean, once that would have left his hand, he might have thought it was going to end up for a 6, but he gets a wicket. well held on to by Aditya Savio, and Neeraj Tiwari comes in here at number 5.
Yeah, sometimes when things are going well, when it's your day, it's your day. And Stefan Guc, he took a wicket with a ball in Estonia, which was even worse than that. It was a real horrible delivery. But sometimes it just happens. A big swing here from Neeraj Tiwari. Tiwari, he's, in my opinion, he's pretty lucky to get another chance sort of fairly high up the order, because he was out to a couple of times to some horrible shots that he's played. But sometimes it pays to stick to a batting order. That's one thing that I'll say, the one advice that I'll give to Cyprus. Sometimes it pays to stick. Bilal Masood, I suppose, is a good example of that.
No, certainly. You know, sometimes just having the faith in that batter can certainly pay dividends. He can come back to repay the side. I think it's just a case of whether, you know, the history of that batter, whether he's had some big innings in the past, whether he's got the class. You also have to look at the way he's getting dismissed as well. I think that's important. I mean, you know, if a batter's had a few unlucky dismissals, you obviously just don't lose faith in them. And I think, yeah, I think that's just where you have to be smart as management and try to recognize what the issues are. A lowish full toss that's going to get struck down the ground for a 4. So Gunasekara starts off the over with a boundary. You can see Cyprus are well ahead of what Estonia were at this stage. Of course, Estonia had lost to 1 less wicket. So they're well in this game here, Cyprus. It's important that they keep going at this rate.
Fantastic strike that. Now, so it goes for it again, but this time they've moved Masood much straighter. But one thing is, I mean, if Gunasekara can get the sort of shots going that we see him play in Cyprus, at, I say Cyprus, at the Ipsonas cricket ground, of course in Cyprus, that boundary isn't that much bigger than this one. And we've seen him hit many a big 6 straight down the ground from this, we call this the tower end, that will be going into the olive trees. And he just needs to get in. That's the thing. He just needs to get in. And you could say the same about Neeraj Tiwari. If he can just rewind the clock and pretend that he's playing at Ipsonas and that we've just had a monsoon and everything's turned green, and that he's batting here with Pawandeep, not Gunasekara, and bat that way, then there's every opportunity that these two can get a good partnership together and not just win them the match, but win them the match with the time they need to help their net run rate. One is just going to get over Robson. They should be again thinking about 2. They will.
Yeah, they'll come back pretty comfortably for the second run. This is where Neeraj Tiwari as well. I mean, he's going to have such a big role to play in this partnership too. You know, we saw the way he got dismissed in the previous match. Very, very soft dismissal. He's got to look to stay there and provide good support to Gunasekara. Oh, that one is going for that toe-crushing Yorker there, Chauhan, and Gunasekara just works it away towards mid-on.
Yeah, well played. As Stefan Guc is still on the park, I reckon he's gonna bowl his 4th over. I think he'll probably bowl the 4th, and they might then give him another sit out just to look after himself. Mind you, there's no more cricket after this one, so Stefan might be keen to stay on there. This one gets worked away, but it's not going to go to the boundary. It's Masood, who's covering a lot of ground over there, comes across and makes a stop. So the over does come to an end. It's not the worst from Chauhan. The 1 boundary from it, 11 off that over. So score 75 for 3. And yeah, Stefan Guc goes back to his mark. That makes sense, really. He's bowling well. He's got a good rhythm going. He's been pretty tidy. Just 18 off his 3 overs. Got picked up 2 wickets as well. So yeah, he's going to be keen to keep bowling. Tiwari, I wonder if they'd like to just move, maybe just to start off with, have mid-on and mid-off up, because that's where sometimes he gives these chances.
You'd maybe want to encourage Tiwari to also just try to get down the wicket and look to hit it over mid-on and mid-off, and that's where some opportunities can come. But right now, both of them are all the way back.
Gooch working on the ball, shining it. And once the field's ready, he comes in. Firmly struck by Niraj Tiwari, but to the fielder. It will just be a single. I mean, they won't mind, I think, here, even if you take 6 runs off the over, but don't lose a wicket. I think you take that, and then after one more over, you got drinks, and you can once again just reset the target of what you're trying to do and when you're trying to do it by. It's well bowled by Stefan. Just gets this to go just a little bit wider from Mangala. Of course, a lot of these players know Stefan very well because Stefan, as a part of the ECN, has also done many events in Cyprus as the tournament referee. So he'll know a lot of these players, and they all know him. He lets himself down there a little bit. It probably must be pretty strange as Mangala Gunasakara gets set to face Stefan Gooch, and he's probably thinking, why is the tournament referee running in and having a bowl at me here?
Yeah, Stefan, an integral part of course, several ECN events.
It's a nice looking shot, but once again, he's not going to get the reward that he deserves from it. It's such a good shot just for one run, you know. But it's all about getting the field right. Let's talk a little bit about Savio in the field. Hasn't he been superb? Some very good catches. He's made some good saves out there. He's one man that I reckon the team all have to chip in and get him a bit of a spa treatment at the end of this. Well bowled. That's a good heavy length this time from Stefan. So very good variations from Stefan Gooch here. So keeping that ball, keeping the batter guessing. Sometimes it's a bit fuller, sometimes that shorter one like that one. Down the ground, but again, to a fielder, just another single.
Yeah, the run rate's significantly gone down these last 3.5 overs. Just 22 runs for Cyprus. You can see the required starting to go up. It was under 9.5. Now it's up to 10.6. Keep in mind, Cyprus, of course, got to chase this down in 18.4 overs, and oh, this has gone straight through the fielder. Was there a chance there? Umpire's going to signal for. It's gone to Arslan Amjad, a man who's got some of the safest pairs of hands in Estonia. When he fails to take the catch there, we'll have a look at this. Once again, I was just watching in real time, not through the screen, and it looked like he was going straight, just around chest height, and yeah, he'll be disappointed, Amjad. I mean, he doesn't drop too many, and he's dropped a really important one there of Gunasakara.
First time that I've actually seen him make an error in the field. Arslan Amjad, up until then, he's been very good. Gooch, straight away after he finishes over, he signals to come off. So once again, I don't know the rulings on this, but if I give you my opinion, for what it's worth, I don't like it. And I don't like it. I don't like the fact that players can come on and come off. And I've seen before one sub on, but we're seeing it sometimes. I think we might have even seen 3 subs on at one point. Players just coming on and coming off. And I'm 100% sure now, especially after the people in the chat have confirmed that he should never have come straight on and bowled that over number 4 when he'd only been on the field just for the 1 over. So a few things here that I think the umpires need to, maybe the next time round when they're doing an event, have to sort out and find out exactly what the rulings are on that. And certainly something that I'll be going away and checking up just from the purposes of our own regulations when it comes to the T10, the European Cricket Series that we run. But I've never seen, I mean, I know it's extreme heat here, but I've never seen so many players come on and off. It's almost like they're picking up those what do you call those little kiosk tickets, and just waiting for the number to come up, and then they go and sit out for a few overs and come back. So Stefan Gooch now, the chances are we won't see him for the rest of this tournament. He's bowled his 4 overs, and he's had a good tournament, let's just say that. Batted very well, he's got a half century here, he picked up 2 wickets, probably should have had 3. Parkin. Played away. Probably should be looking for a single here, but Mangala is too busy watching that ball go straight into the fielder's hand. Got to take the odd chance here now, haven't they? Parkin is a nice, lively bowler. It's got some height, can get the ball to move around a little bit, but you've got to start taking the odd chance and playing a few shots. This one gets past the fielder, Stuart Hook, who goes down. And doesn't stop the ball getting past him, so just a single taken.
Yeah, Cyprus do need to start taking some risks here. You know, they're required now. It's getting near to 11. It's getting close to 11, and you know, I think things have just quieted down for them since Akila Kalugala departed. They've got to look at the rest of this batting lineup. I mean, where are the other big hitters? Someone like Roshan Siddhiwardana and Nolan Pathirane has played a few big innings as well. Both of them need to get a move on now.
All right, this is catchable, but he's gone a long way up. Robson, he's just normally got very good hands, and he can't get hold of it. Oh, dear. Robson comes across, and he's holding his head here now. He does so well. I like the fact that Robson, at least he is prepared to get the dive in here. But that's another chance that gets given and doesn't get taken.
Yeah, skied by Neeraj Tiwari. Robson puts in the dive right at the end. He wasn't quite able to judge the trajectory right, was he? Otherwise, he might have been able to get himself in a better position. Well, that's another one that's going to go down. I think Parkin's been a little bit unlucky throughout this series. A lot of catches have been put down off his bowling.
Yeah, Robson, a fair play to, you know what I want to say about Robson? Robson's hard. Robson's hard. He's a hard nut. All right, that is huge. That is a massive pickup from Gunasekera. That's gone a long way. That's probably going to end up in the production team hut. What a great shot this is from Gunasekera. This is what we're used to seeing from him, from Ipsonas. He just gets underneath this and crashes it. A wonderful shot, uses his feet. But I want to go back to Robson. He's not putting his hand up and said, "Me, sir, please, can somebody sub me?" Look how far that's gone, by the way. I told you that's gone right up there by our production crew. That's gone a long, long way. Yeah, fair play to Robbo. He's a hard nut. He's out there. He's not saying, "Me, my turn. I want to go and sit in the Mr. Whippy's ice cream van and have a few ice creams and slush puppies before I come back." So fair play to him. He goes for it, gets the dive in as well, but unfortunately not able to hold on to it. Nice shot. You want the acceleration, Nish? Well, another boundary in this over. That will see them nicely, but 9 have come off this over so far. But they're needing to go around 10, so this becomes quite an important delivery, the last in this 11th over. And then, of course, the players will take on some more drinks. Bob, but they get the runs that they want here. They get the 10 off. It's just a little bit behind. Score moves to 93. Players will have some drinks, and well, we might as well talk about this. Back in 1868 was the very first time that this particular playing condition was used. So playing for Cambridge University against Surrey at the Oval, Charlie Absalom became the first man to be given out instructing the field in first class cricket. I was trying to find out exactly what he did, but I can't find any details on that. I've got all the stats on him. So for somebody who maybe knows what Charlie Absalom did when he was given out obstructing the field, do let us know. That, of course, was way back in 1868. So we just go back to this match. 93 from 3. Now, we've seen them go at a much slower pace. Gunasekera is a player who's just starting to find his rhythm. We mentioned he was the hero in the last match when he scored that 25, and he hit the boundary, didn't he, when he was under pressure to get his team to win. And they needed 3 of 2 when he smashed the ball to the boundary. Now, is he going to play another hero's role here? What are you thinking, Nish?
He certainly could, and I think he's going to continue to look to hit it to those straight boundaries, those short boundaries, of course, 50 meters to the tower end, 55 meters to the Derbyshire Road end. The question is, I think they've figured out by now that they can only really hit boundaries straight right now, Mangala Gunasekera, and I'm sure Estonia are going to make the adjustments. Yeah. I think it's going to be a challenge for sure.
Yeah, Lillian is just saying hi to everyone that's been lurking. Yeah, if you have been lurking, come on, give us a shout out here. Let's see who you are. Hey, let us know if you got a birthday, or whether your birthday, a partner's birthday, or maybe a son or a daughter's birthday. Let us know. We'll give you a shout out, or an anniversary. Let us know who you are, where you're tuning in from, and whether you've been keeping an eye on what's been happening there in Czechia as well. I know that Vinny Sandu and Danny Hudacek's been talking you through the action there. Plenty of action. The scores happening there. That's just played away at the moment. So I suppose once again, just had some drinks, so they're probably thinking, all right, let's just take our time and get back into the rhythm here before we do anything crazy. So let's have a look, see some of the matches where we are at there in Czechia. So they're in the middle, or getting ready to start match number 14 there. It's nicely played, just guides this to the man backward point. Robson does the feeding of Tuari, so Prague CC has just got a good win against Vinoardi, 130 to 93 of 7. The Dominators were dominated again by Moravin, who came back after they were beaten by United CC. So Moravivan are getting ready to play the Prague Spartans in match number 14 there. So they've got this match and one more. And I can tell you that the Spartans will be batting first.
So how many straight wins would that be for Prague now in Czechia in ECS cricket? Because obviously they've won the title undefeated.
Yeah.
Last time around. I mean, this is a remarkable winning streak we're witnessing from Prague.
Yeah, I think I do remember Vinny saying that as this one gets played away, and it's going to go for 6 runs. What a shot this is. What a shot that is. So maybe Gunasekara is saving the best for last. Beautifully timed, goes all the way, and taken a while. Well, there's some handstands and all sorts of celebrations happening there, where the men and the women of Cyprus are watching. We might be able to, we're going to have to keep a look at that. Of course, we saw Victoria Frey while she was on the field all by herself doing some handstands. And it's almost like not sure who that was. Obviously, one of the daughters, might even be the daughter of Gunasekara, came out there and started doing some handstands and cartwheels. 100 comes up, by the way, and just say they're there or thereabout, aren't they? They're there or thereabout, but they will know. That one just gets pushed out and you have to just take a single. They will know that just a win on its own won't be enough. So they've got to try and imagine that they are here in, say, this is coming up to the end of the 14th over, for example. They've got to imagine that they're sort of 2 overs ahead of where they are. Because, yeah, go on.
Yeah, 85 of 41 to pick up the net run rate advantage to actually win this title. That 85 of 40 now with that dot ball. 12th over comes to an end. Cyprus are 102 for 3. I think, Tavari, it's good enough that maybe he's looking to try to get Mangala on strike, but he needs to get a move on as well. I think 7 of 10 just won't cut it at this stage for Cyprus. That run rate, it's just above 10.5 now. 10.6 is what it's gone up to, and if you include the extra net run rate advantage they're looking for, it's up to almost 11 and over. Here's a look at the scorecard for Cyprus. Kalugala got them off to a great start with his 33 of 17 before Stefan Kuch got him out once again. He's had his number throughout this series, and now Mangala Gunasekara is batting beautifully in the middle, and you feel he really holds the key here for this Cyprus side.
I won't be too disappointed at the moment with where Niraj Tiwari is. 10 balls, 7. We've seen him do this sort of thing before, and then he gets the acceleration in. So while he's there, we know that he will get better. But this is going to be an interesting challenge out for him, as Arslan Amjad hasn't bowled that much, but he tends to bowl when he feels there's a need to. So in he comes. That one's hit nicely down the ground. Ali Masood comes across, just keeps it to 1. So yeah, Tiwari, we've seen a lot of this from him before, and normally it is when he's out there with batters that are going well, but then all of a sudden he just cuts loose. So they're making a change here to Tiwari. So everybody moves around one, so all the fielders outside the 30-yard circle now in front. Goes for it. It's high. Where's this going to go? It goes. It goes. It goes all the way. Tiwari. Oh, Tiwari. The commentator's kiss there. Just what I was talking about, Tiwari. This is what he does. He takes a while to get going, and then all of a sudden he launches, and he launches into this one. And remember how he was out in the last match, and I said, if you're going to hit it, hit it. And that's what I'm talking about. Don't push it, hit it. And Tiwari, he hits it, and he hits it for a big 6. And the next ball is going to be a wide from Amjad, who's decided now to come around the wicket to Niraj Tiwari.
So a bit of history was witnessed in Czechia by winning this game. Prague CC. Well, I'm going to come back to this right after this delivery. What a massive hit there by Niraj Tiwari. The second 6 he has hit this over. Back-to-back 6s of legal deliveries. A great shot there by Niraj Tiwari. And yeah, goes back to what you said. He takes a bit of time to settle in, but now that he's settled in, he's starting to strike the ball cleanly. A great shot there. The captain comes into ball, and so far this little bit of experimentation hasn't quite worked out for him. Going to bring that stat up right after this ball. Oh, he's going to go big here again, Tiwari, but he hasn't quite got a hold of it. He's found the fielder instead. Slightly rash shot. I mean, he'd already hit a couple of 6s. Was that there to go for as well? I don't know, but Cyprus lose another wicket.
Yeah, who takes it? I don't know who takes his catch anymore because I have no idea who's on the field. I reckon this is another sub. It gets caught.
I think it might be Giwala who's taking this catch.
Is it Giwala? Well, there's Giwala now. Let me tell you this about Giwala. I know you're waiting to give some stats here. I can give you another stat. The players from Estonia said they went to one of the local shops here in Cyprus and bought the most potent soap they could find and washed Giwala's hands because they said, we know he's got a lot of ghee on his fingers and he's not able to catch a ball. So they've used the soap, and Giwala has taken a catch. Well, there you go, important one. Before we move on to you, Niraj Tiwari, what have you done? You just hit 2 6s, didn't have to play that shot. You're winning the over. You got 13 from it, or 14 from it with the wide. Didn't have to give your wicket away. So Tiwari hits 2 6s, gets out. 71 needed off 44 balls as Roman Mazumdar comes out to face his first ball in this series. And he's played this away behind the man on 45. They'll get a single. Come on, fire away. Give us this stat.
So Prague CC making a bit of history, the longest ever ECS winning streak for them. They have broken the record set by Albi Zalmi over 2021 and 2023. So just to put into perspective what Prague CC have accomplished, they win the last 4 in 2022 to, of course, win the ECS crown back in 22. This one's just a wide down the leg side. They have that undefeated ECS last year where they win 15 in a row. So that took the streak to 19 in a row. And they win their first couple of matches in this ECS, and they now officially have the longest ever ECS winning streak.
Well, congratulations to them, Prague CC. And is Prague CC, is that, who's the key players that are playing for Prague CC? Is that where we have Ashok? Is Ashok playing that side? Is he Prague CC? Arjun Ashok, the man that we've seen captain in Czechia, and is that also the beast?
You got the likes of Davizi, Nithik Tomer, and of course Arun Ashokan.
That's the one I'm talking about. All right, another catching chance, straight down the throat. Catch is given. That's the end of Roman Mazumdar, and goodness Sakara, the look on his face as he sees that wicket go down, and he's just still looking at Roman Mazumdar saying, what are you doing? He's going to be so disappointed there. First one, Niraj Tiwari looked like he was going to come good at the right time, hit 2 6s, and then gets out. And now Arslan Amjad in an over that should have been and looked like it was going to be a great over for Cyprus. it actually ends up being a great over for Estonia. It may be 18 runs that have come off it, but he's taken 2 wickets.
Yeah, a couple of wickets here in Cyprus. Lose Mazumdar. Of course, Mazumdar inserted into this team to play as a batter, and unfortunately just gets the 1 run. So Amjad's over is an expensive one, but he does get 2 wickets.
Savio taking yet another catch, another good one. Arslan picks up another wicket. So we did say when he got hit with those boundaries, so maybe it's not the best idea, but he's taken 2 wickets. Roman Mazumdar's a bit disappointed. He's waited a long time for his opportunity, and when he gets it, he gives his wicket away. But so far, I think the biggest disappointment would be Niraj Tiwari. Right, Roshan Sriwadana out there. Now, these two should know each other pretty well. They were together for the win in the last match, though that was not so much to do with Roshan, but more to do with Gunasakara. But they know each other well. They play for the same club. Of course, they too are on a bit of a run, aren't they? They've won back-to-back European Cricket Series titles here in Cyprus, winning in January, and just won again at the end of May. This one is, watch the bounce on this. Told you, don't listen to me, then you're going to get into trouble. Well, Giwala, he might have used the soap to sort out his catching. I said this is going to spin. I knew it the way it was hit. And Giwala, yeah, he's ring a roses. And this one gets past him, so 4 runs. Mangala Gunasakara trying to get a big knock in here to get his team a victory. Gone. And that is the wicket that they wanted. Ali Masood gets a breakthrough. And could that be the decisive wicket as Mangala Gunasakara falls for 41 of 27 deliveries?
Yeah, that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Huge wicket there. And that is a massive moment in this match. Mangala, who you felt really held the key here for Cyprus, their hopes rested on his shoulders. He has departed. What a wicket there for Estonia. They're absolutely pumped. Ali Masood does the trick here, as he so often has for Estonia in this series. That's the end for Mangala. And now the captain, Scott Burdekin, coming out. We know he's carrying an injury. We know he's really struggling. But he's going to have to play one of the knocks of his life here.
Yes, so one thing that this Scott Burdekin is, as he marches out there, I don't think he's there to run any quick singles. His plan, or he's there to try and hit singles as quickly as he can. Hello to Jacob, who is saying hello to us. He's home from school, and he said his dogs have gone crazy. Well, why are they going crazy? What have you done to the dogs? What dogs have you got, Jacob? Let us know. What breed of dogs do you have? And maybe are they going crazy because you're home? Maybe they're excited to see you. That's all it is. A call of yes for the single. So it's not impossible. Let's just say that it's not impossible. It's going to need something special. Somebody's got to put in a good innings. Ali Masood making the changes in the field now as gets ready to bowl to Roshan Sriwadana. Sriwadana, wouldn't he love to just get going here and get a quick fire 30-odd runs to his name. Get some support there from the captain, Scott. Now that one is too wide, and where's this going to end up going? The chase is on. Scott's not going to run more than one. That's the issue, and then that's not the best of throws back to the Giwala, saying, when you've got the gloves, use the gloves.
That one's a wide, and they're also going to sneak in an extra run. A few questions about where Tejwinder Singh is. He's unfortunately injured. He's not fully fit and has not taken part in any of the action today for Cyprus.
Vinny Sandhu doing a bit of lurking. Hello to Vinny Sandhu. I hope you had a nice day off yesterday, Vinny. We were just talking about, of course, about the world record. Well, we say world record. It's an ECN record, isn't it? For Prague CC. So congratulations. And do pass on Nish and I congratulations to Prague CC for asking the question. He's very, very excited about it, is Ali Masood. But umpire Tom Smith says, not out.
Let's have another look at this here. Yeah, you can see clearly pitching outside the leg stump, and of course, yeah, not much going for it there. Plenty of bat involved as well.
Terry Richmond is going to bed. Good night, Terry. It's played out. Scott, look at him struggle here. It's like he's wearing lead boots at the moment. I said, probably got those legs strapped up pretty well. End of the over. So Ali Masood gets the big wicket there, of course, of Mangala. 8 runs off the over. So once again, after getting that big over there, Arslan Amjad, all right, he did take 2 wickets, but he went for 18. That helped the cause a little bit for Cyprus because it took the rate back down to under 10. But a few more overs like this, it goes back up again.
59 needed 28 for Cyprus to win this tournament. Gonna be Dave Robson inserted back into the attack. Yeah, this is smart. I mean, you know, Cyprus are under quite a bit of pressure here. And Robson, he's got a couple of overs left. Gets rid of one of these two, then it really is curtains for Cyprus.
So, Robson coming back. He's at the very last over Robson bowled. It was a little bit expensive. Let's see how he fares here.
So straight to the fielder at cover. It was a low full toss, and Burdikin was just not able to get that one away.
Yeah, 16 came off his second over. That was over number 3. This one's going to be a wide, so just lets himself down a little bit after that dot ball. Batter having a good look around here, Scott. Scott knows his power is, again, the offside. He'd love to be able to get an uppercut in. Yeah, well bowled. Good bowling. Can just hear Arslan Amjad here just saying, yeah, well bowled, follow him. And yeah, that's all about the movement that they know that Scott has. That's hit firmly, but just bobbles away to Arslan, who he won't dare make a mistake under the watchful eye of Richard Cox there. I think if he made a mess of that, I think Coxey would have been after him. So the field all moves round here to Roshan. Hasn't got one away yet, probably because he ain't faced the ball yet. It's his first. And he does play it away, and that field work in a treat at the moment as Ali Masood comes across, and he will just gently bowl it back in. So they need one big over pretty soon, don't they, Cyprus, to accelerate, get this rate going. Remember, they need to knock these runs off before the end of the innings. Now that's a really good shot, but straight to the fielder. Field positioning is everything, and Scott, it looks like Estonia have worked him out pretty well, haven't they?
Yeah, they know Scott is very strong through that extra cover region, and they put plenty of protection there. Just a 1 run there for Burdikin.
Yeah, you can see there that Roshan Wadana, you can see the traffic moving around him. He says, hang on a minute. Takes a little look and says, all right, I see the field. He's got to try and go over him. That's it. If you want to go there, you've got to go high. You've got to go over. He'll try. He hits this pretty well, but this will be Savio, Savio's fielding today has been superb. If there was an award for the best fielder, he's the man who's getting it. He has covered the boundaries so well. He's made some remarkable stops, and he's taken some great catches. End of the over, so everything going to plan at the moment as Robson goes back to being nice and tidy, just 5 runs off the over. And Cyprus 133 for 6 after 15.
Yeah, it's been a great comeback here by Estonia. I mean, when you saw that partnership developing between Gunnesacre and Tivari, you just wondered whether Cyprus would really be able to put their foot on the accelerator and get close to this target. But right now, things are looking pretty bleak from them. They need 54 runs of 22 deliveries to win this series.
Interesting call here now, because you're going to see a new bowler that we haven't seen yet. So this could go a number of ways, as Vislapu is going to bowl this over. So this is the one they've got to go for. This is the one they've got to attack. This is where they've got to say, right, if we're going to win this match and win it quickly, we've got to take on a bowler, and there's got to be somebody who's coming on to bowl there first. So you don't want him to get comfortable. You've got to attack him from the word go. Oh, he's so unlucky. He's so unlucky, is Vislapu here, as Roshan plays all round this. I think if he uses his feet and goes forward, he'll get to it, but he gets this one wrong. And look where that ball goes. Look at the line of it. So you can see just how wrong Roshan gets that. He really should have been looking to play like a sweep kind of shot to this. In the air, fielder is out there, catching opportunity and taken. So Vislapu gets a wicket. And is that Sahil Chauhan? Well, one of the weaknesses Sahil Chauhan definitely has from what we've seen is his catching. And I reckon they've made him catch 100 balls today. And as a result of that, he's caught hold of this one. So Sahil Chauhan picks up and takes a catch. And yeah, it's hit hard. But Roshan Suwardana will go, and Cyprus, I think this will be a disappointing end from. I don't think that probably is Sahil Chauhan.
Bilal Masood.
Bilal Masood
has taken that catch. Ali Masood, beg your pardon. That's Ali Masood out in the deep who has taken that. So that'll be the end of our City Warda. And now we're well and truly into this Cyprus tail. Pathirana to come out to bat next. I mean, he's a good batter. He's certainly someone who can make some runs. We've seen him make a few runs for the Sri Lankan Lions, but Burdikin carrying an injury. And then you look at the remaining batters, Brar and Reyes. Yeah, the game really starting to look dead and buried here for Cyprus.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. It's, those little changes. And, I mean, we don't want to go on about it too much. I mean, we know it's because he's injured. But, well, this is where you'd love to have a Taranjeet Singh coming out there right now. Wouldn't you? That could make a difference to what you got to try and do here. But they didn't help themselves, did Cyprus, with that very strange finish to that match. I mean, they gave 94 runs away in that last 6 overs. So if you think about it, they were 92 for 2 at the end of 14, then gave 94 runs away at the end there. That was just crazy, and it was just using the wrong bowlers, using the wrong tactics. They lost their way, and by losing their way, it looks like they've lost hold of this T20 International Series, and now Estonia are well in control here, 133 for 7. They took drinks at the fall of that wicket, so this over continues. Vislapu, nicely bowled, good heavy delivery. Gets played out into the offside. Vislapu again using good variations here after a couple of full deliveries. He bangs this one into the deck. Gale Vislapu. He's not had the best of times recently, even in the European Cricket Series. And in Estonia, he was a little bit hit and miss. And he just strays this one down the... Well, no wide given here by the umpire, so I'm guessing that was on the pads, and he's moved out of the way, and the umpires used the profile system and said, no, I'm happy that would have gone on to have struck the pads, so no wide. And now it's another dot ball as the Nalin Pathirana is just joining up the dots at the moment. So Estonia came from behind to win the European Cricket Network ECI tournament here. Well bowled. Real good carry through. What a good over that is from Vislipu. Fantastic over. I don't think there was any runs of it.
Yeah, it's a wicket maiden there for Vislipu. Incredible 16th over. Yeah, he's been in the lineup for both these matches, but he comes into bowl for the first time in the 16th over after spending a couple of games out in the sun. And he's bowled an absolutely stellar over here. I think everyone can be very proud of him.
Yeah,
the
well
effort
bowled.
he's put in there. A wicket maiden, and he's pretty much taken this game away from Cyprus. And, you've got to commend this Estonian bowling lineup so much. I mean, the first couple of days, even though they won both their games, keep in mind, they gave up 190-plus runs in both those matches to Cyprus. And since then, they made the right adaptations. They made the right tactical changes. And Cyprus haven't come close to scoring big runs in any of these last 4 matches.
I think what they've done here, that's an edge, that's out. There's another wicket that goes, so Robson gets another. What they've done here is I think they lost away in the last match. There were overs given. It was like Hassan Amjad had so many choices that he was picking at people to bowl. For example, Parkin bowled an over, didn't bowl for a couple of overs, bowled an over, didn't bowl for a couple, picked up wickets. And I think maybe there was a plan in place and he lost his way a little bit and he gave overs to certain people that perhaps wasn't following the plan, and it ends up backfiring on him. And as a result of that, Cyprus just managed to get that win. But this time round, there's a clear plan, isn't there? The plan is in place. Robson, he bowls 2, and then he comes back. Gooch bowls his 4, and then he goes off. The plan is there. The plan's in place. It's working. And see, it's another one that gets nicked off. Robson, he thoroughly deserves this. All the way through this series, Robson has been my pick of the bowlers. There's no doubt about it. He's been superb. So Nilin Patharana will go for an unfortunate 4-ball duck. Now, almost another. As this one is just a little bit too wide there for Sikaran. Oh, this one could be in trouble. It will be trouble. That's poor. That is so poor. And Rajinder Brar, I don't know what he's thinking here. I have no idea what he's thinking. There's never 2 runs on there. And Rajinder Brar just runs, he gets carried away, and he's going to run himself out. It's the easiest way to put it.
Yeah, this is not good cricket here by Cyprus. Not the way you want to end what's been a grueling 5 days of cricket. Throw comes in, and great work there by Sekaran. Whips the bails off. You can see Rajwinder Brar nowhere near the crease. And that is the end for him. Cyprus now just 1 wicket away from getting bowled out.
Yeah, it's all sorts of problems here. So players coming and going. Lily Patharana, beg your pardon. He's there with Scott Burdican that snicked off to Robson. Robson just getting the plan and they execute it perfectly. So Nalin is still there. Bra is not. He runs himself out for 1 of his first ball. Good areas. Robson, superb. So 1 wicket would do it. And there'll be real jubilant scenes here. Remembered in the ECIs, they lost the first, came back. They lost the second, came back. And then in the decider, they got the win. And Hassan Amjad got the winner's trophy there. And it was Sahil Chaud's 109. That amazing century from him that got him the MVP. And this time around, though, they've just been in control all the way through. Won both the matches on day 1. Lost the first one yesterday, but came back well in the second. And in this one, they've, once again, some great acceleration towards the end of the innings from Sahil Chauhan again. Means that to get too many runs on the board. Robson just bowling with a bit more fire, a bit more passion here. Been my pick of the bowlers, there's no doubt about it, Robson. I love the way that he's bowled. I love the way there's no messing around from him. And I like the way that he's not one of those guys who say, come on, I want to go off the field, I want to break. He stayed out there, he's diving around. We saw him try and take a diving catch earlier as well. So he's a real trooper, he is. He's a real workhorse. And he finishes a great spell of bowling. 2 for 28 for Robson, excellent bowling. And Cyprus are on their way to another defeat, 135 for 9 after 17.
It's going to be Pathirana and Ray's out there, and I think for Cyprus it'll be a few question marks, a few things they'll have to consider. I think the way they started off this 5 day of international cricket, of course, with that win against Estonia, thought they'd do a good job. They'd be able to defend their home turf. Things have just unraveled for them, obviously, failing to win the T10 series when they were beaten quite comfortably in the decider. And then, of course, they were beaten comfortably here in this T20I series. Robson is going to go off the playing field. He's putting quite a shift for his side. A substitute fielder will go on the field for him.
Yeah, brilliant from Robson. What an effort. What a tournament that he's had. Yes. Estonia looking to finish it off before the end of the 20 overs. Savio with the ball. And that just gets worked away by Common Rise, who gets another run to his name, and he hands a strike to his captain, and the captain of the Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol hasn't had too many opportunities with the bat, has Nalin Pathirana. Pat has been very good behind the stumps. This one gets through. Hook, they'll take another single. But these two seeing if they can use this opportunity to just get a little bit of batting practice in. But this is, going to be so disappointing to go down here and lose this series 4-2. A bit of inside edge, a bit of luck for Kamal. He'd take another single. But I think I've touched on this before, that it's the tactics that they've got wrong for me. There's a lot of tactical things that haven't made sense that have happened. When Taranjit was fit, they didn't utilise him the way they should have done. Some of the bowling changes, for example, how do you, in one match, have a man who's the player of the match who's taken 3 wickets, and then in the very next match that guy is playing but he doesn't get an over. Little things like that. They're just things that you would not think possible unless there was an injury. But if there's an injury, that player doesn't play. So there's so many things that doesn't make sense. Rajinder Brar bowling 4 overs in this match when he's played the last 2 matches, hasn't bowled at all. He would have just given him a break after 2 and gone to somebody like Roshan. Chalufas bowled very well, 3 overs right at the beginning. It's the first time that you bowled him, and you had the likes of myself, Nish, and a few other people saying, why isn't this guy bowling? Because off pace seems to be working. You got Tiwari there. Scott Burdekin's taken pace of the ball, it's worth. You got a genuine leg spinner there. Why aren't you using him? When they do use him, he works a pretty treat. Asking the question, the umpire decides it's going down too much down the leg side. So they've got some work to do here, and they've got the talent. They have the ability. They certainly have the will and the desire, but they need to put a bit of effort in to iron out some of these issues that they've got. And if they can do that, then certainly they're a team that can bounce back very well. But let's just touch on a little bit about this Estonian side. And we saw them not that long ago playing in Estonia. Malta were there playing the ECIs there. Malta won pretty comfortably there. So, but they learn, and that's one thing that I've seen here. The way that they've learned. Arslan Amjad, I've talked a lot about him. The way his style of captaining, the way he's become more vocal, the way he's controlling the field, working well with his coach, Richard Cox, and the way the teams are responding to him and seeing him as the leader. And he does lead, his own abilities. Though the last 2 matches, he's got a bit, they've sussed him out a little bit with the batting, with him going across the line. So he's got work to do on his own personal performances. But, he's used the bowlers well. I think in the last match he did get it a little bit wrong, if I'm fair. I think in doing some of the changes he's made, it didn't make too much sense. He might have helped Cyprus get into the back door and get that win. But the confidence is flowing in the side, and they are going to build from this big time, and they'll go on from this big time.
I think one thing about this Estonian team that has most impressed me is their tactical flexibility. And that's why they've been able to rebound after every loss they've had. I mean, they haven't lost consecutive games a single time in this tournament. And what that shows to me is the minute they lose a game, they go back to the drawing board and they ask themselves, what went wrong for us? What can we improve? Looking at that ECI, they lost the first ECI, came back in the second match, won the game. They lost the third ECI, came back and won the fourth game. And the same things happen in this series as well. Each time they've had a loss, they've come back with a win. Pathirana just smacking a 6 over there towards mid-wicket. A very good-looking shot, a good pick-up shot, proper limited overs hit.
Well, Pathirana, it doesn't just hit it 6, he mullers it. And when you think that Akila hit 1, Mangala hit 2, Tiwari hit 2, and then, well, we won't talk about what Tiwari did. So Nini Pathirana has done what a lot of other batters above him haven't been able to do. That's a good strike. 2 Parkin. All right, and now he's trying to go it again. This is probably just going to be out of the fielder's reach. Sahil Chauhan. Yeah, and going back to Estonia, Sahil Chauhan, what a find he's been and what a player. It's not bad, is it, when every time you take the park and you take the field of play and you know you've got the world record holder in your side, Sahil Chauhan. And you know what? I'm gonna say this. As this ball is bowled, and that's a good quick delivery. I reckon that record isn't not gonna last that long, because I think as teams like Estonia, Malta, and other teams that we are used to seeing on the European Cricket Network, as we get more and more of these T20 internationals played, there'll be other players like Chauhan that'll go out and do this. And in fact, Chauhan's the kind of player that could break his own record pretty quickly, because it's certainly not the fastest that we've seen on the European Cricket Network. And I think one of those players will go out there and do it again. That's you heard it from me first. That record is not going to last there as long as you think. Chris Gale, of course, was knocked off the top. He did it in 30 balls. Chauhan got his century in 27. But, you know, having him in the side, we know that his brother, Shaquille, won't be that long before he'll start featuring. They've got some good players there. One thing they need to find, a spinner. They need a spinner. They need to find a couple of spinners. So I don't know if they've got some players in the pipeline for that, but they do need a spinner.
Just inside edges that one onto his pads. It's not going to be dismissal. Of course, we've gone past the point where Cyprus can mathematically win this tournament, so we can certainly begin our congratulations for this Estonian side, as we already have. But yeah, I think a spinner, that's something they could certainly use. And I think some of their quick bowlers as well can maybe just work on adding a few more variations to their game, a few off cutters, leg cutters, work on their slower ball as well. I think, obviously someone like Robson, we know what a great bowler he is. I'm sure he'll could spend some time with the rest of his teammates. And here's a look at the plethora of options Estonia have used in this match. Yeah, as you can see, a lot of different bowlers, but none of them are spinners, as you mentioned.
Yeah, the thing is, though, what they did well, today, is when they thought Cyprus they knew what was coming their way, they made a few changes. Yesterday, first time in that last match, we saw Sahil Chauhan come on to bowl, and his bowling certainly made a huge difference defending that 144 when he took 4 for 19 and get Estonia a win. Arslan Amjad, the captain, when need be, came on the bowl. So I think Arslan, he's very lucky to have so many options, but sometimes having those too many options can be a bad thing. And I think in that last match, maybe that's what it was. There were too many options, so he didn't really stick to a plan, because those options came into his mind and he made some changes. But today, this time round, he's done it right. That's going to be a bad one from Vislaplu. Vislaplu, his last over, he wants to get back to that the corridor outside the off stump where he bowled well, and he was getting good carry through and good bounce and in that area. Nilan Pathirana seeing if he can just get a few more highlights with the 5 balls to go in the innings. Well, that could be one of them, but Stuart Hook is after it, and he's not going to get there. And, well, it could be a run out here. And no, it won't be. They'll get back. So Nilan Pathirana gets back. They'll get a couple. Of course, we do have another match coming up, and that will be the women's in play.
Yeah, your final match would have been a great 19 days of cricket here in Cyprus. Of course, started off with that, with the ECS, which went over a fortnight. And we've had 5 great days of international cricket. And our final match will be coming up in 15 to 25 minutes. Of course, might be a slight delay in the start of that game. We'll, of course, keep you updated if that is the case.
Yeah, I mean, the women are going to be so keen to play after their first match sort of got started and then abandoned. But that will be it. Is an edge behind, and it will be Vislapu that picks up his second wicket. 2 for 5 for him, as the Come On Rise will be the last wicket to go. So congratulations to Estonia. The travelling side will win this T20 International Series, and they will win it 4-2. Outright winners, and well done to them. It's been a hard effort. It's been a tough few days, and they will be feeling this. But you know what? When you win, and when you win the series, all those little aches and pains disappear. And, well, let's just say the celebrations will be sweet. Estonia, well, first of all, they will congratulate themselves on what has been a marvellous performance. Some of those guys have worked really hard. And you know what? They need to enjoy this moment. They deserve to enjoy this moment. They've worked terribly hard. 2 teams, it has to be said, just let's re-emphasize this. 2 teams that we feel are very well matched. 2 teams have the same firepower with the bat. They can match each other there, I think, with the ball. They have the same sort of issues, bowlers that bowl well, but they haven't really got what you would call bowlers that can really terrorize batters, and they're lacking maybe some of those variations and some of the spin. And maybe in the field they also do have some frailties which sometimes do get exposed. So it was going to come down to which team prepared better and which team, when it mattered, went out there and performed better. And I think on that note, you can't take anything away from Estonia. So the 2 teams will come together now. We'll just let this play out. It's always nice to see the teams congratulate each other, and just look at the way, what we can see there in the screens. Look in the back there. Look at the Estonian women applauding their men. What a lovely shot that is. And I hope the men are going to be around and encouraging and applauding them when they're going to be out in the field later. So well done to Equipo Estonia. They are the winners of this T20 International Series. What a series it's been, as we get ready to talk through the highlights.
We'll have a look at the highlights. Of course, it was a great start for Estonia. They got rid of Kalufas, and the duck, he was dismissed in that first over, caught LBW by David Robson of that delivery. The umpire judging that it was straight enough and going on to hit the off stump. Robson, as usual, getting his side off to a perfect start. What an incredible player he has been for his side throughout this series. And Kalugala and Austin built together a 49-run partnership. Kalugala, the main run scorer in that partnership, making 33 runs of 17 deliveries. He was going at a great rate, and when he was going, Cyprus were above the required, and it really looked like Cyprus maybe had a chance to chase this down in 18.4 overs and go on to lift this trophy. But of course, he was eventually dismissed by Stefan Gooch. Aditya Savio taking the catch to get rid of him, and the same would be the case for Austin as well. Both Gooch caught Savio. Gooch has really terrorized this top order, in particular Kalugala, who he's had out a number of times. That ball to get out Austin out, probably not his best delivery. Then we'd see Gunasekara and Tivari come on to bat. The two of them would have a 62-run partnership. Great batting by Gunasekara. He struck 5 boundaries, 41 runs of 27 deliveries. He really gave Cyprus a chance, but eventually Tivari was dismissed. Giwala taking the catch to get rid of him off the bowling of Arslan Amjad. And this is another catch which Savio took. That was Roman Mazumdar, who departed having scored just 1 run. That would be the only run he would score in this series. And when Gunasekara was dismissed off the bowling of Ali Masood, you really felt that this game was probably done. We then had Sirivardhana and Burdikin out in the middle. Burdikin, of course, soldiering through a very, very big injury. We know he's had a big swelling in his foot. He was trying to get his side over the finishing line, but all he'd find is a little edge that would go through to Rudesh Sekharan, and at that point, it really was game over.
Yeah, it was. For me, I think the focal point really was the wicket of Niraj Tiwari. He's disappointed me so much in the way that he's got himself out. I mean, first of all, the other innings that he's played, he's got himself out cheaply. And just when I was starting to talk about the way that Tiwari plays, he doesn't really go big. He was on 7 of 10 balls, and I thought when you were saying, would they be thinking about pulling him, are they concerned? And I said to you, no, I don't think so, because we know what he can do. He's done it in the European Cricket Series, and he showed that. All of a sudden, boom, 6, boom, 6. When Arslan Amjad comes on, and we think, yeah, that's the over they need. And then, having got those runs, what does he do? He goes for another shot that wasn't on, and he gives his wicket away. And then Arslan Amjad, of course, goes on, and he takes his second wicket in that over as well. That's really disappointing. That, for me, is when that game got lost. And then, of course, when that partnership was going, because he goes, then, of course, Gunnar Sakara has got to try and do it himself, and he gets a really good delivery from Ali Masood. And once he goes for 41, that's it, it's done. But yeah, Niraj Tiwari, I think he's a big player. He can be a big player. He's shown that with the ball. He's been outstanding with the ball. He never got a look in the first match, but then after that, every time he did, he was special. He was good. He made a big difference. But he's an all-rounder. He is a batter, and he can bat a lot better than that. We know he can. He's proved it. But on the big stage, he just lets his side down.
I'll have a look at the bowling figures here for Estonia. Robson, as per, another impressive performance. We'll have figures of 2 for 28. Stefan Gooch with figures of 2 for 26 was sensational as well. Sahil Chauhan bowled a couple of overs, gave up just 15 runs. And then Vislalpu at the end. Look at those figures. He bowled a wicket maiden, and he picked up some wickets right at the end as well to help his side seal that victory. So in the end, Estonia will make it 4 wins out of 6 in this T20I series and pick up both trophies in their tour of Cyprus. An incredible tour of Cyprus for Estonia. They will leave here with both the titles in their hands. Let's see how the Estonian women fare in the last match of what has been an incredible trip here in Cyprus.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to cricket fans around the world. We've come to the last match of what has been an exhilarating 19 days of cricket from here in Cyprus. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match between Cyprus and Estonia. Of course, as you can see, Aresha Chaturani leading the way for Cyprus. She has been absolutely incredible throughout this series, a standout performer, oozing class, and has been a real joy to watch her. Koralalage there with 161 points as well. Meanwhile, for Estonia, Lena Sormus is the leading points getter. Incredible. Batted superbly yesterday, and she's also been a real weapon with the ball. And this is going to be the last matchup between these two teams. Of course, match 5 earlier today was abandoned. Here we go. First ball. Now this one is going to go down the leg side. It'll be a wide. So it starts off with a wide over here. So it's been a fantastic 19 days of cricket here in Cyprus. I mean, we've witnessed a remarkable array of talent and tenacity over these last few days across what has been an extended period of intense competition. I mean, we started this European cricket series off with some club cricket. You know, a couple of weeks of the ECS where we saw the Sri Lankan Lions roar their way to victory and make it back-to-back ECS crowns for them. An incredible story for them. 2 ECS titles this year. They've lost just 1 match. And then, of course, we've had 5 thrilling days of international cricket between Estonia and Cyprus, featuring both the men's and women's teams. The series, of course, began with that rapid-fire excitement of T10 matches, and we're now into T20 cricket, the last T20I match. The men, of course, are done with their games. Estonia picked up the T20I title. They made it 2 trophies in 2. And it's just been incredible to witness these players amidst the sweltering Cypriot heat. I mean, temperatures have been in the high 30s throughout this series, and even touching the low 40s on certain days. So it's just blocked out by Gederage. And they produced some real unforgettable moments. There have been some real fierce battles. I think in particular, you have to credit these Estonian players so much. You know, coming from a country all the way up in the Baltic Sea, you know, and they've had to cope so much with the heat. You know, I believe it was 12 degrees Celsius when these players left Estonia. This time, it's a beautiful ball by Vesic. Gets one up there in the block hole, and she's cleaned up Gederage. It's timber as Estonia get their first wicket. Great ball. It's right up there in the block hole, and the batter, she should be looking to get that bat down and look to block it out, but she ends up playing across the line, and she's been cleaned up. That's the end for her. I think these two, though, for Cyprus, Jayakodi and Gederage, they've been very good opening the batting, but they're not going to get together the opening partnership they want. This time around, Aresha Chaturani, she's not waiting. As soon as Gederage gets out for a duck, she's out there at number 3. I mean, I know in the past she's just demoted herself down the order and said, you know what, I'll wait a little bit. I could just hear some applause in the background, of course. That's the men are just having a little trophy presentation after the conclusion of their T20I series. And it looks like Sahil Chauhan has won the MVP for that series. He certainly, if anyone deserves to win it, it's him. You know, of course, the highlight, one of the biggest highlights of this 19 days of cricket we've had in Cyprus is that incredible century he hit. Just plays this one off the back foot with soft hands, Chaturani. And of course, the Cypriot women have clinched this series. They clinched it with that victory in the final match yesterday. Estonia still looking for their first T20I win. They have had a T10 win, but have still failed to register a victory in the T20I series. Of course, they have been slightly outmatched for talent, let's be honest with ourselves, but they play with great heart, with great passion. And this match, both these teams are playing for pride, but they both have incredible amount of pride. They both shown tremendous spirit, and I expect this one to be a compelling contest to end what's been a great cricketing spectacle here in Cyprus these last 19 days. Of course, started off over in Ipsanas, just 7 kilometers west of the port city of Limassol. And of course, we're here in Episkopi now in Happy Valley. What a pleasure it's been to be alongside you for these 19 days. That's certainly none of us will forget. Storm is coming into ball, the second ball. And just goes beyond the bowler, and they'll pick up a single here. Helen Carrigo, the big throw back to Sormas, and another single here for Cyprus. Of course, bringing you this final match of these terrific 19 days of cricket is Mina Shevat alongside Rico Full.
Yeah, good to be here, and it's nice to see the women, after the disappointment of this morning and the issues they had at their venue, actually here playing this last match. And what a match it should be. If it's anything like the last one I had yesterday, it'll be a cracker.
That's just played away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be quite a chase there for Egelin Ellerma. And she will get to the ball. And some more runs on the board for Cyprus.
Lina Sormas bowling that heavy length, getting the ball to really climb up to these batters. So, Stadani gets herself off the mark. Now looking to see if she can get another good score here. You know, it doesn't quite get the delivery that she wants. Elmar is very quickly to get in there. So Jay Cody and Chitanani looking to get a good partnership going here. You lost Gadarage early, but Gadarage, remember, she was in a long time yesterday and used up a lot of deliveries, didn't she? I think she scored about 7 or 33 deliveries before she was eventually retired out by the captain. So we're going to miss here from Jay Cody. And Sormus. Lina Sormus keeping the ball nice and tight outside the off stump. And that one might even be a no ball. I think it's been given a wide. I don't want to where this pitch is.
You wonder if it just caught the edge of the pitch along the way. That's certainly what umpire Tracy Pasquill seems to think.
Yeah, let's just think if this catches any of the pitch. I think that's a no ball for me. Whenever the ball deviates like that, it has to be given a no ball, because what if that ball had just come back into hit the stumps? You can't then call it a wide. So yeah, that's a bad call there actually. I think that should be a no ball, not a wide. But anyway, it's gone, it's done, it's in the past. And the score right now in the future is 7-1 after 2.
I'll have a look at the standings for this T20IW series. Cyprus so far have won 4 games. Of course, the 5th match between these two teams was abandoned due to playing conditions not being suitable for cricket. And we're into our final match between these two sides, and our final match, of course, of these 19 days here in Cyprus.
Murat Vanna, the captain, who wants to make an early change and really rotating the bowlers. And it's a nice looking shot, cut shot gets played. The batter should be keen to try and come back for 2. But one of my only criticisms yesterday, and had you criticise a player like Ira Shettarani, the only thing I would say about her is she's not very good at taking all the runs available. And in that score yesterday, where they got to 108, there was a lot of runs that were left out there, and it could have come back and haunted them. That one's just played out onto the vacant square leg area. They'll take a single. Yeah, I was saying at the time that they probably left about 10 to 15 runs out there, which they didn't run. So that's something that she can certainly improve in her game. Karen Chitrani. Varno, the captain, bowling to Chitrani now, who leaves that one. It's going to be a wide. I want to give a big shout out to Valna's daughter, who will be graduating today, and we'll have a graduation party. So I know that Valna is pretty keen to join her and celebrate with us. So congratulations to her daughter, who graduates from high school today. Oh, that's a difficult one, but I think that's been more worn by Midjom Frey than actually she stopped. But one way or another, it's a nice looking shot that gets stopped. It'll just be a single. So Chaturani hands the strike back to Jai Cody. Get the wicket of Chaturani here early, and that really can signal good signs for Estonia, and they can maybe try and get their first win in these T20 internationals. Floated high, gets pulled away. Now they're just checking the height here.
It could be a question mark, the height. I think that was my immediate reaction to that ball as well.
I think they are calling the no ball here, are they? Let's see. Yeah, that's definitely too high. And I think, yeah, it's been called a no ball. So no ball call. Let's just see the confirmation from the free hit. I've not seen that from the umpire. So I don't think they call it. There's a couple, you know, that have gone badly against the batting sides. There should have been two no balls there. What's confusing me is that the way that the umpire, I think that's umpire Paul, is giving these signals to the square leg umpire. But yeah, that last one should have been a no ball. So two no balls missed out really from the batting side. One for one that didn't go onto the pitch, and that one with the height. That's nicely bowled. Nicely played as well there by Chaturani, who is being a little bit respectful at the moment from the bowling of the captain, Valna. That will be the end of the over. And it's 12 for 1. And there's those sort of chants there from Estonia. I can hear that. Oh, yeah. I love it. I do like it. And they're certainly making plenty of noise.
Yeah, they always are out there cheering, always in great spirits, regardless of the result. Both these teams, they play with so much heart and passion.
Yeah, I can just see the robot giving a big shout out to the lurkers, and I want to ditto that. The lurkers have been absolutely outstanding. I've never seen better lurkers anywhere online than here. And we salute all the lurkers. And if you are lurking, look, it is the final match of the day. We'd like to always hear from you. So come on, you know who you are. You're sat there now thinking, shall I put a message on there? This one could be she's played this. I wonder if she's played it before it bounced, because I think if it had bounced the second time, that one also could have been a no ball, but I think she's played it before it bounces, so that's okay. Just got to be careful of that, as Lena Somas just gets that one slightly wrong. So if you are a lurker, and if you never sent a message, go and do it. Just a hi will do. That one will be a no ball. Yeah, it's called. So not sure. Lena Somas just trying to do something different maybe. Her last over, she was getting the ball right up there, a good length. The last two here, she's almost like she's trying to bang the ball in, and it's ended up being too short. So free hit here for Chaturani. She hits it well. I wonder if she's going to be able to get back for two. I don't think so. She's hit this. She would have wanted to hit it nice and straight, but doesn't quite get the contact because it's been cleverly bowled a little bit wider off Somas. So as a result of that, she's not able to get the full brunt of the shot on it.
Yeah, she looks to get to the pitch of the ball there, Chaturani. She's the best at using her feet amongst either of these sides. I think one of the few batters who actually looks to get down the wicket and attack the ball. This one's played up in the air. Kerge is going to come across. She will get to that one and ensure it's just a single.
Yeah, well, hello to Crazy Creeper. He's saying yay. Yeah, hello, yay. Where are you from? Crazy Creeper, let us know. And anybody else, come and do it. Just say hello. Hello, who you are, where you're from. And let's try to draw a little map of where all you are watching around the world. Now that one too could be a no ball. And I don't think this bounces before the line, and I think it will gets called. So it's another no ball. So she's just going to Just not getting that arm high enough this time. So free hit coming up. Let's see if Chitarani can make this one go to the boundary. He's gone up in the air, fielder out there. It will just be a single, so very good defensive fielding here. So even though they're not getting these ones away, and even though they're getting the extras, they're not able to get the big shot in so far. Even Chitarani struggling to find the big shots. It's just singles, just tiki-taka. That one is to Elmar, who gets through her, but she is something else, Elmar. She's a wonderful fielder. Watch this, Elmar gets through her, but recovers and then gets the throw in quickly. And next thing I know, the stumps are knocked over, so I'm guessing that was a direct hit there from Elmar. Oh, that one comes in, that's okay. That flights back in, that's good delivery. End of the over. So keeps it nice and tidy. 18 for 1 after 4. Of course, the big wicket that they are after is the one of Chitarani. Chitarani has just been so good. He's been in very good form. There's no doubt about it. She's found a way on every occasion, hasn't she? She's found a way to get runs when a team needs it. There have been times when she's given others the opportunity to bat first. She scored before the start of today, 134 runs. High score was 46. Behind her, to give you an idea, is Diana Halage, who's on 47, and then after that it's who's the next in her team. It will be Gadarage on 31. So just look at the difference. So you can see just how important that she is for her side. So she has 134. Diana Halage 47, and then Gadarage, who we just saw get out there early, 31. And while we're at it, we can have a look at the Estonian women as well. Top scorer Lina Surmas on 40. Then Anna-Maria Vesik on 32. So she's becoming a very good all-rounder. And in third at the moment is Dalbina. That's a bit of a surprise, who's pips the likes of Helena Kerge and also Victoria Frey. And this could be very close. Direct hit would have been out, and now that's a proper wipe. I hope she's all right there, because she's gone down. Jai Cody. Let's see this again. Chitarani, I don't think she is the best of runners, you know. And let's have a good look at this. So just plays it out, says let's go. That's not, for me, a single. It's too close. And if Vanla was able to get the stumps. Wicketkeeper, yeah, look, she just jumps in front of the... If she waited for the ball rather than jump in front of the stumps, that's a very good... She went all over the place there trying to stop that. Yeah, so third place for the women of Estonia is Dalbina. She's on 27, just behind her, Helena Kerg on 26, and in fifth place, Victoria Frey on 25. No run. We might as well have a quick look at the bowling. And we do team by team again. So let's have a look at the Cyprus women. Korolage, no surprise there. It's going to be a little bit too wide. Look at the shape there, Jai Cody. Look, now, does she get herself back in? Only just. Jai Cody trying to get the big shot in. So Korolage has got 6 wickets, best figures 3 for 5. 2 for 9 are best figures for Dania. She also has 6 wickets. And then after that, it will be Dina Halage. She's on 4. And the captain herself has picked up 3 wickets as well. That's firmly hit. We'll take the single. With Estonia, it's Lina Surmas. So she's a leading run scorer and wicket taker, joint with Victoria Frey, who both have 4. And then Marat Valna, the captain, has 3 wickets to her name. Just a little dab, and she's making a run hard again. And this time I think Jaya Cody is ready to go. I suppose that's the way you learn, right? Jaya Cody had to wipe herself out getting there last time, and she thought, well, if this is what the captain's going to keep doing, this time I'm going to be ready. She was ready, and she does get there. End of the over. Another over comes to an end. So 5 completed. 1 more over, and the players will take some drinks on board, and the umpires, of course. That over, not the worst from Frey. 5 runs from it. 23 for 1. So, hello to Henry Paddington, who's there, of course, supporting the Estonia women. Hello, Henry. Hope you're well. And Crazy Creeper says, hello, I'm on vacation in Oman. I hope you're enjoying your vacation, and thank you for watching and tuning in while on vacation. That's a nice looking cut shot played. I like the way that T20I waits for this to pop up before she plays the shot away. You're watching the last of our matches from Cyprus, and what a pleasure it's been to be here. And as we see the action, as we are coming up to the drinks break, I'll say a big thank you to everyone here in Cyprus for making us feel so welcome. It's been a truly wonderful experience, and it's not the first time I've been here, but I can say to people that have never, so maybe like to Crazy Creeper, if you never have been to Cyprus, then it's definitely got to be on your list to visit. A beautiful place, and if you like cats, you'll love it, by the way. There are more cats on the island than there are people. Over, oh, well, that's been firmly hit, but again to the fielder, who sort of partially takes the sting off this, but they're not going to try and take the second. So no harm done. Yeah, a lot of cats here. It's very hot. It's very warm. One thing I found out recently was about Iron Apple, which was covered in a thick forest with Napa standing for the ancient word meaning wooded valley. So, of course, Iron Apple now, if I was to say most people Iron Apple, they know it as a bit of a clubbing paradise, I suppose, for the young people. That, again, that's a no ball. So the ball hits the stumps, but it's bounced more than once. And I think T20I knows it as well. She just sort of walks out the way of it. If you watch this, and again, T20I, she sees it bouncing a couple of times and says, yeah, mind you, I would have tried to whack it to see if you can, you know, it's going to be a free hit. Try and whack it. If you miss it, you're out. You know, you're not out even like that. It's hit the stump. Just try and get something from it. Henry Paddington saying, doing well. And yourself? I'm doing really well indeed. So just giving people some info about Iron Apple. So, okay, free hit. This time it's been well hit. Now this is, again, just going to hold up at the boundary. I don't think the batters are quick enough to take 3. And it's going to take, I'm loving the team fielding here. Beautifully done. As Elmar is in a position to retrieve the ball from the throw that comes halfway in, and then he's ready to launch it back to Surmus. Yeah, so years ago it was a wooded valley. And that's what Napa meaning, the great ancient word for wooded. So that's going to be another wide. And though it is a tourist haven these days, known for his buzzing nightlife and white sandy beaches, but years ago Iron Apple was nothing more than a woodland. The area was in fact uninhabited and visited only by hunters from neighbouring villages. That's a nice stroke. So once again, Dalbina comes across to that pretty quickly. I think she's going to cut off any opportunity for a second. So they'll take the single. That will now take us to the end of the over. Drinks, please. Come on, ladies. Run them on. So that one's a little bit expensive. As takes the score to 30 at the end of the 6th over. 30-1. So Yeah, Aya means holy, by the way, in Greek, while the word Napa comes from the word meaning a wooded valley, on account of the fact that the area surrounding the town was a wooded forest during ancient times. So Aya Napa, there you go. A little bit of fact there. And I think myself and Nish were giving you the information that it was also Cyprus was where the oldest perfume in the world was discovered by a team of Italian archaeologists who unearthed treasures in 2007 from Pygros. Of course, these dated back to more than 4,000 years, and perfumes were scented with extracts of lavender, bay, rosemary, pine, coriander, and kept in tiny transparent bottles. And the archaeologists also found mixing bowls and funnels and all sorts of things. And of course, that was all laid underground following a big earthquake back in 1850 BC. But seriously, you've got to come down, and if you have the opportunity, spend some time in Cyprus. It's beautiful. We're in the bustling city of Limassol. That's where we're based. That is about a 30-minute drive from where we are. We're about 10 minutes from the Ipsonas cricket ground. So, lovely area. And if you like the sunshine and if you like the lovely, glorious sandy beaches, it's a perfect holiday for you. That's nicely played. They will take a single, and Jai Cody certainly being made to run hard here as Anna Maria Vesic. He comes on again to bowl. I liking the play of Anna Maria Vesic. Bowling well, batting well. Also, if you like your wine, Cyprus is home to the oldest manufactured wine in the world. The Commandaria is a sweet dessert wine. You can find its origins date back as far as 2000 BC. It's listed in the Guinness World Book of Records as the oldest wine in the world. If you're a fan of white wine, then it's well worth noting that wine has been grown in Cyprus, or white wine grown in Cyprus, for over 6,000 years. The island is one of the oldest wine producing destinations in the world. And a very popular wine, of course, is that Commandaria, which is a sweet wine made from sun-dried grapes. Must admit, though, at the moment, I mean, I do like the odd glass of wine, as that's been played quite well, but it's straight to Dalbina, who'll get the throw-in. Yeah, I don't mind wine, but it's just too hot at the moment for wine. Unless you have something like a spritzer where you mix it with a bit of fizz, a bit of lemonade or something. But yeah, very hot. I tell you what I haven't been able to find out here. I mean, I know in Spain when it's very hot, I have something called, we call it gaseosa. That was in the air, gets in the gap. Now that's a nicely placed shot. Should be looking to come back for two, and they will. So just trying to get some acceleration going here now. But yeah, gaseosa, it's like it's kind of like, it's a cross between fizzy water and lemonade, but it's 0 calories and 0 everything, but it's very refreshing with a bit of lemon. And I get through tons of that stuff in Spain in the summer, because I'm not one, I try not to drink too much of the other fizzy drinks. And but so gaseosa, but I haven't been able to find that here anywhere. It's nicely played. And well, Crazy Cooper saying, because I'm saying there's cats, it's enough of a reason for me to go there. Well, look, you can have a look at one of my intros I've done. I think it was on the social media not long ago. You'll search it under the European Cricket Network in Cyprus, and there's one area where we are close to the ground. As that over comes to an end, it's going to be 35 for 1. 7 overs complete. It's at the gain of around about 5s at the moment. That still gets them to a pretty good score. So they're still looking to get the wicket here of Chitarani. Yeah, loads of cats, and just close to our hotel. If you go out the hotel just before the beach, there's an area there, and they're well looked after. All the cats have got beds there. They're well fed, water, and they're just there. They're just lying in the sunshine and enjoying themselves. And the story, Crazy Creeper, behind the cats was that there was a huge problem on the island with snakes. That's right. There's a big problem with snakes. So cats were brought over to kill the snakes, and of course they probably did do a good job in getting rid of all the snakes, but the cats thought, we're here, we're going to stay, and they've grown in numbers ever since. Cats everywhere. You won't get through a day here in Cyprus without seeing cats. There's so many of them. That's being played away, and this is a good example of a wide that's been wasted here at T20I. That's not really a very clever shot. So, Crazy Creeper, you know where if you're loving cats, you know where to be. I'm more of a dog person myself. So, I know there was somebody in the chat earlier. I think it was a young man that likes to tune in, Jacob, who was saying, have a good day, everybody. Goodbye, everyone. And was talking about his dogs. And I did put a question in about what dogs that he has. I'm just trying to see if I missed the reply. Of course, I've got 2 dogs at home myself. Of course, I do miss them a lot. And the thing is, every time I go back home, they're all over me. And sometimes, I mean, I love the affection, but they go crazy. And I end up having to make sure that when I go back, even though I know the temperatures are going to be like they were last time when I went back, it was 32 degrees, but I had to make sure that before I got home, so at the airport, I opened my case to put me combat style tracksuit bottoms on, long sleeves, because if I get home and I don't, I'll get scratched everywhere. So, but I love them to death. That's Bambi and Luna are my 2 dogs. Bambi is sort of a cross between an Alsatian and a greyhound, and Luna is a Great Dane and a Labrador mix. They were both rescue dogs. I had those 2 now for a few years. So almost an opportunity for a stumping there of Usha's T20I, but I think that ball is so slow she gets back. But I'm liking this from Dalbina, causing a few issues with her bowling. Finny Sandu is doing some lurking. Finny, how are you? I hope you're getting ready for my arrival. Of course, oh, that's a great shot. Well, this one might go all the way. What an exceptional shot this is. Is it going to go all the way? Well, I think that's gone for 4, yeah. And let me just leave this out there for you. There has been many men, international players, that have cracked balls this side of the field and not been able to get it to the boundary. And here is Usha T20I, the captain of Cyprus, and she's found it with that sensational hook shot. What a shot that is. That over was going just quite well there for Dalbina until that shot. That's a cracking shot. And at the end of 8 overs, that takes the score to 41 for 1. A wonderful shot that is. Even though that went for 4, only 6 came off that over, so you can see that she was pretty keen to make sure she crunched that all the way. Group was saying, can the cat sense your dog? No, not at all. In fact, when I did that, the intro that I was talking about, that was done for January. The cats just came, just by themselves. I thought, because, sometimes I know people say, oh, animals, they can sense that. But no, they just came over by themselves. And while we were filming away, they're just coming in, saying hello, how are you, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, the only thing is, I mean, I must admit, I'm a bit, I'm a bit funny with things like that. So I'm sort of, the cats are coming, unless I've got, that one is not going to go anywhere. So they're like rubbing up against you, and when they do that, I need the old alcohol spray or something to, because I'll keep thinking, you know, what have I got on me here? I might end up scratching my head or, you know, doing something else. And that one's going to be a big wide. And let's see what the umpire decides here, whether this is actually a wide or a no ball. I think it does probably catch. No ball given. It doesn't catch any of the pitch. So no ball signal by the umpire. So this one have to be bowled again by Victoria Frey, the bowler who, as I said before, has got the best action in the business. And that was gone down the leg side. Notice we've had an umpire change here now as well. It was Paul who was out there. And for some reason, Paul is no longer there. And I think that must be, I think that's Pankaj Previn, who's now gone back out there. Oh, the umpires are going down very quickly here, aren't they? So either that or they've decided to take it in turns, if there's enough of them. And I know we were struggling with an umpire, so Paul stepped in. But now Tracy's out there. So Pankaj Previn has come in to step in for Paul. Some changes being made in the field here. Victoria Frey, have a look at her action, everybody. Is this the best action, bowling action that you see? And she's always, that's been well struck. Now this one is going to be, they're going to have to run for these. They'll come for one and go back for two. So you can see the acceleration is starting to come here now. That's going to be a couple of runs. Yeah, she's always moving around. You see her sometimes dancing back to a mark, and then she really gets into her action. This one will be a wide. She's actually bowling a little bit differently here today. She's not giving. She's now taking a cap. All right. She says, "You can have me cap. Give me back the shades. I think I'll do better with me shades." Yeah, she's just trying. She's changed her run up a little bit. Here's Victoria Frey. She just seems to be trying to bowl just a little bit quicker. So she hasn't really got that nice sort of flowy. Oh, well, this is hit the non-striker. So Chaturani, oh, show me that again. And just look at Vauna, the captain. So she gets hit accidentally on the back. And then Vauna's come and gone and given him a big hug to say, "I'm sorry." And Chaturani has probably said, "It's all right. I'm still here. I'll show you." You don't want to annoy her, that's for sure. That's off the bat. And end of the over. So not the worst one there from Frey. But yeah, I did notice that she has, looks like she's changed her action slightly. So that over goes for 8 runs. And 49 for 1. Yeah, I'm a bit funny like that. People around me will tell you that. I'm very particular about things being in the right place, and you know, that goes there, it stays there, and yeah, I'm one of that. I'm a nightmare to live with. Things have to be kept clean and dust free, and yeah, I don't like clutter. I think I'm going to blame. Who do I blame? I think I'll blame when I was much younger, when I started reading things like books on Feng Shui and stuff like that, and you know how I think Feng Shui has this thing, doesn't it? That if you live in clutter, then your life is cluttered. Whereas if you are organised and you live in an organised way, then then your life is more organised. It's a bit like that. So I think I was like that from a very early age, from my bedroom, from my school bag, and you know the way you put your packed lunch in the box and all of those funny things. So, for example, my car is always, you know, everyone, whenever somebody gets into my car, they'll always say, "Rico, your car, is it new?" I mean, No, it's not. I just clean it, you know. And in Spain, I mean, it's a bit like here in Cyprus. When it's hot like this, there's just so much dust. So it's almost like you've got to clean the inside of your car. You've got to clean the dashboard sort of every other day because it's dusty. And then, of course, the car mats get a bit dusty as well. So, yeah, I'm just that sort of person. So when I'm not able to control that, i.e., sort of cats coming over and rubbing against here, or, you know, people say, oh, that cat's really nice, why don't you give it a stroke? Nah, don't want it. Unless you've got an alcohol wipe, then I'll give it a stroke, but then I've got to wipe my fingers straight away, you know. People will say that I'm not well. They say, oh, you got this, you got that. So, no, that's just me. It's just the way that I am, people. Valna, the captain, bowling from the Derbyshire Road end and in the air, but just wide of Mijum Frey. And I'm not so sure about this throw that's coming from Victoria Frey. Well, I reckon, I wonder if he got time to see this. Well, this was almost the Victoria Frey getting the back of her mum with the throw. It doesn't miss her mum by that much. Well, those two aren't seen eye to eye. Something's happened there. Down leg side. That will be... Well, I thought it would be a wide. It's not given. I'm a bit surprised about this one. Well, maybe Tracy feeling that one was... Yeah, I can understand that. She stepped inside. Maybe it was going to make contact with the pads. Stroked out on the off and good fielding. Gets down on it. Over, gets caught. So 52 for one. Good over that from Valna. Let's speak a little bit about Marat Valna, Sergeant Valna, if you like. Love the way that she's met her for the first time in Estonia when they were doing some training. She was out in the middle with some kids as well as part of our Cricket Cool program. And I love the way that she worked with the kids, helping them out. And, you know, boys and girls of all different ages. And then when I saw her practicing with the team, she was, you know, doing a little bit of everything. Now, what about this one here? I wonder how many times this bounces and when it bounces. Does it just get over the line? Throw comes in, a direct hit on the stumps. Umpire takes a sigh. So, yeah, I get the feeling that one would have been, maybe it would have just about made it. Jai Cody's got to be a little bit careful, you know, because she's at that same sort of point where Chitanahani retired at Godarage yesterday. So she's got to start playing a few shots. So she's running into trouble. Direct, she's gone, oh, so close. So close. Wonderful effort there from Anna-Marie Vesic. Gets the throw, and if this hits, it would have been out. She takes her time, she aims, but misses. So watch this. Here's the fielding, gets there, and throws it straight away. Probably had a little bit more time. If she wanted to, I think she could have underarmed that back to Somos, and Somos could have got the wicket. Down leg side, that's hit hard. Fielder is there, and there's our start. And there's the throw. Wonderful fielder is Victoria Frey. So Valna, yeah, very good at encouraging the juniors to play. Very supportive. And also the way that she's led her team here has been so good. And she's one of those players that everything, there's a positive side to anything. You know, she doesn't get disappointed or upset or angry about that when things don't go the right way. Doesn't get annoyed, doesn't get frustrated. Always focused, always supportive, always encouraging. And it's a wonderful way to be, because there must be moments when that one is probably going to be a no ball. That's ball, no ball, yeah, it's bounced. She's had this problem a few times. I think she might have got a bit lucky with one earlier. So I think if it was a legal delivery, it's probably worth an LB shout. Probably missing the stumps, actually. But still, too many bounces. Almost every so often, you just get a couple of balls that don't quite have the same amount of oomph as some of the others. That one is going to be out, I think. I think that's out. And the batter doesn't want to go. But it's not out, actually, because wasn't the ball before that a free hit? So they're celebrating and now wondering why the batter is still there. The batter's still there because, yeah, the one before was a free hit. So look at Somers here. She's gone down. I thought she was going to do a backward roll. Not out. But that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's a good example, just how well they play. They're always so positive about things. The encouragement is good. The way they have supported each other. I saw it in Estonia, and they're doing it here in Cyprus as well. That's firmly hit. And Chitarani doesn't look like she wants to come back for a second. So that means that the over will come to an end. Now, I think that is the end of the over, is it? Yes, it is. Now, I wonder how Chitarani will go about Jaya Cody. Will she? Jaya Cody's not looking at her. Look, Jaya Cody said, I'm not looking. I know what you're thinking, Captain. I'm not looking. Yes, it is Strix time. 56 for 1. Somers. Not a bad spell from her. That's her 4 overs completed. Gone for 20. That last one went for 4, even with those some of those no balls. Umpires get some liquids now. Thank you for joining us wherever you are around the world as well. Plenty of cricket, of course, still to come on the European Cricket Network. And cricket also happening there, of course, in Czechia with the European Cricket Series. I'll be there ready to go on Friday. I'll be travelling tomorrow. I'll leave here tomorrow morning. So I'll just give you an update. The match just got completed there. The Prague Spartans were a little bit too strong there for Moravane. The Spartans 147 for 3, Moravane 53 for 5. And the next match, the last match there in Prague, going to start in a few moments' time, and it will be Prague Tigers who have won the toss and are batting first. They're up against Vinaradi. So Vinny Sandhu and Danny Hudacek will be ready to talk you through that one. Drinks are being taken. The tanks are being refueled. So, on course, well, there's what I was expecting to see. So Jaya Cody has been retired out. I knew that was coming. Remember I said she doesn't want to make eye contact with the captain. And so retired out, and that means that Drina Halage has come out. She's faces that delivery there. It will be a dot from Dalbina. Yeah, it's very similar to what Garage got yesterday. She did the same sort of thing. She was out there for about 33 balls for 7. And she was soon retired. Good appeal this, but I think just going down the leg side slightly. Tirani Halage looking for that ball. You can see where she likes to play, looking for that ball on the legs. That's hit making contact. The ball going past her on the leg side. And that one will be a wide from Dalbina. Yeah, I should be making my travels tomorrow morning to get to Prague, and then ready to start there on the Friday, on Peacock Friday. So my first day will be a Peacock Friday. I'm told the temperatures aren't quite as high as these. It's played out quite nicely out on the offside, so we'll get a single, and that means Chitarani, if she chooses to, has the opportunity to face the second part of this over. Yeah, Peacock Friday start for me, so I have to get myself a nice Peacock Friday number. Hit straight down the ground. It's up in the air. Now, is this going to get to the boundary or not? It won't. It'll just be a couple. Nice straight hit. Once again, there from Chatrani. I must admit, I'm a little bit... I think I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I'm a little bit disappointed that the rope hasn't been moved in a little bit. I know the straight boundaries are probably, I suppose, okay. That one down the far end, Nish was saying, is about 55. But certainly the ones either side are 60-ish. Bring them in about 10 metres. Especially for this match. We've seen Chatrani has, I mean, she's found probably the longest boundary where, as I touched on at the time when she hit that four, the men hadn't been able to find that boundary. So we know that she's certainly got the power to do it. But some of the other players, it would be highlights for them if they could. Right, gets beaten, well bowled. So Chatrani certainly is trying to get a move on here, but gets beaten by Delbina. And just watching this again here, and the wicketkeeper probably just, I mean, with time, I think you'll see that Natalia will be able to maybe stand a little bit further up. And Natalia's also, I want to say, how about her? Because remember yesterday, it was Natalia that went to the hospital after getting one on her hand. It dislocated. She had a dislocated finger and she had to go to the hospital. It got sorted out and she came back. And the story I heard was that she said, "Come on, I can play now." And they all said, no, it's all right. You sit this one out. If you're well enough tomorrow, you can play tomorrow. So she's keen, very keen. And well, all sorts of discussions going. Well, what's going on here? It's well bowled delivery. She's changed. Victoria Frey has completely changed her action. When we were watching her before, she had that little, she sort of danced. She had the most elegant sort of action. And it's like she's, what's happened here? I think, what's happened here? There's some discussion about something. I think the umpire just saying, hey, Marat, no talking when the bowler's coming in. But you see, she's really charging in now. So that one's going to be stopped by the pads by Natalia. Yeah, so Natalia, well done to her. Even though she dislocated her finger, went to hospital where they probably popped it back in place. She's playing this one. Just because they're all so keen, and you can sense that. You can feel it from the vibes. Now that's firmly hit. And Dina Halage gets plenty of this, and she will come back for a second. All sorts of shouts. So, ouch! Dina Halage, and now it's her time to wear one. We saw that it was her captain that had to cop one earlier. It was a nice, firm shot. Good comeback from the Victoria. Ooh, wait again. Not sure what's going on here. Maybe they wanted to make a change in the field. So Frey goes back. That's a nice shot, isn't it? The banner there, Stronger Together banner. European Cricket Network with the flags up in the air and taken! Great catch there by Surmus, and Victoria Frey gets a wicket. How about that? What a lovely hug from Linus Surmus, who takes the catch, and the bowler and the catcher embrace, and then the whole team come together. What a lovely moment that is. Captured beautifully by Spring Media. So goes for the big shot, doesn't quite get the middle, but Linus Surmus has a lot to do there. Comes across, holds on to it, and is a wicket. How about that for a celebration? What a wonderful moment when the bowler and the fielder come together to celebrate the wicket. That's beautiful, that is. It really is. Beautiful moment as Victoria Frey and also the catcher Somus comes together to celebrate. And that's the shot for me that you know, I'll remember. The passion shots, you know, the strong, that's your stronger together moments. I just talked about the stronger together banner. And then straight after that, we get the stronger together moment. That's what it's all about. You know, there's, as Nish said earlier, and as we know, you know, there is a gap between the level of these two teams, the skills level, because mainly that gap is there because there's a couple of good players in there that are making the difference really between these two teams, you know, 3 or 4 players. So, but that gap will get smaller, and as long as you have the passion, the pride, and the celebration of playing the game the way these girls do, then you're going to get better and better. So Victoria Frey deserving that wicket. That one gets pushed out, and it's Thema De Silva, the wicket-keeper batter out there. Now we saw a fair bit of Thema De Silva, I think at one point doing a bit of practicing when she was in the nets, just practicing on her wicket-keeping skills. Just so keen the girls are as well. And that's where we are at the moment, 65 for 3 after 13. A nice wicket there by Frey. Trying to keep their score to, so we're getting to a point where they're looking to get to that 100 mark again. You remember, you see their expected 109, which means that it will be pretty close to the score that was scored yesterday. Yesterday they made 108, then Estonia 103. It was a really close match. The extra front, let's have a look in the extra front here. It's a number of extras now. 16 wides, 22 extras in total. Valna, captain. I think she gets put off there actually by the wicketkeeper saying, hey, I want it here, I want it here. Valna seems to be taking a long time to get a composer right. It gets played away. It's a little dab, and Thema De Silva pretty keen to try and get to the other end, but I don't think Chitarani is that keen to give the strike away that soon. Plays it into the ground. There's a stop. No run. Wonderful fielding. Pressure being applied. That's Mijum Frey. And they're all applauding each other. So Natalia Zudlutz, she's applauding Mijum, and then Mijum then applauds her back. That one just gets played out onto the leg side, so Thema De Silva will get on strike. Let's see if she can get off the mark here now. Again, they keep applying the squeeze. That's what they're looking to do. Just keep applying the squeeze. Don't allow any big shots. Oh, that's well bowled. That's really well bowled. Just drifts that out onto the offside. Just losing a line a little bit. I'm just looking at the action from Werner as well. She's just seems to be struggling sometimes, just getting the arm to come over the way she likes. I mean, that's better rhythm from her that time, but every so often she seems to struggle. It's almost like it she gets it too straight, and that affects where the ball goes. It goes a little bit down the leg side, but two captains come together now for this last ball of the 14th. T20I, you can see that she's desperately trying to get some big shots in here. And she hits that powerfully, but again, that might be a lot of energy just for a single, but she will come back for the second. I think she may have thought about not, because it would have meant that she stays back on strike, but I think she does the right thing here. We'll take the second, and that will be the end of the over. So over completed, score 69, 3 wickets down. Listening to they're certainly having a nice sing-song in there as well. Play the game with the right spirit. And when I look around the field, there's always something happening. That's what I love about what I'm seeing when Estonia in the field. And Cyprus are exactly the same. There's always something happening. You know, it's not the case of you see somebody standing there thinking, oh, I'm standing here, I'm so hot, I'm so... No, they're like, somebody's doing a little dance. Somebody's like doing... Oh, chance! Oh, that could have been a great catch. That was all about reactions there of Natalia. Thelma de Silva swings the bat at this, and the ball hits the glove and quite easily could have stuck. So off, and she looks around and says, yep, I'm a lucky bunny, because that one goes to the glove and straight back out again. And, oh, what a catch. Oh, superb. Absolutely wonderful. Enjoy, celebrate, come together, because it deserves to be celebrated. What a catch this is. Sensational. Absolutely sensational. And is that Elgin Elmar that does it again? This is beautiful. It really is. Have a look at this. I mean, I wonder if we can see this from the other angle. That has been clobbered. What a catch. And then here comes the joy. Here comes the moment of passion. Here comes the moment of pride. Here comes the moment of, this is why we play sport. Sensational. Wonderful moment. What a catch that is. That one is right up there. That one will be going all around the social media. It certainly will be. Incredible catch. Really was. And she's always, I know we have our lurkers on the chat, but she's always lurking, is Egelin. Always lurking and takes a great catch. Egelin Elmar. Fantastic. And that was also the end of the wicketkeeper batter. So Thelma de Silva. And that was going to be another wide. As she departs, and Alexandra Taylor now comes in. So you can see the difference. I mean, those of you that are watching and that have been watching for a while will see that the person making most of the difference here with the bat certainly is T20I. She gets the runs for her side. She gets them to a score which they, with the good bowlers that they get, can defend. And of course, the bowlers that I'm talking about, Drina Halage, Duncan Denia, T20I herself, but of course the wonderful Ninelka Korolage, who jams in those Yorkers and gets the wickets. That gets played away. Just a little push of the pads. It'll take a single. Some changes being made in the field there by Vesic. And good changes being made there. They're starting to do. Remember, we were talking about this the other day, that the more cricket they'll play, they'll understand the sort of dynamics of the field in terms of, you know, making those movements. Right, high up in the air. Elamar, just can't get to this one because it goes behind her. She has to turn around, and then I'm pretty sure in the process of doing that, she totally loses where this is. But Chitarani, it's a false shot from her. Yeah, but just going back to that, it was like we were sort of saying, come on, you've got to move a fielder there. This fielder standing in position, not touching the ball. They've sort of addressed that here. Look how all of a sudden they've come in to the new batter, to Alexandra Taylor. That's down the leg side. Taylor, she's like a statue, doesn't move. That's going to be another wide. Extras is something that, of course, with time, the more bowlers bowl, the more practice they get, the more time they spend in nets, those extras will come down. And that makes it even harder then for teams like Cyprus to post reasonable, winnable scores on the board. Much better delivery. Excellent ball that from Vesic. But what I'm noticing here is as soon as the single's taken and Chitarani gets on strike, players themselves now are saying, got to remember, I now got to go back. I've got to go. So it's not been left just to the captain. And if the captain does forget, the players remember. And so that's how they're nurturing into a really good team here at the moment. The close fielders are close. And they're serving the purpose by being close. They're taking those catches. But they're reading the game so much better. So now that's the end of the over. So Chitarani will be in strike. And just see how naturally they will go to those further different positions, say, straight away. So another over comes to an end. A very good one there from Vesic. Just once again, it has a few issues controlling the wides. But other than that, it's not a bad over at all. 6 runs come from it. She does, of course, pick up that wicket as well. And the score 75 for 4. So looking to try to keep this. So with 5 overs to go, if it goes at 5, it's another 25. That takes to 100. So if they can do that, if it ends up being around about 100, they've done ever so well. Halfway point, they were at 52. So it means that they haven't let, even though Chitarani's been there a long time and she's set, she's in the 30s now, 31 or 39, they haven't allowed her to push on. They haven't allowed her to get the big score in. So the way they finish here is important. Chitarani will want to really go big here now. She plays that one out. She should be looking for the second, and she's saying, come on, come on, come on, come on. We'll get there, and she does get there. It's Alexandra Taylor goes back to complete the second. So good firm hit, but fielding good. And so, like I said, look at the field here now. You got Frey out deep on the offside. You got 2 fielders straight on the boundary, 1 on the leg side. But just watch how quickly that changes when Chitarani is not on strike. So they're really, and that's made a huge impact, because in some of those earlier matches when they weren't doing that, Chitarani by now would have already brought up a half century. And Chitarani is now having to hit the ball even harder. Now this one is being well struck. I think this might go to the boundary. It will go to the boundary. So that's a tremendous strike from Chitarani. The captain of Cyprus uses her feet well. I mean, I know it was slightly overbit, but again, she's able to muscle the ball to the boundary, where a lot of the men in the earlier T20 internationals we saw weren't able to do so. So good shot, good powerful shot. And Dalbina just needs to bring that ball just wants to hit the deck. Doesn't want to go so full here, especially to Chitarani. Chitarani now comes again, hits this one straight down the ground. Will she be keen to come back for 2? Of course she will. And she's going to get the 2. So she's certainly looking to get that acceleration. I was saying that if Estonia can keep it at 5s, and Chitarani having a look around. You know, the other thing I want to mention here, and Yeah, shall I? Yeah, I will mention it actually. So I'll mention it after this ball. No run. Remember how we saw the men and we saw subs coming on? One fielder went, so for example, bowler's bowled, sub comes on for somebody. I haven't seen the sub come on once here. They're still playing T20. It's still warm. They're bowling, they're running, they're fielding. And that's why I don't like that sub rule. It's not the way the game's played. You're playing cricket, it's hot, fine, it's hot. You're having breaks at 6 overs, 11 overs. You'll have a break after another one after 16 overs. So you're having your breaks. Take on your fluids, play the game. What's this thing about, I've bowled so many overs, I'm going to have a break now, then I'll come back on, I'll bowl a bit, I'll have somebody else come on. I don't like it. And you got the women out there, they're not having breaks, are they? They're going through it, they're not having subs come on. So can I just say, and I hope those of you that are following and watching as well on the chat, why don't we all give the women a huge, come on, I know we can't use too many emojis, so don't use too many emojis, but give them some love, give them some applause, because the women are playing remarkably well. They're not being softies, are they, like some of the men? We're going to come off, we're going to 12 sub, a sub come on for this one, another sub come on this one. I mean, have a look at this, Delbina. She wants a drink of water. She's gone to the edge there. She's taken some water. She's pouring it over her head. She's pouring it on her neck. She says, thanks for the water. Thank you very much. I'll go back to my fielding now. So well done to the women. They're not messing around. They're hard, they are. They're not softies like the men who want to have get the subs on. Yeah, watch and learn, men. Watch and learn. All right, here we go. Victoria Frey still charging in. She's definitely changed action. That's been well struck. Oh, that's a great stop. Great bit of fielding, because this one was destined to go to the boundary as well. Takes one for the team. There's Natalia Zudlitz. I'm going to ask, I've got Sumus right in front of me here. So Lena, I'm going to ask Lena in a moment when she comes back to the boundary. She'll tell me. Let's wait in a moment here as Victoria Frey gets ready to bowl again. I've just got to set those stumps up here. So Chetarani definitely getting the injection in here now for pace and looking to get that half century. Shot. Oh, that could go all the way. It's gone over the fielder and it will go for 4. That is a really good shot. She hammers that. And that's going to be 4 more. That's a powerful shot. She's got this right out of the middle. What a great shot that is. Well, that's right up there as one of the shots of the day. It is. It's absolutely fantastic. Clears the fielder that's out there. Wonderful hit. Victoria. Maybe she's better off when she doesn't try to bowl too fast, actually. Oh, that is hammered. That is absolutely hammered. That's going to be another boundary, and that is going to be 50. Half century to Irichetarani. Come on, put your bat up in the air. It's 50 runs of 47 deliveries. Well batted. Well batted. That's your 50. Yeah. So she puts the bat up in the air, acknowledges the applause. And that's the wagon wheel. You can see that she's worked hard for this inning. She's played shots to all parts of the ground. So a T20 international 50 for the captain of Cyprus, Irichetarani. And she's batted beautifully, and she's got the acceleration in this innings just when it was needed. A wonderful shot that one was. And dead ball this time. Frey goes a little bit too wide here. I think this one will be signalled a wide. So Lena's on the boundary here. I think Lena can hear me. Yeah, she's got my I'm going to ask you a technical question. Why has Victoria changed her action? Why has she changed her action? It's almost saying I don't know. So she tries to. I want to see her flowing into her action again, the like she used to. Gets that little dance in. That's well hit, and this one is coming straight down. It's well fielded here as the Grizzly comes into the box. There you go. You're welcome. Good shot. It's another boundary. Cipriani really now. Oh, that's been called a dead ball. Now, why is that a dead ball? I don't think Cipriani's going to be too happy about that. So, is it a dead ball or is it not? It's come on the scorecard as a boundary. Well, that one might be a wide. Well, I just have to wait for clarification on that, whether that, at the moment, it's, well, I suppose we'll find out when it comes to the end of the over, whether the over comes to an end when we expect it to or not. But the timing, though, that Cipriani is starting to put in this is pretty... Oh, that's... Oh, now, what does that hit? Let's keep an eye on the umpire here. Was that another chance? Was that off the bat or was it off the pad? No signal from the umpire. So that's an opportunity. It's a difficult one from Natalia, who's behind the stump. So definitely catches the bat. And look how quickly this goes. She tries to grab hold of it, but not able to. So they're going to get a single. That works out well. It just means that it gives an opportunity for Taylor to have a few, and Cipriani gets to the other end, and they're getting close to getting that 100 on the board. It's good to show how quickly acceleration has come, because this over gone for 13. I'm not sure what the applause were for there. They're all applauding something, but I don't know what. Maybe they think what they just said. They're all saying, what are they shouting for? What are they applauding? I don't know. Maybe they're a little bit ahead of the score than we are. It's another wide. That now takes it for me to 99. So maybe they celebrated 100 a little bit prematurely. I don't know. Yeah, just having a feel for Victoria Frey here. But definitely a noticeable change to her action. And I think, oh, that one's going to be a no ball now. So that's a no ball. That's too high. Somebody needs to talk to her. Just go and talk to her and have a little chat. Now she takes the cap off and says, all right, you're going to try this again. Take me cap. Give me shades. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's all lots of chance coming in and giving her support now. So come on, Victoria, come on. So it's been worth 16 so far. Free hit. And probably will stay a free hit, because that's going to now be a wide. Thing is, it could be that someone like Victoria Frey, she may not even be aware of the fact that she's changed her action. It's something that she just turned up and just doing what she's doing without somebody actually saying, because I asked her almost and she doesn't know. That's a nice looking shot, and that's going to be a long chase, and 100 is now up, and they'll come back for a couple. So good shot from Alexandra Taylor. She plays that really well. Very good cut shot. Looks, yeah, beautifully played. Hits it on the up, gets it over the infielders. Come on, Victoria. Let's get this good last ball in. In she comes. Yeah, well bowled. And almost. We almost got what we wanted, folks. We almost got Victoria Frey bowling and Mother Mujum Frey taking the catch. It almost happened. It was only just out of her reach. But Victoria Frey does get through that over. A spell. It's not the worst of spells, is it? It'll go for 36. He picks up a wicket. It's just that last over goes for 19 off the over. And that's where the acceleration has come in. So I was saying that they'll be looking to restrict Cyprus to be going at 25 for the last 5. That would have taken the score to 100, but they've got there already. And now you feel that they're looking to post quite a high score. Very good knock there from the captain, Isha Chitrani, a T20 international half century. And she's looking to build on that as well. And here comes Anna Delbina. That's hit fairly well out on the offside. And in comes the throw from Victoria. Gets it back quickly to Delbina. Just a single. So they get Chitrani off strike. It's going to be down the leg side wide. Some of the things that we were talking about today as well. And back on 2018, at the time, this was the highest scoring men's one-day internationals. It has been bumped down to number 2 now, but at Trent Bridge, where they had the previous world record of 444 for 3 in 2016. England smashed 481 for 6 against Australia. Johnny Bairstow, 139 of 92 balls. And Alex Hales, 147 of 92 on this day back in 2018. That's hit pretty well, and Chitrani just has that little hand gesture, doesn't he? Come on, we're going to take this. And I think she's looking to come down the wicket and trying to get to some of these nice full deliveries. Oh, he's elevated, but there is a fielder back there. And good stop. Excellent fielding. Excellent fielding. Keeps her eye on this and watches the bounce. So you can see Chitrani's going for this. But again, the field has been set well. Well fielded. Well thrown in. They'll get a couple. But Chitrani doesn't get the boundary. It's going to be a wide. It's no run there. So, Delbina, that's hit pretty well, but there's a fielder out there. And you can see Chitrani not trying too hard to run here. She'll take the single. Over will be called, and she'll go back on strike. Starting to really try and push on to get to this 120 score now. Is that it's 110 for 4. 2 overs to go here now, so 12 deliveries to go. Just coming through to be so 16.4 worst called a dead ball. So that's why we've had some amendments made there. So remember that boundary that was hit straight down into here. So it was called a dead ball. That's an unfortunate one that the batter won't be happy about, because batters shouldn't be penalised for something that's happening with the fielding side. So if there was some talking or something, it still should stand. So, or I think the new reg side, something like that does happen, that the umpires are well within their right to, first they call it a dead ball like they have done, and give 5 penalty run. So I suppose we don't really know what it was that happened. So that's nicely played, and Chitrani will take the single as Alexander Vesic. Vesic is the bowler. Pardon me, Anna Marie Vesic comes back onto bowl. Alexander Taylor is the batter. Has to run to the striker's end. Good delivery. Very good delivery. She likes the wide ball. Does Taylor. If it's a bit of width about it, she gives it a good old-fashioned swing. But anything that's pretty straight, she struggles a little. Vesic could expose that. So flat bats this one, but Elamar, who's been superb close in, makes a stop. Oh, I like it. I like it. So this is nice from Vesic. Anna Marie Vesic is just reminding the batter, Chitrani. She's saying, look, she's saying, hey, you know where you should be, Chitrani. And just leaving a crease early. And it's done in a nice way there by Anna Marie Vesic, saying, hey, you know, I think you need to be behind that line. So, you want to go back? Yeah, well done. Oh, a few people asking me where Nish has gone. I have no idea where Nish Butt's gone. He's disappeared. He's left me. Maybe he's running after Mr. Whippy up the top of that hill or something. He's saying, I want my ice cream. I won't leave until I have my ice cream. Come back, come back. Nish is on a mission, I reckon. He's trying to get his ice cream for Mr. Whippy. But I don't know where he is. I hope he's all right. I hope we haven't lost him somewhere. And can somebody go check the toilets? Maybe he could be locked in. Over has come to an end. It's 111. 111. What a good over that was, by the way, from Vesic. Only the one run came from it. So I said they were looking to try and see if they can get to the 120. So we're into the last. Yeah, Nishay Bart. We're going to have to send a search party for Nish. He's disappeared. All his stuff's still here, so he hasn't left. As they say, he hasn't left the building. He's here. His laptop is here. His rucksack is here. His water bottle is here. But Nish is not here. He's gone. He's disappeared. I wonder if he didn't quite complete. That could be it. He couldn't. Maybe he's not completed his military service. And they've said, hey, you still owe us 2 days. They've taken him. They've taken him back. They're shaving his head and everything and getting him back into the uniform as we speak. That's being played down. And they're coming back for a couple, and they will get there. So Chitrani, she's focusing on getting to the 120. She's worked hard here. So hang on a minute. News is coming in that we've found him. He's coming back. There was rumors that Corey had come and kidnapped him away. But Nish is back. I can see him coming. That's a nice shot. This one gets played away, so it's okay. The military haven't got him. He hasn't had to go back and complete his military service. He does come back. Valna bowling this, the last. Oh, well bowled. This has been a battle that we've seen a fair bit of, where Valna's come on and kept it nice and tidy and not allowed Chitrani to get after. Chitrani 60 or 57. Got the acceleration in when she wanted, but she wants that 120 on the board. She's got 3 balls to get there. And, oh, well, she doesn't do anything about this one. That's going to be a no ball. And I think, yeah, a quick check there. with the umpire. She just wanted to check there, did this get past the stump line? I don't think it did, so that means it is going to be a no ball. So free hit coming up. Chaturani will probably go down the wicket here. She knows she can't be stumped. So if she misses it, she knows stumping's out the equation. Here she goes, and she hits this well. And let's see how many she goes for. She'll get one, and well, Alexandra Taylor is a very good runner between the wickets, and they'll come back for two. So 119. Two balls to go. But they haven't lost their voice, have they, Estonia? All the way through this, they haven't lost their voice. Oh, that's a cracking shot. Is it going to get over the fielder, is it? Tries to get a hand onto it, can't stop it. And that's going to be 4 runs. What a good hit that is from Chaturani. So the 120 does come up. A 123 with a ball to go. And remember, I know they got to 120 score yesterday, but that was on the smaller ground with the smaller boundaries. So this is a big score with these big boundaries on this low outfield. So Chaturani leading the way again, leading from the front. Last ball coming up. It goes down the ground this time. Fielder has to come into play. They're both coming over. They will make the stop. Gets picked up. The throw comes in. And it will be a couple to finish. So 125 for 4, which is a big score. A big effort, though, from Estonia. And they'll celebrate their efforts. But, yeah, big celebration there for Chaturani. Just look how all the players come around Chaturani there to acknowledge that great knock from a T20 international half-century. She came in pretty early, didn't she? When we saw the wicket that would fall of Gadarage, who went for a 4-ball duck. So the score when the first wicket fell was 3. And the second wicket then would fall with the score in these 60s. So wickets did fall, but it was all about the batting there of Isha Chaturani, playing some really nice shots. But there were some nice moments in the field as well. And first of all, I mean, Victoria Frey, I don't know if I get a chance to catch up with her later, I must find out just why the change of her action. That was an opportunity, and it could have been curtains for Jai Cody earlier. But Jai Cody, fair play to her. She put a good partnership in, didn't she, before she would be the second wicket to fall on 56. And that one was a nice shot. She plays that shot really well. And she's a really... That one just went, and all the way to the boundary. And she hit some boundaries on that side where other batters throughout the day, and I'm talking about the men, couldn't do so. 5 fours on her way to that 68. And this one was the wicket, but it didn't count because the ball before that was unfortunately a free hit, so it wasn't to count. That was a nice looking shot, but once again the fielding. And I like the team fielding from Estonia. They know that the fielders haven't got an arm to get the throw in from deep. But how about that? That's one catch. Really good. Look at the celebration. That's just delightful. And if you thought that was good, this one was even better because that was Elmar. What a good catch that was. It was absolutely thumped. But Eglin Elmar takes a really good catch. But those moments were short-lived because then soon the captain, Isha Chaturani, realised that it was time for her really to up her game and start to play some big shots to try and get not just to our half century, to get the team score past the 100 and onto that what eventually would be 125. That was a celebration of the 50. It took a while for the word to get out to her, but she wasn't done there. This one though was unfortunate. That was a lovely shot that went for 4. But well, I found it just before it went into the bushes. That was called a dead ball, so 4 runs really from Chaturani were taken away from her. But yeah, a marvellous end to the innings. Alexandra Taylor, the first to congratulate the Isha Chaturani on another wonderful performance. She is by far the leading run scorer here once again, and it wouldn't surprise me as the same way that with the men who we saw that it was Sahil Chauhan who got the MVP here. He also got the MVP in the European Cricket Network's ECIs. It wouldn't surprise me if Ursa Chaturani is going to be the MVP in this women's T20Is as well. She's just been fantastic. Have a look at that scorecard. 68 not out of 61 deliveries. And good little partnership between her and Jai Cody. Drina Halage didn't last that much longer. Of course, there was that retired out from Jai Cody eventually. And Tharma De Silva was caught brilliantly by Elmar. And then a nice, good partnership there between Chaturani and also Taylor. Taylor running very well in between the wickets. The bowling figures there. Marie Vesic, she took 2 wickets, 2 for 16, but did change her bowling action slightly, as did Victoria Frey. Victoria, the last over that she bowled, went for 19. That's why that looks pretty high. But a tremendous effort put in the field there by Estonia. And unlike the men of Estonia and the men of Cyprus, these girls, they're tough. They don't need subs to come on. They stay on the field to play. They finish the innings and go off. And now they'll take some water on and see if they can get a highlight or two with the bat, as Cyprus have 125 on the board to defend. So Estonia needing 126 to claim their first win in this T20 International. I'm Rico Full. Nisha Butt will join us back when we come back in about 15 minutes' time. Hasta pronto.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as the umpires have made their way back out into the middle. There's umpire Pankaj and Tracy, and we're ready for the conclusion of not just this match, match number 6 between the women of Cyprus and Estonia, but also our last match here in Cyprus this way around. What an adventure it's been, what a journey it's been, and can we see that Estonia pick up a few more highlights for themselves. Of course, the biggest highlight, and maybe the biggest shock of all, would be if they could go on and win this match. But they're going to have a go, and they're going to have to go up against a very good bowler to start off with, as Dinelka Korolage comes on first. Could be a corner bowl opportunity. Oh, she almost takes it. Well, it could have been a royal duck to start with. There's the first ball bowled to the captain. Marta Velna could have been a wicket. Korolage almost holds onto the catch. That's going over her head. It's a difficult one because look at that sun. Yeah, you can see how she's struggling with the sun finding this. Gets fingers to it but can't hold on to it. Velna gets a life. And goes Korolage again. It's well bowled. Well dug out there by Natalia. Natalia Zuludz is the partner for Velna. Korolage back to a mark. Oh, what a good delivery. That's a huge appeal. I don't know if she's going for caught behind her LBW. LBW definitely not. I don't think this catches any of the bat on the way through. Yeah, just straight through off the pad and always going down the leg side. Big appeal though, Korolage. It's nicely timed and gets through the field. And it will be runs for Natalia as well. So though both batters get off the mark, Velna with a little bit of luck for her. Tutarani staying pretty close in that catching position. She also has a catcher pretty close on the other side. I think that might be Duncan Denier, who's also a very quick, sharp catcher. Oh, she wants to take on the run and will. That's a good call because that's not straight to Tutarani. So Velna, bat on ball, takes the single. The umpires just check how many to come, and I think there might be one more to come. Two umpires just checking. The scorers will help them out, no doubt. So yeah, one more to come as we get to the end of the over when the shadows. I love watching this time of day. I love watching the shadows and the batters in unity. It's actually quite extraordinary when you watch the play, when you're watching the players and the shadows of the stumps, the batter, the ball coming down. End of the first over, Korolage, as you would expect, nice and tidy. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Network. This is the T20s internationals in Cyprus. Cyprus do have a 4-0 lead over Estonia, with one match being abandoned. And Estonia, they're trying to finish their campaign well here. And this is all about them showing, once again, just how much they're being able to learn and apply themselves in this tournament. And joining me back in the commentary box is Nishay Bhatt.
Yeah, great to be back and in here for the second innings. Once again, Cyprus posting a great target on the board, led by a terrific innings by Chaturani. We're into the second over. Valner just gets enough bat on that. It beats the fielder. Are they going to push for a second here? They certainly could. The opportunity's there. And this is great running between the wickets by Valner and Joluds as they'll come back for a second run. Yeah, this should be interesting, of course. We saw Estonia yesterday give Cyprus a real scare. And they managed to cross the 100 mark for the first time in the T20I cricket. So let's see if they can also just get into the 110s today for the first time. Yeah,
that was a big day, wasn't it, for all the girls from Estonia? They were really pumped up after that match and coming so close, within 5 runs of victory as well. And their mood, well, I was going to say their mood in the bus was very good, but that'll be dampened slightly here as they lose their captain, Valna. It's just a straight delivery, and there's the dancing. And these girls, well, they're very good at the cricket, but they're pretty good on the dance floor as well. And one girl who gets them started all the time is their wicketkeeper, Thama De Silva. She's always taking the opportunity to get a little bit of a dance on. So that's the end of Valna. And she's going to go for just four. Just misses a straight ball here. Tries to give herself a little bit of room. The ball cannons onto the stump. So disappointment for Valna, but that should be a very proud woman, because what she's doing with this team at the moment, the Estonian team, is quite incredible. And even though she goes for 4 runs, she's getting a huge round of applause, and so she should. She's a proper leader, who is Sergeant Valna, and she's done a fantastic job with the team, the way she leads them, and also the way she encourages them and getting their skills levels up all the time. So we're going to see a lot more of her, I'm sure.
Just blocks this one out. Mostly pad there, but it's going down the leg side. Jana Dalbina certainly been up there for the run getters so far this series for Estonia. 27 runs to her names in the 3 innings she has batted in. That's a wide. That's a wide. Umpire Tracy Pasquill will signal it.
You know, we were worried about you. People in the chat were getting worried. Everybody was wondering where you were. And we thought for a moment that memo has come through that said you didn't quite complete your military service, that you were some days short, and they got up here and got you. The helicopter came and they took you away.
I think it'd be, if the Cypriot army do that, wouldn't it technically be an invasion of Britain by Cyprus if they tried to do that?
Yeah, that would certainly start some sort of conflict, wouldn't it? Anyway, it's good to have you back for this. What has been a wonderful journey, isn't it, for the European Cricket Network here in Cyprus, of course, again. I know it's somewhere where you live, and I know that you're very passionate about the country. But the cricket, you must be very proud. I know a lot of people that are around that I've spoken to in Cyprus, from the players to some of the players, you know, husbands stroke wives, are all saying how cricket is really coming along leaps and bounds. Well, this one has beat everybody. It's going to be, well, something's got to be signalled here by the umpire. Let's see what's going to be signalled. Is it just buys? No ball, because I don't think it catches the pitch at all, which is why nobody stops it. But yeah, cricket really growing. I know Cyprus, the men will be very disappointed the way that they performed in the T20Is. In the ECN, ECIs, I think they performed well. They just, you know, just when it mattered, they didn't come good. So that one could have gone either way. But in the T20, they'd be disappointed. And they've got some work to do, of course. And I know that you've been talking to some of those players as well that have shared some stories with you. So they've got a bit of work to do. And they've got to make a few changes. But I think the good thing from this series, this 4-2 defeat to Estonia in these T20 internationals, is they know the areas where they've got to focus on, and they know the changes they've got to make.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kroom had my ice cream a couple of hours ago, actually, during the match break between the first and second match. And yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously coming into the ground this morning, had a chance to talk to the manager of the Cypriot cricket team, and then yeah, just during the first innings as well. And yeah, it does seem like there are lessons that have been learned from this experience, and Cyprus will look to carry them into the World Cup qualifiers. They'll be playing in Guernsey back at the end of the summer in August. Oh, just down the leg side. That's going to be what? Of course, cricket's not done yet for the men as well. I mean, they've had a long, tough 19 days of cricket, but keep in mind the finals, the domestic finals in Cyprus are over this weekend. You know, the Sri Lankan Lions will be playing Markhor in the T10 final, and the Punjab Lions of Nicosia will be going up against Al Fatah in the T20 final. So still plenty of cricket left for them. They've got to put these losses behind for the national team and focus on getting back to their club and helping them pick up some important wins. Of course, those games will be back in Ipsonas.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I think the players will probably... Well, I don't know. The batters might be a bit happier going back to Ipsonas because the ball going all over the place. But I don't think the bowlers and the fielders would be, because we finally saw the bowlers and the fielders get a little bit of joy out here. But how does that work with the, are you familiar with what will be the process of which team goes through to the European Cricket League next year, the ECL? Will it be the winners of the T20s, or how does that format work?
I believe it should be the winners of the T10.
Yeah.
I believe there is a process where over the season, the winners of the T10 advance to the ECL. I think Mr. Maximo Vinisandu is also very aware of this, but yeah, I believe it should be them. So the winner of that final will probably go on to represent Cyprus next January in the ECL.
Certainly one thing I've noticed, and it's linked in pretty well actually in the time that I've been here, from the not just the T10s that we've seen, but the T20 internationals as well. You can see the same sort of issues that Cyprus have had in both the ECIs and the T20 international. Those same issues, they travel with those when they come to the Cardamom Oval. So the representative of the ECL, and also when they play as a national side in the ECC, which of course will be coming up in September. We know that Cyprus will be playing in that Challenger Division Group B. Is that the batting, we know that they have it, but where they lose track, that one could have been nasty. That could have been the batter and the wicketkeeper colliding there. But it's the bowling. The bowling always lets them down. They tend to do well with the bat, but other teams score more runs than them because they don't have the right bowler. So I think they've really got to find a solution to that. Otherwise, the sort of things that have happened in the series is here, both of them with Estonia, it could be a pattern that continues. So they, once again, like I said, they know where they need to be. They know the areas they need to work on. But that's a great effort at the stumps, are well backed up by Chetarani. There are a lot of good signs there as well, though. But the key thing when you play like this is that afterwards you reflect and you say, right, okay, where did we go wrong? Where can we improve? What do we need? And it's a lot of progressive steps that need to be made before you get to that winning combination.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think getting some players in like James as well, for example, who's been a big asset for Cyprus, played in his first T20Is over these first 3 days. I think for him, just getting him into the side, watching him bowl as well, I think he's certainly convinced some people in that Cyprus camp that he's an effective bowler. Yeah. I mean, I do know that message has been heard, having just spoken with some of them. So I think he's a handy asset for them.
Very much so. I like what he did, and I had a feeling that he would have a good day here today. So I was disappointed that he didn't perform with the bat as much as I think he could have done. I think he fits into the side well. He fits into the team dynamics pretty well. And they got some work to do, but they've got some good players in there as well. And he certainly is a big find. Gardenia to bowl. So they've gone with Corralaga with 2, to Gardenia with 2. Wonder if they'll change the bowlers after this, or will they bowl 3 on the spin? That's well struck. Oh, chance. Gets put down. And then the throw, and it does go. That was struck really hard. And good opportunity to take the wicket, but that really is hit hard, and I think she does absolutely wonderfully well, does Gardenia, to actually get hands to that.
Shoulders with the her famed baseball batting stance in cricket. Just watches one go by her. Is that a wide or is that a ball? There, don't Gardenia bowl better this next delivery. Got that one badly wrong. Let's see how she fares here. Oh, well. She might have spoiled to wide there, I think, and no reason to get bad on that, but she will pick up the single, though. There is a direct hit, but Anna Delbina has made it back in time.
Yeah, applause from Cyprus, and then, of course, the sort of woos and the woo, 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 woo from Estonia, as they are cheering and wooing every run that's being scored here. Same way they did yesterday in that titanic battle between the two that almost went all the way down to the wire.
Played away towards mid-on. Goes towards Taylor, who's going to have a shot at the stumps. And a good fielding effort by Taylor at mid-on.
Yeah, one thing about Estonia was that a lot of the things that we were talking about, you probably saw from where you were in the field, they applied them. It was so good to see the way they were moving the field in and out, depending on who the batter was. So they were really putting a pressure and a lot of pressure on the batters that were new, on batters that weren't Chetarani. When Chetarani was on strike, they were moved out. So they've learnt so much over the process of these few days here. In the 3 days, the T20 International and also the weekend of T10 ECIs. And it's really served them so well. The amount that they've learned by playing cricket, and it goes back to what we were saying before, there's so much you can do indoors, there's so much you can do in nets, but you know, when you're out there playing, that's where it all comes together. And Estonia, they're going to be in such a good place after the matches that they've played here. No run this time. They don't want to take on the fielder. Over comes to an end. The Dunkadenia gets through her second over. 4 overs complete. It's 18 for 1.
Getting through these first 4 overs. A good run rate, you have to say, here for Estonia so far. Going at about 4.5 and over. It's obviously under what they'd like to be, but you know, based on their standards, this is one of their faster starts. I mean, I've often seen them really struggle out of the gates. And keep in mind, they've also gone with 2 batters they don't normally open with. So no Kyrgyz nor Sormus, but they're still making some good runs here.
Yeah, good point. I mean, they opted to do something slightly different. One thing I will say, I do like the way that Anna Delbina strikes the ball. She's a good striker of the ball, and I've said this before with her, the more time that she spends hitting balls, and you'll get more of an idea of how well you hit a ball when you're playing outside. When you're in the net and you're hitting balls, you think, yeah, I'm hitting them okay. But when you're out there, she's learning, all right, I've got to hit it harder because I want it to go further, and I've got to get it there because there's players there. I've got to try and get it in that gap. So she's learnt so much, and I can just see just her being out there, the way she's striking the ball. She's enjoying hitting that ball, and I think she'll get some natural power in some of those hits as well. I mean, look, there's another one. That's a nice hit. And she just, and the other thing to point out here is, you know, at the moment, especially not just the Estonian women, but also Cyprus. Apart from Chetarani, they've all struggled because of his outfield. It's slow. You know, at Ipsanos, that shot would have been making its way to the boundary.
Yeah, I have a question right after this ball that I'll bring up.
That one gets through. No run. Yeah, okay.
If you take Chaturani away from the Cyprus team, are these sides just evenly matched?
Yeah, big time. Then, if you took her out the side, what comes into play then is extras. Yeah. Because the same way that Cyprus do have 3 very good bowlers, Korolage probably the pick of them all, so do Estonia. Estonia bowls really well. But extras then becomes the key figure. It's the team that bowls the least extras. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, and that's evident in what we've seen so far. Though some of the other batters from Cyprus have got a few more skills and knowledge in terms of getting big runs. We haven't really seen that from anyone else apart from Chetarani. So yeah, very good question. And I think the honest answer to that is the team. If she wasn't playing, it was the team that would bowl the less extras that would win.
Looking to make room there to hit that towards mid-wicket. Yeah, and I think obviously the standout bowler would be Korolage, but Estonia, I think they've got enough options. You could argue they almost have more options with the ball in terms of the fact that they can turn to an Anna Dalbina, they've got Sormas, Victoria Frey, and even someone like a Surly Pandan is a bit of an X factor. I mean, occasionally she can be a touch expensive, but when she gets that flight of delivery right, so hard to face.
Goes with that pull shot. Doesn't quite get the desired contact. It does get away from the fielder, but they're not going to take a run there. Taylor's another one on the Cyprus side that's I've been very impressed with every match he's played. She's getting stronger with the bat and with the ball as well. I know that the first time she came on the ball, if you remember, she had so many issues with the wide deliveries, and now here she is. She's bowling those nice loopy deliveries. They might think about the second. They're trying to be coaxed into it by the bench. The two batters saying, no, we're not going to risk it. All right, so they change the strike over. Natalia and Delbina going pretty well. All right, Delbina's turn. Can she get a good strike on the ball here?
Yeah, pushes this one away towards mid-on. Batting very nicely here on Delbina. Just picks up her strike rate these last couple of balls. End of the fifth over, Estonia 20, 2 for 1. So they're steadily getting 4 to 5 runs off every over here, Estonia, which is certainly very encouraging from their perspective. Yeah, especially with the fact that two of their star batters are not batting and they're still going along at this rate. That will certainly please their camp. Gonna see, well, looks like Aisha Dinanalage is gonna come into bowl her first over, so we're gonna see a change of bowling from the Derbyshire Road end as well.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all. It's still very, very hot. There's not an ounce of wind anywhere, not an ounce of breeze. If you have a look at the flags over to on the offside boundary, they are barely moving. And I wonder if we can just quickly, I know that Dinalage probably bowls pretty quickly. Maybe after this ball we can just have a quick look at those flags. They are barely moving, and that tells you just how warm it is there at the moment. That one's probably going way down the leg side, so yeah, very little air, and it makes good sense just for bowlers to bowl 2 overs to give them a rest for a bit. They'll come back on bowl maybe later. So, see that flag just bowl. That's the Estonia flag. They're blowing away proudly. Oh, well, you've got Terry O'Connor is going to be a very proud man of his team.
Yeah, very hardly a breeze right now. It's very, very still. Now puts a little bit more effort into this delivery. Just tries to rush the batter to the throw by Chaturani. She's got a gun arm, so usually she throws the ball even better than that. I think she just releases the ball a little too late here. And watch that. She ends up throwing it into the turf.
Yeah, that's the thing there. Throws it into the turf, and also it's not over the stump. I think if it goes to the keeper, the batter should have got in. I think she knows probably that she has to get the direct hit in. And misses the target. The batters get in. I wonder the height on this one. I think that's, yeah, no ball call straight away by umpire Tracy. Let's talk a little bit about the umpires as well. Tracy, of course, she was with us at Ipsanas as well. We've got umpire Pakoju's with us as well. They've done a really good job.
That's umpire Roshan City.
Is that Roshan who's out there?
That's now Roshan.
So Roshan, who's just finished playing, is now also umpiring. So, yeah, but all the umpires throughout the series, we've been talking a lot about the heat. You've seen how the players have struggled. So I just want to give the umpires a big shout out, the men and women in black, from those that stood there at the Ipsanas cricket ground to the ones that stood here over the ECIs and, of course, the T20 internationals here. Done an outstanding job. And it's difficult in these conditions to have to concentrate all the time on watching every ball and staying focused in these conditions. So well done to the officials.
Yeah, you do need to really give them lots of credit because they are very unique in the sense that they're umpiring at this level, yet they're facing massive scrutiny on every decision because we got slow motion. We have this, obviously we're very privileged to have this wonderful broadcast, and so despite the fact that we have all this technology, we can see that they get their decisions right.
Yeah.
At a very, very high frequency.
Yeah, it's time for drinks, and we can continue to talk about giving our thanks, of course. We often talk about how hard the ECN crew work. I know that Medagooch has worked tirelessly here and been well supported by the likes of Gerard, has been fantastic. We've had Suleiman Saeed here. and Nilkesh Patel, all doing a great job. I know in terms of Nilkesh has done some TR, tournament refereeing here. Tyrone Peters was also here for a while. So big shout out to everybody that's been here. The likes of Russ and Andy O did a fantastic job. So it's been a real big team effort. And well done to everybody that took part. And of course, our media partners, Spring Production, have been absolutely fantastic. And well done to Spring Media. We had Martins earlier, and we also had Artus here, Dennis here as well. And Martha Maria has been fantastic. Martha Maria and Oleg being here all the way through. Oleg has worked 22 days on the spin without a break. 22 days. And that's, you know, before people start saying, oh, wow, that's not a, hang on, let me finish. That's because there's been days like when we finished in Ipsona saying we were going to set up here for the start of the ECRs on a Saturday. He was off on Saturday, but he wanted to be a team player. He didn't want the likes of Martha Maria and Dennis and Arthurs to do it all alone. So even on his day off, he came in to help out. Amazing effort from Oleg. He's done brilliantly well, and loving his energy, and just he's a lovely character. Martha Maria as well. But all worked very well. And also, I have to say it to you as well, I've thoroughly enjoyed being back on comms with you. I know we've done a few gigs together. I know Cyprus has been one of them, but it's been fantastic. It's glad to have you back. I know we lost you to the army for a bit, but you've escaped, you made it, you've done it. I'm sure there's a lot of life lessons you've taken from it as well. It's given you a lot of experiences. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you on my travels again, wherever that may be.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate alongside you. It's always a big learning experience for me as well, getting to commentate alongside one of the very best who's doing it in the business. So, yeah, certainly the pleasure has been mine. And it's great to commentate alongside you on my first gig after so long.
Yeah, now I could be a Corey here. What did Corey do to you when he said that? I think that was a...
I wish I could say the same. That's what Corey
something
said.
like that. Yeah, Corey. You did expect that from Corey. Naughty as he did. No, it's been wonderful. And, yeah, thank you for those lovely words. But, no, I think we've... You know, I know that the viewers have liked it. The players have enjoyed it. And I've certainly enjoyed myself. So you've done a fantastic job. It's always been great.
Yeah, and I think also a big shout out to Diana Oros as well, who is here, of course, did a great job of capturing what happened throughout these events. Obviously, your photography, you get to admire so much of it on our social media pages, and also just how much she supported us on some of these long, hot days, you know, sitting in the competition alongside us, providing what we need, helping out when there was a technical issue. You know, a lot of time on solo days as well, you know, bringing lunch over and things like that. I mean, obviously, all these little things help so much. So, yeah, obviously, Diana now, I believe, on her way to Czechia, or is in Czechia, I believe.
I think she'd be in Czechia. Yeah, I think yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And Diana, I think some of the... I was looking at some of the photos that were put on the social media today. She's got some crackers in there, by the way. So go in the social media, have a look at the pictures. Pictures from here in Cyprus. Yeah, Diana does a fantastic job. And, of course, she helps out doing a lot of those intros that we do away from the ground as well. So I think a few people often say the best thing to come out of Romania is Diana Oros. And they can understand what it's at. Yeah, she's very gifted, very talented, does a great job. But yeah, the whole crew has been a great effort. And also of course, have to thank the Federation. And we quite often forget how much work has to be done behind the scenes before we even start arriving at a venue. And I know that Mohammed Hussein, I don't think a day's gone by where our duration we've been here that we haven't seen him, from organising our airport pickups from when we arrive to getting to the ground to the lunches. That's been well hit. That's struck well, but it's going to be stopped. So they do think about the second. They probably could have got there because it needed a bit of team fielding to get the ball back. But what a good hit that is. But unfortunately, it gets stopped. But yeah, so a big shout out to the Federation. I know that Richard has been very key behind that as well. But they've looked after us well. And, you know, when it's conditions like this, and it has been very, very hot, everybody does need looking after, or people will become ill. So, yeah, Mohammed Hussein and to the Federation of Cricket Cyprus, thank you very much for looking after us and all your hospitality.
It's been obviously great to work alongside Cyprus Cricket. Obviously, doing ECS here in Cyprus since all the way back in 2020, and it's always a pleasure to work with Mr. Mohammed Hussein and in general, yeah, Cyprus Cricket. They've all played an instrumental part in the growth of the game in Cyprus. Of course, started off as a game that wasn't that too well known in the island, and now we're at the point where we're doing training sessions in schools.
Yeah.
So all the credit in the world goes to them.
Yeah, that's amazing. I know that, unfortunately, because I know Alistair Priddle, who we should also mention, of course, part of a crew that comes here and sets up. He was going to go help out with some of these cricket cool programs, but of course the weather during those days was so hot. That was when we had those red alerts, and the government issued the warnings to say no outdoor activities during these times. Of course, we had to abandon our bronze final as a result of that. So yeah, it's great to see the amount of juniors getting involved in the game. And that's the good thing about both the nations that have played in these ECIs and T20 internationals, Cyprus and Estonia, putting a big focus on getting kids playing cricket.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you just look at this Estonian national side here. I mean, the amount of youngsters they have in their team, it's a real good mix of different ages. If you look at this Estonian team, I mean, they have a lot of teenage stars in there. Someone like Frey, Amy Pattenden, players who are getting into the game at a very young age and will certainly be there for many years to come and will be an integral part of the future of Estonian cricket. And they're led by some very experienced leaders, people who have got a good head on their shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. So loving this partnership, by the way. I know we're talking and watching as well, but I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Natalia and Anna. There's a good partnership, good hitting. And with each hit, they just seem to be getting more confidence flowing through them. And as that partnership grows, the sound decibels from the camp are rising as well. So this is great. It's wonderful. The sun starts to come down on our journey here in Cyprus. And what a wonderful journey it's been. And we're finishing off with a really good encounter between these two teams as Estonia start to once again demonstrate and show us just how much they've learned in the last few days. Really good partnership developing here between these two.
Yeah, great partnership developing here, and I think she just loved the energy from this Estonian side. I mean, even when results don't go their way, they've certainly never dampened their spirits. I mean, look at them. They're still cheering every run, every moment. And they play the right way. This one's going to be a wide. I think while we're doing our reflections, it might also be a good chance to look back at some of the moments we experienced and include the ECS as well. I mean, any particular, what would you say has been your favorite inning so far? I think the easy answer would be Sahil Chauhan's fastest century, but anything else you can think of?
I think Chauhan's century was very special, but I think when you go back to some of the scores that we saw I think one moment, I wasn't there for it, but I was watching on and off. I think what was quite special was Abu Bakr Siddiqui. When he scores his century, he ends up on the Hall of Fame. And then I think it was Pondeep who then scores and muscles another big century, takes him off it. So he comes back the next day and says, hang on, that's not right. Then scores another one even bigger to get back on it. I just think, for me, the biggest thing was just the way that players applied themselves in those conditions, the way the batters batted, the runs that were scored. And, of course, don't forget we also, for the Sri Lankan Lions and Limassol, we saw that 228-run partnership between Akila Kalugala, who got the century, and Chamal Sudurn as well. That was quite amazing. Some really special moments. But also, I think because there were so many runs scored and so many batters scoring centuries, it's very easy. This could be out of hits. And Chitarani once again misses again. Now there's going to be some extras. So Chitarani has a chance to get the wicket. Goes for, I reckon she just tries to throw too hard. I think she's got to just calm down with her throwing. Maybe even go for something like that. She'd be far better off just trying maybe underarm. She might have even raced there quicker, but she goes for the big throw. Maybe try underarm, but tries to hammer the stump stamp, but misses. But yeah, I think a lot of great fielding performances. One thing I can honestly say is, that's about a good comeback here from Lanyangi. One thing I can say that some of the fielding that we see, some of the catches, and we're right close to the action there at the Ipswich Cricket Ground because we're right close to that straight boundary. some of the catches that we saw right in front of us were quite amazing.
It's amazing, and we have this brilliant vantage point where we can just see some of the very best fielders in action up close and in person. For some of the best innings, I'd have to go with when Salman Khan hit those 3 centuries, because what I love about him is he's such a pure cricketer. He hits everything with a straight bat. He's playing textbook shots. And he's batting with a strike rate of 350, just creaming sixes 10, 15 meters over the boundary. For me, I think he was certainly one of the most aesthetically pleasing batters to watch.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't there to see his knocks. I saw him briefly, and they're asking the question, is gone, is out. So Chitrani, well, I did say she's sometimes maybe better off just going with the underarm throw. Well, now it's Delight. But we saw a lot of this from Estonia, and now it's Delight from the Cyprus team as they do get the wicket, and it is Ursha Chitrani who does the job. Let's have a look at this again. So I'm guessing it's a direct hit here. So they go for the run. I think that's the plan. Dab and go. But Chitrani gets there. And this time, that's wonderful cricket. And, well, it's been given out in the field of play. It was a close one, but you can see that Tracy was there. She's on the line. And she says that's out. So the finger goes up. Very close call. But a great pick. Have a look at this. Fantastic pick up and throw. Sensational.
Yeah, exceptional cricket there. And we'll have a look at this again. We'll have it nice and slowed down for you. Oh, well, I mean, these decisions are so hard to make in real time. You gotta feel for the umpires here. I think they obviously don't have the access to the technology that they would have during an ECI or an ECS. So, yeah, it's been given it out there. That was interesting. I just heard the conversation between Sormus and Jolods, and they were having a laugh about it. And Sormus said something like, "I told you, I told you." I think for catches, though, for one of the best highlights of this series, I'd go back to Windy Miller's one-handed diving catch.
Oh, yeah, I saw that on social media as well, yeah. That's unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable. Of course, had Jared on comms for that one, and he couldn't believe it either. It was just stunning, truly a remarkable catch. And I think Matty Hone was right in front of us, and he was laughing at our reaction to it as well. Just have a look at the replay of this previous delivery. Just looking to work that one around the corner there, Sormus. It goes straight to the fielder's hands. That's Kodalalagate. She's just the keeper, just trying to redirect that one back onto the stumps, but Dalbina made it back in time, and Sormus will stay on strike. We'll have a look at the scorecard. Good opening innings there by Jolods. I think obviously a batter who's still in that development stage of her game, and I think she's getting better by the game. Made 12 runs in this innings. And now Dalbina at the other end, we know. And we talked a lot about her bowling at the start of this series, but I think in particular, we've seen a huge improvement in her batting.
Yeah. And
it's evident that she spends a lot of time in the nets. I think she's been getting in here as well. Whenever she's had the opportunity, she spent some time in the nets. I think her and Alexandra Taylor in particular, see the two of them spending a lot of time in the nets.
And the ones to look out for, I mean, Dalbina, she'll get better and better. Like I've said already, I love the way she strikes the ball. Helena Kurg, she's getting better all the time. And also Anna Marie Vesek, loving the way that she strikes the ball. And the good thing about those three is they're pretty young at the moment, but they'll get better at hitting that ball. I mean, they'll get used to it. It'll feel more natural. They'll get a more natural swing in it. And they'll get to a point where they'll hit the ball well. Now, this is just going to slow up. They've got to run hard here. I think they could go for 3 here if they wanted to. They're taking it on the Iba, and they will get there. So, what is that hit? Oh, no. They didn't deserve that. And this is where the wicketkeeper, Thelma De Silva, says, run 3. I'll show you run 3. Where are your legs? Take this. Oh, dear. This is caught. Watch this one. Ow. Right on the inside off the knee. Oh, well.
That's right where Scott was struck as well.
Was it?
Yeah, Scott Burdekin. I mean, that's where he has the...
That's where he's got that. Yeah.
That's where he picked up the injury. Yeah, maybe he could share some tips with her about how to deal with such injuries in case he's watching the broadcast. This one is just going down the leg side, and it's going to be a wide.
Yeah, very good running. They run 3, and then Dalbina gets hit on the knee. As Thelma De Silva says, you're not going to run 3 again now, are you? All right. Yeah, nice. She's tried one. Oh, they're taking on the wrong fielder. And this time she does underarm throw. So they get there. It's a good running, good cheering, good support from the bench here, from the dugout, if you like, for Estonia. Goes for the underarm, and Chitarani doesn't get it over the stump, so it's just going to be a single. Chitarani trying to get a couple of good overs in here. Flights it up. Chitarani did this yesterday as well. As soon as Alina Surmas comes on, that's when Chitarani comes on the ball. It's almost like she saves herself for the batter that she thinks is the most dangerous in the Estonian side, the batter that she feels can maybe get them closer to this target. Now this could be close actually, and this will be out. Brilliant work from Therma De Silva. With Therma De Silva, there she goes, there you go. Party time! Get on that party bus. Therma De Silva, she almost took the legs of Delbina when she aimed and hit her in the kneecap. Delbina not very happy there. You can think she's feeling, first of all, probably still the pain of being struck, but this is a great pickup. Glove is off ready and gets the target. And Lena Surmas is going to be run out. And Delbina really disappointed about it. She's not disappointed though. And Therma De Silva just showing us some more of her funky dance moves.
Yeah, big wicket here for Cyprus. Lena Surmas, the top run getter from that dramatic match yesterday. Top run getter for Estonia in this T20I series. Goes for the stumps, strikes them. That's a great throw by the keeper. And the end for Surmas. Yeah, I think if Surmas had been able to just hang around similar to how she did yesterday, we could have been in for a very interesting finish. They still got Helena Kurga coming into bat. Another very handy batter. She was a top run getter over the weekend during the ECIs. That one just misses the stumps by a whisker. It was so close. I've seen Helena Kurga play a big innings or two so far this series. Going for that cross bat stroke, just playing across the line there. And goes for the big shot again. Chaturani just keeping a nice and wide line as we come to the end of the 10th over. We're halfway through the innings. Estonia are 49 for 3.
Yeah, they're losing that wicket there of Nina Thermos at the wrong time, aren't they? She was probably the one who could probably get the acceleration in. That's why I think you saw the captain coming out there. I'm just checking here. Have they given? I think they might have given the wrong batter out here, haven't they? Because Lena Surmas is not out there at the moment. So I just need to get that sorted out. I'm going to get the right one out. Lena Surmas was the one who was run out. Now let's see. That one just up in the air, won't go anywhere. Going to have to run hard. That's Helena Kurg. Oh, well, there's a lot of shouting here. That's Delbina. Yeah, Delbina is the one who's being given a run out, but that's not correct. So might have to we're just going to lose probably our graphics for a moment while the scorers get that sorted. So of course it was Somas who goes. Yeah, there we go. So we get things back right again. Oh, that's a catching chance. It gets the edge. She's been very unlucky as the bowler here, Nilmini Leonarget. She's found the edge a few times because she's got that teasing length. And she gets a bit of bounce and at the top of the edge gets past. So Helena Kerr gets a bit of luck as she gets off the mark.
Get some bat on that. Goes straight to Chaturani. He'll have a shy at the stumps again. She just missed. You know, one thing I will say about this Cyprus side, and here's the difference they have from Estonia, is they're very competitive. I mean, when they miss a throw, they're having a go at each other.
They are, aren't they?
And I think, you know, that's not a bad thing either. I mean, you love to see that in the side. And I'll just mention another little factoid, a small anecdote right after this ball. This one is played out towards long on. You know, personally, I'd have both mid on and mid off up in the ring. I don't see any reason to have them back in the rope. I mean, these two batters, they like to knock singles around, but they're not the sort who are going to hit it that far. And I do the same with square leg or mid wicket that's back. But yeah, the little anecdote is, I mean, obviously I left a little bit after the rest of the team did yesterday, being around here, and Chaturani sat the entire team down during a dugout and gave them a long lecture. It was a full masterclass. Oh. And every member sat there in silence as she talked about the match. She was so annoyed that they even allowed that game to go close yesterday. Yeah. And they were still talking when I was leaving. I mean, everyone had gone. Most of the members of the CCA were gone from here because I left with the Secretary of the Cyprus Cricket Association, Richard Boxall, and she was still there. They were still having their class. It was incredible. It was almost like watching students that were being disciplined by their headmaster.
Well, I suppose, I mean, that's the thing, though, isn't it? That's what good teams do. You know, it's very easy to say we won the match. That's it. Let's go. Well done, everybody. But you've got to analyze everything, and if there were things not right, then you've got to put them right, and you've got to talk about them. So, and that's why that's why you can see she's a really good leader. And she's a good leader. I think she's firm. You can see she's pretty stern, but just look at how they celebrate when things happen. Look how they go running to her. So, you know, she's pretty key in this. And a little bit the same as Murat Valna. Both of these are two very good leaders, and they're well respected by their teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's evident when you look at these teams out in the field. And I think this Cyprus women's side, I mean, they certainly look to me like they could be a very dangerous team here in Europe. I mean, you know, I'd like to see them get into an ECCW. I mean, I'd like to see how much noise they can make against some other teams because even though they are new as a unit, and this is their first series, there's plenty of cricket experience there. The cricket knowledge is there. The cricket mind is there. Yeah. And also the competitive instinct. So I think with some more time, I'm sure they'll find a few additional players. Maybe find another batter to pair alongside Chaturani. And maybe the odd spin option or two as well. And I think if that's the case, I think this Cyprus side could certainly make some noise on the European stage. This is just a soft hand she plays that with there, Dalbina. It takes off the pitch, gets quite a bit of bounce over there, Chaturani. Just take a look at that. Look how it takes off. I just wonder if it was a bit of a top spinner there. Why, Chaturani. This is played out towards mid-wicket. Pick up a single here, I think. And we obviously have been praising Cyprus quite a bit these last few overs, but should give some praise to Estonia as well. I mean, these last two games, their run rates have been exceptional. I mean, I'll just read you out some of the scores from there earlier in this series, right after this delivery. Just nudged towards cover. Chaturani taking a shot at the stumps again. But, you know, she's overcooked it once more. I mean, I know she wants to knock the stumps down, but notice she got the run out when she went for the underarm throw. Once again, she's trying to belt the ball at the stumps. Take a look at this. She's so close to the stumps. Could go for the underarm throw. She throws it too hard. And the fielder backing up, Alexandra Taylor, well, it's difficult for her as well to handle it. Good ball there by Chaturani. So yeah, just going to have a look at some of the scores we've seen. You know, Estonia with each game have been getting closer and closer to Cyprus, which is certainly encouraging to see. So the first match between these two teams, of course, was played on the other playing field, which has a shorter boundary rope. It's 55 meters on all sides, which is the ICC minimum for a women's T20I match. They'll pick up a single over here. And in that game, Cyprus went out there. They scored 145 runs. Estonia had 96 in response. So, you know, this is 96 on the other playing field with slightly shorter boundary ropes. But when Estonia came here, they barely mustered 75 runs in their first innings. And you look at them since then. You look at the growth in their team. Yesterday, getting their first 100. The first time they scored triple digits in a T20I match. And now you look at them here. This one is going to be a wide. And look at the fact how they're consistently getting bad on ball. They're consistently managing to get runs. I mean, you look at the extras. The extras are 15. They've not been helped by extras as much as they typically are. The strike rates look much better here for Estonia than they typically have. That one's a bit too high. Look at someone like Sormus. She made 5 runs off the 4 balls she faced. Kurga as well, now on 4 of 8. And then someone like Dalbina batting with a strike rate of 65. You know, the growth is there, the improvement is there, and I'm watching these Estonian batters just start to improve their hand-eye coordination and a number of other things. Yeah, it really is positives all around, I think, in this series. Both these sides can leave this tournament very, very pleased with themselves. Obviously Cyprus, because they'll pick up the victory, and I think they've proven that they're a real contender, I'd say, in European women's cricket. And then you look at a team like Estonia, who are probably at a slightly different stage of development, but they're certainly proven to be a side who are heading in the right direction. Just push towards cover. And this time around, Chaturani doesn't go for the big direct hit attempt. Instead, she just rolls this one back to the bowler. It's a Nilmani Linage bowling this over.
Yeah, Linage, I've liked what she's done with the ball. She's, for me, she's deserved a wicket. I hope she gets one. She's found the edge a few times. She's created opportunities. Thelma de Silva has had a few chances to catch it. It hasn't happened. Taking it on again, and they will get home because of some good running. What a good knock this has been from Dalbina. How much confidence will she get from this knock? I mean, it's been a marvellous hitting from her, hitting the ball well. And Helena Kerg now being made to work hard in this partnership by Dalbina, running hard. I mean, it's almost hit and run, but they're making it because they're fit, they're athletic, and they're running hard. Asking the question here, Roshan Siriwadana will say not out. Nice to see Roshan out there. It's one of the umpires to this one. We were one umpire down in this match. So Roshan stepped up to the mark after it was started by umpire Paul.
Yeah, this is by far her highest career score for Anna Dalbina so far. Batting superbly, playing the innings of her life so far. I could just hear the howls coming in from the Estonian dugout. I mean, it originally started off with Natalia Tikhonravova doing that. Now it seems to have just become an Estonian tradition.
It's a team thing, isn't it? Team thing. Yeah, Dalbina, I think, with this knock now, will probably be their top run scorer. You add the 22 to the 27 she started with before the start of this match. So she's up there, and I think she's taken Alina Sormus, who had scored 40, and she made just 5. So she's gone past the 45. So what a marvellous achievement this is from Dalbina. And she's still there, and she's trying to get another partnership going here now with Helena Kerg. So improvements all around. When I say improvements all around, I mean big improvements. These are massive green ticks going everywhere here for Estonia. Not just for Estonia. I know we're talking more probably about Estonia because they're a team that, in terms of their skills level and experience and knowledge, are far behind Cyprus. So that's why we're focusing a lot on them, because they have been second best for most of the time, mainly because Cyprus does have a player like Chaturani in their side. But you have to also talk a lot about Cyprus. Remember that they played their very first international series. It's the very first. They'd never played before. And it started with those ECIs, and they got a win there, 4-1, only losing just the one match. So that was tremendous from them. And then the way that they played here, I know that some of these players have got a lot of knowledge about the game. They have partners that play the game. They have siblings that also play. But the way that they've turned up and the way that they played the way that they've gelled together, and also, as you can clearly see, the way that they enjoy and are enjoying what they're doing. It's marvelous. I remember that on a couple of days, couple of weekends at the Ipsonas cricket ground, as we were finishing the day's cricket, they were turning up because they were having training sessions. So they put a lot of work into this, a lot of hard work, you know, and to do that, it means time away from work, time away from family, up in the air, and just not held by the fielder. It was a half a chance. It doesn't get taken. It was Garage that was looking to get hold of it. So, you know, big shout out to the team from Cyprus as well. First time playing international cricket. And, you know, there's a lot of teams that are going to take note of what they've done here. And I think Cyprus will be very keen to get some more T20 internationals organised, some more teams maybe touring here, or they're going on tour, because I think if they play more cricket, this team will sharpen up into a very strong side. And I can see them being a team that push, you know, the likes of Italy as well. You know, Italy have got a very strong team, and they've got some really good players in their setup. Ratnanaika, for example. I mean, a lot of teams and a lot of people feel that with the Ratnanaika out of that Italian side, that Italy are not as strong as what a lot of people feel they are. And you could probably say the same here with Cyprus, with Chatrani. But with Chatrani in the side and with the other players getting better and learning from her, they certainly will be competitive against those sort of teams.
Yeah, I certainly would agree with that point as well.
Chatrani will continue to bowl, finishes her third over. You can see very good economy from her. Gets back to her mark, and Helena Kirk just finding it a little bit difficult to get some of those straighter deliveries away. And that's what I was talking about. So that's the one. She tries to give herself a little bit of room. Right, here we go, everybody. Party time. Just watch the therma. There she goes. That's a celebration. And then the little celebratory hug, and gives her congratulations there to the bowler as Ursha Chatrani, full and straight. Helena Kirk tries to give herself some room, and that ball comes in as well. It's a really good delivery. It's a shame that we don't have a camera behind the bowler at the other end, because you'd get to just see just how good a ball that was. So that's the end of Helena. She'll go and gets a few runs to an 8. But just look at that. Look at the chair she's getting back. It's, everything is positive. Everything is smiles. And everything is ticks in the right boxes as the over from Chatrani comes to an end. 67 for 4 after 14.
Yeah, top of the bowling there. We're going on, striking the stumps. Chatrani. Just incredible. There isn't a facet of the game that she doesn't make an impact in. Batting, bowling, fielding, and of course her leadership. It's going to be Miriam Frey coming in to bat at number 6. It's been a great innings here by Anna Delbina so far. It'll be very interesting to see how far she can go with this innings.
Yeah, look, you've got a set batter out there now. You've got Miriam Frey that's come out here. So they haven't gone. I'm a little bit surprised they've not gone with Vesic just yet. She's shown that she can hit the ball pretty well. And just wonder if she was to come out here now, and maybe if she is that shy again, she'll hit them sooner or later, won't she? You get the feeling. Well, Ursha Chatrani, but at the moment she's getting there, picking it up, getting the throw in, but just keeps missing the target. And each time the opportunity did present itself. Well, there's those flags I was talking about in the background. They're barely moving because there's hardly any wind. Up in the air and taken. Well, now she's going to go wild. Now she's going to go wild. I told you. She's going to go wild because now it's her turn to get all the celebrations. It's a very good catch, actually, because she's anticipated this so well. And she's finally helped Leonage get a wicket. And that's what makes me so happy about this, because Nilmini Leonage has definitely deserved the wicket. She's bowled so well. There's been a couple of times where she hasn't been able to hold on to it, but she holds on to this. Come on, let's give it a little bit of the boogie, oogie, woogie. Liking it, and I'm liking it a lot.
A great moment there for Tamara da Silva behind the stumps. She's such a firecracker, isn't she? She's so inspirational for the Cyprus side. She's always there to lift her teammates' spirits, and she starts to dance right after getting that wicket. And a great breakthrough there for Cyprus to get rid of Miriam Frey, but it's her daughter, Victoria Frey, coming into bat next.
That struck pretty nicely. Gets into a nice position. And, well, big cheers as Victoria gets off the mark. And she does, well, you know what the dinner conversation is. Mum, how many runs did you get? No, hang on, Mum. How many runs did you get? How many balls did you face? Ah, fancy duck for dinner, Mum? Fancy duck for dinner? As, yeah, Victoria Frey gets off the mark. So I don't think cricket conversation, especially when it comes to batting, will be at the dinner table today. If, especially if Mijum Frey has anything to do with it.
Yeah, let's not give Victoria any ideas here. We might start a few feuds in the Frey household. Oh, she takes a bottom edge there. It's good wicket keeping to get a glove to that. So this score here by Anna Dalbina is the highest score we've seen by any batter other than Chaturani so far this series. It's the fourth highest score. Actually, I should say fifth highest score, because of course Chaturani played the big innings in the first one. So yeah, the highest innings by anyone other than Chaturani so far. So she's really played a remarkable knock here.
The wide ball this time from Leonage. It's just maybe Leanna just getting a little bit tired here now, just trying to finish what has been a very impressive spell. She gets the wicket she deserved in that one, thanks to a good catch there by Thelma de Silva. And now let's see if she can finish the over well. She's gone for 16, flights it up, and I think she's got fingertips on this, you know. That one would have been something sensational. Now, in comes the throw. Throw is out. It's a direct hit. Oh, my word. This is sensational. Oh, hallelujah. And I think that's a Wujasinge that gets the throw in. Oh, how about this? Well, let's just see. Well, we're going to have to watch it again and see who it was, because let's see.
There's Dunika Denia with the throw. Incredible throw there by Dunika Denia. I mean, she's been so nonchalant after making that throw. Chaturani probably getting in the way. Well,
yeah, Chaturani didn't help the batter there by getting in the way. But what a great bit of fielding, and what a sensational knock though from Dalbina. That is sensational, fantastic knock, and the confidence that Dalbina will take from this innings will be great. Here's the pick up and throw. You're right, it is Samanthi Duncan Denia. She aims, she throws, and then look at Chaturani there, by the way. I mean, I think Dalbina does actually put a little complaint in there to say, hey, she does step right in my way, you know. The umpires, though, don't see it that way. It has been given out. I think she does have an argument.
She certainly had a point, to be fair to her.
If she looked like, because the only thing was there, the way she, if she actually looked to try and get, I mean, she might have, you know, it might have been a bit of a collision, but if she was trying to get that bat down, I would have said, you know, that's a definite where the umpire could say, yeah, look, you know. You know what I would have done there if I'm the umpire? I would have just said to Chaturani, say, look, you were in the way a bit. Do you want to honour the call, or? And Chaturani, knowing her, would have said, oh, okay, I didn't realise. Yeah, give it not out. But anyway, that's one way to deal with it. That's in the air. But Dalbina, great knock. Fantastic knock. Yeah, and maybe once again that some of the, shall we say, some of the experience and the knowledge coming into play there
Yeah,
from
certain words.
T20I.
G-ship, gamesmanship, I think. That's the word that comes to mind over there. But, yeah, I mean, this is where those, those little cricket tricks, I think you start to learn them when you've played a lot of matches. Of course, I'm sure Chaturani's played plenty of cricket before she moved to Europe, and I think some of these Estonian girls, they're going to learn these little things over time. But of course, yeah, shouldn't take away from that incredible throw by Danuka Deni. That is up there. That's one of the finest throws you're going to see.
Three run-outs also is worth pointing out in this inning, so they've sort of been a little bit self-inflicted in a way, haven't they? All right, that one was Danuka Deni just got a fantastic throw in, and but Sumas as well. Don't forget she was run out. Dalbina was out there with her, so you could see she was very disappointed when Sumas was run out. She even threw her bat to the floor, and thinking that she was responsible. I don't think she actually was. And then Natalia, of course, was also run out when she was doing pretty well, and she was on 12. So this is Victoria Frey. She has been joined by Vesic. Now, I mean, interesting to see how Vesic goes, because I like her improvement with the bat. She's a non-striker then at the moment. Asking the question, it's going to be given. It's going to be another wicket to Chaturani. He gets the ball nice and full. And unfortunately, Victoria Frey will have to go. Just get the feeling that she wasn't able to come forward enough. So wicket does fall. It's a difficult one to see from this angle, actually, because we can't really see where the ball is because of the wicket keeping away. But Chaturani liking her appeal. Just have a look at Chaturani's appeal here. It's a fantastic appeal. And she's doing this is called the moonwalk appeal now. Let's see if we can have a look at this. Here we go. The moonwalk appeal. Look, doing the moonwalk on the LBW appeal from Chaturani. The wicket falling right at the end of the over there. Play down on the offside. We'll take the single.
The running between the wickets has improved so much as well. That's another point in terms of some great room for improvement for this side. I think that's somewhere where we've really seen them grow. I think back in day one, they weren't running as well between the wickets as they are right now. And just consider the fact that they've had 5 tiring days in the sweltering Cypriot heat, and they're still running between the wickets so hard. I think certainly something worth commending them for.
Just waiting for.
Yeah, there's just an extra ball on the playing
field. Another ball got onto the field. Yeah, just waiting for the 12 to take that away. So that's a nice looking shot, and this is Natalia who. They want to take the second into the throw, and Danuka Deni, you don't want to be taking her on too much, do you?
Going for a shot over the cover boundary there, Tikhonravova. I wonder if she'll do that war cry as well while she's batting every time she scores a run. That would be very interesting, of course. Tikhonravova, whenever you hear that that loud cheer, it's usually her doing it, always encouraging the rest of her teammates. Plays with a lot of heart and passion. Oh, that's a great ball. Terrific delivery. I think Tikhonravova's just been spared by the extra bounce that ball gets, because that could easily have gone on to crash onto her stumps. Yeah, usually at that kind of a length, you'd expect it to go on to hit leg stump, but it just gets that extra bounce. And it goes over the stumps up, plays this one. Just swipes at it across the line, gets enough bat on it to work it away to square leg. Just see the ball straightens a touch. It just straightens a touch, and she just gets enough of that bottom edge part of the bat to work it away towards square leg. Oh, it's very nicely played there by Vesic. Dabs it down towards third. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, just really nicely played. It's probably gone finer than she would have liked, but it's still a very good attempted stroke there. Just takes that outside edge and goes towards third. End of the over. Another good one here for Cyprus. 6 runs coming off it. But Estonia, yeah, they do have a good chance of reaching that 100 mark again. Of course, they made a bit of history by reaching 100 for the first time in their T20I history yesterday evening. And they've got a chance here as well. Have a look at the scorecard, of course. Anna Delbina, superb innings by her. 26 runs, 38 deliveries. The biggest innings by an Estonian in this series, or any player not named Chaturani. So sensational batting by her. And in the end, mind you, she was dismissed on a very unfortunate run out as well. I mean, we had a few question marks about whether Chaturani got in her way as she was looking to run to the danger end, but let's not take anything away from the throw we saw.
Yeah, Kalalage now comes on. Yesterday when she was brought on, she made the difference, didn't she, in that match? As soon as she came on, she took a wicket straight away. So it's got a couple of difficult overs to get through from her. She'll bowl this in the last, you'd imagine. And just loses the line slightly here, but you just got to watch out for her Yorker length delivery. Gets played out onto the leg side. They'll take the single. So Vesic gets one more to her name and hands the strike back down to Natalia. And remember Natalia now, she was the wicket keeper, and I was informing the viewers yesterday, who dislocated a finger and went to hospital. They popped it back in place. She wanted to play actually in that last match when she got back, and she was advised not to. Oh, this could be out, and it will be out. That's disappointing. Some of the running, and that's just another run out. I think, I wonder if they've been told, look, go for the runs, get bat on ball and run, but you got to be a little bit selective this time, and that's going to be easily done. So good work there by Korolage to inflict the run out, and it's going to be another week that will go. Didn't really have to take that run, so we're just talking about Natalia, so she goes off, but just want to say got great admiration for her. They got hurt, but wanted to come back and play. And look at that. Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that? The batter is out. You're not winning the match. And even though she gets run out there, she's not crying. She's not unhappy. She goes back and she's still giving this celebration. And that's what it's all about. So well done. And I like the way that Terry's there as well. So unfortunate, but what a star she is. And she played today. She did keep wicket today after the incident yesterday, and she's done well. And she's gone out there and batted as well. It gets 3 runs to her name before she loses her wicket. So let's see. Another wicket that goes down. I think that's will now be the 8th wicket that falls. Just waiting for the graphics to just get updated there. And so probably just want to, this is where the scorers sometimes need the information from the umpires about who threw it in, who did what. And that will be updated pretty soon as Korolage comes back in, and they're a little bit short again, and this time they may go. I reckon that the fielder there might get told, and that's Kadage. Maybe the umpire just needs to have a word with Kadage and say it's not quite a wrap session, just needs to turn the cap around the other way. I suppose he's now thinking, now that the sun's gone, I don't quite need the front peak of the cap in front of me. Good argue. Good argue. She's just not got her line 100% right when she's come back here. She's been a little bit short, a little bit on the pads, but you still have to be very wary of her. She can quite easily get that ball right on the money, as LMR will be keen. Yeah, look, LMR, you can see she's somebody who's learning the game. But what about LMR? What about the catch that she took? That was quite outstanding. She's, in terms of fielders in close, she's as good as Chetarani when she's in that position. She never shies away from getting stuck in and having a go at taking those catches. So looks like somebody who's learning as she goes as well. Yeah, that's nicely watched.
Yeah, she's certainly someone who relishes the opportunity of fielding in close. And is terrific at it. Question in the chat from Chris Smith. Great to have you back, of course, on our broadcast, just getting home from work. Asking about why the first match was abandoned. So the first match was abandoned due to unsafe playing conditions since the pitch was soaked and soggy after there was a bit of a sprinkler malfunction, or I guess a better way to say it, the sprinkler was just not turned off. So, yeah, they did try to get the match off. 2 bowlers slipped, a batter slipped as well, and then they decided the condition was simply not safe to play in. So the first match was abandoned.
A little bit too wide, and LMR does get back in. So there are some issues here for Kralage, just not getting a line right. So LMR watching the ball very carefully. I think she knows that Yorker could come any time. And oh, that one's she's bringing this ball back in a fair bit. Probably again not going to see the best of this one as that over does come to an end. But this ball definitely does come in. She's get this ball to come in. Look where it starts, and look how that comes in. That's a very good delivery. So Kralage not able to execute the Yorker there. Yes, we do see 4 wides in the over, but still, even with that, just the 6 runs that come of it. And with 18 overs gone, 87 for 8. Yeah, when I heard about that, I just thought to myself for a moment, well, they're sprinklers? Do you reckon they could turn them on for just 5 minutes when we were getting scorched there at some point? Just works that away. Just glances it off the pad. And they'll take a single. So, nicely played. And actually get credited with the run here. Basic, not sure, but okay. Here we go, back to again. LMR wants to run, thinks about it, but I don't think it's on. That'll be suicidal. So there you like her to get this run here and get off the mark. Oh, that one could be a no ball actually. That could be too high. It's given as a wide. The umpires feel that it's a wide. So LMR will get... I'm not really sure what's happening with the graphics there. I think the heat is definitely doing something to the graphic. Good shot. Yeah, that's nice. Under, Iba. And there's going to be 2 runs. Lovely shot there from LMR. Beautiful shot to get off the mark. She waited patiently for the right ball, and she gets a good shot in here. Elevates it over the infielders and gets a couple.
And her first T20I runs as well. So a big congratulations to Ellerma.
Ole. Shaba to Elena. And yeah, that's good. Good call from her. You don't want to be taken on. Jitarani. Yeah, well done. And star in the making, certainly in the fielding. She's superb in the field. Great catcher of the ball.
That's a good comeback here by the bowler, just landing it on a good length, and it's a hard length for Ellerma to play.
Focused. I like the way. See this ball here. And she hits it well again. Terrific shot. Takes a good bit of fielding there from Gurage again. I can tell it's Gurage from the way the cap is on. Good bit of fielding. Makes a nice stop, but not a nice shot. Ellerma. What I like about Ellerma, when she gets in, she checks her stance, checks where she's standing, gets the bat nice and straight, gets it balanced, and waits for the ball. And she's going to go back on strike here, so it's going to be a chance to see her in action once again. Wonder if they can. So 92 here. Can they get the 8 runs to get them to 100? That'd be really good if they can. 92 for 8.
Yeah, it's great to see Ellerma making some runs here. She had 5 ducks in her previous innings prior to this match. And she comes here, scores her first few runs. And look at the bowling figures here for Cyprus. Great all-around bowling performance. And in comes Kolaragi, who's probably been the finest bowler in this series. Been so impressed by her. I mean, we talk a lot about Chaturani because of the runs she makes with the bat. But Kolaragi, my opinion, she's just as impactful with the ball.
Yeah, with the ball, she's very good. And we haven't, well, I suppose, no surprise really. We haven't seen too much of what she can do with the bat. But with the ball, she's good. And what you don't realize is that it's not just the fact that she gets the good length and she's beating batters, but she's actually getting that ball to come back in. She's actually bowling those little off-cutters as well. And that's where Ellerma just needs to be a little bit careful. She doesn't want to be leaving too many outside the off. And once again, just see how that comes in. So you see where that ball is, how it starts, and then watch the way it comes in. So really good bowling. Ellerma just needs to make sure that she goes out to this. See what she does there, Ellerma? She just gets herself back, checks where her bat is, has a look at the keeper, gets a nice stance here. And it just like it'd be nice to just get a little step in. And once again, out in the off. That's her shot. And now she's going to go and might even come back for 2. She will come back for 2. Wonderful. So Ellerma, after getting 5 consecutive ducks on the spin, now she's got 5, as in 5 runs to her name. Well done. Congratulations.
Yeah, runs coming in. Bundles for Ellerma. Had to wait a long time for her first runs.
Yeah, 5 more to get to 100. Come on, can they do it? 5 more runs. Well, that could be out if it's full. Yeah, it will. That's where she's at her best. Danica Korolage. It's that full delivery, and this time she doesn't go down. Hi, ginna sona nacho kuriye nacho. Shaba, swad aa gaya. And a little kiss there this time as well from Thelma De Silva. It deserves it. But yeah, not that we can see too much of it there, but knowing the quality of Tracy Pasquale and seeing that was a full delivery, no issues for that. And there we go. I reckon these girls are going to be partying tonight. But well done. Yeah, superb knock. The first runs in T20 international cricket for Elgin Ellerma. 2 balls still to come. 95 for 9. The second highest score that they've ever made in these T20 international. I say ever made. Actually, I could be wrong there. I don't know. Yeah, T20 internationals, I think it is. Yeah, for sure. I almost got confused with the matches they played in Estonia, but of course those were T10. So, well, that's 1 more. 96 now. Gets bad onto it. They're taking it on. It's going to be a risky one. And, well, a risky probably only for Thelma De Silva, because Chaturani's not going to hit the stumps. She's tried, and I think she misses again. I don't think that, mind you, I don't think that's Chaturani this time, actually. And it's a big, hard throw. It ends up being won by Thelma De Silva. A good pick-up and throw. Chaturani is normally in that area, but she's more at cover. Could be another wide. It is another wide. Uh-oh. And that one is going to be out. Oh, run out of a wide. And is that all out now? I think that's all out. So they won't get to the 100. That'll be one run for the wide, 98. And then the run out. It was a dodgy one to take. How many run outs is that? Is that 5 or 6 run outs in the inning? So that's a little bit disappointing in terms of the run outs. But what that shows, though, Nish, is that they're prepared. They know that they've got to fight hard for their runs. So even though there's been a number of run outs there, I think it could be about 5, they have at least pushed and tried to get there. They'll get to 98, but it'll be all out. It's going to be victory for Cyprus. They win this T20 Internationals 5-0, but Estonia, give them a massive shout out because they have been magnificent.
They've been absolutely magnificent. Both these sides deserve tons of credit. Future of Cypriot women's cricket looks really bright. I mean, this was their first ever series together, and this team came together against an experienced Estonian side who have played in a number of different tours in the past, and they have won very convincingly. The future certainly looking very bright for this Cypriot team, and they're going to get even better with more match experience. As for Estonia, I mean, obviously Estonian women's cricket is on the up. They had that big series victory prior to coming here against the Maltese, and results don't quite go their way here in Cyprus, but they'll certainly be very encouraged with the way they play. They play with great heart, passion, and spirit. A lot of their team has continued to improve game after game. And we can just see the champions walking off. So Cyprus defending their home turf superbly. They took the ECI crown, and now they're going to take the T20I crown as well. 2 trophies to start off your cricket career. I mean, how many teams can say that? How many teams can say that? And a big cheer there as a shout, Esti for Estonia.
Yeah, wonderful moments, wonderful moments. Tell me, people, do you see any tears there? No. Do you see anybody sulking? No. You just see smiles. And they've lost this series 5-0. And Terry's probably saying the same sort of things to them, saying, hey, you know what? What you have all done has been superb. The improvement that you've seen from you has been superb. This is a moment for us to rejoice. This is a moment for us to really show just how much we've learned, just how far that we've come, and how well you've all supported each other. You've been absolutely brilliant. The passion that you've shown, the way that you've played has been absolutely superb. And, yeah, they know it. Just look at some of their there. They know that the future, and all of those that are supporting Estonia will know that the future of cricket in Estonia, especially with the women's cricket, is looking very good. Wonderful performance there from the Estonian team. They've really done it superbly well. One person you won't see in there is there'll be no the captain there, and I can tell you why, because Marit Valna is probably already on her way to the airport to get to the flight home, because like I said before, her daughter did graduate today, and she's back there to celebrate with her daughter. Well, not only will she be celebrating her daughter's graduation, but she'll be celebrating a wonderful performance there. And what about Delbina there? Highest scorer, or second highest scorer in this series, and the highest scorer for Estonia. A wonderful knock for her.
A wonderful knock for her. And of course, I mean, we all knew about how great her bowling was prior to coming into the series, but now she's starting to show that she's a true all-rounder. And she's put in a great, great batting performance. We'll now, of course, turn our attention to the hosts, who, of course, defended their crown. And look at the cheers coming from their side. They know they've done it. I mean, this is incredible. This is their first series together as a team. Their second, if you include the series over the ECI. And they've picked up 2 trophies in their first 5 days together as a team.
Yeah, it just, I mean, while we're seeing that, now I reckon that, yeah, while they're celebrating, Estonia applauding them. Look at this, it's wonderful. And no surprises that the likes of the wicketkeeper Therma de Silva is in the middle there. She's had a wonderful time. You know what, for somebody like me, who's been watching cricket for so long, and, you know, my passion now is to see cricket grow and grow and grow in Europe. For somebody like me, for seeing these scenes and seeing the growth of cricket, not just in Europe, but here we're talking about the growth of women's cricket. These scenes are absolutely marvellous, and I know there's people all around the world, especially those that have been watching cricket in Europe grow so much, are going to be absolutely thrilled with the scenes that you've seen. So wonderful scenes, and I think it's probably the right time now to go on and see the highlights of that innings, because there were some fantastic highlights. But once again, well done to the players of Cyprus and also the players of Estonia for, once again, another fantastic match from the two sides.
Mari Valner and Natalia Zoluc opened the batting for Estonia. They decided to shuffle their lineup around. Samanthi Dungadenia picked up the first wicket for Cyprus. A great ball there by her. Then Zsolders and Dalbina would have a terrific second wicket partnership worth 37 runs that would go along at a very nice rate of just about 5 and over. The two of them batted superbly. Zsolders faced 27 deliveries and managed to make 12 runs. And of course, Dalbina was the top run getter for Estonia, making 26 runs of 38 deliveries, the highest score by any batter other than Chaturani in this series. She batted superbly, and it's a testament to her growth as a batter. So Chaturani, of course, attempt a few direct hits. You saw one of them over there. This is, look at some of this running between the wickets.
Yeah, but this one was the runner. And when the umpires unfortunately don't have the luxury of watching again. I think she's a little bit unlucky there, actually. I think she might have just got in. But again, a great bit of fielding, though, from Chaturani. And they were working on, this was marvellous, wasn't it? This was Therma de Silva. And then you knew there was going to be celebrations. Well, she's had a good time behind the stumps. First of all, she's the run out there. She had a few that she wasn't able to hold on from some good bowling there from Nilmini, who bowled very well. Lianage, she got the ball in the right areas. Here she is here. So she found the edge a few times. Here's the throw once again for Chaturani. She tried and tried and tried, but couldn't really get the stumps. But there was it, and you knew she was going to have a dance. Of course she was, because she is, she's an entertainer, isn't she? And we all love those smiles and that entertainment when they're out there in the middle. But then the direct hit, and how's that? That's how it is. So more celebrations. Got to say they were pretty good in the field, and that one was pretty full and straight. That was the end of Victoria Frey. So she would go. There's another opportunity here as that one almost goes onto the stump. But what we liked the fight from Estonia. They worked hard. This was another one that was unfortunately out. This time this was Natalia trying to get herself in. But what I liked about Natalia, obviously you won't see that highlight, she's run out, she's going back, and they're all cheering her, and then she just puts her hands and a bat up in the air in celebration. It's like she goes back after scoring 100, and that's the way the women have played here. It's been fantastic. That's another one that was out, and this time it was Age that gets the ball in the right area, and that was the end. And joy all around, but not just from the winners, Cyprus, who must be congratulated for winning this series 5-0, but also for Estonia, who have just improved and improved and improved and got better and better all the way through. That's it, folks. That takes us to the end of our coverage here. It's been absolutely marvellous. We'll have a chance to have a quick look at the scorecards there, but of course, dominated by that brilliant innings of Anna Dalbina. Fantastic from her. 26 she makes of 38 deliveries. But what I liked about that is everybody else did rally round. All right, there were a few too many run-outs there, but it was a really good effort from Estonia. On the bowlers front, we know who the key bowlers were going to be. I think Age was always going to be dangerous. Picked up the 1 wicket, but she bowled about 8 wides this time round, which wasn't like and Dungadenia was very good as well. I like in the way Alexandra Taylor is coming into her own with bat and ball. She's turning into a very good all-rounder. And then Nilmini Liage, I liked her bowling as well. She worked hard for a 4 overs, only gave 17 away, picked up a wicket. But of course, Chaturani, she's at the moment a class above everyone else, as well as the fine knock with the bat, which she scored at 68. She also picked up 2 wickets for 18, and I think without even looking, she surely will be the player of this match, and probably most certainly also the MVP.
Absolutely, an incredible series for the Cyprus women's side. They go undefeated during the T20Is, and they pick up their 2nd crown in just 5 days. What a start for this newly formed team. The future of Cypriot women's cricket looks very bright.
Yeah, it looks absolutely fantastic. So as the players get ready to have their little trophy presentation ceremony and pick up some awards, it's time for us to say goodbye. And also, not just say goodbye to everybody here and goodbye to you wherever you're watching from, but also for me, goodbye to Cyprus. But it's been a wonderful experience. Thank you for everyone for looking after us. We've said quick thank yous to the umpires who were fantastic. Thank you to the ECN crew. Thank you to the Federation for looking after us as well. But most importantly, thank you to you, the viewers. Thank you for your support. Thank you for watching. And thank you also, especially for everybody in the chat for the way that you've interacted with us. It's been absolutely brilliant. I've certainly enjoyed my time. And I know, Nish, you've thoroughly enjoyed it as well.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure to come back and broadcast to all of you. A great pleasure to be back on the European Cricket Network, and of course it was an absolute honor to commentate alongside you once again.
No, it was brilliant. It's been great having you. So time for us to say goodbye. Nishay, we'll see you on air soon somewhere. There's no doubt about that. I know that we will. I'll make my way to check it tomorrow. You'll hear from me on Friday, on Peacock Friday. Do make sure you join me there tomorrow. Of course, cricket will continue in Check It tomorrow. They got 5 matches coming up there. So I know Vinny Sandu will be there with Danny Hudacek. So there'll be these other matches coming up tomorrow, day 4 of that European Cricket Series. Prague CC will be starting with United CC. Prague CC, of course, a team that have now made history.
They made history, the longest winning streak in the history of European cricket, stretching all the way back to 2022. They have broken Albi Zelmi's record.
So congratulations to Prague CC. Of course, I will give my congratulations to them when I see them in person. So it's time for us to say goodbye. I know we've got some fantastic highlights of the day lined up for you. But like I always say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon. Adios, everybody.